What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 40U Chapter 134 Dream, Are You Awake? Chapter 134. Are you awake? Is this the future you see? It really is too naive? Tianming shook his head, his eyes full of mockery. What did you say? Uchiha Fugaku flew into a rage, staring at him. Using pupil technique, he manipulated Nine Tails and attacked Tianming. Roar. I saw Nine Tails let out an earth-shattering roar, and slammed it with a pair of sharp giant claws. Tianming turned a blind eye to this. Clang! A huge stick came out of nowhere and hit Nine Tails heavily. The powerful force stopped Nine Tails' progress for a while. What? Uchiha Fugaku suddenly showed a look of extreme astonishment, and then he looked in the direction of the giant stick, and it was Sarutobi Hiruzen in a battle suit. Third Hokage. I saw the huge stick in third generation's eye quickly grow longer, forcefully flying Nine Tails out. Damn it! Does this old man still retain such fighting power? Uchiha Fugaku's face turned cold, and he said coldly, but, the power of Nine Tails is far more than that. While speaking, Mangekyō Sharingan's pupils swelled in vain as the seals of his hands change. Roar. Nine Tails let out a roar again, and immediately opened its bloody mouth, because the high-density chakra of the Emperor quickly gathered. Tailed Beast Bomb. With terrible destructive power, it bombarded Tianming. However, Tianming remained unmoved. Boom. The Tailed Beast Bomb stopped 50 meters away from Tianming, as if blocked by an invisible wall. Then, I saw that Tailed Beast Bomb was deeply trapped in it, and dense magic spells appeared in midair. Namikaze Minato stands out in front. Boom. A deafening explosion sounded in the distance. What? Uchiha Fugaku was shocked again. You actually used time-space ninjutsu to transfer the Tailed Beast Bomb, and Flying Thunder God can still use it like this? Advertisement. Phew. I saw Namikaze Minato throwing a kunai, which was split into two, and then into four, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into a dense rain of swords and hit the ladder. HMPH. With this level of skill, my eyes can see clearly. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened, and he saw through the gaps in the dense sword rain for a moment, and immediately saw the needles, and avoided all the kunai with agility. But from the blind corner of his vision, he didn't notice that one of the kunai had the spell of Flying Thunder God attached to it. Whoosh! The figure of Namikaze Minato appeared like a ghost, and a Muji ninjutsu instantly condensed in his right hand. Rasengan. Uchiha Fugaku's pupils suddenly constricted. Although his body was a step slower, the powerful insight of his eyes still allowed him to make up for it. Boom! Reaching out like a claw, he precisely grasped Namikaze Minato's right wrist joint and forced the Rasengan in his hand down. However, before he could rejoice, he only felt Namikaze Minato's left hand pressed against his shoulder at some point. Golden Flash, more agile than imagined. I saw a sealing technique visible to the naked eye, appearing from Uchiha Fugaku's body. At the same time, he only felt that his connection with Nine Tails had been severed. This is the seal of the contract. Uchiha Fugaku finally reacted at this time and kicked Namikaze Minato flying with one kick. It's just that the sealing technique has already been activated, which is irreversible. Roar. After Nine Tails regained his self-awareness, he immediately fixed his eyes with incomparable hatred firmly on him. On the other side, third generation, Namikaze Minato and Shimura Danzo popped out of nowhere, and the three surrounded him in a pincer attack. Do you understand now? Uchiha Fugaku, you overestimated yourself and underestimated your opponent's strength? Tianming said with a blank face. Shut up. I won't be afraid of them. Even if there are more than one enemy, if I have this, I won't be afraid. I saw that Uchiha Fugaku's eyes glowed with a more monstrous scarlet light, and at the same time, the great chakra surrounding his body gradually condensed into the shape of ribs. Susanoo. Ding ding dang dang, blocked a wave of focused fire from third generation and others. But they couldn't resist the claws of Nine Tails. Asking for flowers. Boom, advertisement. The gray ribs on Uchiha Fugaku's body were shattered, and the whole person was also thrown backwards by the huge force. You can only use the elementary Susanoo, it is really too difficult for you. Tianming shook his head. Afterwards, third generation and others swarmed in. Boom bang bang bang. The first is Namikaze Minato's instant body technique and high-speed body technique, and Uchiha Fugaku was exhausted by the combo. Then I saw an iron rod from third generation knocking over, easily shattering the kunai in Uchiha Fugaku's hand, and this rod broke his hand bone. Huh, Uchiha Fugaku grunted in pain, not waiting for him to catch his breath. Zero Shimura Danzo exhaled a vacuum wind style, like sharp bullets, piercing through his body fiercely. Wow. Uchiha Fugaku spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure fell heavily to the ground. However, at this moment, mixed sounds of burning and killing echoed in his ears, and he looked sideways subconsciously, and saw a raging fire in Uchiha's house not far away. Countless figures flashing in the darkness poured into Uchiha's home, and then there were the screams of the clansmen inside. Stop it, you bastards! Uchiha Fugaku let out a frenzied roar. If a coup d'etat fails, they will be exterminated. Is this a matter of course? Tianming said indifferently, of course, on my side, you don't have to worry about it. Even if they have 100 guts, they won't dare to attack my people. But what about you, are you capable of protecting your family? When the camera turned, what appeared in front of Uchiha Fugaku was his pregnant wife and son. Makoto. Itachi, puff, puff, a handful of sharp knives were brutally pierced into the bodies of the two of them. Ah! Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were wide open and the world in his eyes suddenly turned into a blood-red hell. Die, 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 38, die, dream, woke up. Uchiha Fugaku F******** ed. Chapter 135. Uchiha's generation can't do it. Chapter 135. Uchiha's generation can't catch. The blood-colored world cracked like a mirror. Crack, click, click, as the world of the grotesque Lu Li fell apart before them, the two returned to reality. Uchiha Fugaku stood stiffly on the spot, motionless and unable to speak for a long time. Master Patriarch, your eyes? What's the matter? Both of them barely moved. Stupid. The two of you were having an illusion contest just now. Everyone in Uchiha was amazed. I saw that Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were bleeding red blood at some point, and his vision was also blurred for a while, and there was a hot stinging pain. But Tianming's side is no different. In the illusion duel between the two, it is self-evident who wins and who loses. The scarlet eyes of Uchiha Fugaku returned to normal. He let out a long sigh, and said in a deep voice. I see. Is this the future of the Uchiha clan that you see in your eyes? If you continue to die, it will become a reality. Tianming said calmly. I admit, I am arrogant. Uchiha Fugaku stared at him fixedly, and continued. However, you are different from me. You have the power to fight against them. Why don't you want to fight for the Uchiha clan? So what? Indeed, it is not too difficult for me to overthrow the entire Konoha high level. Tianming said calmly. The problem is how to deal with this mess after the Konoha is overturned. Uchiha Fugaku hesitated to speak, but was interrupted immediately. Don't tell me you're going to be Hokage. It's impossible. You Uchiha Fugaku can't do it. Advertisement. Tianming waved his hand and criticized mercilessly. After all, I also live in this village. If the manager is incompetent, it will only make this place a mess and make people look bored. Uchiha Fugaku became speechless in an instant, and at this moment he finally understood the fundamental reason why Tianming did not support him. Inability, 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 what a contemptuous evaluation is this? Unable to refute, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly felt a little disheartened. He thought that if he activated Mangekyō Sharingan, he could soar into the sky and dominate the crowd. Now it seems that all this is overthinking. Even though they have the same eyes as Tianming, but as the saying goes, the same weapon can exert different powers when used by different people. His control over the Mangekyō Sharingan is far from proficient. It cannot be compared with Tianming at all. However, Mangekyō Sharingan, which he regards as his ultimate skill, is just one of the many terrifying nicknames, Eye-Destroyer, to Tianming. So, you plan to support Namikaze Minato? Uchiha Fugaku looked bitter and authentic. No, I won't do anything. Tianming shook his head and said softly. If there is no accident, Namikaze Minato will definitely become Konoha's fourth Hokage. Golden Flash. That guy is a dog raised by the third generation. If he comes to power, he will definitely continue to suppress our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yeo on the side couldn't help but interject with excitement. I can only say that you all missed your eyes. Tianming smiled softly. That guy looks bright and straightforward on the surface, but actually he has a dark heart. In addition, he also has the same ambition as you, and he still has a little bit of ability. He will never be reconciled for a long time, subservient to others. After becoming Hokage, it may not be so easy for third generation to manipulate everything behind the scenes. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's face suddenly revealed a look of astonishment, and he said in disbelief. That guy, is he hiding so deeply? Stupid question. How can there be an honest person in the upper class? Aren't you making an international joke? Tianming said mockingly. Ignoring the sarcasm in Tianming's words, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes lit up, and he continued to ask. You mean, after Namikaze Minato takes office, the policy towards Uchiha will be changed? Advertisement, at least it won't be completely suppressed. Tianming continued to explain. The high-level people in Konoha have always regarded him as a puppet on the stage. If Namikaze Minato wants to get rid of the control of those old immortals, he must use Uchiha's power to fight. Balance the power of all parties. This is the real Hokage. After listening to Tianming's words, everyone in Uchiha present was deep in thought. It can only be said that it is mixed. The worry is that this time the Hokage big position competition, I am afraid that they will not have anything to do. She is the new Hokage, who is likely to change Uchiha's living environment. This is undoubtedly a disappointing thing for Uchiha Fugaku. Because becoming Hokage is his lifelong dream. However, all of this is just like what Tianming said, dreams should always be woken up. He is incapable. Does it mean that Uchiha, one of the founders of Konoha, will never be a Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku is still unwilling. That's not necessarily the case. This generation can't do it, but the next generation still has hope. Tianming said seriously. Everyone in Uchiha was stunned for a moment, and then subconsciously locked their eyes on him. Tianming, don't tell me you want to be Hokage too. Uchiha Fugaku said with a surprised face of 3.5. No, you're thinking too much. I'm not interested in power, Hokage or something, it's too troublesome. Tianming waved his hands with a look of disgust. I mean, in Uchiha's next generation, there are talents who can become Hokage. Who? Everyone in Uchiha was puzzled, and at the same time curious. Even Uchiha Fugaku was called unqualified. Who else could get into Tianming's eyes? Tianming stretched out two fingers and said bluntly, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Shisui. Weasel? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes moved slightly. This child's mind is indeed much more delicate than that of ordinary peers. At this time, Itachi was just 4 years old, and as a father, he was busy competing for Hokage, so he didn't pay much attention to his son. Chapter 136 Hokage's Election. Chapter 136 Election for the Hokage position. Is it a ferret? Uchiha Fugaku secretly made up his mind that after returning home, he must pay close attention to the latter's growth. Itachi? Isn't that the son of the patriarch? By the way, who is this Shisui? Oh, I remembered, his father died in a certain mission in the early years. He was an ordinary ninja. But his grandfather Uchiha Kagami was the elite of our clan in the past. This kid actually has the potential to become a Hokage? Everyone in Uchiha expressed doubts. Regarding this, Tianming was not prepared to explain further, and his voice was cold and authentic. Okay, that's all. You stand down. Facing Tianming's order to evict guests, Uchiha and others did not dare to stay reluctantly, and soon all withdrew from Tianming's house. Before leaving, Uchiha Fugaku took a deep look into the room and said in a deep voice, Tianming, this person's strength is unfathomable. He is a veritable evildoer. You'd better not provoke him. Yes, Lord Patriarch. Everyone in Uchiha expressed that they couldn't afford to mess with it. Next 13, as Hokage's election day draws closer, the various forces in Konoha have also started frequent operations. Orochimaru took the lead in withdrawing from the election, which is also known internally. Therefore, the only one who made Konoha's senior management vigilant was Uchiha Fugaku. Although there is a chance of victory in this campaign full of Black Whistle, Konoha's senior management still sent a large number of people to monitor Uchiha's every move in an all-round way. At the same time, this is also to prevent Uchiha from becoming angry after losing the election and causing extreme things. You must know that the Third Ninja World War has just ended. Although Konoha has won all the wars, he has also suffered a lot of losses. It is not suitable to turn against Uchiha now. No matter what, it will take 6 or 7 years to deal with it, right? Surprisingly, however, the Uchiha clan was surprisingly calm. No action was taken. In promoting to the public, it also appears to be Buddhist. Basically, there is no means of canvassing votes. In this regard, Shimura Danzo, as a representative of the conspiracy theory, became extremely nervous on the contrary, insisting that Uchiha must be doing tricks where they can't see. And sent all the routes, frantically searching for evidence of Uchiha's plot. Advertisement as a result, nothing was found out. In fact, Uchiha Fugaku has ordered the tribe to exercise absolute restraint and strictly prohibit stirring up trouble. In this way, Uchiha has been as quiet as a sheep these days. However, Konoha's senior management always thinks that they are wolves in sheep's clothing and dare not be careless. It is clear that Konoha's exclusion and discrimination are deeply rooted. Finally, the day of Hokage's election came. As titular candidates, Uchiha Fugaku and Orochimaru both showed their faces in the spotlight. What a surprise, Mr. Fugaku. Orochimaru looked at the latter in surprise. You did not meet my expectations, Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Fugaku responded to the latter with a calm expression. When the two sides met and greeted each other, no one raised any topics, but everyone understood what they were talking about. I'm tired of the stupid dreams of the past. Now I have a new pursuit. Orochimaru had a relaxed look on his face. Really? I didn't give up, it's just that I entrusted my dreams to the children. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were bright, and he said firmly, sooner or later, our Uchiha will take this position. You have self-knowledge. Orochimaru gave him a surprised look. In his eyes, Uchiha Fugaku is a very conceited man. There is still some personal ability, but it has not entered the first-class level. Uchiha Fugaku wants to run for Hokage, but he can't beat Namikaze Minato at all. Even if you let him fight, it's useless. Konoha executives would rather choose Orochimaru, who is not very obedient, and will never tolerate Uchiha's people coming to power. Therefore, the possibility of Uchiha Fugaku being elected is almost zero. This is the truth. That's right. After witnessing the power of a real overlord, it's inevitable that the mentality of sitting in a well and watching the sky will not change. Uchiha Fugaku didn't care about the other party's insulting words, just said calmly. Hearing this, Orochimaru was startled for a moment, and then couldn't help but recall a certain figure who could overwhelm everything. Advertisement, you have also seen it. In the face of absolute power, any power, status, conspiracy, and tricks are meaningless. Orochimaru nodded empathetically. The two looked at each other. On the road of chasing Hokage, these two people who used to be rivals, but now they have become down-and-out losers together, is really embarrassing. Who would have thought that a golden flash from a commoner, Namikaze Minato, would burst out in the middle? The two smiled at each other, and at this moment, there was a hint of a smile that wiped out all kindness and enmity. However, this is only for a moment. I went over there. Orochimaru put away his smile and said firmly, you should know that my current position is 123. Don't let me catch something. I know. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. It seems that we still have to continue fighting. Although he is on the opposite side of Orochimaru, but in all fairness, as a ninja, he still admires the latter. At this moment, a third party was involved in the conversation between the two. Hearing this familiar voice, both Uchiha Fugaku and Orochimaru couldn't help turning their heads away. Master Orochimaru, Mr. Fugaku, good morning. Namikaze Minato warmly greeted the two with his usual sunny smile. Minato, today is your most important day. Orochimaru speaks volumes. Congratulations. Uchiha Fugaku was expressionless. The official campaign for Hokage has not yet started, but the result has long been known. In this regard, Namikaze Minato also did not pretend and accepted the status of the winner openly. With both hands raised in front of him, he bowed respectfully to the two people in front of him. Accepted, seniors. After finishing speaking, I saw Namikaze Minato raised his head held high, showing unprecedented pride. From today, I am Konoha's fourth Hokage. Chapter 137. The purpose of the fourth generation to govern. Chapter 137 Fourth generation goal governance. Namikaze Minato changed his usual humility and showed his pride and boldness for the first time. Orochimaru looked at him blankly at first, as if it was the first day he met this person, and after a while, he couldn't help laughing. It seems that we have all misjudged, and the calculation of the third generation may also be in vain. Uchiha Fugaku didn't respond. From Tianming's mouth, he had already learned about Namikaze Minato's ambition, and now it has been verified. How can such a proud person be willing to bow down to others for a long time? Namikaze Minato turned his gaze to him and said with a smile, Kushina, she misses Mrs. Fugaku. Mr. Fugaku, let's come out for a drink someday. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes moved, thinking what Kushina missed Mrs. Zune, but it was just an excuse for the two of them to have a direct conversation. It seems that, as Tianming guessed, Namikaze Minato intends to change their relationship with Uchiha. Really, I've often heard that Makoto has a good relationship with your wife, so it's better to be respectful than obedient. Uchiha Fugaku chose to respond to the other party's invitation without hesitation. In this regard, Namikaze Minato also flashed a hint of surprise, as if he did not expect the other party to be so straightforward. That's a deal. The two looked at each other and smiled. 887, everything was kept silent. Orochimaru was also a person with a sensitive mind. He quickly realized the hidden mystery of the actions of the two men. I see, things are getting more and more interesting. Episode. The Hokage election has officially begun. The result is no suspense. Namikaze Minato won the election with an overwhelming number of votes. Under the shouts of the public, third generation put the Hokage's hood on Namikaze Minato's head with his own hands, and said kindly, Minato, from today onwards, you are Konoha's fourth Hokage, you must inherit the will of fire. Yes, Lord Third Generation. Namikaze Minato raised his head, the corners of his mouth raised, and his azure blue eyes showed a dazzling light. Advertisement Third Generation was stunned at first, and couldn't help muttering in his heart. This must be an illusion, right? Young people's complacency? Then without waiting for him to take a closer look, Namikaze Minato walked up to the crowd, raising his arms and shouting. I am very glad that everyone can choose me. I, Namikaze Minato, hereby promise that I will definitely, BDFE, live up to everyone's expectations, and I will protect the village to the death, so that everyone can live a happy life. Fourth Generation Project, Fourth Generation Project. Fourth Generation Project. The people erupted into more enthusiastic voices. The reputation of Namikaze Minato was suddenly pushed to the top, even slightly surpassing the previous third Hokage. The scene in front of him made third generation a little dumbfounded. Namikaze Minato's real support rate was so high, which made him a little unexpected. He also overestimated his prestige in the eyes of the people. 10 years ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the famous ninjutsu professor, was naturally unmatched. But now he is still old after all, and he has been in power for many years. How many people are a little tired? They urgently need a young and energetic Hokage to lead them forward. Master Third Generation, thank you very much for your many years of cultivation. Namikaze Minato turned his head and gave the latter his usual sunny smile. Yeah, Third Generation just smiled kindly, but the smile was a little stiff for some reason. The first thing after becoming Hokage, Namikaze Minato announced the promotion of a new batch of Jonin. Some ninjas who have deep experience in some missions but are limited by their personal strength and stay in Chunin are exceptionally promoted to become Jonin. At the same time, disregarding the controversy of age, Kurenai Yuhi and Shizune are listed as Jonin's elite echelon. They will get the best training resources and can learn Konoha's advanced ninjutsu almost unlimited. By the way, Tianming is also promoted to Jonin, no need to participate in the assessment, and a paper certificate will be delivered to the door by express delivery. Tianming didn't pay much attention to this, just put it aside. In addition to the personnel transfer of Konoha's major departments, Namikaze Minato also adopted a big change. Advertisement. This big move more or less involved the interests of some people in Konoha's senior management, which immediately aroused dissatisfaction. At the same time, the most unacceptable thing for them was that Namikaze Minato showed affection to Uchiha. And it is not limited to verbal friendship, but actually grants the police force more powers to show sincerity. Shimura Danzo couldn't take it anymore, and immediately jumped out and angrily denounced Namikaze Minato as benefiting the enemy. But Namikaze Minato strongly refuted, saying that Uchiha is not an enemy, but a companion. This statement occupies the moral high ground, and Shimura Danzo has nothing to say, unless he dares to openly declare war on Uchiha. If hard ones don't work, then soft ones. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left office, he did not retire, but became a member of Konoha's senior management and continued to work behind the scenes. As a teacher, he personally advised Namikaze Minato to be cautious. Namikaze Minato cited Uchiha's full support for his Hokage, and they should reciprocate. At the same time, it was vaguely mentioned that the other party's private transplantation of a Sharingan to Asuma had aroused Uchiha's strong dissatisfaction, and he had to make some concessions to appease the latter's anger. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless for a moment. He has to carry this blame. In this way, in just a few months after the 4th generation project came to power, there was a storm inside Konoha. Namikaze Minato stifled the idea of Konoha executives trying to manipulate him behind the scenes with a strong wrist. In this regard, the people in the upper echelons of the Sleepy Leaves are also quite annoyed. I thought it was us old-timers who promoted you to the position of Hokage. G want to get rid of us. 4th generation, are you trying to rebel? Konoha's high-level executives have been secretly in charge of Konoha's power for many years, and naturally they're not without cards. Now Konoha's 2 branches of Anbu and Hokage are still firmly in the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen, while General is not recognized by anyone but Shimura Danzo. So it was easy for them to embarrass Namikaze Minato. For a while, Namikaze Minato had no Anbu to use, and the policy of giving could not get out of the Hokage building, and fell into a political dilemma. Chapter 138 He is not there, it is still a legend. Chapter 138 He's not here, it's still a legend. After the 4th generation project came to power, it adopted a series of autonomous policies without the consultation of Konoha's senior management. This aroused strong dissatisfaction from Konoha's senior management, and these veterans who played tricks also began to take countermeasures. First, the first step is to limit Anbu's activities. Anbu is a special department affiliated to the central government and has the function of supervising other departments. Therefore, the decrees issued by Hokage to the outside world are usually conveyed by Anbu. Because it is impossible for Hokage to personally say everything, which is against the efficient management of the ruler. Now Konoha's 2 Anbu teams are controlled by the former Hokages Sarutobi Hiruzen and Gen Shimura Danzo respectively. It really makes Namikaze Minato very uncomfortable for them to get stuck here. The Hokage was emptied easily, and the government order could not get out of the Hokage building. HMPH, Minato, you are so arrogant, he didn't take us elders seriously at all. Shimura Danzo said unhappily. Hey, I hope the lesson this time can make him retreat. The 4th generation's policy is too radical. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who retreated to the 2nd line, now often hangs out with the former. In the era of 2nd generation, they are good friends. In the era of 3rd generation purpose, they are contenders. Now in the era of the 4th generation, they have returned to the relationship of good friends. I have to say that fate is really amazing. Hokage office. Namikaze Minato was dealing with a large pile of official documents piled up on the table, looking extremely busy. Papa, there was a light knock on the door, come in. Namikaze Minato didn't raise his head, but only frowned. He keenly sensed the chakra of the Komer. Report, Jonin Yuhihong came to complete the task and return. Report, Jonin Shizune came to complete the task and return. I saw Hong and Shizune, wearing dark green Jonin vests. Compared with their childish faces, they gave off a feeling of immaturity. Advertisement however, ninjas cannot judge a person by appearance alone. Namikaze Minato took over the quest scroll handed in by the 2, and quickly flipped through it, with joy on his face. It only took less than a week to successfully expel all the Prajna congregation of the Forest Kingdom who invaded the border. Well done. Hong, Shizune, you really deserve to be Tianming Lord's people. You're over the top, Lord 4th generation. Red is neither humble nor overbearing, but Namikaze Minato's sentence. Tianming is very useful to those who look at it. Shizune had the same expression. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. The scene was very harmonious. Namikaze Minato is well aware of this. In terms of emotions, he is very understanding. Namikaze Minato couldn't help feeling envious when he thought of Tianming grabbing his left and right hands and enjoying the blessings of everyone. That's great, I also want to open a harem. I'm Hokage, it's not a big problem to marry a few wives. Hey, an angry woman suddenly appeared in my mind, and I saw her long red hair fluttering like a devil's tentacles. Namikaze Minato couldn't help shivering on the spot, dispelling the unrealistic fantasy in his heart instantly. Well, I have a little blood red pepper at home. Fugang is depressed. Ahem, I've worked hard for you all this time. Namikaze Minato adjusted his thoughts, returned to the topic, and said seriously, I'm very sorry, I'm afraid I will continue to trouble you for a while. According to normal working hours, Jonin has a period of vacation after completing a high-level task. But helplessly, not many of Namikaze Minato's current subordinates are reliable. Those who are really capable are Hong and Shizune, the 2 new Jonin, which is really embarrassing. It doesn't matter, Lord 4th generation. With our junior qualifications, we are listed as an elite Q, and we are inevitably despised by our seniors. In order to convince them, the most direct way is to use the actual task completion rate to ruthlessly slap them in the face. Red said stubbornly. She has a strong personality, and she can't tolerate others' contempt. Advertisement, that's right, Mr. Tianming said that actual combat is the best way to improve your strength. Ask for flowers. Shizune said seriously. Actual combat is the best way to improve your strength. This sounds plausible. Namikaze Minato couldn't help complaining in his heart, so why did Tianming's strength unknowingly become more terrifying after 2 years of salting? A month ago, Konoha experienced the first earthquake event since the establishment of the village. Konoha officially declared it to be an ordinary natural phenomenon. But in fact, according to the strong chakra reaction detected by the sensory barrier before the earthquake, this is caused by human factors. This incident immediately caused a huge commotion in the upper layer of Konoha. Who is it that can cause such a huge natural disaster phenomenon? After a detailed investigation, the suspect was finally identified as Tianming. Namikaze Minato also personally came to ask, and finally came up with the answer. I did it. Tianming also straightforwardly admitted that it was his own doing, and the reason was that he was idle and bored, so he exercised his muscles casually. Then, it caused an earthquake that spread throughout Konoha. I'll go. Why don't you go to heaven? Namikaze Minato couldn't laugh or cry. Under his earnest persuasion, Tianming really took the trouble, and finally reluctantly agreed not to engage in such earth-shaking activities in the core area where Konoha lived. However, in the inaccessible suburbs of Konoha, Yindi still trembles from time to time. In other words, upon waking up, a certain mountain in the distance disappeared. For this, Konoha's senior management was deeply annoyed, especially Shimura Danzo took the opportunity to criticize Uchiha, saying that they are a bunch of lunatics and saboteurs, and they should be suppressed as soon as possible. Only Namikaze Minato, the current Hokage, rejected all his proposals. Uchiha said that he is also very innocent, and they can't control this evildoer who went to heaven and earth. However, when everyone in Konoha was powerless, they could only choose to close their eyes and turn a blind eye. Tianming, obviously has not appeared in public for a long time, but his legend still deeply affects many people in Konoha. 4. Chapter 139 A-Level Mission, Catch Spies, Chapter 139. A-Level Mission, Catch Spies, A-Level Mission, Find out the hidden spy ninja. Red holds a new quest scroll. Tracking down spies. Shouldn't this type of mission be done by Anbu? Shizune was puzzled. Anbu has a lot going on recently. Namikaze Minato's eyes shone with a strange light, but he didn't explain too much. Shizune glanced at him suspiciously, but wisely did not ask. No problem, it's on us. Hong doesn't care what the task is, anyway, she accepts it as it is ordered. According to what Tianming usually says, this is called experience brushing. After taking over the task, the two left Hokage's office one after another. 257. Namikaze Minato lay on the chair tiredly, pressed his fingers on the sore brows, and muttered to himself. It's not a problem if this continues, we have to find a way to get rid of the predicament in front of us. After coming out of the Hokage building, Hong and Shizune started the mission vigorously. According to the clues provided on the scroll, the target is likely to be hidden in these two areas. Hong held a Konoha map in his hand, and drew circles in two places. Of these two places, one is the death forest in the military restricted zone, and the other is the fighting dojo. If I remember correctly, the latter should be the property of the Hyuga clan, right? Shizune said in surprise. That's right, for the enemy to engage in espionage activities, they must first find an inaccessible stronghold. The death forest is Konoha's military restricted area, and there are usually only a few approved ninjas. Enter it to practice ninjutsu, or it can also serve as the occasional Chunin examination room. Generally few people can set foot on it. As far as the martial arts dojo is concerned, it is basically a training ground exclusively for the Hyuga clan. There are not many of them, but they occupy such a large dojo, which is also very suitable as a lurking place. Hong analyzed seriously. Okay, since there are two suspicious locations, let's split up. Shizune suggested. Since practicing the forbidden technique on the Book of Seals, the strength of the two has also risen to a higher level, and at the same time they have the ability to be independent. Okay. Then I'll go to the Forest of Death. I've been there to practice before, so I'm familiar with it after all. Red nodded. Then I'll go to Hyuga's dojo. Advertisement. Shizune stood up. The two of them reached out and punched each other tacitly. They didn't say much nonsense, they turned around and left. Whoosh, whoosh, the two moved in different directions and started to act. In an inconspicuous corner, I saw two figures in Enbu uniforms, reporting in different directions. Hong came to the destination Forest of Death, certificate. Konoha shinobi who was in charge of guarding, routine questioning. Give. Hong skillfully took out a piece of proof. Before entrusting the task, Namikaze Minato signed a pass to enter the death forest to facilitate the task. Please wait a moment, I want to verify the spell above. I saw that it was a young female ninja who started to examine after receiving the certificate. Red's eyes moved slightly, and he thought to himself, so rigorous, could it be that something really happened here? Another old ninja stepped forward to greet him. What an amazing little girl, she became a jonin at such a young age, she envied us useless old-timers first. Although the other party talked about envy, he didn't show too much jealousy, just a generous elder's attitude. Senior was joking. You are in charge of guarding Konoha's important military restricted zone. Isn't this a proof of the village's trust in you? Hong smiled lightly. Haha, you really can talk. Who doesn't like flattery? The old ninja has a grin on his face. At this time, Hong's voice changed, and she pretended to ask casually, by the way, Senior, has anyone come here to practice recently? Yes. Now that the 4th generation project is on stage, it advocates not to value the background of a famous family. As long as you have the ability, you can entrust important tasks. Everyone is busy practicing, hoping to have a good future. When the old ninja mentioned the purpose of the 4th generation, his face could not help showing admiration. Little girl, are you also here to practice? Advertisement? Yes. Red nodded. At this time, the ninja who was in charge of the inspection also completed the proofreading of the spell. Jonin Yuhihong, you can go in now. Please use local materials for food and water, and the stay time cannot exceed 72 hours. The young female ninja glanced at her, a look of jealousy flashed across her face, and she couldn't help muttering. Just this girl can become a Jonin. In addition, there is the jealousy of a woman's appearance. F***K. Is it reasonable to still look so beautiful? Hong also seemed to be aware of the other party's unfriendly attitude, but she didn't even look at the other party. Speechless is the greatest contempt. Tisk. The young female ninja stared unhappily at Hong, who walked into the death forest, and cursed meanly. HMPH. Be careful not to be torn apart by the beasts inside. There are many ferocious beasts in captivity in the death forest. The purpose is to serve as training hands for ninjas who enter it. Even Chunin is not guaranteed to stay inside unscathed for 3 days. However, being ignorant, she didn't know that to Jonin, the so-called beasts were just pets that could be played with. On the other side, Shizune also came to the martial arts gym. Hi, I'm here for physical training, Shizune said with an excuse in mind. Hyuga's people first looked at her for a while, thinking 1.5 that this thin little sampan woman is also practicing a fard technique. But when his gaze landed on Shizune's vest, he couldn't help but startled. Are you Chunin? Forehead, Shizune wants to say that she is actually Jonin. But it is no wonder that the uniforms of Chunin and Jonin are basically the same style. Judging from Shizune's immature face, it is not surprising that the other party subconsciously thinks it is Chunin. On the contrary, the other party thinks that Shizune has become a Chunin at this age, which is already very impressive. The other party looked at her suspiciously for the last few times, and because of the identity of Chunin, he also put away his contemptuous attitude. Personal training, 500 taels an hour. There are people from our Hyuga clan in the dojo who can provide opponents, 2,000 taels an hour. Chapter 140 Shizune Kicks the Hall. Chapter 140 Shizune Kick Hall. In addition to being the daily practice place of the Hyuga clan, the martial arts dojo will also be open to the public. Choose personal training, 2 hours. Shizune readily took out 1,000 taels. Anyway, all the tasks are used in public funds, and they can be reimbursed after completing the tasks. In the spacious dojo, there are multiple training areas. Shizune scanned the surroundings inadvertently, and found that there were not a few ninjas trained from outside, and most of them chose to practice with members of the Hyuga clan. After all, the Hyuga family is an ancient and famous family in Konoha, and the body art gentle fist passed down from generation to generation is also a move that is famous in the ninja world. If you want to improve your martial arts level, it is best to find someone from the Hyuga family to practice with. For the Hyuga family, they are also willing to accompany them. After all, sparring is also mutual, and exchanging physical skills with the outside world will also help their own growth. Of course, the most important point is one word, money. However, today Shizune is here to investigate whether there are any suspicious people, not 13 practicing physical skills, so he chooses personal training. I came to an empty space by myself, where sandbags, puppets and other personal cultivation props were placed. Shizune pretended to be kicking the sandbag carelessly, but actually secretly observed the suspicious people around him. But they don't know that her spying behavior is itself very suspicious. The people of the Hyuga family are all people with sharp eyesight, and they quickly noticed the abnormality of the static quality. Hey, little girl, you're a bit unfamiliar. Is this your first time visiting our Hyuga's dojo? I saw a Hyuga youth walking towards Shizune. Yes. Shizune casually said something perfunctory. Training alone is so boring. As the saying goes, actual combat is the best way to improve your strength, are you right? Hyuga youth is serious and serious. Shizune was speechless and could only respond. But, I didn't ask for a sparring partner. It doesn't matter, when facing a first-time guest, it should be warmly entertained. While speaking, the young Hyuga raised his fingers with both hands, looking eager to fight. Now Shizune finally understood that the other party was looking for faults, and felt speechless. She is here to carry out a mission. How can she have time to play ninja games with a weak chicken in front of her? Advertisement. This is not blowing. When she was looking for a suspicious target just now, she also observed the Hyuga clan who were training. On the surface, they were fighting with fists and kicks, but in fact most of them were just putting on airs, at least for Jonin like her, is like a child's play. Sorry, I don't need a sparring partner. Shizune refused without thinking. It's just that this kind of evasive behavior looks even more suspicious in the eyes of the other party. You're welcome, just take it, don't worry, I'll be merciful. A cold light flashed in Hyuga's youth's eyes, and he immediately raised his hands in the gentle fist gesture. What the hell? Shizune was speechless, she really wanted to complain. Seeing that Shizune was still indifferent, a look of impatience flashed across the young Hyuga's face, and he said coldly, if you don't attack, then I will pass. After all, he slapped him with a palm, too slow. Shizune stretched out 2 fingers, aimed at the back of the opponent's waving hand and poked lightly. What? In the bewildered gaze of the other party, the youth Hyuga only felt a huge force forcing his palm to shift downward, and then he lost his center of gravity and fell forward to the ground. Plop, with the sound of falling on the field, it immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding training people. When their eyes fell on the young Hyuga who fell to the ground, they couldn't help showing surprise on their faces. Having made a fool of himself in front of everyone, young Hyuga's face suddenly turned green and then pale. Forehead, Shizune also had a face full of surprise. She didn't expect the opponent to be so careless, and fell to the ground with a single blow. If this was a battlefield, the opponent would have been killed or injured 10 times or 8 times. There is a difference between a ninja who has been on the battlefield and a ninja who has not been on the battlefield. Thinking of this, Shizune couldn't help shaking his head. You? Seeing the other party's disappointed expression, Hyuga youth suddenly became a little annoyed, stood up suddenly, and shouted, "Good guy." So he came to kick the hall. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the Hyuga tribe immediately received unfriendly looks, and then they all moved closer to this side. The ninjas around also stopped training. 10 looks like eating melons and watching a show. Advertisement. Shizune didn't know what expression to put on at this moment. She's here to perform a mission, not to play. How dare you choose the Hyuga clan? I want to see how capable you are. While talking, the Hyuga youth waved his palms and attacked again without giving the other party a chance to explain. In fact, he thought too much. Under Tianming's tune teach impact. Shizune also pursues the character of being able to do it, but not being forced. Since the other party is deliberately provoking trouble, she doesn't need to be polite. Concentrate chakra on the fist, no bells and whistles, face the punch. Weird power. This is Shizune's taijutsu practiced after receiving Konoha's key training. Derived from the Senju family 793, it needs to concentrate chakra on one point, so as to burst out powerful destructive power, and has high requirements for control. Young Hyuga felt as if his palms had been hit by a hammer, and the huge impact instantly sent him flying. Hitting his back hard against the wall of the dojo, Hyuga youth rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. Wow! The explosive scene in front of him immediately drew shouts from the surrounding people who were eating melons. At the same time, it made the rest of the Hyuga tribe even more embarrassing. After confirming that Shizune is here to kick the gym today, the Hyuga clan immediately rushed forward angrily. Gentle fist. Facing Hyuga, who is outnumbered and powerful, Shizune is not panicked at all. She is someone who has seen the big scenes of war. How can she be afraid of the mob in front of her? Boom. 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 I saw Shizune punching a small friend, and knocking out the approaching Hyuga one by one. In less than a cup of tea, all the Hyuga in the dojo were knocked down. The result really fulfilled the words of the Hyuga youth in front, kick the hall. Chapter 141 Capture the Spy Ninja. Chapter 141 Capture the Spy Ninja. Dead forest. Hong stepped on the wet grass, carefully checking the possible clues around. Really found a lot of traces of ninja activities. Advertisements such as burnt branches, leftover animal bones, and scratches left by ninja tools. However, this cannot be judged to be the trace left by the spy ninja. Because there are also Konoha shinobi who practice here from time to time. Hong's investigation reached a stalemate, thinking that this spy ninja really knows where to go. As long as ninjas are active, they will leave more or less traces. Since it cannot be eliminated, it is better to mix into the environment of other ninjas to hide their own traces. But from another perspective, the more difficult a place to investigate, the more likely it is a hiding place for spies, isn't it? Hong did not give up and continued to search around. It also found a few places that she thought were suspicious. There are traces of life, but there are no traces of ninjutsu destruction around. Most of the Konoha shinobi who enter the death forest come to practice ninjutsu, so they will inevitably cause damage. This is very suspicious. Having finally found a useful clue, Hong is ready to follow the clues and continue to investigate. But the time flies by. The upper limit of staying in the death forest is 72 hours. If you don't come out after the time, this is considered a serious violation. After all, this is a military restricted area, and it's not a place where you can come and go as you please. After weighing the pros and cons briefly, Hong decisively chose to stay illegally. She's no ninja who sticks to the rules. Hong has made up his mind to find out the hidden spy ninja. However, what she didn't know was that because of her illegal stay, the female ninja in charge of guarding maliciously reported to Anbu. There is never a shortage of villains in this world. Sue, I saw a figure quickly passing through the mountains and forests. Finally let me catch you. The red eyes burst out with a frightening light, and they followed closely. Depend on. The spy ninja couldn't help but curse inwardly. He has been lurking in the death forest for a long time, and through spying, he has collected information on many Konoha shinobi practitioners who came here to practice. Originally, I was happy today, and continued to record information with a small notebook. Advertisement. Then he accidentally found a girl who seemed to be looking for something. Out of curiosity, the spy ninja kept following him, wanting to see what the other party was looking for. Hey, why is this search method so familiar? It's almost like searching for a lurker nearby. Wait, isn't this lurker just me? The spy ninja was swaying profusely, like a thief, staring at the police from behind, wondering when the other party would find him. Isn't this just death? Realizing that something was wrong, the spy ninja prepared to give up the trail and leave quietly. However, he had to pay for his curiosity. Just when he was about to leave, he inadvertently made a trace of abnormal movement, which was captured by Hong. After Hong found the other party, his head was also full of black lines. I have been looking for the target for so long, and now I am approaching her actively. It is equivalent to the prey running in front of the hunter. Funny. The spy ninja is calm. Isn't he just a girl ninja? I'm also a special jonin in the village anyway. Illusion blade of killing intent. Blood. The horror of thousands of swords piercing the heart. The spy ninja deserves to be in the base camp of the enemy country all the year round, and has a very strong psychological quality. After a moment of fear, he decisively picked up a handful of kunai and severed one of his fingers. Puff. The severe pain of the severed finger made him break away from the illusion in an instant, turn around and ran away immediately. At this time, he was already deeply terrified. The Konoha girl in front of her can easily make him fall into an illusion, and her strength is definitely beyond the ordinary. Conservative estimates are also at the level of Jonin. Damn it, so young Jonin, does Konoha have so many talents? I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Hong waved his hand and threw a kunai. The sharp-eyed spy ninja noticed the detonating talisman tied to it and immediately dared not connect it. Boom. The airwave of the explosion made the other party pause in their escaping steps. Whoosh, advertisement. The red figure immediately chased after him. Don't get too carried away. The spy ninja turned around abruptly, and Uchiha kunai stabbed into Hong's body viciously. However, there was no blood spatter as expected. Illusion bubble technique. I saw Hong's body trembling, turning into a large number of crows and flying away. Quack quack quack. The crow's hoarse cry also seemed to carry a mocking meaning, and the latter was extremely annoyed. Damn it. Is it an illusion again? The spy ninja has quick reflexes, scrambling his hands to scramble his own chakra. Untie. Shish. I saw the few flying crows turning into shurikens and attacking from all directions. Ah, the spy ninja was beaten bloody, and the cloak was knocked off his head. But on his forehead, there is no corresponding ninja forehead protector. For him who is engaged in espionage activities, it is understandable that he cannot reveal his identity. Don't worry, I don't intend to ask which hidden village you are from. Anyway, the illusion torture will let you reveal the truth yourself. While Hong was talking, Guangming, Zhao Nuahao, walked towards the ladder. Damn little girl. The spy ninja is P******D, clutching kunai in his hand, infused with earth-style powers, greatly enhancing his weapon's strength. However, this did not stop Hong from continuing to move forward, and said calmly, I advise you not to make such unnecessary resistance. Are you really sure that what you see in front of me? Not a hallucination. As soon as these words came out, Yi Shi froze the spy ninja who was about to step forward to do his best. Quickly and carefully check your own chakra. Huh? The flow of chakra is also normal. I am not under the illusion? The spy ninja was puzzled. Well, I lied to you. The red eyebrows are raised, and the eyebrows are playing with each other. You. The spy ninja was furious. However, at this time, the long-awaited powerful illusion was officially launched. Illusion Tree Binding Kill. Chapter 142 Dark Walk, Technique. Chapter 142 Dark Row, Technique. The strange big tree grew from the bottom of his feet and spread all the way to his whole body, like a restraint table for death penalty, binding him so that he couldn't move. The spy ninja has been captured. I didn't expect that I would be defeated by a little girl. Advertisement. The other party had obviously given up struggling, with a dejected look on his face. He was deeply trapped in the illusion, and he couldn't even kill himself. Hey, I am Konoha Elite Jonin Kurenai Yuhi, you are not ashamed to lose to me. Hong took out a leather rope, expertly tied up the opponent, and stuck a sealing charm on it. The task of catching the spy ninja has been completed, and the next step is to bring the prisoner to the interrogation department to interrogate the information. A cold light flickered into Crimson eyes, and Hong suddenly turned around and shouted towards a certain bush. Come out, you sneaky, what do you want? Nothing happened. There was a sudden chill on the red face, and he said coldly, you want me to drag you out with my own hands, right? Whoosh, as soon as the words were finished, 3 figures appeared quickly from the bushes, treetops and a rock next door. I saw them wearing 800 black cloaks and masks. Anbu? What do you mean by that? Red brow wrinkled. Authentic. This sentence, we should be asking you. Anbu said in a reprimanded tone. It has always been our Anbu's duty to capture spy ninjas. You not only blatantly violated the rules and stayed in the dead forest, but also shot at the prey we have been tracking for a long time. Konoha and Yuhihong, are you too ignorant of the rules? Catch the spy ninja. This is the task that Master 4th Generation personally enacted to me. Hong took out the mission scroll from his pocket. However, Anbu didn't buy it and retorted. Even Mr. Hokage, you can't break the rules. In a ninja world, a ninja who doesn't follow the rules is trash. Tisk. You really dare to say it? Hong looked disdainfully at Anbu who was talking nonsense in front of him and said coldly. If you want to do it, just do it. Jung, fight. Surprisingly, the 3 opponents drew their ninja swords without any hesitation. Yuhihong, say it one last time, give us the spy ninja in your hands, otherwise. What will happen? Facing Anbu's threat, Hong didn't have the slightest fear at all, and tied the leather rope to Kuei, and then fixed it on the ground. Advertisement, then don't blame us for being rude. Do it. Fire-style dragon fire technique. The start is a scorching flame shockwave. The red figure retreated. One of the opponents wielded a ninja knife to chase after Hong, while the other went to snatch the spy ninja. Successful, however, just as he stretched out his hand to grab the ladder, he found that his palm had penetrated through it. What? In a blink of an eye, I saw dozens of spy ninja figures in the surrounding area, and it was impossible to tell the real from the fake. Damn it. Is it the illusion enchantment that was secretly set up just now? Anbu and others were shown their faces, and their brains were extinguished. Joke. How could I hand over the prisoner I have spent so much effort to catch to you? Hong sneered. Imprisoned by the illusion, the spy ninja standing in place was speechless. Has he actually become the prize that Konoha's 2 gangs are fighting for? Yuhihong. I think you are courting death. The 3 of Anbu immediately pointed their finger at Hong. Just in time. The fighting spirit in the red eyes was strong, and he did not back down, and after making seals with both hands, he met him head on. Boom! After the opponent made a knife, it became a wooden stake. Body replacement technique. This kind of trick is also used to lose BDEH people. Water-style water barrier. The water flow around it washed away Hong, who was trying to attack from behind. Then the third man unleashes a powerful flying kick. Leaf hurricane. Quack quack quack. Hong, who was kicked, turned into a crow and scattered. Cut. Another illusion, leaning against each other. I saw that the three cooperated tacitly, sticking together back to back for the first time, and at the same time injecting chakra into their teammates. Untie. Advertisement. Untie. Untie. After dispelling the illusion, the crow turned into a shuriken and shot from all directions. But the three of them have already set up a defensive camp, and they only need to deal with one side of the shuriken. Ding ding ding, he swung his sword and slashed quickly, knocking down the shuriken. As expected of Anbu, it really isn't that easy to solve. Hong's figure appeared on a certain treetop, and I saw that the knots in her hands changed rapidly, and a large amount of chakra was raised in her body in one breath. Not good. Stop her. The three of Anbu keenly sensed that something was wrong, and immediately rushed forward. Late. Hong put his hands together in the end, and saw that with him as the center, the dark curtain spread rapidly to the surroundings. The three of Anbu were caught off guard, and all fell into the dark. Is this a smokescreen? No, there's no light at all. Hello? Number 4 and 5, can you hear me? No sound at all? Damn. What level of illusion is this? The three of them panicked immediately. Their companions were all nearby, but they couldn't sense each other's existence. Illusion Dark Walk Technique. This is the forbidden technique from the Book of Seals. It can form a strange shady scene that captures the enemy's vision and hearing. It belongs to advanced illusions. Phew, finally solved. Hong's breathing was a little short, obviously this move cost her a lot. But the effect was also very obvious, and Anbu's fighting ability was abolished in one fell swoop. Shish. Hong casually threw out 3 kunai. The 3 people, who looked like blind men, were hit without exception, and they screamed tragically. However, what is even more frightening is that in this dark scene, no sound can be heard, and it is like a dead world. At this time, the 3 of Anbu have become shackles in the urn, and they have no choice but to catch them without fighting. If you don't have the skills, don't imitate other people's tricks. Hong took out 3 spare leather ropes from his pocket and walked into the shady scene. After a while, the shady scenes gradually dissipated, and the Anbu 3 appeared in the field of vision, just like the spy ninjas, tied up by 5 flowers. Chapter 143 Mission to Rain Shinobi Village, Tianming is online. Chapter 143 Mission Rain Shinobi Village, Tianming is online. Hokage Office. Namikaze Minato looked at the handed-in mission scroll and couldn't help feeling a headache. First, Shizune went to the martial arts dojo to investigate, to no avail, and then kicked a gym. It made the Hyuga clan very angry, and decided that Shizune was sent by him, Hokage, and deliberately provoked. Namikaze Minato has nothing to say about this, and can only apologize repeatedly. Red managed to capture the spy ninja, but the problem is that he also captured the 3 Anbu. One of them is a subordinate of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and 2 are the roots of Shimura Danzo. Under the current sensitive political situation in Konoha, this matter is naturally interpreted as Hokage's tough policy to demonstrate authority. This made the misunderstanding between Namikaze Minato and the rest of Konoha's high-level leaders deeper. Of course, let's talk about the facts. Namikaze Minato would not blame Hong and Shizune. After all, according to the mission report, it was the opponent who attacked first, and they were just passive defense. Although it is said that there is a suspicion of excessive defense. But he can't pursue it. After all, Hong and Shizune are the only powerful factions that Hokage can mobilize at present. Shouldn't Hokage break his own arms if he blamed them? At the same time, I didn't dare to pursue it. You must know that those 2 girls are some evil people from Konoha. Annoying the latter is not something that can be solved only through communication. In case Tianming gets upset, it wouldn't be surprising if the entire Konoha was shaken. Do whatever they want, this kind of person is the most difficult to speculate on their minds. Therefore, in the face of Hyuga's accountability and Konoha's high-level blame, Namikaze Minato is also determined. Recently, you have been working a lot, do you need a break? Namikaze Minato asked with concern. No need, a task of this level is far from being difficult. Hong looked like he was still not satisfied. Yes, Lord 4th Generation, please give us a more difficult task. Shizune agrees. Crushing a group of weak Hyuga chickens at the dojo today, it's so boring. That's right. Namikaze Minato was swaying profusely, thinking how did these 2 girls grow up to be so cruel. It's just like her Kushina. But the 2 girls were able to join Tianming together with all sincerity, and Namikaze Minato said that he had nothing to say except for one awesome sentence. Advertisement. Namikaze Minato thought for a while, and put the 2 young and vigorous girls Jonin on a mission in the village, not knowing what troubles would be caused. Correct. As if remembering something, Namikaze Minato took out a brand new scroll from the drawer. Read, Shizune, I'll do my best to make a trip. After Hong took the scroll and opened it, she couldn't help frowning. B-level mission, envoy to Rain Shinobi Village? Shizune is also a little dissatisfied. Why is it a B-level task? For us, it's not difficult. Ahem, Namikaze Minato thought that others are afraid of dangerous tasks, so you 2 like to challenge difficult ones, so he could only resort to tricks. Actually, this task is not easy. Rain Shinobi Village is a closed village, we don't have much intelligence. The mission has a certain degree of risk. Call, a small hidden village, how can there be any danger? Hong rolled her eyes, looking like you're not trying to lie to me. That's it, Lord 4th Generation, please don't deceive ignorant girls. Shizune curled his lips with a disgusted look on his face. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but hold his forehead, thinking how hard it is for girls to be cheated now. When he lied to Kushina, but alas, I did not say anything. You'd better not be too careless, Rain Shinobi Village also has a very powerful ninja, that is the Hanzo of the Salamander who dominates the ninja world. Namikaze Minato said seriously, well, there is such a character. Hong reluctantly nodded. But our mission this time should only be a diplomatic visit? Shizune asked. Yes, a routine visit. Namikaze Minato immediately reminded. However, it is said that the Kingdom of Rain has been divided for a long time, due to constant wars. You should also be careful during your trip. The danger, well, it's on us, asking for flowers. As soon as Hong heard that there was danger, her wine-red eyes could not help but light up. According to Tianming, it means seeing the experience package. Watching the two of them take over the task and leave the office, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Advertisement since they were going to travel far away, both Hong and Shizune came to Tianming's house tacitly. As close people, it is necessary to inform them. Huh? Mission? Mission to Rain Shinobi Village? Tianming, who was lazily lying on the beach chair, opened his eyes slightly. Yeah, what's wrong with this mission? Hong asked strangely. Could it be Mr. Tianming who is reluctant to part with us? Zero Shizune made a playful joke. Right, Tianming gave the latter a knowing blow without hesitation. So direct. Shizune's face suddenly turned red. Hong also turned her face away, but she could vaguely see her involuntarily raised mouth, lips. Isn't that natural? Tianming suddenly stood up, put his left hand and right hand on the two of them respectively, and said with a light smile. It's been a long time since I went online. For this trip, count me in. Huh? Tianming is also going to the mission? Hong suddenly revealed a look of surprise. This is not in line with the salted fish life of the latter. In fact, Yin Ming couldn't bear it. There is a more important reason. The problem is Rain Shinobi Village. He clearly knew that Rain Shinobi Village was the place where the Akatsuki organization was hatched. According to the original plot, the current Akatsuki has been ambushed by Hanzo of the Salamander, and Pain was born. But since Uchiha Obito has not been blackened, there is no such thing as bewitching Nagato. The world line has already changed, and the information of the original plot has become unreliable. Therefore, Tianming does not know what the current situation of Rain Shinobi Village is. To be cautious, Tianming is going to follow Hong and Shizune on this trip. Of course, there is another reason. He was bored in Konoha. Chapter 144. Soaring Pegasus. Chapter 144 Soar. The land of rain borders on the three great countries of Fireland, Earthland, and Windland, living in the cracks worthy of the name. During the Second Ninja World War, it became the main battlefield of the melee of the three great powers. Caused immeasurable losses. But even so, because Konoha finally won the war, the weak rain country had to move closer to it and become an allied country. Then, in the Third Ninja World War, Konoha won a complete victory, and the master-slave relationship between the two sides must continue. Today, Konoha sent a mission to visit Rain Shinobi Village, which is precisely for this purpose. It's been a long time, all members of our 9th class are taking action. There was a sweet smile on Hong's face, obviously looking forward to this action. If someone, 013, doesn't go out, he will really become a salted fish, it's still expired and smelly. While talking, Shizune pinched his nose playfully, looking disgusted. Yes? Tianming turned his head, put his mouth and lips on Shizune's ear and exhaled lightly, teasingly asked, is it really that smelly? Alas! A gust of hot air came from the sensitive ears, which made Shizune shiver uncontrollably. Hong on the side couldn't help but hold his forehead, shook his head and said, what are you doing? This is completely incompatible with the various nicknames in the ninja world. It's just a false name, so why bother? Tianming said disapprovingly. With his personality, he acts as he pleases and never cares about other people's opinions. So far, the halos on his head have ranged from genius to waste to evildoer. So what? I am still me, Uchiha Tianming. Oh, right. From here to Rain Shinobi Village, how long is it on foot? Tianming asked suddenly. It will take about 3 days to move forward with the uniform speed of a ninja. Shizune held out his finger and made an estimate. What's the matter? It's been too long since you've been active, you can't even stand this little journey, can you? Advertisement Hong asked strangely. That's not what it means, I always feel that walking on foot is a bit boring. Tianming looked at the endless prairie in front of him, this green and healthy color made him feel sleepy. After leaving Konoha, heading north, there's a long section of plains. That's right, that's why we're walking and talking nonsense here. Hong spread out his hands. Mr. Tianming, do you want to take a carriage? Shizune reminded. No way, ordinary people's vehicles are not as strong as ninjas' legs. Hearing this, Tianming smiled mysteriously and said softly. A horse is a horse, but it's not the kind that runs on the ground. Hong and Shizune were taken aback for a moment, and then subconsciously recalled the beautiful white Pegasus in their minds. That's right, I almost forgot that Mr. Tianming owns a beautiful flying summoning beast. Shizune said excitedly. Correct. I saw Tianming took out a golden rain, and a huge chakra spewed out. Noble phantasm. Reigns of Rider. When the treasure was activated, a dazzling white light appeared out of thin air in front of the golden rain. Shua, a pair of slender white wings stretched out to both sides, and the snow-white feathers flying all over the sky. The legendary beast Pegasus appeared in a beautiful posture. Humor, the Pegasus let out a pleasant neighing sound. Hong and Shizune couldn't help but stare dumbfounded. Although it is not the first time I have seen it, I only watched it from a distance when I was on the battlefield last time, and now I can observe it up close, which is really exciting. That. Mr. Tianming, can I touch it? Shizune's eyes sparkled, and he said excitedly. Yes, the child is still very docile. Tianming stretched out his hand to caress Tianma's head, and the latter also rubbed against him affectionately. Advertisement Hong and Shizune also rushed up quickly, touching the latter cautiously. Wow, it's so warm and comfortable, I really want to hug it and sleep comfortably. Tianming jumped up, got on the horse, and stretched out his hands to the two of them at the same time. Come on, take you pretend take you fly. The two put their hands on Tianming's palms respectively, and the latter held them with one hand, and skillfully pulled them onto the Tianming horse. There are 3 of us, can your summoning beast really bear it? Hong was a little worried and authentic. Don't worry, it's a new demons from the Age of Gods, even if it can carry a mountain on its back, it won't be a problem. Tianming said confidently, then, let's start. After receiving Tianming's mental instruction, Tianma immediately took action. Shua, I saw its pair of big wings lightly flapped, and without much effort, the updraft generated lifted up the Pegasus in an instant. Hong and Shizune, who were sitting on it, only felt that after losing their balance for a short time, the field of vision in front of them rose rapidly, and in a blink of an eye they reached the point where they could be level with the clouds. Wow, we really reached the sky. It's the first time I look at the world from this angle, and I really have a feeling that can't be explained in words. It seems that you like it very much, Tenma nodded with a smile. Before that, he had tried countless times to ride a Pegasus and soar in the sky. Many times, when Konoha looks up, he will vaguely see a white shadow passing by, like a shooting star. This caused a lot of commotion in the village. In this regard, Konoha's high-level officials had no choice but to release the official news from 0.9, saying that it was a test of some high-level ninjutsu, and the strategic deception passed. Let's go to Rain Shinobi Village like this, it will take about an hour or two to arrive at full speed, sit tight. Let the horse race begin. Tianming held the golden rein tightly with both hands, using this to control the flight path of Tianma. What do you want? Faintly feeling a huge chakra drive, there is a sense of foreboding in the red heart. Wait. Before the two girls could react, a rush of air rushed towards their faces, and they could only feel the huge inertia causing their bodies to fall backwards, so they could only subconsciously hug Tianming in front of them. Buzz buzz buzz, on the clear blue sky, a white light and shadow flashed past at a speed that is hard to see with the naked eye, leaving bursts of sonic booms resounding through the sky. Chapter 145. Hanzo and Akatsuki Organization. Chapter 145. Hanzo and Akatsuki Organization. Rain Shinobi Village. The main guard tower, built in the very center of the village, is also the tallest building. This not only represents the supreme authority of Rain Shinobi Village. Standing here, you can also overlook the panorama of Rain Shinobi Village, so as to achieve the effect of surveillance. As the head of Rain Shinobi Village, Hanzo of the Salamander lives here. Because he has been wearing a mask that covers most of his face for a long time, people cannot know his real appearance. He has long gray chestnut hair, and if you look carefully, you can see that there are many pale hairs mixed in it. Once known as the half-god, regarded as the top ninja in the ninja world, he defeated Konoha Sannin in the Second Ninja World War, a legendary figure. But this is all in the past tense. Today's Hanzo is inevitably aging and the result of declining strength. Not only is it unable to lead Rain Shinobi Village to become stronger, but it is also somewhat powerless to hold on to this foundation. The Third Ninja World War broke out, and Konoha fell into the quagmire of the war. Hanzo took the opportunity to close the border, trying to get rid of Konoha's influence and seek independence. But unfortunately, this Ninja World War only lasted for 3 years before it ended early, and Konoha won a complete victory. The newly appointed 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, another young and promising activist, immediately sent a greeting of concern to Rain Shinobi Village, and said that he would send an envoy to Rain Shinobi Village for a friendly visit. Hanzo was deeply disappointed by this, because his lifelong ideal was to lead Rain Shinobi Village to get rid of the control of the big powers, that is, to become independent. Now Namikaze Minato is clearly going to shine the light of Konoha to Rain Shinobi Village. We are friendly neighbors, how can you close the door? Open the door. Send the alliance. Facing the incomparably powerful Konoha, Rain Shinobi Village couldn't say no at all. Since there is no way to get rid of the alliance with Konoha, at least we must sign a specific treaty to win some benefits for Rain Shinobi Village. For this reason, Hanzo needs to increase his bargaining chips. Here, it has to be mentioned that the Kingdom of Rain is currently in a stage of splitting. In addition to the Rain Shinobi Village under Hanzo's rule, there is also the Rain Shinobi Village established by the rebel base. Neither side recognizes the legal status of the other. Advertisement. It is rumored that behind the rebels, there is support from Ruoyan and San Shinobi. Violent attacks are often taken, causing huge casualties. Hanzo is really powerless to destroy it, so he can only let it exist. This situation has been going on for a full 10 years, and this small country has been bleeding. Until recently, an organization named Shao became famous. They advocated peace, but not only their words were nice, the important thing was that they had good strength. Act spontaneously to stop the rebels from attacking the village. Seeing that it was profitable, Hanzo prepared to send troops to attack the rebel base quickly. Who didn't know that they stopped them again, saying that violence can't solve the problem, and peace is the future of Rain Shinobi village. Hanzo is very annoyed. What kind of nonsense is this? The Rain Shinobi he represents is authorized by the daimyo of the Land of Rain, and has indisputable legitimacy. It is only right and proper to eradicate the rebels who split the country. The Akatsuki organization told him to live in peace with the rebels? Hey, another bunch of lawless traitors. Do you think I, Hanzo of the Salamander, would listen to your nonsense? Alright, you can't listen, because the Akatsuki organization soon showed more powerful power, and after defeating the rebels many times, they successfully incorporated their forces and established another Rain Shinobi village. Today, Yahiko, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, has proposed to him many times, hoping to end the civil war as soon as possible and achieve peaceful coexistence between the two sides. Coexist NMB, Rain Shinobi village is mine. It is the foundation that I worked hard with countless blood from the jaws of the three great powers in the Second Ninja World War. From an emotional point of view, Hanzo would never agree that Akatsuki was equal to him anyway. But due to reality, he had to agree to negotiate with the latter. The reason is the threat from the outside, and Konoha is about to reach in. In order to increase the bargaining chip with Konoha, Hanzo must cooperate with Akatsuki. Whoosh, in the dark, a subordinate appeared to report. Advertisement, Master Hanzo, Akatsuki's people have arrived. How many people are here? Hanzo's voice was low and authentic. 50 people, from the feedback of the perception force, each of them has a strong chakra, some strong characters, and they are fully armed. The voice of that subordinate was slightly trembling. 50 people, it seems that Akatsuki's elites have come out in full force, and they even brought weapons. Is this what you call peace? Hanzo sneered. Shao organization. I saw that all of them were wearing uniform gray cloaks and a self-made version of the Rain Shinobi forehead protector on their foreheads. Yahiko looked at the ninja sword in his hand, and said with some hesitation, there are so many of us, and we are fully armed, will we scare Lord Hanzo? HMPH. Just to scare him, a trace of resentment flashed in Joju's eyes. Before that, he was one of the leaders of the Rain Shinobi rebels, and was hunted down by Hanzo and suffered heavy casualties. Now after joining Akatsuki's 810, he still retains his hatred for Hanzo. Juzu, don't be like this, when will the injustice be repaid? Nagato patted his shoulder with one hand, persuading him gently. Hey, Nagato, you are so kind. I don't even know what kind of person Hanzo is. That guy is a cruel man who does anything to achieve his goals. He killed many of our companions in the past. Dafo, like Jusuke, was a member of the original rebels. To be honest, they were forced too hard by Hanzo, so they had to seek refuge in Akatsuki's organization. Conan came out to mediate and said, everyone is a companion, don't quarrel, today we are here to negotiate, please restrain yourself. We came with a peaceful heart, but we have to be careful, so we let everyone equip weapons, isn't it? It seems that this is the only way. Yahiko sighed. Originally he planned to negotiate with Hanzo alone. However, he was dissuaded by the members of the organization, thinking that as a leader, it was too dangerous to go deep into the enemy camp. So it became the departure of all the elites of Akatsuki. In addition, there are many ninjas in the organization who were originally from the rebel army. They have a strong hostility towards Hanzo, and it is understandable to wear weapons. Chapter 146 Arriving at Rain Shinobi Village. Chapter 146 Arrive at Rain Shinobi Village. Hanzo led the Rain Shinobi elite to be fully armed, and even summoned his strongest summoning beast Sancho to enhance deterrence. According to the agreed time, on the plain 30 miles away from Rain Shinobi Village, meet with the Akatsuki organization. Even the salamander fish has been summoned, and Hanzo really wants to. Hadosuke stared at the latter with disgust. Hadosuke, don't be rude to Lord Hanzo. Yahiko scolded the latter, and at the same time apologized to Hanzo in front of him. Sorry, Master Hanzo. Please forgive my companion for being reckless. You are the leader of Akatsuki, Yahiko? Hanzo looked at the latter with a surprised face, that extraordinarily young face. It's right down. Yahiko cupped his hands, neither humble nor overbearing, and said sincerely, we Shao-Yi sincerely want to achieve peace, and hope to cooperate with you. Laozi doesn't want to cooperate with you. But Akatsuki's influence has reached the point where it cannot be ignored. Everyone can say beautiful words. To achieve peace in this country, there must be unity. There is only one Rain Shinobi village, do you understand? Hanzo's words were sharp and authentic, but you have occupied the territory of the original rebels and fought against our orthodox Rain Shinobi. How can peace be achieved like this? What bullshit orthodoxy? It wasn't your incompetence in ruling back then that caused us to be reduced to the chessboard of a big country and ravaged wantonly. We chose to rise up because we couldn't survive. The Buddha said indignantly. Big Buddha, don't say that. Nagato pulled him and persuaded. However, he was stared at by the latter, and said coldly, Nagato, I remember that your parents were also killed by the Konoha shinobi, right? Have you forgotten our hatred with the big country? Nagato's face changed, and the painful memories of the past recalled in his brain, and the huge chakra in his body was ready to come out for a moment. The The extremely powerful chakra shocked the audience. Advertisement. Even Hanzo couldn't help shrinking his pupils, staring fixedly at the red-haired boy whose eyes were covered by bangs, and thought to himself, this guy is not an ordinary brat. Nagato. Calm down. Conan on the side quickly pressed the ladder, and reminded, don't be blinded by hatred. Think about our benefactor. Hoo. Nagato gradually calmed down, the huge chakra gathered up, and his breathing was slightly rapid. Nagato, what's wrong with you two? Yahiko gave him a worried look. I'm fine. Nagato shook his head. At this time, Hanzo suddenly said, forget it, since it's a peaceful negotiation, then I'm not afraid to get straight to the point. Although he was unwilling to cooperate with Akatsuki, he had to make a compromise because of the strength of the latter. First of all, there is only one Rain Shinobi village, and this is my bottom line. Akatsuki, you must accept the jurisdiction of Rain Shinobi, at least in name. I will grant you Rain Shinobi Jonin. Your original territory remains unchanged. Akatsuki enjoys a high degree of autonomy. But in wartime and foreign diplomacy, Akatsuki must obey my orders. Hearing this, Shao and the others suddenly started talking. Isn't it unreasonable for us to be Hanzo's subordinates? It's just in name, our original territory remains the same, so calling him a leader doesn't seem to be out of the question. But in war, we must obey his command. If he uses us as cannon fodder, how can we return it? Probably not. The ninja war is basically over. Even if there is a small-scale war, we Akatsuki will not be afraid. This matter is for the leader to decide. Leader. Yahiko pondered for a while, and finally made a decision. Looking at Hanzo with piercing eyes, he said in a deep voice, okay. For the sake of peace, I decided to agree to Master Hanzo's proposal. Seeing that the other party agreed to his conditions so easily, Hanzo was also taken aback. The rhythm of this negotiation seems to be a bit wrong. In fact, as far as the current conditions are concerned, it is not his psychological bottom line. He is just waiting for the other party to bargain, and he never expected the other party to agree directly, which is really unexpected. But when you think about it carefully, Akatsuki's leader, Yahiko, is just a teenager about 15 or 16 years old, and his thinking is not mature enough, which is also normal. Thinking of this, Hanzo couldn't help sighing, and thought to himself, I made a mistake. I would have known that the lion would cheat him. It's just that now that the other party has agreed, it's hard for him to respond. Advertisement. Hanzo took the initiative to extend his hand towards the other party. Yahiko, I hope we can get along peacefully. Why? Yes, Lord Hanzo. Yahiko also joined hands with the opponent with some excitement. This is his first step towards peace. He firmly believes that one day, Akatsuki will be able to spread the thought of peace to the entire ninja. So far, Rain Shinobi Village has reached a settlement with Akatsuki, ending the country's civil war that lasted more than 10 years. Is this the end? It's only been half a day. It's too fast? Looking at the town that appeared in the distance, both Hong and Shizune couldn't help showing a look of astonishment. Pegasus, which looks beautiful and flawless on the outside, is actually cruel in a certain sense. In front is Rain Shinobi Village, right? It really lives up to the name. Tianming looked at the dark clouds surrounding him. There were rumbling thunders in the sky, and it was about to rain cats and dogs. The unique natural environment makes it rain for nearly 2/3 of the year. Zhao Qianhao, which is also the origin of Rain Shinobi Village. Let's go down too. Tianming pulled the rein in his hand and controlled the Tianma to descend. It seems that we have entered the border of the Kingdom of Rain, right? According to the rules, we should inform the Rain Shinobi on the border, right? Shizune was a little unsure. I also forgot about this. So what should I do? I can't go back. Red asked. Don't worry so much about such a small matter, Tsunade. Tianming waved his hand with a disapproving expression on his face. All right. Regarding this, Hong and Jing didn't say much. Although it may sound domineering, in fact, the relationship between Konoha and Rain Shinobi is not equal. Konoha has no reason to follow the rules set by Rain Shinobi. Chapter 147. The 9th Class Drinks. Chapter 147. Class 9 Drinking. This is the mission notice from Konoha 4th Hokage. Hanzo handed a set of scrolls to Yahiko, and said in a deep voice, Did you see it? This is the practice of a big country, to issue orders directly without paying attention to our response. They should also come with a peaceful purpose, right? Yahiko tried to flip through the scroll. Personally, since he was educated by Jiraiya, one of the Konoha Sannin, when he was young, he still has a certain affection for Konoha subconsciously. You are too naive. Hanzo frowned and said, Konoha's so-called peace is just an excuse to infiltrate forces and control our country. However, I think it's better to have a good discussion with them first. As long as we talk peacefully, we will be able to find a mutually beneficial and win-win method. Yahiko's face was full of sunshine and hope. Hanzo was left speechless by him, and couldn't help complaining in his heart. Could it be that this kid is Tai Han? Well, since you are so aggressive, I will leave the negotiations with Konoha to you guys. If you count 440 from the day the scroll arrives, Konoha's messenger will arrive at Rain Shinobi Village in 3 days at the earliest. You guys let's see. Yahiko also vowed to take over. Leave it to us, Fat Zhang Tianren. At this time, Tianming's group had already arrived at the gate of Rain Shinobi Village. Stop. Who are you? As expected, he was stopped by the Rain Shinobi guards at the entrance of the village. Konoha Shinobi, give orders from Lord 4th Hokage to shoot Rain Shinobi. Shizune took out a document with the Great Seal of Hokage on it. The person from Konoha? The guard of Rain Shinobi looked suspiciously at Tianming and his party, and saw that the latter was a man and two women, both of whom were only 12 or 13 years old. Are you kidding me? You little brats, are you here to make fun of me? Go, go. This is not a place for you to play. The Rain Shinobi guard waved impatiently for them to leave. Hong frowned, trying to explain something, but there was a flat but infinitely majestic voice in his ear. Back off. BDDI, Shua, advertisement. The Rain Shinobi guard stepped back in unison. What? What am I doing? Why would I obey his orders? My legs are shaking. The Rain Shinobi guard looked confused, and looked closely at the young man who spoke. However, Tianming didn't take a look at these astonished gazes. Stepped up and took the lead into Rain Shinobi village. I really can't do anything about you. Hong spread out his hands and smiled helplessly. My friends of Rain Shinobi, please don't be afraid, we are not bad people. Shizune greeted kindly, trying to ease the eerie atmosphere. It's a pity that the guard Rain Shinobi's brain is still in the shutdown stage, and he didn't hear what she said clearly. Seeing this, the two had no choice but to walk in following Tianming's footsteps. Tianming, why are you guilty? If you don't agree with me, release your arrogance. It will scare the little friends. Hong followed up and asked him strangely. I just don't want to waste time on bugs. By the way, I'm hungry, let's find a place to eat first. Tianming said calmly. We're here to carry out a mission. Shizune reminded from the side. I've said it all, don't care about these details. Let's go, let's eat. Tianming dragged the two of them along the streets of Rain Shinobi village. Unlike Konoha, the streets and residential areas here are built on high ground. Because of the long-term rain, the ground of the lower floors is wet all year round, and a large number of drainage pipes have been repaired, which is not suitable for living and activities. The scenery here is completely different from Konoha. Shizune looked curiously at the monotonous and mainly gray buildings around him. Compared with the colorful Madara of Konoha, it was like the difference between a photo and a color photo. Indeed, it was the first time for Hong to step into a hidden village other than Kenobi, and originally thought about whether he could compete with the ninjas of Rain Shinobi village. But now it seems that it can only be disappointment. For whatever reason, you can see it with your own eyes. Advertisement: there are here and there Rain Shinobi ninjas here and they're all weaklings. Hong instantly dispelled the desire to challenge. Found it. Tianming searched for a long time, and finally found a small barbecue restaurant located in the alley. Here, Hong and Jingzhao really want to complain. Are you a foodie who travels abroad? But it's all about complaining. They also felt a little hungry, and followed Tianming's footsteps into the barbecue restaurant. After entering the door, one could smell the rich meaty aroma wafting in the air, making one's index finger twitch. Boss, 3 servings of your signature barbecue. Tianming said loudly. Okay, 1 handsome young guest and 2 beautiful young girls each have a barbecue, please wait. Although the shop owner is not a ninja, he is very good at observing words and expressions. From the moment the 3 of Tianming started, he felt that they were not ordinary people. Especially that young man. His voice is not loud, but he can directly touch people's hearts, giving people the illusion of wanting to obey the latter unconditionally. Because of this, the shopkeeper tactfully did not ask them for money first, nor quoted the price, since the other party could afford it anyway. Manager, please have a bottle of sake. The red face is bold and authentic. Hong, you want to drink? According to the rules of the village, you are not allowed under the age of 18? Shizune was stunned. I've wanted to try it for a long time, but the rules of the village are dead, so I don't want to close the picture anyway. This is a foreign country. Hong rested his chin lightly with both hands, looking excited. Really? Then I'll have a drink with you, too. Tianming also had a rare whim. Even Mr. Tianming. Seeing Shizune's troubled face, she is a good girl, but seeing that her 2 companions wanted to drink, she was unwilling to lag behind, bit her lower lip and said firmly, then I want to drink too. Manager, 3 bottles of sake. Okay, the owner immediately smiled, and he didn't care about the rules. In Rain Shinobi village, most people are relatively poor. As long as there is money, that is dad. Chapter 148, Encountering Akatsuki Organization. Chapter 148, Encounter with Akatsuki. Cheers, ton. At this time, the empty wine bottle placed in front of the 3 of Tianming had been several days old. Originally, they just wanted to try it, but they didn't expect such a thing as wine, which was quite exciting by accident, and they drank dozens of bottles without knowing it. This heroic gesture also stunned the surrounding guests and shopkeepers. As a young body of 12 or 13 years old, it is naturally unbearable. But ninjas cannot be measured by the standards of ordinary people. Chakra, as a combination of physical energy and spiritual energy, has the effect of improving physical strength and mental resistance. Hong and Shizune both have the strength of Jonin after a long period of actual combat training, and the chakra in their bodies is also very solid. So it is not so easy to get drunk, Tianming, let alone. He hasn't used the ability of Avalon's scabbard yet, which can remove all negative status effects. At the same time, in order to experience the feeling of being drunk, Tianming deliberately drew Chakra closer, making his cheeks flush with intoxication. The same is true for Hong and Shizune. Today is their first drink, and it is already very impressive to be able to persist in this state. But Tianming was not satisfied enough, and shouted, "Shopkeeper, give me another dozen." The owner of the store suddenly expressed a dumbfounding, "Well, respected guests, there are only 3 bottles left, and you have already drank all the wine in the store. It's no wonder that they were originally doing small businesses. For Rain Shinobi Village, where food is not enough, alcohol is a very luxurious commodity. Even the ninjas of Rain Shinobi Village can only have a drink for a day's worth of quests. The three in front of me, who don't know where they came from, eat barbecue with their stomachs open, and drink like water. Have you got the last 3 bottles? Then bring them up too. Hong, Shizune, it happens that we each have a bottle. Tianming shook his head and waved his hands. Okay, full. Hong squinted, his eyes half closed, and said proudly. Advertisement. Shizune reached out and patted her shoulder, tilted his head and said inarticulately, Red, you're drunk. Nonsense. I'm not drunk. Hong patted her chest that had just taken shape and said. The owner has just arrived with the last 3 bottles of wine. At this time, a group of customers ushered in outside the store. It's great that there's a kebab shop here. Yeah, it was really hard to find it after digging halfway through the village. Haha. It's rare to be happy today. We should eat and drink to celebrate. Brother Yahiko is awesome, to be able to talk to that Hanzo of the salamander on an equal footing. I'm not afraid that my brothers will laugh when I say it. When we were in the rebel army, we lived a precarious life every day. Today we can finally see the light again. Of course, Akatsuki's future is to realize the great path of peace. Rain Shinobi Village is just the first step we have taken. I saw a group of people who came in, all dressed in uniform gray robes, and the Rain Shinobi forehead protector on their foreheads marked their identities. The shopkeeper didn't dare to neglect, and hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. Welcome to the store, dear customer. Shopkeeper, don't talk nonsense. If you have something delicious, serve it quickly. By the way, there is also wine. As for how many people are here, you can decide for yourself. The shopkeeper's expression turned stiff immediately, and he said with an embarrassed expression, I'm very sorry, the food is still available, but the wine has been sold out. Ah, what are you talking about? Are you looking down on us? Wait, don't worry about Hadosuke. Yahiko took out a handful of banknotes from his pocket, handed them to the shopkeeper, and said with a gentle expression, Don't worry, shopkeeper, we brought enough money. As the separatist forces occupying half of the land of Rain, the Akatsuki organization will naturally not lack funds. I know, but we really don't have any wine here. The shopkeeper apologized, then pointed to the table beside Tianming and said in a low voice, to tell you the truth, the guests at that table drank up all the wine. Forehead. Yahiko took a look at the situation and saw that the 3 of them were all too young to be ridiculous. Advertisement. Ask for flowers, but there are full wine bottles on the table, which is really embarrassing. Damn it. What's going on with these brats? Dafo frowned. As an adult in his 20s, he was the one in Shao who liked to drink the most. Juzu was also full of displeasure, and said in a strange way, Shopkeeper, are you sure that these brats have money? The shop owner couldn't help but see a trace of cold sweat, although from the first impression, he felt that Tianming and his party had a lot of background, but at the price of Rain Shinobi Village, the meal they ate was quite expensive. Tianming burped, feeling full, and casually took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket and patted them on the table. 0, shopkeeper, you don't need to look for a man to check out. Yes. As soon as the shopkeeper saw the thick money on the table, he walked over with bare eyes. Varied. Jusuke was slapped in the face in seconds, and his face turned red immediately. Dafo also looked embarrassed. Although Yahiko felt a little surprised, she didn't care, and chuckled lightly. Don't worry about it, we'll eat ours. At this time, the sharp-eyed Nagato keenly noticed the abnormality on the banknotes, and whispered to Yahiko. Yahiko, pay attention to the money they give, the pattern on it is the currency issued by the Land of Fire. Although this is Rain Shinobi Village, as the currency of a big country, it can still pass unimpeded all over the world. On the contrary, many small countries are more willing to accept the banknotes of the Fire Nation than their own currency. After all, they have a strong Konoha support, which can ensure the stability of the Fire Nation, thus maintaining the currency from depreciation. As for Rain Shinobi Village, it is the opposite example. Due to the perennial civil war, the country's economy collapsed and the currency depreciated wildly. Back to business. Yahiko looked at Tianming's group in amazement, and said in a low voice, could it be that they are from Konoha? Shouldn't it? Didn't Master Hanzo's news say that Konoha's people will arrive at least 3 days later? Conan asked, and there is no news from Guachao Gong. Chapter 149 Nagato's Hysteria. Chapter 149 Nagato's Hysteria. I want to drink. La. Hong's face was confused, and he looked dizzy. Shizune even lay down on the table, unconscious. Zui. Ba muttered in a low voice. Mr. Tianming. Yada. Suoguo, Dabanuo. What the hell are you dreaming about? Tianming said he didn't understand at all. I really can't do anything with you. In the end, Tianming could only shake his head with a wry smile, and hugged the 2 girls one by one. However, just as he was about to leave, a figure stood in front of him. Wait. This little brother. Yahiko looked at him steadily and asked, may I take the liberty to ask you a question? No, Tianming thought he didn't want to, so, 830, directly refused. His eyes moved slightly, looking at the other person's face, he recognized the latter's identity. At the same time, he also recognized the Akatsuki group standing behind him. However, this is not a big deal. Tianming is not interested either. Forehead. Yahiko's face was a little embarrassed when he was blocked by a sentence, as if he didn't expect the other party to refuse so simply. The leader was squeezed and choked, and the younger brothers behind him were upset. Especially Jusuke and Dafo jumped out immediately. You little brat. Do you know who you were talking to? This is the leader of our Akatsuki organization, the boss who occupies half of the Kingdom of Rain. HMPH. When the boss asks you something, you just answer it. Why are there so many nonsense? Juzu, Dafo, don't act like this, because the family should be kind. Yahiko scolded the two with a serious face. However, Nagato stood up very rarely at this moment, and stared fixedly at Tianming with eyes hidden in his bangs, and said in a deep voice. You guys, are you Konoha shinobi? Don't deny it, I can see the chakra on her body. Nagato. Conan gave him a complicated look, knowing that the other party still had a grudge against Konoha shinobi after all. But it's no wonder, Nagato's parents died at the hands of Konoha shinobi, how should this hatred be counted? Hearing this, Xiao's other people also looked at Tianming with surprised and uncertain eyes. Advertisement, what? Are they Konoha shinobi? Could it be that this is the messenger from Konoha that Hanzo said? But it's not right. Didn't it mean that Konoha's emissary will arrive at least 3 days later? Could it be that they can fly? Yahiko quickly persuaded. Everyone, calm down. I think even if they are Konoha shinobi messengers, they are not necessarily messengers. First of all, the time is not right, and how could Hokage send a few little devils to be messengers? Makes sense. If it's an emissary, is it plausible that he's drunk? However, at this time, lying in Tianming's arms, the drunken Hong raised his head and said angrily. Who are you calling? Who is a brat? I am. Konoha elite Jonin. Yuhi Hong. Yeah. Shizune on the other side raised his head sleepily, and muttered, I am. Konoha elite Jonin Shizune EH. Before the intermittent words were finished, Shizune turned his head to the side and retched. Konoha elite Jonin. Peeved, don't laugh at me to death, it's just you two little girls. Ha 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 ha, Xiao people couldn't help laughing out loud. But Yahiko, Nagato and Conan did not laugh, because they trust Nagato's sight. I saw Nagato reminded with a solemn expression. Don't be careless. The chakra of the three of them is very unusual, especially that young man. Unfathomable. What? Yahiko and Conan were suddenly startled and were about to ask something. Suddenly, a cold voice rang in the ear, it's noisy. As soon as these words fell, the whole world seemed to lose its voice. The three of Yahiko's pupils suddenly constricted. Endless coercion, plop, 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 I saw the three of them kneeling on one knee. And behind him, a group of members of Akatsuki lay on the ground in a haphazard manner. It was as if they were knocked down to the ground by an invisible big hand. Can't move. The face that was still laughing heartily just a moment ago became abnormally distorted at this moment. Unspeakable fear appeared on the indulgent face, but the throat couldn't make a sound. Oh, advertisement. I saw Tianming hugging the two daughters and walking towards them slowly. Yahiko's body was trembling uncontrollably, and a terrible thought suddenly appeared in his heart. If, at this time, the other party wanted to take his life, it would be as simple as crushing an ant to death. At this moment, he could only look down at Tianming's footsteps, not even moving a finger. Gritting his teeth and bending his bones, Nagato stood up abruptly, and covered Yahiko with his body with his arms outstretched. Under the invisible coercion, the bangs in front of his forehead were blown up, revealing those eyes with mysterious ripples, releasing a strange force, trying to tenaciously resist the pressure from Tianming. Nagato shouted hysterically word by word, don't shall hurt my companion. However, Tianming ignored the other party's hysteria and continued to walk towards the other party. Distance. 5 steps, 4 steps, 3 steps. 2 steps. Step. 0 distance passed by. Tianming never looked directly at Nagato from the beginning to the end. It seems to be mocking his mantis arm as a cart. Nagato froze in place stiffly. Xiao and the others didn't even dare to take a breath, and they all buried their faces on the ground like ostriches. It has been less than a minute since Tianming released PA 5.8 King Color Haki. But for Shaoran, it seems like a long time ago. Every second is accompanied by the fear of death. Did he just leave like this? However, at this time, an unexpected scene happened. I saw Tianming's footsteps stopped in front of Conan. Conan was taken aback for a moment, then gritted his teeth, raised his head stubbornly, and stared directly at Tianming with a pair of light orange eyes without fear. As if to say again, if you want to kill, you have to do whatever you want. Little. Conan. Yahiko turned his head with difficulty, his expression changed drastically. I saw Tianming extended a hand. Like a devil's claw, he reached out to Conan. Chapter 150. Borrowing tissues from Conan. Chapter 150. Borrow tissues from Conan. Shut. Stop it, something is coming at me. Don't do anything to Conan. Yahiko yelled through gritted teeth, however, he can only shout with his mouth. Under the absolute pressure of Conqueror's Haki, he couldn't move at all. Hoo. Nagato was also gasping for breath, his eyes that were about to burst into tears were stimulated with an unprecedented power of pupils. Before he knew it, he activated the power in the Rinnegan for the first time. What a surprise. It's just that Tianming turned a blind eye to everything behind him and stretched out his palm to Conan. I saw the determination on Conan's face that he would risk his life to die, which instantly turned into astonishment. You. What do you want? Don't come here. Conan's body froze, his eyes widened. It was just the expected frivolity, but it didn't happen. It felt like Tianming's hand reached into her pocket, rummaging for something in 13 years. The shocking scene in front of them also made Yahiko and Nagato stunned and petrified on the spot. Isn't the development of this script a bit out of line? Found it. However, Tianming retracted his palm solemnly, and pulled out a layer of paper from Conan's pocket. He kneaded it into a ball casually, leaned in front of Shizune, and gently wiped away the remaining rainbow at the corner of her mouth. Then he gave Hong on the other side, and wiped the sweat from his forehead that had wet his hair. As if he came to Conan just to ask for some tissues. Well, that's exactly what it means, because in Tianming's impression, Conan is a paper player. It shouldn't be too much to ask her to borrow some tissues, right? After doing all this, throwing the dirty papers all over the floor, Tianming turned and left without hesitation. That Gujing Webo's indifferent eyes seemed to have ignored Xiao from the beginning to the end. It's like having just experienced the horror of a Shinigami passing them by. Hoo-hoo, panting heavily. Although they escaped from death by a narrow margin, the members of the Akatsuki organization still looked as if they were still in shock. Advertisement: the body remained in a rigid position, not daring to move. After a long time, the influence of Haki was gradually eliminated, and the people of Akatsuki were slowly able to stand up. It's too scary, isn't it? I didn't see him make a move at all. He didn't even move a finger, just the momentum overwhelmed us. Jusuke and Dafo said that they were scared out of their wits, and they no longer had the arrogance they had before. Conan, are you okay? Yahiko moved his weak knee and looked at Conan with concern. I'm fine. I saw that Conan said that he was fine, but tears welled up in his eyes involuntarily. She looks like a little girl who has been bullied. Yahiko's expression suddenly became embarrassing. In all fairness, he really wanted to help Conan get his revenge and vent his anger. But the cruel gap in reality made him unable to do anything. As if aware of the cowardice of the other party, a hint of disappointment flashed in Conan's eyes. Before that, she still had a good impression of the former. But she didn't say anything. After all, the other party is not someone of his own, so he has no obligation to stand up for him, right? I'm sorry, Yahiko, Conan, I can't protect you from that monster. The bangs on Nagato's forehead also fell down, covering his eyes. Nagato, it's not your fault. It's amazing that you can stand up and stand in front of everyone. Yahiko was very ashamed. As the leader of the Akatsuki organization, he could only kneel down, unable to do anything. Yes, Nagato. Under the terrible pressure of the enemy, only you can stand. Conan also expressed comfort. Everyone. I will remember today's shame, and I will work harder in the future. Only by becoming stronger can I protect everyone. Nagato speaks with integrity. Well, me too, I will remember this shame. Conan's eyes revealed indescribable firmness. I secretly made up my mind. You took my paper. One day, I'll take something from you too. Just find a hotel. Tianming settled down the drunken second daughter and carefully handled the follow-up work. It's so hot. Advertisement Hong was in a daze, grabbing the clothes with both hands indiscriminately. Seeing this, Tianming naturally helped her out. Water, thirsty. Shizune opened his somewhat dry mouth and lips, whispering in a low voice. Tianming quickly found a water glass and carefully fed her a sip. Then he noticed that the two were sweating profusely. Then, he found 2 more towels. If you don't dry it, it's easy to catch cold. After all, he was a very Asahi man, in a word. It's all normal here. Tianming maintained a serious attitude. Only when his gaze swept over Hong and Shizune's growing up with a little understanding of people's hearts, his face could not help showing the kindness of an old father. Ah, nice growing up. Just wait another year or 2 or so. Plan to pass. As for why, isn't it a matter of course? Tianming put so much thought into playing this cultivation game. Of course he is the only one who picks the fruit in the end, how can outsiders get involved? It's all mine. After working for most of the night, Tianming also lay down between the two of them. Comfortable. Such a peaceful life is also fun. Tianming gradually fell asleep. In the dream, he saw many familiar and unfamiliar girls. Let's discuss the value of life happily together. It seems that there are a few disobedient ones who want to chop him with a hatchet. It's terrible, violence is not something worth advocating here. But this is not a big problem, anyway, he can't be hacked to death. No matter how serious the consequences are, he will dare to do it next time. Why can't they get along peacefully with the harem opened by their ability? As the saying goes, a boat connected by iron chains is like walking on flat ground. Chapter 151 Meet Hanzo of the Salamander. Chapter 151 Meet Hanzo of the Salamander. The sun was shining brightly, and it was another sunny morning. This night, Tianming slept soundly. After opening his eyes, he found that Hong and Shizune around him had already woken up. Morning. Good morning, Mr. Tianming. The two greeted him as usual. At this time, they all changed into neat Konoha shinobi uniforms and put on their forehead protectors. It was as if the gaffe last night had never happened. However, the lingering fragrance in Tianming's bosom is the best proof. Sure enough, is it too exciting for them to be slept together? Everyone acted like nothing happened. Morning, both of you. There was no abnormality on Tianming's face, and he greeted with a smile. Tianming-kun, please change into formal clothes, and we will meet the leader of Rain Shinobi Village, Hanzo Daihei, later. Shizune said seriously. Are you in such a hurry? It's rare to come out for a while, so I don't want to take a good look around. Tianming said casually. I said our 9th class is here to perform tasks, not for fun. Hong rolled his eyes at him. Is that so? That doesn't matter. Tianming spread his hands. After waking up and washing up, he changed into the ninja's formal attire, but he didn't know where to throw the forehead protector or something if he thought it was troublesome. Just like that, Tianming and his group left the hotel and walked towards the main guard tower of Rain Shinobi Village. Walking on the street, passers-by and several Rain Shinobi passing by cast their wrong eyes on them. The costume of this Konoha shinobi is too conspicuous. But unexpectedly, no one came to ask questions, probably because they thought there would be no troublemakers openly doing things in Rain Shinobi Village. Of course, the youthful appearance of the three of Tianming is also a kind of confusion. These people, why are they making such a fuss? Didn't their leader tell them about the arrival of Konoha messenger? Advertisement read said with a surprised face, maybe we didn't have time? After all, we arrived just after sending out the news yesterday. Also, we rashly entered other people's villages, and we didn't pass them on. I always feel a little impolite. Shizune scratched his head in embarrassment. How many times have I said, don't worry about these details. Say hello or something, let's go directly now. Tianming has always ignored those red tapes, that's the only way. Shizune smiled helplessly. The main guard tower, the political center of Rain Shinobi, is similar to Konoha's Hokage building. At this time, the three of Tianming came to the gate. I saw that there were steel fences around, and dozens of Rain Shinobi ninjas were deployed at the same time. It can be said that the defense is very strict. After the guard found them, he was stunned for a moment. Stop. What are you doing? Messenger of Konoha, come to meet Lord Hanzo. Hong succinctly reported the family name and purpose. What? Why did Konoha's ninja appear in our village? Wait. Yesterday I seemed to hear rumors from high-level officials that Konoha envoys would come to visit. I didn't expect it to be true. However, this is not right. Even if they set off from Konoha yesterday, it will take at least 3 days to reach us, right? The guards began to talk and looked at them suspiciously. This is a document with a wooden leaf seal. Shizune took out a pair of scrolls. After the other party took it, he looked through it carefully. However, the other party did not have the ability to distinguish between true and false, so he could only stare wide-eyed for a while. Well, I have to report to the higher-ups first. The guard hesitated for a moment, then responded. It doesn't need to be so troublesome, we'll go straight up. Tianming said calmly. No, this is against the rules. The guard said solemnly. Master Hanzo has an order, no matter who it is, without his personal password, no one is allowed to approach. Is this the so-called Hanzo of the Salamander? It's so cowardly. Tianming smiled lightly. Advertisement? What did you say? The guard's eyes widened immediately, as if they were about to swallow him in one gulp. Am I wrong? How can a self-proclaimed strong ninja be afraid of mere sneak attacks? There is no need for guards, because his own existence is the strongest guard. Tianming mocked without any concealment. As soon as these words came out, all the guards were immediately annoyed. How dare you talk about Master Hanzo under the most solemn main guard tower of our Rain Shinobi? It's an unforgivable crime. Boy, I don't care if you are Konoha Messenger's identity, whether it's true or not, just relying on your outrageous words, we have a reason to do it. Clank 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 clank. I saw the guards lighting up their ninja knives in unison, and there was a faint evil spirit, which seemed to be really majestic. I sincerely advise you that it is better not to act rashly. With a red face, she said sincerely. However, Hong's good words of persuasion could not impress the Rain Shinobi guard in front of him. One of the leaders shouted. Lao Zi now issues the best ultimatum to you. Give up all resistance immediately and kneel on the ground with your hands on your head. Oh, how did things happen to this point? Looking at the tense scene in front of him, Shizune couldn't help but touch his forehead. Hey, isn't this very good? It's a rare show, although it can't be called a good show, after all, it's just a one-sided abuse, and the storyline has no ups and downs. Tianming smiled contemptuously. Baga Road. The Rain Shinobi guards exploded in anger, and could no longer hold back. Dozens of heavily armed Rain Shinobi swarmed up. Red, Shizune, step back a little, Tianming said calmly. The two were stunned for a moment, feeling strange in their hearts. With enemies of this level in front of him, Tianming didn't need to make a move at all. His momentum alone was enough to crush them to the ground, right? However, the two still obeyed his words, and their figures stepped back a few steps. An unusually huge chakra was about to emerge from Tianming's body. This time, he didn't use Conqueror's Haki, because some people want to watch a play, he might as well make a big one, so as to add a bit of excitement. Open black lens bracket shock fruit close black lens bracket chapter 152 shocking the Rain Shinobi Tower. Chapter 152 shock the Tower of Rain Shinobi, on the main guard tower. Master Hanzo. This person is not kind, he is not joking. Yahiko shouted anxiously. The Akatsuki organization suffered a lot yesterday, and out of consideration for the interests of Rain Shinobi Village, he also reported the situation to Hanzo as soon as possible. HMPH, it is because the visitors are not kind that I have to send people to test them. 1. Hanzo was still skeptical about the information Akatsuki reported. First of all, he doesn't quite believe that Konoha's people will reach Rain Shinobi Village so quickly. Secondly, even though Konoha is extremely powerful, as the saying goes, a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. No matter how awesome your Konoha people are, you can't do things unscrupulously when you come to my Rain Shinobi's territory, right? Therefore, he deliberately did not inform the subordinates in charge of the guards that the Konoha envoy was coming. Without his order, it is impossible for his most loyal subordinates to easily let the other party in. In this way, conflicts will inevitably arise between the two sides. Now, as a bystander, he can take a good look at Konoha's strength. So as a reference for the next negotiation, everything is under his control. Hanzo's Rui Suan 120 is very well played. Yahiko on the side was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Master Hanzo, please listen to me and get your subordinates to retreat. The other party has overwhelmed all the elites of the Akatsuki organization just by their aura. You, the so-called Rain Shinobi army, still want to test them. However, it was too late to say anything at this time. The people of Rain Shinobi have already started. This means the start of the battle. Hanzo looked at what happened below with great interest. He wanted to see what the three young people sent by Konoha were like. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, arrogance is. For Tianming, the moment the battle started, it was over. In the already preordained ending, there is no second possibility other than the complete annihilation of the enemies. Tianming started. No, to be precise, he moved his feet. He raised his foot and stomped on the ground. Advertisement. I don't see how much strength he has used, but this stomp is really a landslide. With Tianming as the center, an invisible shockwave was amid to the surroundings. The violent vibration of the air produced an indescribable cracking sound. The earth was like a carpet, lifted up and shook vigorously, turning into heavy waves of gravel, instantly shaking the Rain Shinobi guards who rushed up to the sky. This huge earthquake caused all the buildings on the ground to collapse like dominoes. The first of these is the main guard tower, which is the tallest building in Rain Shinobi village. Crack, 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 starting from the lower level, huge cracks spread upward like a spider web. Face this sudden and appalling blow. Hanzo, Yahiko and the others standing on the main guard tower couldn't help being stunned. But now is not the time to be in a daze, Master Hanzo. Yahiko shouted loudly, this place is about to collapse, let's go down. However, Hanzo stood there like a stone statue, without any response for a long time. Master Hanzo. Yahiko yelled again. Yahiko, Conan, let's go, if we don't go, it will be too late. Nagato reached out and bit his thumb near his mouth, making a few seals skillfully with his hands. Summoning technique. Summoned a three-legged monster bird. Seeing the ground under their feet collapse rapidly, the three of Yahiko had no choice but to jump on the strange bird. However, the second they left, the entire main guard tower was torn apart and fell rapidly. Boom rumble rumble, BDCI. Rumble rumble, asterisk huge buildings collapsed, billowing smoke and dust rose. This time the earthquake was felt by almost the entire Rain Shinobi village. Not to mention how many houses were knocked down, the huge shock in their hearts is undoubtedly unimaginable. Hey, look there, this is not true, is it? Advertisement. Everyone turned their attention to the formerly supreme tower, but now it collapsed like a giant beast falling down. Since then, this ancient building has been standing here since the establishment of Rain Shinobi village, and it will disappear forever on this day. Ah, plop 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 plop, I saw those Rain Shinobi guards who had been shaken to the sky were ruthlessly thrown down on the ruined ground. But at this moment, the pain on their bodies can hardly conceal the great fear in their hearts. The main guard tower fell. It is really hard to imagine what kind of expression their Hanzo-sama will show. Is it a little too much? The red eyes scanned the surrounding ruins that had been razed to the ground, and couldn't help being dumbfounded. You know, this is the heart of Rain Shinobi village. It's too exaggerated, my own people will be scared to death. Shizune shook his head again and again. Ah, I've saved my strength, but I didn't expect that the buildings in Rain Shinobi village are all tofu, so they collapse so easily. Tianming spread his palms and shook the pot lightly. However, in this way, the bystanders of Yu Nu Ugua should change their minds, right? In the sky, I saw Yahiko and others riding a three-legged strange bird, flying to a place far away from Tianming. At this time, a dull cry came from the ruins in front of him. Summoning technique. The buried gravel was violently propped open. I saw that it was a giant amphibian summoning beast, and standing on top of its head was Hanzo holding a sickle in one hand and a chain hammer in the other. After showing up, he didn't say a word. The monstrous anger brewed in the silence made him at a loss for what to say. The incomparably powerful chakra erupted from his body, causing the long gray chestnut hair behind him to float up without any wind, and his whole body exuded a murderous aura. The power of this chakra. The red face could not help but change, and the wine-red eyes also showed surprise. Hanzo of the Salamander, known as the demigod, sure enough. Shizune also looked dignified and authentic. Only Tianming's gaze, which was as calm as water, remained unchanged from the beginning to the end. Is this your measure? Chapter 153, Bells and Whistles. Chapter 153 Bells and Whistles. Master Hanzo, are you alright? I saw the three of Yahiko go and return. Hanzo was very surprised by this. As the saying goes, when a disaster is imminent, they fly separately, but he is forced to accept the cooperation with Akatsuki due to the pressure of the situation. Unexpectedly, the other party was unexpectedly very virtuous, and in such a critical situation, did not give up Rain Shinobi. This made Hanzo, who was in extreme anger, somewhat relieved. Shao. I will remember this favor. What are you talking about? Master Hanzo, we have just formed a partnership, and we are also members of Rain Shinobi. How can we stand by and watch when the village is in trouble? Yahiko said with a straight face. Hearing this, Hanzo stared blankly, looked deeply at the other person's face that didn't seem to be hypocritical, and couldn't help but reveal a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and said softly. I didn't expect there to be people like you in this ninja world. Nagato also stood up at this time, looked at Tianming and his party with hostile eyes, and said coldly, "Let us resist Konoha's invaders together." He has not forgotten the hatred of his parents' death. Hey, it always feels like we have become villains. Shizune scratched his head in embarrassment. Well, in fact, we are holding peace. Red spoke halfway through, but as soon as his eyes fell on the surrounding ruins, he couldn't continue, so he had to cover his face and sigh. I saw Hanzo and the others staring at them angrily, gnashing their teeth and saying, "Konoha shinobi, this is what you call peace." In the face of the other party's verbal criticism, Hong and Shizune had nothing to say. They could only turn their attention to Tianming, which means, you have to deal with the big news that you have created, and now you can handle it yourself. It's so ridiculous. When will the dignified Hanzo of the Salamander have to be reasonable? Not only was Tianming unwilling to comfort him, but he continued to taunt. The reason why you say so much now is not because you are afraid of my strength. If your subordinates were not completely wiped out by me before, I am afraid it is a different set of words now, bar. You. Hanzo's face turned pale with anger, but he couldn't refute it. Just like what the other party said, he had a tentative attitude before and deliberately asked his subordinates to create conflicts, but he never expected that Zoran would make a big mistake. Advertisement, however, you have nothing to lose. Killing all the guards is too cruel, isn't it? Yahiko still scolded with righteous words. Also, this disagreement has leveled the main guard tower of our range shinobi village, it is too much. Tisk, what a lot to talk about. An impatient look appeared on Tianming's face, and there was no concealment of contempt in his eyes. The so-called peace talks, do you think it's just a matter of words? In the end, you have to talk with your fists first? No, it's not like this. Violence cannot solve problems. As long as people communicate with each other, peace can definitely be brought about. Yahiko retorted loudly, and was about to list a lot of reasons in an attempt to convince Tianming. However, at this time, Tianming had completely lost his patience, and had no intention of listening to the other party's pressure. Open black lens bracket Mangekyō Sharingan close black lens bracket the eyes stared, scarlet light, like the sight of a devil. As long as you look at him, you will instantly fall into the king. As a veteran ninja who has experienced many battles, Hanzo reacted immediately and shouted, "No, don't look him in the eyes." Nagato and Konan were surprised at first, but because they didn't look at Tianming in the first place, they were not hit. But Yahiko, who was about to reason with the other party, looked at the latter directly from beginning to end. In this way, he fell into an illusion for a moment. Puff, Yahiko felt his eyes flash by. Tianming's figure appeared in front of his eyes like a ghost, and then grabbed his heart with one hand. Damn. Why don't you want to listen to me? With regret and unwillingness, Yahiko rolled his eyes and fell back straight. Yahiko. What happened? He fell down all of a sudden. Nagato and Konan quickly helped the latter up. Hanzo glanced at Yahiko who had fallen down and completely lost consciousness. His pupils shrank involuntarily, and the look of fear on his face became even more serious. Asking for flowers. Just a glimpse. What kind of powerful pupil power is this? If you want illusion, then I will do it. Advertisement. I saw Nagato put one hand on Yahiko's body and formed a mudra with the other hand. Untie. The illusion has been unlocked. Why hasn't Yahiko woke up yet? Konan exclaimed. No. The chakra in Yahiko's body is very disordered, it should be mentally traumatized. Nagato was immediately annoyed. You be ***************** D. You actually made such a vicious move. Forget it, I think I'm being merciful. If you really want to kill you, it's easy. Zero Tianming said indifferently. Now Xiao. I'm not interested in you, so just stay. You are not allowed to underestimate us, Xiao. Nagato couldn't bear it anymore. A rare expression of determination appeared on his face, and a cross was formed on his hands. Shadow clone technique. At the beginning, 4 shadow clones were summoned, and then the main body was combined with different seals at the same time. Fire-style flame bomb, water-style water chaos, lightning-style thunder arrow, earth-style flying rock bomb, wind-style great breakthrough, fireballs, water arrows, lightning strikes, stone bombs, and storms, each representing ninjutsu of different attributes, bombarded Tianming frantically. What? Hanzo couldn't help showing a look of astonishment. It's unheard of to have mastered 5 types of ninjutsu at the same time. This red-haired boy is no ordinary person. Hong and Shizune were also taken aback, but doubts soon appeared on their faces. These ninjutsu. Why do they seem to be the moves of our Konoha? Although other hidden villages have similar ninjutsu, the fire style of the first move is undoubtedly the fire style from the Konoha Sarutobi clan. It's just that Sarutobi Hiruzen passed to Jiraiya, who in turn passed to Nagato by accident. Fancy stuff. Facing the 5 evasion techniques coming at him, Tianming slowly raised his right hand. A faint white light glowed in his palm. Chapter 154 Hanzo and Nagato join forces. Chapter 154 Hanzo and Nagato join forces. Empty shock. Surround the vibrating energy in the hand to form a white air pressure shield, which can shatter all the targets it touches. Tianming punched forward, releasing a violent shockwave. Bang! 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 All the fireballs, lightning strikes, stone bombs, water arrows, and storms that strike in front of you will be blown away. What? My trick is actually... Nagato suddenly paled in shock. 5 escape ninjutsu. This is the essence of ninjutsu taught by Jiraiya. Besides, he has no stronger moves. Hey, with those eyes, what kind of ninjutsu do you have? Tianming sneered, and immediately saw that he pressed the white air pressure mask in his hand heavily to the ground. Suddenly, 320, the whole earth shook violently. The ground is torn apart. Bang 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 bang. The ground under his feet collapsed, and Nagato's 4 shadow clones couldn't react in time and were wiped out directly. Just as Nagato's body was about to fall into the pit, Conan on the side quickly folded a pair of wings with a piece of paper, grabbed the ladder and flew up. It is beyond the scope of ordinary ninjutsu to cause disasters such as earthquakes by oneself. Hanzo's face was ugly, and his figure jumped up, while the salamander under him burrowed into the ground. Waved a series of kunai from midair, shish. On the other side, Conan is also manipulating the wings to launch the hard wings and shoot down. Shish, boring toys. Tianming snapped his fingers. The vibrating energy is injected into the air, thus forming a transparent vibrating air barrier. Ding 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 ding, all the incoming kunai and wings were knocked down 10 meters away from Tianming. Boom boom, including a few kunai with hidden detonating talismans, they also exploded in midair, but the resulting explosion shockwave was instantly extinguished. Advertisement, how is this possible? Could it be some kind of unknown blood succession power? Hanzo's face was terrified. Conan, put me down and back off. This is not a battlefield for you to participate in. Nagato broke free from Conan in the air and fell to the ground. The eyes covered by the bangs faintly revealed an extremely powerful power zone. You're right, ordinary ninjutsu is nothing compared to my eyes. At this time, he finally understood one thing. Jiraiya taught him ninjutsu at the beginning, but the ultimate goal was to teach him how to control the power of these eyes. For his teacher Jiraiya, Nagato is very grateful, but one thing is one thing, this does not rule out his deep hatred for Konoha shinobi. Especially this one in front of me. To actually hurt his companion Yahiko in his face, this is absolutely intolerable. This red-haired boy. Hanzo once again cast a strange gaze, and keenly sensed a dangerous aura on the opponent. My heart couldn't help but move, maybe I can use this kid's strength. Hey, Akatsuki's red-haired boy. For the present plan, the only way is to fight together. Nagato looked at the ladder and frowned. To be honest, he didn't trust Hanzo very much, but he believed in Yahiko. I thought that if it was Yahiko, I would get rid of my grudges. Join forces with Hanzo to defend against the enemies of Rain Shinobi Village. Thinking of this, Nagato nodded in tacit agreement. Seeing the scene in front of him, Tianming couldn't help laughing. It's really interesting, the two people who were enemies in the original book actually teamed up to deal with him. This plot change is quite powerful. I'll be in charge of the faint, red-haired boy, look for the right moment to shoot. After briefly discussing the battle plan, Hanzo picked up the sickle in his hand and came straight to Tianminger. Hey, Tianming raised his foot and kicked the stone under his feet violently, with such a huge force, even an ordinary stone can be shot out like a cannonball. Hanzo's forward steps paused, and then quickly moved to the side. Boom. I saw that the stone made a crater in the position where it was originally standing. The destructive power of a single blow. Hanzo's pupils tightened suddenly, and before he could sigh, Tianming's next wave of attacks came. Advertisement, shake earth crack, kacha 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 kacha. I saw that this time it was a seismic wave rolling along the surface. Hanzo didn't dare to take it hard, and dodged aside again. The ground was split into 2 halves, and the surrounding rocks were also shattered into pieces, leaving no foothold. Hanzo! Nagato yelled, and pressed his hands to the ground in mudras. Earth-style earth flow wall, from the collapsed ground, a solid earth wall rose. Seeing this, Hanzo also reacted quickly, jumping to the top of the field wall immediately. The battle plan was agreed just now, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even get close to the opponent. As for telling Nagato to look for the right time to make a move, the original attack turned into a rescue. It's really embarrassing. Yo, you seem to want to fight me hand to hand, I agree. I saw Tianming stepped on his feet and rushed towards the opponent quickly. Boom. With a head-on bump, he shattered the earthen wall made by Nagato with his palm. Hanzo fell from above, and he adjusted his posture in midair, swung the sickle in his hand and slashed at Tianming on the head. Not only that, but with the chain hammer in his left hand, he was quickly tied up with exquisite techniques. Mystery. Locking sickle 2-stage strike. This 4.62 stage combo of 1 lock and 1 attack can ensure the hit rate of the scythe. At the same time, because the scythe is highly poisonous, it does not need to hit the vital point, as long as a small injury is enough to be fatal. Shouting, it's an airy move. With a shake of Tianming's arm, he easily broke the iron chains that bound him. At the same time, he condensed a white pressure mask with his palm, and faced the falling sickle head-on. Empty shock. Boom. I saw that the sickle was torn into countless pieces by the violent vibration like paper paste. At the same time, the huge impact force forced Hanzo into the air. Finally, the figure fell heavily to the ground. Wow. A mouthful of blood was spat out, and Hanzo was severely injured. Tianming shook his head endlessly. The so-called demigods are simply vulnerable. Chapter 155 Shenluo Tianzheng? Shatter. Chapter 155. Shenluo Tianzheng? Shattered. Regarded as the apex of the ninja world, known as the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. The real level is just like that. Tianming felt that it was a bit overrated. Ahem. I saw that after receiving the shocking force of Tianming's punch, Hanzo seemed to have been killed for half a day, fell to the ground vomiting blood. His face was so pale that there was no trace of blood. Damn. Am I still old after all? Hanzo spoke weakly. No, I think you are too weak. Tianming glanced at him indifferently, then lost interest, and turned his gaze to Nagato, who was the only one left. Hoo, I saw the latter was panting, his face flushed sickly. A large amount of chakra flows to the eyes along the meridians of the body. Oh, under my pressure, the pupil power was gradually stimulated? Then, if you get hit by me, you shouldn't die suddenly, right? You tyrant, go ahead, I won't give in to you, Nagato growled loudly. However, his hysterical posture 13, no matter how you look at it, it also means that he is fierce and soft-hearted. The humming sound of air vibration gives people a sense of terror of disaster coming. The white air pressure cover formed by the force of vibration condensed on the head. Whoosh, Tianming's figure instantly appeared in front of Nagato, raising his fist. Before the fist arrived, the incomparably deep energy locked onto Nagato's aura, instantly cutting off the latter's attempt to dodge. Can't escape. It can only be accepted head-on, drink all. Nagato opened his mouth and roared angrily. The louder he roared, the more he could show his inner weakness, impotence and rage. Right now, there is only one thing he can do, that is to concentrate chakra on both hands, and then push it out with all his strength. Fists and palms face each other across the air, but the palm of the opponent's hand did indeed touch the white air pressure shield. Advertisement, humph. Nagato only felt his arms tremble, as if he was pressed by a high-speed vibrating motor. The huge force instantly made his hands lose consciousness. Crack, then, I heard a cracking sound coming from nowhere. But because his arms lost feeling, he didn't feel any pain, nothing at all. It's just that there is nothing, which makes people's hair stand on end. In Nagato's mind, a countdown suddenly appeared. 5. What's behind the countdown? 4. Do not know anything. 3 blank. 2. How should I do? In the last 2 seconds left, Nagato's vision suddenly became extremely clear. Chakra's nature, form, flow. At the same time, an unprecedented force erupted from his eyes. 1. I know what to do now. The bangs parted automatically, revealing the pair of ripple-like eyes that are unique in this world, Rinnegan. 0. Nagato held his breath, and in an extremely calm tone, he chanted a mysterious incantation. Shen Luo Tian Zheng. With Nagato as the center, an extremely powerful repulsive force was released outward, forming a 360-degree energy barrier with no dead ends, and continued to expand outward with an unstoppable attitude. It collided head-on with the white air pressure mask in Tianming's hand. Has it finally appeared? Rinnegan's pupil art. Tianming's eyes moved, and the corners of his mouth raised in a subtle arc. However, even in the face of Nagato, who had a sudden power surge, he still did not stop. On the contrary, he further expanded the power of the vibration in his hand. Tough confrontation. Squeak squeak squeak, the surrounding space was distorting, and there was an unspeakable weird sound. Advertisement, I see. I know who you are. Hanzo, who was lying on the side, fixed his eyes on Tianming's body, and smiled miserably. Konoha evildoer. Uchiha Tianming. Besides, I can't think of another. Then he turned his surprised eyes to Nagato. Forget about that Konoha evildoer, this red-haired kid also has extraordinary power. It's a pity, he's still too immature. 3. The white gas mask and the translucent barrier, both of them look so harmless to humans and animals. But they represent their respective terrifying powers to destroy the world. 2 equally terrifying forces collided against each other. No doubt. The 2 sides exploded immediately, and a terrible shockwave burst out immediately. Boom, 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 boom. The earth, which was originally full of warehouses and holes, was blasted into a huge hole. It is not an exaggeration to say that such a bleak scene has been bombed continuously by the tailed beast bomb. The earth that was crushed into pieces turned into smoke and dust dancing in the sky. It can be seen vaguely, only one of them is standing. Nagato. Standing in the distance, Conan stared dumbfounded at the exaggerated ruins in front of him. With a glimmer of hope, he turned to the figure 383 standing in the smoke and dust, and called out the name of his companion. Tianming. Mr. Tianming. Seeing this exaggerated confrontation immediately attracted Hong and Shizune, who had been eating melons. Although they don't think Tianming will lose, but the astonishing power that Nagato erupted really shocked them. At least with their strength, it is absolutely impossible to do it. What are you thinking? I'm the one standing there. A shockwave was released, quickly blowing away the surrounding smoke and dust. Tianming can be clearly seen standing, and Nagato who fell to the ground. Seeing the result as expected in their hearts, Hong and Shizune felt relieved. As for Conan on the other side, his face was ashen. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. Hanzo shook his head wryly. I saw Tianming shook his numb fist, and said with a light smile, Shenluo Tianzheng's move does have something, and it's a bit difficult to do it with one hand. Of course, there is also your lack of proficiency in pupil power control. The reason for, why don't you talk? Tianming turned Nagato, who was lying on the ground, over with his feet. The latter's eyes were closed tightly, foaming at the mouth, apparently passed out. Advertisement Chapter 156 Surrender Chapter 156 Surrender. Sure enough, you're still too weak. I thought that you with Rinnegan could bring me some challenges. It seems that I overestimated your strength. Tianming let out a long sigh, showing a lack of interest on his face. Hey, is it too harsh? Our mission is not to kill. Hong reminded him from the side. Yeah, do I need to give them medical ninjutsu treatment? Shizune expressed concern. No, that's not necessary. Tianming kicked Nagato on the ground, and said calmly, "This guy is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. He is called immune to death Xiaoqiang. His life is very hard." "Really? That's also." Just as Hong was about to say something, his eyes suddenly moved. "Mr. Tianming." Shizune also subconsciously issued a reminder. I saw pieces of paper flying all over the sky, and a figure condensed behind Tianming. Paper instant. Holding a spear made of paper, Conan stabbed Tianming fiercely in the back. When it comes, castrate is enough. But the closer he got to Tianming, the soles of his feet seemed to be stuck in a swamp, and his movements became slower and slower. Finally, 3 steps away from Tianming, he stopped. I saw that she was still holding the paper spear in her stabbing posture, and she was frozen into a sculpture. Endless coercion, like invisible tentacles, grabbed Conan's whole body tightly, making him unable to move. Damn. Why, it became like this. Conan was full of unwillingness, and his face was full of stubbornness. Why? Your question is really strange. Tianming turned around and stared at the ladder with indifference. You should have witnessed my strength with your own eyes, so the result of the challenge is obvious, isn't it? Indeed, if I challenge you, there is no doubt that I will fail. Conan gritted his teeth, raised his head with difficulty, and said in a firm tone, "But, I can't just watch you hurt my companion." Advertisement Hong looked at Conan's eyes somewhat touched, as if she saw herself, and said in her heart, "This is an indomitable female ninja." Shizune, who is also a female ninja, also feels the same way, thinking that this female ninja will definitely become a famous strong man in the future. Yes? Tianming stretched out his palm towards the other party expressionlessly. Here we go again. Conan's face changed drastically, which reminded her of yesterday, when the other party also extended a hand to her, stretching it into her pocket with frivolity. But this time is different. I saw a faint white light glowing on Tianming's palm. You can't feel the violent chakra riots, and it looks like humans and animals are harmless. But in fact, it is this weird power. One hit defeats Hanzo. Knocked down Nagato in one hit. The same blow fell on her body. Maybe it was not just as simple as being beaten to the ground. It was very likely that she would die on the spot. Tianming. Mr. Tianming. Hong and Shizune kept yelling from the sidelines. Although they didn't say anything clearly, the dissuasion contained in it is self-evident. However, Tianming's movements did not stop, and he gently held the paper spear in the opponent's hand with his palm. Next second, the paper spear that was bonded together by chakra, which was comparable to steel, turned into countless debris and scattered in a burst of violent shaking. Conan stared wide-eyed in fear, and could only watch helplessly as the terrifying vibration force continued to spread towards her along the paper spear. As long as she suffers from this, her body, like a paper spear, will be torn apart by wolves into countless pieces of flesh and blood scattered on the ground, right? However, the frightening shock of death didn't seem to affect her body. When the last piece of paper in her hand shattered, the vibration stopped. Conan's mind was blank, and he seemed to have recovered from the turning point that he had not yet escaped from death. Hanzo raised his head slightly, and after taking a look, he continued to lie down and pretend to be dead. Seeing this, both Hong and Shizune could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hey, it scares you, after all, I'm not a devil. Advertisement Tianming smiled kindly and put away his palms. I thought you were killing Red Eyes, and you were going to kill them all. Red glared at him reproachfully. Exactly, don't forget that our task this time is to pay a friendly visit to Rain Shinobi Village and send an invitation letter from Lord Hokage. Shizune pulled a scroll from his pocket. Yo, and this. Tianming took the scroll and threw it towards Hanzo. Dong. The scroll hit Hanzo precisely on the head and fell to the side. So far, Hanzo still hasn't moved at all. Don't dare to move. However, all these poor disguises are meaningless in front of Tianming's Mangekyō Sharingan. He glanced at the latter with contempt, and said coldly, "Don't pretend to be dead, old man. Do you think that just because you hide the salamander in the ground, you can be ready to rescue you at any time? Do you believe that? Don't believe me? I can bury your salamander in the soil forever?" It's unbelievable. From the very beginning of the fight, Hanzo dived the salamander into the ground, and he was ready to run away if he couldn't beat him. I surrender. Seeing Hanzo, who was lying dead, he immediately sat up straight and raised his hands in surrender. This dramatic scene immediately stunned Hong and Shizune beside him. Famous Hanzo of the salamander in the ninja world would actually pretend to be dead and wait for an opportunity to escape, which is against the reputation of a strong man. People change. If it is a young and strong Hanzo, he will definitely fight endlessly. He is more of a samurai than a ninja. See death in battle as a kind of glory for yourself. However, as he became the leader of Rain Shinobi Village and became the ruler, his power and status made him gradually cherish his life. Implementing a closed policy in Rain Shinobi Village is actually a manifestation of cowardice and cowardice. It is precisely because he is afraid that others will see his weakness that he chooses to try his best to close it. Resisting cooperation with the Shao organization is also for the same reason. Coupled with old age and frailty, willpower will inevitably decline. Comprehensive various factors. Now facing Tianming, an unprecedentedly strong enemy, Hanzo lowered his once proud head. Advertisement Chapter 157 Rain Shinobi Sannin Chapter 157 Rain Shinobi Sannin passed a friendly visit to Rain Shinobi Village and handed over a scroll written by Hokage himself. The mission of the 9th class has been successfully completed. During the period, Hong and Shizune raised their own questions. According to the content of the mission, It is obvious that they should live in peace with Rain Shinobi, so why do they have to start fighting at the slightest disagreement? In this regard, Tianming explained that Rain Shinobi has always wanted to get rid of Konoha and seek independence. If he does not show absolute strength, the latter will never be able to continue to be Konoha's younger brother. As for the received scroll, it is very likely that it will be thrown into the trash can after changing hands. This means the failure of the task, but now that Hanzo has made it clear that he has surrendered, he naturally dare not disobey. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yin Ming gave them a lively lesson without fail. Power is the only bargaining chip for ninjas. Otherwise, no matter how nicely you say it, no one will pay attention to it. Just like Akatsuki's Yahiko, the mission is over. Tianming and his group left Rain Shinobi village, but due to sufficient time, they did not return to Dawang immediately. Now that the task has been completed, it seems that it is not in accordance with the rules not to go back to the village to report. Shizune is still a good girl as always. It's okay, don't worry about the rules of the 317 village, what I say is also the rules. Tianming expressed disapproval. The so-called rules have always been used to restrict the weak. He's not off limits. Besides, this trip to Rain Shinobi, you didn't have a chance to practice, and you always feel like you need to find something to make up for. Hearing the latter part of the sentence, Han's eyes suddenly brightened. These words touched her heart. I agree, didn't Master 4th Generation say that? We are the elite of the younger generation in the village, and the future depends on us. Therefore, our efforts to improve our strength are also contributions to Ganzi. Red said seriously. It was a good excuse. Shizune was speechless immediately. So, where are we going now? Advertisement? Anywhere. Tianming glanced around, then raised his hand and pointed in a certain direction. Let's go in this direction. It's too random. Han couldn't help but rolled his eyes at him. This direction is exactly the opposite direction of returning to the village. Shizune complained a bit. BDBH, a journey that just goes away. Tianming took out a golden rein and shouted loudly. Noble phantasm. Reins of rider. As a huge chakra soared into the sky, a snow-white Pegasus flew down from the clouds. Han and Shizune raised their heads, staring up at the slow landing of Pegasus with wide-eyed eyes, and couldn't help sighing. No matter how many times I watch it, it's still beautiful. It's almost like a summoning beast of God, cough. As if understanding the compliments of the second daughter, Tenma neighed happily a few times. Look at your brazenness. Tianming chuckled, turned over and rode on Tianma's back, and immediately stretched out his palm towards Iran. Cut. Do you think we are weak girls? Although Hong said so, she still put her hand on Tianming's palm and let the other party pull the horse. Hey, Mr. Tianming is so contrived. Shizune also felt upright, and accepted Tianming's hand with a smile. Hong and Shizune are in front of each other, Tianming is in the middle, this is a correct sitting posture. Alright, let's go. Tianming pulled the rein lightly, not only being able to control the mount under him, but also conveying his consciousness to the latter. Dada, who? I saw Tianma running towards the front for a short time, flapping its wings, and quickly lifted into the air. The sky is high, let me fly, where can't I go? Rain Shinobi Village, an unassuming tower somewhere. Temporary command center for Rain Shinobi established. Advertisement Hanzo, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan all recovered to the point where they could barely move. Cough cough. Master Hanzo, what do you think of Konoha's proposal? Cough cough. Yahiko's pale complexion looked a little sluggish, which was the sequelae of the Mangekyō pupil technique. How else to look? We simply don't have a choice. Hanzo's right hand was covered with a thick bandage, and he picked up the scroll with his left hand and wanted to throw it out, but after thinking about it, he put it down carefully, and said in a deep voice. Uchiha Tianming. Such vicious people can be called Uchiha Tianming back then. Madara. That's what Konoha does. A trace of hatred flashed in Nagato's eyes, and he clenched his fist subconsciously. Originally, he had a parental enmity with Konoha, but now it has been further expanded. Nagato. Konan gave him a worried look. Nagato, one day, I will dissolve the hatred in your heart. Yahiko stared fixedly at the latter. Konan frowned slightly, but said nothing. But Nagato broke out suddenly, stood up and shouted loudly. What do you know, a guy who has no father or mother since he was a child? The audience is dead silent. Nagato. Konan glared first. Nagato immediately realized his gaffe, quickly lowered his head, and apologized to Yahiko. I'm sorry, Yahiko. I didn't mean it. No, I don't care. Yahiko quickly waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care, and smiled bitterly. Nagato, I know this is your unintentional mistake. We are all companions, and I won't blame you for it. Hanzo's eyes subtly swept over the three people in front of him, and a strange look appeared on his face. I also have the following judgment in my mind. Yahiko, a veritable idealist, has no superhuman strength, and the future of this kind of person will definitely drown in his own ideals. Nagato, a kid who has no independent thoughts and is easily influenced by others, but he has extraordinary and powerful potential. If he is not guided correctly in the future, he may be used by others and fall into the abyss. Konan, an introverted woman, is constrained by the idea of a companion. She clearly disagrees with Yahiko's ideas, and at the same time thinks that Nagato's extremes are unacceptable, but she is still willing to follow her companions. In terms of ninja talent, it is higher than Yahiko, although it is not as good as Nagato, but at least it can reach the level of self-protection in the future. Funny young man, starting today, I'll call you the Rain Shinobi Trio. Of course, the premise is that you have a future to grow up. Chapter 158. Flying to the Country of Fields. Chapter 158. To Tanokuni, the atmosphere of the scene was a little dignified. At this moment, Hanzo suddenly said something like a bell ringing in the middle of the night. Yahiko, Nagato, Conan, from today on I will call you Rain Shinobi Sanin, W. Ah, this, suddenly called that, what's the matter, Master Hanzo? Yahiko was puzzled. Nothing, literally. There is no doubt that you three are the three most outstanding ninjas in Rain Shinobi Village. Hanzo is like a generous elder. Hearing this, a hint of arrogance flashed across Nagato's face. This is also reasonable. The level of Rain Shinobi under Hanzo is obvious to all. Although Nagato didn't say anything, he still looked down on Rain Shinobi in his heart. Seeing the subtle expression of the other party, Hanzo thought to himself, sure enough, he is young and vigorous. Conan kept his expression unchanged, and he didn't know what she was thinking in his calm eyes. Hanzo thought to himself, this woman is not so easy to fool. Okay, let's not talk about gossip, now let's talk about Konoha. Hanzo turned to the topic, pointed to the scroll on the table, and continued. Hokage's personal letter was written on it. Simply put, it is to maintain the alliance between Konoha and Rain Shinobi. Let us send someone to sign the specific treaty. Go to Konoha to talk. Since it's a peace talk, isn't that great? Yahiko said innocently. As the victor of the Third Ninja World War, as long as Konoha Ken takes the lead, the ninja world will soon achieve peace. How can they be so kind? It is estimated that this peace is based on the premise of seeking the interests of other countries. Nagato said coldly. That's not necessarily true, is it? Yahiko said hesitantly. Anyway, we still have to go to Konoha, right? Conan spoke suddenly. Exactly. Advertisement, Hanzo said earnestly. This time, I hope that Akatsuki can go to Konoha to negotiate on behalf of Rain Shinobi. Is this real? Yahiko said with surprise on his face. Thank you Hanzo-sama for trusting us so much. And many more. Conan faintly felt that something was wrong, and said in a deep voice, isn't it a bit rash for us juniors to discuss with Konoha? The three of Yahiko are only 15 or 16 years old now. No, where? Didn't I just say that? You are Rain Shinobi Sani now. Hanzo said kindly. Besides, when it comes to youth, how younger is that Uchiha Tianming than you? But, Conan was speechless for a moment. Don't worry, Conan. As long as we show our sincerity and open our hearts to Lord Hokage, peace will surely be achieved. Yahiko's eyes are full of light for a bright future. Conan didn't know how to comment, so he had to look at Nagato. If you go to Konoha, Nagato, I will focus on the task. Nagato said in an unusually calm tone, although I hate Konoha, I have not forgotten our purpose of Akatsuki. As long as there is a glimmer of hope for peace, I will not give up. All right. Conan had nothing to say immediately, so he had to obey his companion's decision. Hanzo narrowed his eyes slightly, and thought to himself, very good, it's as I expected. The reason why he instigated Akatsuki to go to Konoha is very simple. Tianming's friendly visit forced him to go, but he was unwilling to risk his life to step into Konoha's territory. Not to mention whether the newly appointed Hokage will play tricks on him, but there is no guarantee that some people behind Konoha will not trick him. Now Yahiko, the iron-headed boy, wants to bring about peace, so let him realize his ambitions. It will be good for Rain Shinobi if the negotiation is concluded. If the talk breaks down, it doesn't matter if Yahiko and others can't come back. He can take this opportunity to annex Akatsuki's faction in Rain Shinobi. Hanzo's wishful thinking was very clever. The flight journey of the three of Tianming lasted a day due to an appointment. Advertisement in the distance of the field of vision, there is an endless field, and scattered villages are scattered in it. Due to the dim light at dusk, it was difficult to distinguish where it was for a while. Asking for flowers, however, Tianming didn't care about this either. Anyway, there is no place in the entire ninja world that he cannot go to. Let's rest here tonight. While speaking, Tianming drove the Tianma down. Wait, let's land a little bit away. After all, your gorgeous summoning beast is really eye-catching. Red suggested. Shizune carefully observed the buildings below, and analyzed. This should be a small country. So far no one has discovered that we seem to have no establishment of a hidden village. There are no ninjas? Isn't this boring? Tianming expressed lack of interest, but he was tired from flying today, so he will stay here for the night. After searching for a long time in the outskirts far away from the village, they found a place to stay, and the Tianma landed. There are fields and crops everywhere. In a sense, it can be regarded as a paradise. After landing, Tianming scanned the endless fields around him. So that's it, I know what this place is. Shizune showed a look of surprise on his face. If I remember correctly, this should be TNG country. Hong added. Located in the northern part of the Land of Fire, a small country surrounded by Yamanaka and surrounded by a fertile plain, is nominally one of the allies of the Land of Fire. Tien country. A thoughtful look flashed across Tianming's face. He didn't know much about this strange name. The only relevant plot in the original book is that after Orochimaru defected from Konoha, he came to TNG country and established Yin village. But now, Orochimaru is still doing taboo research under Konoha, so naturally there is no Yin village. However, since Orochimaru has the heart to defect, it is unknown whether he will secretly prepare for the establishment of forces in Tianjiguo in advance. Of course, this is not a major event worthy of attention. Anyway, Yin and the like are just a bunch of tricks. Tianming said he didn't care. Chapter 159. Big Fat Sheep Tsunade. Chapter 159 Big Sheep Tsunade. Let's go, find a place to eat first. Tianming and his party entered the village. For villages without the protection of hidden villages, there is no need to even infiltrate them, just walk in openly and above board. It's undefended, isn't it afraid that a few ninjas will come here and cook 10,000 here? Tianming said, slightly surprised. No, although Tanokuni itself does not have a hidden village, but because it is an alliance with the Nation of Fire, it is also protected by Konoha in terms of security. The village will regularly issue missions to assist Tanokuni in eradicating the invaders. Shizune explained. However, these are not difficult tasks, and generally only rookie genin will do them. Red added. Really? You are quite clear, Tianming casually said, 580? That's because when you were not around, Shizune and I took on such a mission. Hong habitually rolled his eyes at him. While chatting, the three of Tianming walked on the streets. Looking around, there are some small vendors on both sides, and the pedestrians on the street can only be said to be no more, no less. Although it cannot be compared with the bustling Konoha, it is at least better than Rain Shinobi Village. It didn't take long to find a store that looked a bit upscale. Just here. Tianming looked up at the sign above, Tianshe Sushi. Nice country name. Hong stopped slightly. What's wrong? Shizune asked strangely. I always feel that the pedestrians around me have strange eyes. Red asked. Ordinary eyes, there is nothing to care about. Tianming waved towards her. Here we go again, for inscriptions contempt. Shizune complained a bit. The three walked into the shop. Welcome. Huh? What, it's three little ghosts. The owner of the shop is a big man with a face full of flesh. He lost interest when he saw the age of Tianming and the three of them. Advertisement, I'm too lazy to slap you in the face. Tianming found a random seat and sat down. Influenced by Tianming, neither Hong nor Shizune would get angry over these trivial matters anymore, and directly took out a few banknotes and put them on the table. Bring me the menu. Money ability, okay, dear guest. The shopkeeper stared straight at the several large denomination banknotes on the table, and immediately changed into a chrysanthemum smiling face. Hong took the menu, flipped through it casually, and frowned suddenly. But I didn't say much, just ordered a few. What's the matter? Is it not to your liking? Tianming asked. No, it's nothing. I just feel that the menu is a bit perfunctory. Red complained. Not long after, the shopkeeper brought out a few plates of sushi, and the sashimi on them seemed to be fresh. Serve the dishes, please take your time, however, without waiting for the owner to turn around. Shizune slapped the table suddenly, and said coldly, psychedelics, paralytics. Please explain, why are there these two ingredients in sushi? As a medical ninja, she can see the strange ingredients hidden in the sushi at a glance. The shop owner didn't seem to expect to be exposed so quickly, and was speechless for a while. Sure enough, is this shop weird? No wonder passers-by cast strange glances when we entered, and there were no other customers in the shop. The red face is not good and authentic. Oh, Tianming raised his hands, looked like he was watching a play, and said with a light smile. It's obviously a trick, so I have to add a play to myself. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* shopkeeper suddenly became angry from embarrassment. Tisk. I can't stand watching. Hong didn't want to talk nonsense, so he directly made seals with both hands. Illusion Narukumi technique. An illusion that induces fear in the target. The owner's spirit flashed, and a casino appeared in front of him. Go big, go big, go big, keep it small, make it small, make it small. There was a loud noise in my ears. As the banker, he is betting against a woman with blonde hair and big breasts. Oh, isn't that the legendary big fat sheep Tsunade? Advertisement. The shopkeeper laughed. I saw that woman was overwhelmed. Then, the dealer opened a big. What? The shopkeeper was surprised and asked, did the sun come out from the west instead? The woman pressed down. Then, the dealer opened a small. This. How is this possible? The owner's eyes widened, as if he saw something incredible. The woman rolled the dice. Then, the dealer opened the dice. Ah. The owner held his head in his hands, his face was full of despair, he seemed to see the end of the world. It's over. I can't even win the legendary big fat sheep, my life. Plop. The owner's pupils lost focus, and he knelt down on the ground in a daze. The spirit has been hit hard like never before. Your life should be destroyed as soon as possible. Hong kicked the ladder to the ground with a face full of disgust. It's already clear that this guy runs an underground casino, and the store we're in now is just a cover. This is also the reason why passers-by cast strange glances when they came in. Wait. I seem to have heard an incredible name just now. Shizune opened his eyes wide and read, Tsunade. Could it be Master Tsunade, one of the legendary Konoha Sannin? Huh? I think it should be the same name. Hong frowned. Master Tsunade is a 3.5 role model for all female ninjas in the ninja world. How could she have anything to do with despicable gamblers? That's right. Shizune nodded in agreement. You must know that Tsunade is a powerful female ninja she has admired since she was a child. There is a beautiful image in my heart. He is Tsunade the big fat sheep. It feels like something interesting is about to happen. A hint of interest flashed in Tianming's eyes. Read, use illusion to torture and return to Tsunade's location. You don't think the big fat sheep this gambler is talking about is the real Master Tsunade, do you? Hong gave him a strange look. Not always. Tianming beckoned and signaled her to just do it. No, Master Tsunade is a gambler or something, this is impossible. Shizune is categorical. Chapter 160 Look, what an excellent disciple. Chapter 160 Look, what an excellent disciple. Every time you gamble, you will lose the big fat sheep. Tsunade, a young woman with a characteristic appearance, blonde hair and big breasts. In the rented house in the east of the village. Under Hong's illusion, the shopkeeper revealed all the information about Tsunade. Blonde hair and big breasts. This appearance should be a coincidence, right? Shizune was lucky enough to meet Tsunade once as a child. But speaking of age, it's a little rude, but Tsunade-sama should be around 40 this year, right? Hong raised doubts. Let's go, don't think too much, let's go and verify it ourselves. Tianming didn't explain too much about this, and left directly. After a while, I came to the house that the owner said. I saw that this is a courtyard that looks pretty good. Tianming cursed in his heart. It seems that she hasn't lost all her family property yet. After all, when I was in Konoha, I performed countless high-level tasks and gained a huge savings. This is where Tsunade travels around the ninja world. Papa, there was a light knock on the door. Well, is anyone there? There was no reaction in the house. Boom. Tianming pushed the door open and entered. Hong and Shizune looked at each other and could only follow in. Excuse me. The moment I entered the door, there was a strong smell of alcohol in the air. The second daughter couldn't help frowning and looked around. I saw empty wine bottles thrown everywhere in the courtyard. Buzz, disgusting mosquitoes. Tianming raised his eyebrows. Open black lens bracket Conqueror's Haki close black lens bracket. The invisible momentum swept across like a wave. The buzzing of mosquitoes in the ear disappeared instantly. Catch, I saw a series of cracks appearing in the house in front of me. Here it is again. Using power when there is a disagreement. Advertisement. Hong couldn't help shaking his head. Isn't it an exaggeration to use this to repel mosquitoes? Shizune spread his hands, expressing that he didn't want to complain anymore. If you do this, you will save a lot of money. Tianming smiled lightly. Of course, he didn't just do this to disperse the mosquitoes, and at the same time, the aura he showed was enough to wake up the sleeping people in the room. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, there were footsteps in the house. Then, a slightly vague female voice came out. Who? A disturbing dream early in the morning. Well, it should be night now, right? The red sheep twitched. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Shizune put his hands together out of politeness, expressing guilt. The door was opened and a tall young woman walked out of it. The facial features of the logo, as well as the figure that is as familiar as the setting report. Tianming couldn't help but take a few more glances, as expected of Konoha's #1 peak. Ah, what did you say? Tsunade frowned, and his sleepy eyes suddenly became sharp. At this time, Shizune on the side shouted in surprise. Miss Tsunade. It's really Master Tsunade. It's unbelievable, it's exactly the same as 10 years ago. How is it possible? This young big sister is only in her early 20s. Hong is also surprised and authentic. Oh, these two little girls have sweet mouths. The corners of Tsunade's mouth rose slightly, and at the same time looked at the three of them with sizing eyes. Aren't you all ninjas from Konoha? Yes, I am Konoha-John Shizune. Shizune introduced himself enthusiastically. Konoha-John and Yuhihong, I met Master Tsunade. Red is also a courtesy to the younger generation. Shizune. Is that guy's clan? Tsunade seemed to remember something, and looked at Shizune fixedly. Then he turned to Hong who was on the side. Zhenhong's daughter, I didn't expect to grow up so big. Tsunade nodded thoughtfully, then frowned, feeling something was wrong. Advertisement? Wait, what did you just say, Jonin? Tsunade looked at the childish faces of the two in surprise. Yes, your lord, the 4th generation, granted us the status of elite Jonin. Shizune said proudly. This is what we fought hard on the battlefield, and it's genuine. Red added. Yes. Tsunade's face returned to calm, and she yawned with a look of lack of interest, and then she turned her gaze to Tianming who had been introducing herself. Then what about you kid, who are you, big man? Tianming said calmly. Oh, how big is it? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Didn't you feel it just now? Tianming asked back. Tsunade narrowed his eyes, and was awakened by a sudden powerful breath in his sleep just now. 12 or 13-year-old boy, a big shot. There have indeed been such rumors in the ninja world recently. Although Tsunade did not participate in the Third Ninja World War, as a Konoha shinobi player, she still pays attention to the changes on the battlefield all the time, and if it comes to an emergency, she will still help. Therefore, I also know more or less information about Tianming. Konoha's evil ninja, Uchiha Tianming. Oh, you are really a young man. Tsunade smiled meaningfully, then, as an elite of Konoha's younger generation, who come to find me, an idler, what kind of honor do you have? No, you think too much, we just came here by chance. Tianming said flatly, it was just by chance that something interesting happened, so I came here. Interesting. Things? Tsunade rolled up his sleeves, and the smile on his face became dangerous. You can really say it, doh. Ignoring the change in the other party's demeanor, Tianming continued. Although it's just a whim, I hope you can promise me one thing. Although I will definitely refuse, I am also interested, what do you want me to do? Tsunade said coldly, it's very simple, give me pointers on them. Tianming pointed to the second daughter beside him. Look, what excellent disciples, don't you think you should teach them what you have learned all your life? Is this how you beg for help? Tsunade was startled for a moment, then laughed out of anger. No, it's not a plea, it's persuasion, Tianming said calmly. What if I say no? It's too windy and I can't hear you, how about you say it again? Chapter 161 Arm Wrestling Competition, Chapter 161. Arm Wrestling Competition. Wait, Mr. Tianming, how can you talk to Master Tsunade like this? Hong and Shizune on the side were both shocked by Tianming's series of sassy operations. Ha 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 ha. Tsunade was also amused. It seems that you mean to use force to make me submit? Don't you understand this very well? Tianming nodded seriously. Interesting. Seeing this, Tsunade also gradually closed his smile and said coldly. Force? Who do you think you are talking to? Do you think that I am a medical ninja so easy to bully? Do you know? What's the point of mere strange power? Tianming kept a calm gesture on his face. He knows all about Tsunade's abilities. So that's the case, it seems that there is no need to talk nonsense. Well then, I'll take a gamble with you. Tsunade stretched out his palm, his wrist, which looked fair and slender without muscles, gave off a feeling of weakness no matter what. Wrestle with me, as long as you win, I will agree to your conditions. If you lose, how about it? By the way, then hand over all your mission rewards. It just so happens that she has traveled around the world these years, and she doesn't eat and drink much, but gambling has almost squandered her savings. She also knew that Tianming was not an ordinary ninja, so she must have done a lot of missions and earned a lot of rewards. Just take this opportunity to reap the other party's wealth. As for losing, it is not within her consideration at all. What a joke. I dare not say anything else, how could she ever lose to anyone in terms of strength? Tianming smiled without saying a word, everything was under his control. Red, Shizune, prepare to become a teacher, from today onwards, you will be disciples of Tsunade. AWN. M. Tsunade. Shizune reacted immediately, his eyes were shining brightly. Becoming Tsunade's apprentice, this is her childhood dream. You be asterisk 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 D, isn't it? Too arrogant. Tsunade has a big tic-tac-toe protruding from his forehead. No need to say much, let's see the real chapter under our hands. Advertisement, Tianming said calmly. The two came to a stone table on the onesie, and each stood on one side. Tianming put his right hand on the table first. Tsunade joins. The palms of the two were held together. In the eyes of others, the big and small hands don't look like they are full of strength. However, when the 10 fingers hold the moment, there was a sonic boom in the air. Both sides tentatively released their strength. I saw Tsunade's slender, ruddy fingernails deeply squeezing the skin on Tianming's palm. An illusion of breaking it. Obviously, in this temptation, he has gained a lot of the upper hand. A look of surprise flashed in Tsunade's eyes, and he thought to himself, this kid. Just relying on the strengthening of chakra, he has improved his muscle strength to such an extent. It is true that there are two brushes, and it is indeed worth being complacent to be able to reach this point at a young age. At least me back then, Jiraiya and even Orochimaru couldn't do that. But as the saying goes, there is a sky beyond the sky, this time I have to let him suffer a little bit. Both sides are ready. Shizune put his hand over them, acting as the referee. Tsunade didn't talk nonsense, but secretly mobilized the huge chakra in his body. The same is true for Tianming, but his eyes are tightly closed at this time. Start, Shizune ordered. Boom, two amazing chakras collide head-on. The violent energy chi generated in it shocked Shizune back again and again. In this regard, the faces of the two women showed shock respectively. This is the power of a shadow, Kage-level powerhouse. Even though they are elite Jonin now, 10 steps up is Kage. But in reality, this one-step gap is as deep as an insurmountable chasm. Judging from the strength of chakra alone, they do not belong to the same dimension. Catch, I saw cracks appeared on the stone tables under the hands of the two of them. Tsunade began to suppress Tianming with his incomparably powerful monster power. Advertisement visible to the naked eye, Tsunade's palm is covering Tianming bit by bit. How about it? How'd I feel about my strange taste? Tsunade sneered inwardly, however, there was still no wavering on Tianming's face. I'll see how long you can stay calm. Tsunade's eyes froze, and he immediately increased the strength in his hands. At this time, her palm had already pressed half of Tianming's. Analyzing from a normal point of view, Tsunade has already won the game. Because of the wrist wrestling competition, there will only be a stalemate at the beginning. Once one party overwhelms the opponent's wrist, it is difficult to reverse the disadvantage if it is below, because this does not conform to the laws of physics. At this moment, Tianming opened his eyes. Open black lens bracket Mangekyō Sharingan close black lens bracket. What? Tsunade was startled at first, subconsciously thinking that the other party was about to use illusion, and immediately turned his gaze away, angrily said, Good boy. Wrestle your wrists and want to use illusion? But then, the illusion in immediate image did not appear. Tsunade only felt that the posture of pressing the palm stopped suddenly. I saw the black chakra wrapped around Tianming's hand, forming a large skeleton hand. Tsunade directly touched him, only feeling that the latter's chakra was extremely cold, and the big skeleton hands were as firm as steel. So hard. Got good, what kind of power is this? Tsunade was amazed. I saw that the big skeleton hand controlled by Tianming was recovering the decline bit by bit, so that the palms of both sides returned to the same central axis. HMPH. Don't underestimate me. Tsunade suddenly poured out Chakra's full strength, bursting out with even more frightening strength. Kacha kacha. I saw cracks were forcefully pulled out of the skeleton's big hand. Ah, I still have something. Servant, Tianming chuckled, his pupils focused. With the huge output of pupil power, I saw that the skeleton's big hand was wrapped with a thick muscle, and the outermost layer was even covered with a layer of armor. Overwhelming power, passing Tsunade in an instant. Not good. Tsunade's complexion changed drastically, and the other hand made a single-handed imprint, and the diamond-shaped imprint on his forehead glowed. 100 Healings Mark Solution. Chapter 162 Red, Shizunev's Tsunade. Chapter 162 Red, Shizun vs Tsunade. All of your own chakra can't compete, so unseal the seal and release a more powerful chakra. 100 Healings Mark Solution. I saw the diamond-shaped marks on Tsunade's forehead extending out of the stripes of the technique respectively, and spreading rapidly to the body. The huge chakra suddenly doubled the strange power in Tsunade's hand. However, it was too late. At this time, Tianming used Susanoo's complete body. Although it was only one arm, it was connected with flesh and blood and had a sturdy and unparalleled armor. Boom! I saw the stone table under the seat was smashed to pieces by the huge force in an instant, and Tsunade's whole body was pinned down to the ground by the black giant's hand, unable to move. In this arm wrestling contest, the outcome has already been decided. Tsunade-sama, lost in strength, Shizun said in shock. No, I just... Tsunade subconsciously wanted to deny it, but when he thought that the other party used the pupil technique, and he might have used the sealing technique, everyone in 940 cheated, and no one could blame the other. In the end, he could only sigh and said in a deep voice, well, I have to admit, I lost the arm wrestling this time. Soldiers never tire of deceit. Besides, the so-called ninjas, in order to win, shouldn't they do whatever they can? Tianming said calmly. Okay. What a kid who doesn't like it, I will abide by the game, can you let me go now? Tsunade's eyes widened, looking at the giant black hand pressing on her full heart, her face looked a little annoyed. Although there is no direct physical contact, the old lady is still very angry. However, what she didn't know was that even though this was only the condensed form of chakra, in fact its touch was transmitted to Tianming's brain as it was. It made him feel a lot of emotion. Climb the first peak of Hokage. It will be the top of the mountain, and you can see all the mountains and small ones at a glance. Such a feeling is truly indescribable. Tianming reluctantly closed the pupils of both eyes. I saw that the black giant hand first removed the outer armor, then the flesh and blood retreated, and finally the remaining dry bones turned into a phantom and completely disappeared. At this time, Tsunade is still maintaining the posture of lying on the ground with large characters, and the expression of extreme displeasure on his face seems to be pulled out and hung ruthlessly after being put into 18 postures. Do you always feel that you are a bit too bullying? Tianming stretched out his palm towards the other party in a gentlemanly manner, ready to pull the ladder up. Advertisement, however, Tsunade refused to accept his favor, the corners of his mouth pouted and let out a cold snort. HMPH. The two little girls over there, why don't you come over and help them become teachers? Ah. Yes, Teacher Tsunade. Hong and Shizun immediately ran to Tsunade and helped the ladder up from left to right. Yin Ming didn't care about this either. Anyway, his goal has been achieved. Let me explain in advance, my education method is very strict, you have to make up your mind. Tsunade said viciously. Yes, Mr. Tsunade, we will definitely try our best to learn. As long as you don't die, learn from death. Hong and Shizun are just and honest. That's not the case. Tsunade gave the two of them a strange look, and shook his head with a wry smile. I really don't know what kind of environment you two girls grew up in, to be so enlightened at such a young age. She didn't know that under Tianming's careful training since childhood, the second daughter's willpower has reached the point where her peers can be compared. Strength has also been baptized on the battlefield, and it is definitely not a flower in a greenhouse. Thinking of this, Tsunade also unconsciously, BDAD, became very interested in the second daughter. The momentum is quite high, but I don't know, what is the actual level? Try it yourself, don't you know? Tianming smiled lightly. Although he doesn't think that the current Hong and Shizun can be compared with Tsunade, one of the Sannin, but at least they can compete for a while, and it will definitely surprise the latter. Hearing this, the two of them understood immediately, and each set up their battle stances. Please advise, Teacher Tsunade, please be sure not to show mercy. Interesting, the corners of Tsunade's mouth raised slightly, and she moved her hands and feet. Just now she suffered a big loss under Tianming's hands, but now she is full of anger. Do it, Tianming made the referee directly. As soon as the words fell, the two girls shot at the same time. Shizun, the old rules. The red hands quickly formed seals. Advertisement, learn. Shizun waved and threw a few shurikens, then kicked his feet and rushed forward quickly. Shish, the shuriken swung through an arc and hit Tsunade. Uchiha-style throwing skills. Tsunade saw through it at a glance, waved his hand and took out a few thousand copies from his sleeve and shot them out. Ding 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 ding, Senbon knocked down every single shuriken. However, the shuriken was just Shizun's feint, and she used the instant technique, and her figure came to Tsunade's side in an instant. Focus on chakra, and wave a punch. Tsunade faintly sensed a familiar smell, and immediately concentrated on Chakra's backhand. Weird power. Weird power. There was a violent explosion in the air. I see. It seems that you have learned the forbidden technique from the Book of Sealing. As Tsunade spoke, he swung a few houses at a faster speed. Boom. 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 Shizune chose to be tough all the time, but every collision made her palms numb. Such a heavy force. The same technique, used by different people, has completely different powers. Your attack moves are too rigid. I saw Tsunade suddenly used a round kick. Leaf Hurricane. An unremarkable physical skill kicked Shizune out. However, just when Tsunade was about to take advantage of the victory and pursue the attack, he suddenly froze. I saw a big tree growing from the foot, and a large number of branches and vines entangled it. Illusion tree binding kill. Seeing this, Shizune couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, covered his red and swollen hands from the beating, and said in a deep voice, "It hurts, hurts, your movements are a bit slow, Red." Chapter 163. Miss Sister Who Understands People's Hearts. Chapter 163 Understanding Lady. Sorry, Chakra, the target of the spell is too strong. It is difficult for my illusion to affect her. The red hands maintained the posture of nodding, and a trace of cold sweat oozes from the forehead, and said in a deep voice, "And I can't hold on for too long, Jing, sound." I see. Shizune stood up quickly, enduring the pain in his hands, holding several kunai with the 10 fingers of both hands, and throwing them according to different strengths and positions. Ding ding, kunai changed orbit through collision in midair and shot towards Tsunade from different angles. Puff puff puff, kunai all hit Tsunade. Huh? Will this? Red exclaimed. Don't worry, I paid attention to the angle, and I didn't hit a vital point. An injury of this degree can be healed in an instant with teacher Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. Shizune said seriously, I said you guys, are you underestimating me a bit? Tsunade, who was hit by kunai, turned into a wooden stake. What? Double technique? When? Shizune exclaimed. Impossible. You obviously fell into my illusion, and you can't move. How did you seal it? Hong also expressed surprise. Time-limited techniques, preset ninjutsu, will be activated automatically when certain conditions are met. I saw the figure of Tsunade coming out from the other end. That's how it is. I have prepared a substitute technique on my body in advance. As long as I fall into the illusion, it will be activated, and there is no need to seal it. Shizune said with a dazed expression. Cut, have you been placed together? Red gritted her teeth. Hong, you prepared the illusion from the very beginning. How could I be unprepared? However, it is somewhat commendable, for being able to let me fall into the illusion. Tsunade was unabashed in his praise. Then, the real battle begins now. As soon as the words fell, Tsunade's figure disappeared in a puff of white smoke. What? Shadow clone, on top, advertisement. Shizune exclaimed. I saw the figure of Tsunade, descending from the sky, chopping down heavily with one foot. Heaven guards the feet. Boom, 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 boom. Like a meteor impact, a huge crater was smashed on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, the second daughter dodges in panic. This blow. Shizune, can you do it with your strange power? Don't force others to be difficult. My strength is too different from Tsunade-sensei. Before they could catch their breath, Tsunade jumped up from the pit, and at the same time stretched out his hands to face the broken stones splashed into the air. The broken stones shot out like bullets between his fingers. The two couldn't dodge in time, they both received several rounds and were beaten repeatedly. Healing Jutsu. I saw Shizune's hands glowing with soft green light, one hand pressed on his body, and the other hand passed chakra to Hong's body, and the wounds on both of them healed quickly. Oh, Healing Jutsu, advanced medical ninjutsu, not only heals itself, but also heals companions from a distance. It seems that your talent in this area should not be underestimated. Tsunade's eyes lit up, and at this moment, she really had a heart of love for talent. Red, are you okay? I'm fine, but you, Shizune, be careful not to use up all the chakra. The two care for each other and support each other. Tsunade looked at it and nodded secretly, with a good heart. Papa, Tsunade clapped his palms, and said lightly, okay, the trial will end here. I will keep my promise, starting today. Shizune, Yuhihong, you are my brother of Tsunade. On the surface, she used the excuse of keeping the promise, but in fact, she really developed a love for talents, so she accepted the two as disciples. Seeing this, Tianming also nodded in satisfaction. After all, such a thing as accepting an apprentice still requires the sincerity of the other party, otherwise even if Tianming uses force to make him submit, the other party may not be able to teach him with real materials. Really? This is so good. Hong and Shizune are overjoyed. With the guidance of Tsunade, who is recognized as the #1 female ninja in the ninja world, their future achievements will be immeasurable. However, don't be too happy. My education is very strict. Besides, with my ability, you can't learn it without 3 to 5 years of hard work. Ask for flowers. Advertisement Tsunade said with a serious face, and when he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Tianming who was aside. That's it. The second daughter hesitated immediately, and also turned her gaze to Tianming, as if asking for the latter's opinion. Young eagles, after all, still have to spread their wings and fly high alone, don't they? Tianming said with a gentle expression, go, I'm looking forward to the day when you guys really grow up. In addition to strength, the body is too, Tianming added in his heart. Tianming. Mr. Tianming. Both Hong and Shizune are thoughtful people, and they immediately understood the meaning between the lines in each other's words. Zero parting. Starting today, they will completely leave Tianming's shelter and walk alone on this thorny ninja road. Tsunade's face was a little weird, and at the same time he expressed displeasure and said, "Hey, you two, can't you protect you if you become a teacher?" It's not like this, Mr. Tsunade. Ms. Tsunade is awesome." The second daughter hurriedly expressed flattery and authenticity. "Is it better than Uchiha Tianming?" Tsunade made a serious face on purpose. The eyes of the two drifted away in an instant. "Hey, you two little girls don't know how to coax the teacher." Tsunade raised his eyebrows, pretending to be angry. "You old aunt, are you kidding me? I don't know how cute it is." Tianming couldn't help complaining in his heart. However, when his gaze involuntarily fell on the heart of the other party who was constantly fluctuating, he was immediately in awe. "Well, I put away the previous words. This is a lady who understands the heart." However, it seemed that he had noticed that too blatant gaze. I saw Tsunade with his hands on his hips, standing upright, with a teasing smile on his face, and staring at Tianming with beautiful eyes. What kind of evil is not evil, after all? He is just an ordinary man. Chapter 164 Yahiko 3 People Visit Konoha. Chapter 164 Yahiko 3 People visit Konoha. Hong and Shizune learn from Tsunade, and then they will follow him to travel to the ninja world and practice hard. During this long journey, it is naturally impossible for Tianming to follow him all the time. "Okay, just send it here, let's go back." Tianming took out the golden rain. Noble phantasm. Reins of Rider, the Pegasus that fell from the sky. It was the first time Tsunade saw such fetishes. His eyes were stunned, and it took a long time before he opened his mouth to complain. The summoning beast, which is more legendary than the legend, although I don't know what it is, but it is not difficult to judge. Just a pretty big guy. Humor, as if in response to the other party, Tenma raised his head proudly and let out a few hisses. 750. Ignore Tsunade's complaints. Tianming jumped onto the mount and waved to the reluctant two. "Goodbye, Hong, Shizune." "Goodbye, Tianming. We will definitely meet again, Yin Ming Jun." Hong and Shizune couldn't help but have wet eyes. From the war to now, the three of them have stayed together all the time. With the whistling sound of the wind, Tianming was seen riding the beautiful white and flawless Pegasus horse, soaring into the sky and taking off into the blue sky. Both Hong and Shizune are used to this, so they didn't react too much. Only Tsunade, staring blankly at the figure that had already disappeared above the clouds, muttered to himself, "It's so beautiful, I really want to sit on it." Tsunade, did you say something just now?" No. Tsunade, did you tell me, what do you want to do?" "I want to kill you now. Run. Start physical training right now, and run 10 laps around Tianjiguo." Will you run away to death? Shut up, disciples are not allowed to poke master's mouth." The three of Yahiko came to Konohagakure as messengers of Rain Shinobi village. As this Konoha? Yahiko looked up at the towering wall, and through the central gate, he could glimpse the densely packed buildings inside. As expected of the #1 village in the ninja world, the grandeur and prosperity are not comparable to our Rain Shinobi. Advertisement Conan said with a look of emotion. However, their prosperity is based on our decline. Nagato said coldly. Wood, Yahiko and Conan were speechless. At this time, Konoha Shinobi, who was in charge of guarding the main gate, also spotted them and immediately went forward to inquire. "The front is Konohagakure, please show your pass, or your intention." Yahiko immediately took out a scroll and said firmly, "We are the emissaries of Rain Shinobi, and we are going to visit Konohagakure at the invitation of 4th Hokage." "Oh, so it's Rain Shinobi's messenger, I didn't expect him to be so young." The Konoha guard immediately cast a look of surprise. "Isn't Konoha's messenger younger?" Conan asked back. "Exactly." Guard Konoha checked the document and then let it go. "I'm sorry, friends of Rain Shinobi village, Mr. Hokage has given orders, please come with us." The three of Yahiko entered Konohagakure. The bustling towns in front of them made them feel the gap more intuitively. A look of longing flashed in Conan's eyes, and he muttered to himself, "It would be great if I could live here." Yahiko on the side was full of envy, dreaming in her heart that one day Rain Shinobi village could be built like this. Nagato's face was full of jealousy, and his eyes shone with a ruthless coldness. "Laugh. Everyone here is laughing, people in our village are crying. People don't care about suffering at all." The guards also deliberately took them around a long way. The purpose is to let them clearly understand the prosperity and strength of Konoha, so that they will have an absolute advantage in the next negotiation. It is worth mentioning that this guardian Konoha is played by Anbu under the name of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is very proficient in this kind of head start. "Okay, this is the Hokage building, Rain Shinobi envoys, please come in." The guard stepped back, handed over to another building guard. "Advertisement, Master 4th Generation has been waiting for a long time, please come." This is Namikaze Minato's subordinate. In this regard, Yahiko and others also feel baffled. They also don't know the delicate political situation inside Konoha. Led by the second guard, Yahiko and others came to Hokage's office. "Welcome, friends of Rain Shinobi." With a soft and magnetic male voice, a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes greets his eyes, with a sunny smile. It is easy to make a good first impression. "Lord Hokage." Yahiko and others saluted respectfully. Namikaze Minato immediately stopped the pile of documents on hand, stood up, and looked at the other three seriously for a while. What? Will Hokage-sama underestimate Rain Shinobi Village because of our age? Conan asked. No, I'm just pleasantly surprised that Rain Shinobi Village can have young and promising talents like you, and it will definitely bring peace in the future. Namikaze Minato said seriously. Why are you young? Mr. Hokage praises you. Yahiko scratched her head in embarrassment. At the same time, because of the word, peace, that the other party said, I was quite touched. Look, Lord Hokage of Konoha is also a person who pursues peace. No need to be humble, since that Hanzo of the Salamander can recognize you, he must be a very good 2.3 ninja. Namikaze Minato chuckled, come and sit down here, let's have a good talk. The friendly and approachable attitude makes it hard for people to feel bad. Conan gradually let his guard down. Although Nagato had a grudge, he didn't say anything at this time, and found a seat to sit down. This is a handwritten letter from Master Hanzo, Master Hokage, please read it. Yahiko immediately took out the official scroll representing Rain Shinobi. Okay. Namikaze Minato took the scroll with both hands as a sign of respect. At this time, Conan couldn't help but recall the moment when Tianming waved the scroll and threw it on Hanzo's forehead. The attitudes of the two are simply different from each other. The question is, what is Konoha's attitude? Chapter 165, Two Sons of Prophecy. Chapter 165 Two Sons of Prophecy. The so-called politics is to keep you guessing. Namikaze Minato had a smile on his face, but his heart was dark. He has known for a long time that with Tianming's character, there will definitely be big news in Rain Shinobi Village. Overwhelming power, enough to shatter all unrealistic fantasies of Rain Shinobi Village. Then, Rain Shinobi Village could only obediently send envoys to negotiate. Then, as Konoha 4th Hokage, he received the messenger with a sunny and gentle image, and the latter must be very grateful. The final negotiation will definitely be a satisfactory result. How, is there any problem with the above treaty? Namikaze Minato said kindly. The three of Yahiko looked at each other, and then it was Yahiko who spoke. Master Hokage, we can feel that your expectation of peace is consistent with ours. But to be honest, there is still a gap between the bottom line that Master Hanzo gave us and the conditions you propose. Really, it doesn't matter. If there is a problem, we can talk slowly. Namikaze Minato's face remained unchanged, and he knew it in his heart. The so-called negotiation is naturally not something that can be completed in just one conversation. There are discussions and quantities. The two sides test the bottom line of each other and bargain. This is called negotiation, isn't it? Especially this one. Yahiko pointed to the treaty given by the other party, about Rain Shinobi Village allowing Konoha to station a unit to assist in defense. It is really difficult for others. We are also kind. Namikaze Minato kept a kind smile on his face. HMPH. We have our own hidden village to protect ourselves, why do we need outsiders? Nagato said coldly. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato was taken aback for a moment, looked at him deeply, then gave him a thumbs up and smiled lightly. Young man, you are so ambitious. Can you tell me your name? Nagato first glanced at the latter suspiciously, and then said neither humble nor overbearing. Rain Shinobi Jonin, Nagato. Advertisement, Nagato. Namikaze Minato seemed to think of something, his eyes narrowed slightly. This name reminds me of Mr. Jiraiya's novel, the protagonist of the second part of Bugen Shinren biography, is also called Nagato. M's Jiraiya? Hokage-sama, are you talking about Mr. Jiraiya, one of the Sannin? Yahiko said with a sudden look of excitement. Yes, what's the matter? Namikaze Minato had a strange and authentic face. He noticed with his eyes that Nagato and Conan beside him also had different expressions. It's like this, Master Hokage. To be honest, we are also disciples of Teacher Jiraiya. We are all orphans after the Second Ninja World War. It was Teacher Jiraiya who took us in and taught us ninjutsu, with who we are today. Yahiko said gratefully. Namikaze Minato suddenly showed an unbelievable expression, and secretly said in his heart. Adopt a child for the hostile hidden village, and even teach ninjutsu or something, this wise honey operation. But this is also in line with Jiraiya's nervous personality. If other ninjas do this kind of thing, I'm afraid they will be greeted by Anbu. Well, Anbu is not qualified to greet Jiraiya. There is another key question here. Son of Prophecy. This is the prophecy that Jiraiya received from Toad Daisen, saying that his disciple will bring unprecedented changes to the ninja world. Once Jiraiya believed that the Son of Prophecy was Namikaze Minato, and wrote the latter's name into the protagonist of the first part of Bu General Shinran biography. Is this red-haired boy the other Son of Prophecy? A gleam flashed in Namikaze Minato's eyes, but soon he restrained himself, with a friendly smile on his face as always. That's right. I'm also Jiraiya's teacher's disciple, so I'm still your senior. We don't dare to call Hokage-sama brothers and sisters. Yahiko was a little embarrassed and authentic. Nagato remained silent. He is very grateful to Jiraiya for his nurturing grace. But that didn't make him feel relieved of his hatred for Konoha. Advertisement. It's just that now when he thinks that the Hokage in front of him is actually his brother in name, his mood is complicated. Conan also sighed, feeling at a loss inside. However, for Namikaze Minato, he will not be confused at all. Because he is Hokage, everything should be based on the interests of Konoha. We have met for a while, so I'm not afraid to say it frankly. First, Rain Shinobi Village must open the border to Konoha. This is the last war, and a treaty was signed. Now we just continue this friendly relationship, that's all. Namikaze Minato said in an unquestionable tone. This is the political legacy left over from the era of the third generation. If his fourth generation cannot inherit it, doesn't it mean that he is not as good as the former? Yahiko's face froze, but she nodded reluctantly. Nagato frowned, and was about to say something, but was stopped by Konan, who shook his head. This is what Hanzo specifically explained, and it's still in the bottom line of Rain Shinobi Village. Second, Rain Shinobi Village must expel the latent forces of the remaining 5 major powers. These people are despicable ninjas who deliberately destroy peace, threatening our borders of the 430 wood yi be at all times. Namikaze Minato's voice is cold and authentic. Wait, in this way, isn't our Rain Shinobi Village going to offend the other 5 powers? Yahiko said with a worried face. If Rain Shinobi can't do it, we Day will send ninjas to do it. Namikaze Minato changed his previous gentleness and said with a tough attitude, You Rain Shinobi Village wants to be independent, but you dare not expel the dangerous forces that remain in your own country, isn't it justified? We Rain Shinobi will take care of our own affairs. Nagato responded decisively with bright eyes. I hope you can do what you say. Namikaze Minato nodded with a serious face. Hey, if it's possible, I don't want to fight for the regeneration of Rain Shinobi Village. I hope they can evacuate by themselves through dialogue. Yahiko looked complicated and authentic. Namikaze Minato could only laugh at Yahiko's naive thoughts. In the world of ninjas, the truth is never expressed with the mouth, but with the fist. P.S. Welcome to discuss the plot. If you find any problems, please point out the details. If you don't open your mouth, you can say that the author has never seen Hokage. There is a full set of comics plus formula books plus official novels in front of my computer desk. Although I dare not say that there are no bugs in the writing, there will be no problems with the timeline in general. Chapter 166 Blackened Sarutobi Hiruzen, Chapter 166. Blackened Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's really outrageous. The 4th generation's reckless behavior can no longer be tolerated. He even voluntarily gave up our chance to station troops in the Land of Rain, and even said that he wanted to establish a new type of mutually beneficial and friendly alliance with Rain Shinobi Village. Hiruzen, this completely overturns the policies you made in the past, and it means to slap you in the face. Konoha High-Rise, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mitokado Homura, Uchiha Ekaharu, 4 people started a secret meeting. Now these 4 bigwigs have expressed their strong dissatisfaction with Namikaze Minato at the same time, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has always been partial to the latter, has remained silent at this time. Konoha, the young and vigorous 4th Hokage, doesn't listen to the advice of us old seniors at all. Shimura Danzo is eccentric. Then what do we do now? Hokage insists on signing a new contract with Rain Shinobi Village. Mitokado Homura frowned. Damn Minato, I didn't expect him to be that kind of man. If I knew that, I shouldn't have chosen him as Hokage. Uchiha Ekaharu said viciously. Okay, this is the end of the matter, why bother to say such unnecessary words? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, then what do you say should be done? Shimura Danzo stared at the latter, and said coldly, I have received news that the 4th generation has signed a treaty with Rain Shinobi's envoy, and the latter will leave Konoha early tomorrow morning with the treaty, return to Rain Shinobi Village. In this way, according to the default rules of the ninja world, this treaty will take effect. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into silence again. From his slightly flickering eyes, it wasn't that there was no solution, it was just that he didn't want to say it. Shimura Danzo saw through the other party's thoughts at a glance. After all, he was an old partner who had worked together for decades, so how could he not know? Hiruzen, you seem to have a good way to deal with it, how about telling everyone? As soon as this remark came out, the eyes of Mitokado Homura and Uchiha Ekaharu, who were entangled in their hearts, immediately lit up, and they looked at each other expectantly. Hiruzen, do you have a solution? Oh, tell me what time it is. The second elder hurriedly urged. Advertisement Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed for a while, and he seemed to still have doubts. He looked at Shimura Danzo with deep eyes, and said in a deep voice. Danzo, it's up to you to talk about this matter. After all, you are more skilled. Oh, what are you talking about? The old man can't understand at all. Shimura Danzo had a puzzled look on his face. You are here to pretend. Dress hard. You obviously know everything. Hiruzen glared at him. However, the other party stared back without giving in. Of course Lousy knows. But why should I say it? Looking at the 2 people who exchanged indescribable expressions. Uchiha Ekaharu suddenly became angry, and shouted with spittle. You too, what kind of charades are you playing? Ahem, Mitokado Homura seemed to understand the mystery, and said meaningfully. Everyone is an old partner for decades, what is still unclear? There are no outsiders here, why bother to hide? At no choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen only truthfully stated his coping strategy. Although Konoha's side Hokage has signed the treaty, Rain Shinobi Village's leader needs to sign it in person before the treaty becomes effective. In other words, as long as the treaty cannot be sent back to Rain Shinobi Village if. Hearing this, Shimura Danzo suddenly showed a like-minded look. As expected of you, you are exactly what I thought. In addition, the 2 elders are not dull people, and they immediately understood the meaning between the lines, and they all showed sudden expressions. So that's how it is. As long as Rain Shinobi's emissary encounters an accident on the way back. Oh no, it's an unfortunate accident, lost an important treaty, and it won't be legally effective. This strategy, seconds, the 2 elders immediately looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a strange look. It seems to be saying, the guy who is full of benevolence and righteousness on weekdays, but unexpectedly calculated, he is surprisingly vicious. Advertisement. Sarutobi hears and blushed. He cherishes his feathers very much in his old age, and he also pays great attention to his reputation. In the eyes of the world, how could he, who is highly respected, do such shameless and dirty deeds? In the past, Shimura Danzo should be responsible for this kind of shady and dark means. He. Shimura Danzo let out a pleasant laugh and reached out to pat the opponent's shoulder. How is it? The feeling of living in the dark, is it a wonderful experience? You. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook off the opponent's palm fiercely, and at the same time wiped his shoulders vigorously, as if trying to wipe away the filthy breath from the opponent. Seeing this, Shimura Danzo smiled instead of anger. Ha 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 ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more furious, and a hint of ferocity flashed across his old face. Shimura Danzo, however, looked at him with contempt. Yo, is this unbearable? When you were third Hokage, I was doing this ugly thing every day. Everyone's heart is black. It seems that he also noticed that the smell of gunpowder between the two is getting stronger. Qian Wang's. Anekaharu quickly persuaded. You two, stop arguing. Now is the time when we need to unite to the outside world. Yes. We want to correct the ignorance of the purpose of the fourth generation. All of this is for Konoha. Midokado Homura said righteously. It's all for Konoha, thing. It's all for Konoha. It's all for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept chanting this sentence in his heart. Like hypnosis, it seemed to be able to alleviate his inner guilt. The old eyes gradually became darker. The corner of Shimura Danzo's mouth rose wildly, and at the same time he continued to push. Hiruzen, you will give the order for this operation. The root in my hand can also be directed by you. Chapter 167 Attack on Yahiko and the 3 Chapter 167 Assault on Yahiko Trio. After some bargaining, Namikaze Minato finally negotiated a treaty with Yahiko and others. Since Konoha had an overwhelming advantage in force, it also took the initiative in the negotiation. On the other hand, Yahiko kept the core bottom line of Rain Shinobi Village according to Hanzo's instructions, and the others also agreed honestly. Both parties agree. Namikaze Minato signed the daimyo on the treaty and stamped it with Hokage's seal, and then Yahiko and others only needed to bring the treaty back to Rain Shinobi Village, and Hanzo signed his name and stamped it. This treaty of friendship and alliance has officially come into effect. That's great. From now on, we Rain Shinobi and Konoha can live in peace. Yahiko happily said. Konan also showed a rare smile, and said softly, indeed, although a lot of benefits have been lost, at least we can maintain the independence of the village. There is no need to have a direct conflict with Konoha, which is a good ending. Nagato was expressionless, but he still had a little change in his opinion of Konoha. At least this fourth Hokage is quite kind, and he also put forward constructive suggestions for the healthy development of Konoha and Rain Shinobi 330. Let's go back as soon as possible. Nagato looked around Konoha, still feeling unspeakable in his heart. I understand. Yahiko nodded. He knew that the other party still had a lump in his heart about Konoha. But anyway, now that the two sides have signed a peace treaty, the relationship between Rain Shinobi and Konoha will only get better and better in the future. As for the hatred in Nagato's heart, I hope time will wash away all this. In this way, the three of Yahiko declined Namikaze Minato's banquet, did not stay in Konoha for a day, and set off for Rain Shinobi Village on the same day. However, what they don't know is that, just when they stepped out of the Konoha gate, there were several figures trailing behind them in a dark corner. The border of the land of fire. Night fell. Who? Yahiko deftly pitched a tent next to a small stream. Tonight, let's rest here temporarily. Nagato, you go to collect food. Conan, you are in charge of security around. Learn. Although the three, BDFG, are young, they do not lack in life experience as ninjas at all. Advertisement. The reason why the rest camp is set up by the stream is also to match the water style that Yahiko is good at. At the same time, even if you encounter a strong enemy that you cannot contend with, you can escape along the stream. This is the valuable experience they have accumulated from living in the Rain Shinobi Village, where the civil war is endless. Yahiko quickly set up a tent in the field. Nagato came back with a few hairs and a basket of vegetarian vegetables and fungi. Seeing this, Yahiko's eyes lit up immediately, and he salivated and said, Yo, you have gained a lot, Nagato. The land of fire has the most fertile land, full of resources. While Nagato was talking, he started to make a fire. Hand seal 1. Fire style. It's amazing, Nagato, you can do everything, but I only know water style. Yahiko said enviously. No, Yahiko. You have something that Conan and I don't have. The fire reflected Nagato's softened face, and said softly, as long as you are here, you will definitely lead us forward. Haha, I'd be shy if you said that. Yahiko smiled heartily and patted him on the shoulder carelessly. Huh, Nagato turned his head away in embarrassment, and changed the subject. By the way, it took a while for Conan to set up traps. Really? Then I'll go and have a look. Yahiko stood up and was about to walk towards the woods ahead. However, at this moment, Nagato suddenly raised his head, with a pair of rippling eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. He shouted. Be careful, Yahiko. Yahiko just felt his body freeze and was held back by Nagato, who injected chakra into his body at the same time. The vision in front of him flashed by. I saw that the front turned into a steep cliff. Just now, if he took another step forward, he would fall into the endless abyss. I glanced around and saw that the original tent had long since disappeared, and the stream had turned into dry stones. This is an illusion, Yahiko suddenly shuddered. Don't worry, I have unlocked the enemy's illusion. Nagato looked around with stern eyes, and said in a deep voice, pay attention. To be able to construct such a large-scale illusion, it is impossible to do it without an unusually large chakra. Advertisement, I don't have the advantage of land here, so I can only fight hand to hand. 17. Yahiko drew a tachi from his waist. Facing the unexpected accident, Nagato quickly calmed down. Ever since he experienced the terrifying coercion of a real strong man, Nagato suddenly felt that there was nothing more terrifying than that person. We are emissaries from Rain Shinobi Village, who are you? Nagato shouted into the darkness. Shish, what responded to him was a group of shurikens. Ding 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 ding. Nagato quickly took out a kunai, his eyes instantly saw through the flight path of the shuriken, and he blocked it with his hand. Yahiko's sword skills are also good, knocking down the flying shuriken. Earth-style stonethorn. The ground trembled for a while, and then a series of sharp stone spears came out and stabbed at the two of them. Nagato reacted quickly, and pressed his hands to the ground after making mudras. Lightning style. Walk. Transmitting lightning through the ground, perfectly restraining the opponent's earth style from the attribute. Bang 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 bang, the stone spear was completely crushed by electricity. But then, another series of stone bullets flew from the dark. Earth style flying stone strike, earth style again. Could it be someone from Rock Shinobi? Yahiko subconsciously thinks of Rock Shinobi who is good at earth style. Not always. Nagato expressed doubts. From the current point of view, the enemy is not willing to reveal his identity. It is too stupid to deliberately use the ninjutsu that his hidden village is good at. Lightning style emotion wave. While analyzing calmly, Nagato waved out a lightning shockwave, which easily neutralized the incoming stone bullets. HMPH, next, let me find out all you idiots. I saw Nagato made a crossmark with both hands, and raised a lot of chakra in one breath. Multiple shadow clone technique. Chapter 168 Shenluo Tianzheng. Chapter 168 God Luo Tianzheng. Multiple shadow clone technique is an advanced ninjutsu that evenly distributes chakra to create multiple shadow clone entities. Because the more clones, the less chakra left on the main body, it is easy to cause damage to itself, so it is listed as forbidden technique. But as a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, with a huge chakra that is different from ordinary people, Nagato is very suitable for this ninjutsu. At the beginning, Jiraiya also considered this point, so he only taught Nagato, but did not teach Yahiko and Konan. Going up, Nagato summoned hundreds of shadow clone in one breath, and rushed into the forest aggressively. After a while, there was a fierce fight in the woods. It's amazing. Yahiko was not far behind, and rushed into the woods with a dagger in hand, joining the battle. I saw that the attackers were a group of ninjas dressed in Enbu costumes, wearing masks, and there was no logo representing the hidden village on their bodies. Yahiko suppressed one of them with a knife, and said in a deep voice, who are you guys? Without saying a word, the other party threw away his knife, and pulled a few steel wires with his palm to try to bind Yahiko. Yahiko, who was entangled by the steel wire, immediately turned into a wooden stake, and escaped with the body replacement technique. Damn. Why do we have to fight? We obviously have no grievances with you. Yahiko said with a sad face. Silence. Shish. A few bouts of suffering came straight to his forehead. It seems that you are really going to take my life. Yahiko swung the knife and bounced kunai away. The opponent seized the opportunity and quickly slashed with a knife. Hiss, I saw that Yahiko's right-hand robe was cut open, and a bright red gash was left on his arm. Nagato on the side noticed the situation here, and immediately shouted. Yahiko. What are you doing? If you show mercy to the enemy, you will lose your life. As soon as the words fell, he was pierced by a kunai. The figure turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. Wind-style beast wave palm. I saw Nagato piercing the attacker's chest with a palm of wind pressure. The attack was fierce, without any mercy. Yahiko's expression changed slightly, a bit of struggle flashed in his eyes, and finally he nodded resolutely, I see. Advertisement. Whoosh. The enemy in front of him ran towards him quickly with a knife, but Yahiko struck back and swung the knife at a faster speed. Peefed. The figures of the two passed by each other, and saw a large amount of blood splashing out of the latter's waist, and then fell straight to the ground. Yahiko made the first kill. On the other side, under Nagato's overwhelming multiple shadow clone attacks, more than a dozen attackers were all killed on the ground. However, at this moment, Nagato suddenly froze. Bang 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 bang. I saw Nagato's shadow clone disappearing in a series of white smoke. What? Destroyed all my shadow clone in one go? Nagato expressed surprise. Whoosh, from the depths of the forest, a sharp white light flashed over. Shadow clone was killed in seconds, but the main body is not necessarily. Nagato's eyes fixed, and he quickly avoided sideways. At the same time, he also saw the visitor clearly, only to see that the other party was dressed in black and holding a knife that exuded an intimidating look. Drink. Yahiko immediately greeted him head-on with a sword in hand. Swords meet one. Bang. Click. With a clear cracking sound, the big knife in Yahiko's hand was directly interrupted by the opponent. What? Yahiko was taken aback. The opponent continued to pursue the victory, and the white blade in his hand came straight to Yahiko's heart. At this critical moment, a wall of earth suddenly rose up between the two of them. Earth Style Earth Flow Wall. Nagato played Earth Style at a critical moment. Boom! I saw the opponent's white blade, with astonishing sharpness, cut off most of the Earth Wall in one breath, and then only stayed for a second before completely cutting the Earth Wall in half. But at this very second, Yahiko stepped back from it. Okay. What a powerful knife technique, Yahiko said with a shocked face. Advertisement: if Nagato's Earth Style hadn't blocked him just now, I'm afraid he would have been instantly killed. Nagato stood in front of Yahiko, and said solemnly, it's not just the knife technique, the large-scale illusion that confused us just now was also written by this guy. His eyes fixed on the ladder, and in Rinnegan's vision, he could clearly see the flow of chakra in the opponent's body. Asking for flowers. Pay attention to Yahiko, this person has a very large chakra, which is not inferior to me at all. And what's going on? The ultra-high density chakra is concentrated on the right half of the body, it's like a body made of something. Speechless. I saw the opponent holding the short sword tightly with both hands. With the injection of huge chakra, the blade emitted a more dazzling white light, and at the same time greatly extended the killing range of the blade. Whoosh, disappeared in place. Careful, up there. Yahiko cried out in surprise. The terrifying slash that fell from the sky. Nagato, on the other hand, chose to greet him with both hands, his pupils expanding like ripples, exuding a strange power zone. Shenluo Tianjung, taking itself as the center, released an unstoppable repulsion barrier. Clang. The enemy's white blade slashed heavily on the invisible barrier of repulsion. The two burst out dazzling sparks. Shenluo Tianjung, who was once smashed by Tianming's punch, seemed to have finally regained his unbreakable dignity this time. With unparalleled strength, he bounced off the white blade abruptly. The person in midair seemed to never have imagined that his fierce slash would be bounced off by Nagato, and the huge recoil caused the ninja sword in his hand to fly out. At the same time, Nagato's figure leapt up, condensing a gust of wind pressure. Wind-style gale palm. Boom. This palm landed heavily on the opponent's abdomen, and the strong wind pressure accompanied by a huge impact instantly knocked him to the ground. Wait, Nagato, stay alive and ask for his identity. Yahiko shouted anxiously. I know. Nagato stopped further pursuit, and fixed his eyes on the figure that fell into the pit. Shouldn't he be able to move with such an injury? Hiss, asterisk the robe on his body was torn apart by the airflow just now, revealing a head of silver hair. The mask was knocked off, but there was still a mask on his face, so he couldn't see the opponent's face. P.S. Although the Chapter 169. Conan suffers, Chapter 169. Conan suffers. Nagato's eyes widened immediately, staring at the figure slowly standing up from the pit. I remember already wounding your guts with wind style, why are you still standing? I saw the other party's clothes torn by wind style, naked the bloody stomach was exposed, but soon the wound was covered by a layer of white substance, which quickly stopped the bleeding. This is. Nagato frowned slightly. The dark eyes were cold and ruthless, but the other party remained silent. Stay calm in the face of danger. It seems that you have received professional training, but it doesn't matter, I will use force to make you submit to your stubbornness. As soon as the words fell, Nagato jumped at him quickly with a technique. Boom. 030, fists and feet collide. Boom bang bang bang. The two sides engaged in a short-range physical combat. After losing the weapon, the opponent's combat effectiveness was obviously greatly reduced. Moreover, the opponent seemed to conceal his identity and did not use physical moves that would expose Yinkun. Nagato completely suppressed the opponent. Drink. A heavy punch knocked the opponent to the ground. But immediately, the other party stood up like a normal person. HMPH, I want to see how long you can last, Nagato continued to press on. The opponent was beaten so helplessly, he looked at the ninja sword that fell in the distance and wanted to pick it up. But this move was seen through by Nagato, who pressed his hands to the ground. Lightning style. Walk. The thunder and lightning passed through the ground, filled the surroundings of the ninja sword, forcing the latter to stop. Good job. The opponent's sword skills are extremely powerful, as long as his weapon is sealed, it will be safe. Yahiko cheered from the sidelines, but to be honest, don't look at the opponent being beaten all the way by Nagato, but judging from the opponent's tenacious resistance, his skills are definitely not ordinary. If Yahiko gets involved, I'm afraid it will only be a hindrance. After a fistfight, Nagato was knocked back several steps, while the opponent was knocked back dozens of steps. Advertisement at this time, the other party finally spoke for the first time. Do you think it's really okay to go on like this? Oh, finally couldn't help but speak, I thought you were dumb. Nagato said coldly. What do you mean by that? Yahiko frowned authentically. You guys, don't you feel that there is something missing around you? The other party was wearing a mask, and it was impossible to see what expression he was having at this time. As soon as the voice fell, I only heard an explosion in the distance. Boom. What? Nagato and Yahiko cast surprised eyes upon hearing the sound. I saw above the sky, a series of small fireball shockwaves hitting the sky. Nagato's eyes were fixed, and his face was solemn. That's not Chakra's attack. Such a powerful shockwave, what is it? No, it's Conan's side, Yahiko exclaimed suddenly. At this time, they just remembered that Conan had set up traps on the outside. Logically speaking, he had already discovered the battle on their side, but now he has been missing, so the only possibility is that she was also attacked. There is a very powerful aura coming from over there. It seems that Conan is in a difficult battle. Yahiko, go to support now. Nagato shouted anxiously. Okay, I understand. Then the enemy here will be handed over to you. Yahiko acted decisively. Whoosh, the opponent's figure flashed, trying to block Yahiko's progress. Your opponent is me. Nagato jumped on it immediately. However, who knew that the opponent's move was just a feint and immediately turned around and ran in another direction, taking the opportunity to discard the ninja sword that had fallen before. The moment he held the knife, his whole demeanor changed. This time, I will never let go of the knife. Being teased, Nagato immediately became annoyed and said coldly, then, I'll cut off your hand holding the knife. The hands formed seals and the rapid air vortex lingered in the palms. The other party also did not back down, and the ninja sword in his hand turned into a white light and slashed at Nagato fiercely. Advertisement: both sides have extraordinary physiques, and the battle has gradually evolved into a protracted war. At the same time, the battle on the other side presents a one-sided situation. Paper rain. I saw that the one fighting against Conan was a mysterious man in black robe. The opponent seemed to be extremely good at physical skills, and his attacks were wide open and closed, sweeping the whirlwind with one kick, and sweeping away the incoming pieces of paper. Conan recognized the moves used by the other party at a glance. This is the pressed body of Konoha Ryu. When Jiraiya taught them, he also taught a few techniques of Konoha Ryu. You are a Konoha shinobi, Conan yelled. No, I have to tell Yahiko and Nagato as soon as possible. However, just as Conan turned around and wanted to escape, he was stopped by the opponent at an alarming speed and swept to the ground with one foot. A mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of Conan's mouth. He endured the pain and made mudras with his hands. The enemy's speed is too fast. Since you can't escape from the ground, then go from the sky. Shiki paper dance. I saw a large number of pieces of paper gathered behind him, forming two wings, and the figure quickly soared into the air. In this way, you won't be able to catch up, right? Conan looked down at the ground, where there was no movement of the enemy. However, at this very second, an astonishing chakra erupted from the opponent's body in vain. The robe on his body moved without wind. The ground under his feet burst open, the terrifying breath even alarmed the entire forest, and a large number of birds fled in panic. The chakra that surged several times in vain at this moment. What is Forbidden Technique 1.7? Conan panicked and flapped his wings to fly higher. However, the opponent launched an attack at this time. Boom! I saw the opponent kicked his feet, and the whole person flew into the sky like a rocket, and came straight to Conan in the air. Are you kidding me? Conan's eyes were fixed, and he quickly drove one side of his wings to dodge emergency maneuvers in the air. Whoosh, the figure passed by the opponent in a thrilling manner. Get out of the way, however, before Conan could breathe a sigh of relief, the latter punched her from a distance of tens of meters. Hitting the air with high-speed punches forms an air cannon, and the friction with the air generates heat, forming a series of fireballs. An attack that brings violence to its fullest. Chapter 170 Kakashi, Might Guy. Chapter 170 Kakashi, Might Guy, bang 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 bang. The terrible air cannon hit Conan's wings with many holes, and even a few shots directly hit her body, and his face turned pale instantly. How is this possible? Conan spat out blood and fell from the sky like a bird with its wings broken. Plop, the figure fell heavily to the ground, and Conan nearly passed out. But what made her feel even more desperate was that terrifying figure turned into a shooting star and fell towards her. Water-style water barrier. Suddenly, a stream of water rose from all around and rushed to the sky. I saw the other party smashing his fist downwards. The scorching air cannon broke through the water flow and continued to blast down. At the critical moment, Yahiko arrived and raised his hands to face the opponent's brutal fist. Boom! Although under the impact of water style, part of the opponent's impact force was reduced, the remaining force still had quite terrifying destructive power. Yahiko chose to meet with bare hands. 13. The result was undoubtedly tragic. Crack, click, only two bone-chilling sounds of bone breaking were heard. Ah! Yahiko couldn't help but let out a scream, and immediately his raised hands were heavily discounted. After paying a heavy price, he finally resisted the opponent's astonishing punch. Whoosh, the opponent was sent flying by the reaction force. But I saw his footsteps landed steadily, obviously not suffering much damage. However, after such a fierce battle, the latter's hood and mask fell off, and such a stern posture revealed a plain face, especially the thick eyebrows and big eyes, giving people a kind of simple and honest feeling of. There is a strong contrast. Who the hell are you? Yahiko resisted the severe pain in his arms, and gritted his teeth authentically. Advertisement. The physical technique the person used just now is from Konoha Ryu, plus this forbidden technique with soaring aura. It is very similar to the rumored 8 inner gates. He is a Konoha shinobi master. Conan analyzed calmly. Konoha's ninja. How could it be? Master Hokage has signed a peace agreement with us. Why? Yahiko's face was full of disbelief. He never guessed that the one who attacked them was actually a ninja from Konoha. No matter what the reason, the person who attacked us should be Konoha shinobi. Conan is determined and authentic. Why on earth? Yahiko felt pain in his heart, as if he had been betrayed. The pain in his heart even overshadowed the pain in his body. Facing the questioning, the other party did not make a half-sentence response from the beginning to the end. The expressionless face seemed to be like a machine that could only obey orders. Punch. Boom. The scorching air cannon is coming. At this time, both Conan and Yahiko were seriously injured and dodged all the time. They could only watch helplessly as the terrifying shockwave came towards them. But at this critical moment, a strange suction force suddenly came from behind, quickly pulling the two of them apart. Universal pull. Worried about the safety of his companions, Nagato gave up the fight with the enemy and came to rescue. In a critical moment, he awakened another pupil technique of Rinnegan, the ability to manipulate gravity. Yahiko, Konan, are you all right? Ahem, I'm saved, Nagato. Yahiko tried to force his composure, but his arms drooping limply were not convincing. Konan shook his head, indicating that he could still persist. At this time, Nagato's opponent also joined his companion. Despicable Konoha shinobi, you are treacherous. Konan snapped sharply, it seems that this side is exposed. At this time, the other party no longer hides. Advertisement. The two attackers in front of me are none other than Konoha Anbu-Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy. In the Third Ninja War of Grass Country, Kakashi was crushed half of his body by Rock Shinobi's Earth style in order to protect his companion Obito, so he was bound to die. The dying body was sent to the root. It would be a pity to die like the son of White Fang. In line with the idea of waste reuse, Shimura Danzo found Orochimaru and asked him to use the latter as an experimental body and implant it into Senju Hashirama cells. Orochimaru judged that Kakashi had less than a 15% chance of survival. Putting death to life, Kakashi really survived, and became the elite among the roots. And the strength has been skyrocketed by leaps and bounds. This is also the fundamental reason why he was able to confront Nagato head-on without defeat. As for Might Guy, also in the Battle of the Country of Grass, he was hit by an unexplained powerful illusion, his spiritual will was obliterated, and he could only become a walking dead without a soul. As a Dark Chest successor of 8 Inner Gates, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt it was a pity, so he let Yamanaka, who was good at spiritual secret arts, apply a spell to him. Turn Might Guy into a puppet ninja who only follows orders. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave him the order to defeat the 3 Yahiko. At the same time, as a puppet of 357, Might Guy has no self-thinking ability, so Might Guy did not hide his technique like Kakashi, but directly used Konoha fluid technique, which he is best at. As a result, Konan saw through his identity. Sure enough, it's you guys, sleepy leaves can't bear to see. A hideous look appeared on Nagato's face. Originally, he still had a good impression of Namikaze Minato, his nominal senior brother. At the same time, he was infected by Yahiko, and gradually weakened his inner hatred for Konoha. However, the cruel reality in front of him completely crushed the last glimmer of hope in his heart. Y'all, damn it! Nagato let out an angry roar, and the amazing chakra came out. Great hatred further intensified the power of Rinnegan. Nagato, don't be like this, things are not completely clear yet, there must be something wrong with it. Yahiko shouted loudly. According to his intuition, 4th Hokage would not deceive them, and from the perspective of common sense, there is no need for the other party to do so. Signing a peace agreement on the surface, but sending people to attack and kill them behind the scenes, this is too much. Konan also faintly felt something was wrong at this time, and tried to persuade Nagato. But Nagato, who was in extreme anger at this time, could not hear the advice of the two at all. 50U Chapter 171 Take away the scroll, Chapter 171. Take the scroll. What a powerful pupil power. There is no other way, it seems that I can only use that. I saw Kakashi ripping off the robe on his body with one hand, revealing the half of his body that was so pale that it didn't look like a human. Universal pull. Nagato raised his hand to grab Kakashi, and suddenly released an astonishing suction force from his palm, forcibly sucking him in. Kakashi kept his hands together, lifted up a large amount of chakra in one breath, and there was a strange squirm in his arm, as if something was about to come out of him. Wood-style thrusting spear. Puff, on his shoulders, a giant tree suddenly grew. And counter used Nagato's suction, and rushed towards the opponent. Although Nagato was shocked, he swung his backhand, and the astonishing suction suddenly turned into an unstoppable repulsion. Shenluo Tianjung. This suction and repulsion, the extrusion of two powerful forces, can easily crush the bones of a person, but at this time Kakashi used the giant tree on his arm as a shield to offset most of the impact. Bang 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 bang, the giant tree was squeezed until it was deformed and shattered, showing the destructive power it endured. Catch. Kakashi took the opportunity to cut off the connection between the arms, picked up the ninja sword in his hand, and stabbed the opponent fiercely. But Nagato grabbed the opponent's white blade with his bare hands. What? This time it's Kakashi's turn to be shocked. With the blade he strengthened with chakra, it definitely has the sharpness to cut iron like mud. But at this time, after the blade pierced Nagato's palm, it didn't penetrate his palm. Sealing technique absorption. I saw Nagato's eyes widened, as if releasing a strange pupil technique. It actually sucked the chakra from the knife. Kakashi's expression changed involuntarily. Nagato raised his foot to sweep, and the latter immediately squatted down to avoid it, and at the same time, his hands quickly formed mudras. Zzz. I saw a thunder and lightning light visible to the naked eye condensed in Kakashi's palm. Lightning-style rakery. After implanting the power of wood-style, Kakashi, who has a huge chakra, began to develop new techniques, and advanced to rakery on the basis of Chidori. Advertisement. The powerful lightning-style power gathered in the palm of the hand formed an unstoppable sharp blade, which pierced Nagato's arm fiercely. Puff, a lot of blood spattered out. Ahem. Nagato wondered in his heart, the newly awakened pupil art sealing art absorption, has not been fully mastered, can't it be absorbed while performing the art? On the palm of his hand, there was also a sharp wind-style blade, slashing at the opponent fiercely. Puff, Kakashi was hit on the chest, and his face suddenly turned pale. I thought in my heart, Reikiri's high-speed stabbing, the concentration is too concentrated, and I can't see through the enemy's counterattack. This is a flawed ninjutsu. In this confrontation, the two fell into a situation where both sides suffered losses. Nagato. This worried Yahiko and Konan on the sidelines. But soon they had no time for him. I saw the might guy on the other side, after adjusting his breath briefly, attacked them again. To the peacock. Punch. Facing this violent blow with impeccable speed and strength, neither the injured Yahiko nor Konan could dodge. But at the critical moment, Yahiko stood up forcefully, using his body as a shield. Boom. The air cannon, like a cannonball, hit Yahiko's body heavily, and the huge impact even penetrated his chest and shattered the clothes behind him. Yahiko. Nagato's eyes widened. Kakashi fixed his eyes, trying to seize the opportunity to catch the opponent's flaws. Get out! Shenluo Tianjung. Nagato burst out a powerful repulsive barrier in vain, knocking Kakashi into the air in an instant. Whoosh, the figure flashed, and quickly ran to Yahiko's side, catching the back that was about to fall. Yahiko. Konan turned pale, sad. Obviously they came for peace, why did Konoha have to push each other so hard? Advertisement. Whoosh, without further ado, Might Guy turned into a cyan shadow and dashed towards him. In the state of the 6th gate of the 8 inner gates, his speed reached an astonishing level. In an instant, he came to Yahiko's side and grabbed him with one hand. But in the next second, it was blown away by Nagato's palm. Don't touch my companion. Wow. Might Guy vomited blood and flew out backwards. After falling down, the berserk chakra on his body gradually dissipated, his limbs twitched a few times, and then he lost consciousness. However, when he was in a coma, he was holding a scroll from Yahiko tightly in his hand. That is the peace agreement signed by Konoha, it cannot be lost. Yahiko recruited in the direction of the scroll with a weak face, with an air of wandering like silk. Yahiko. What time is this? You still think about peace and peace? Konoha's bastards are clearly treacherous. Nagato yelled angrily. It seems that Guy's 8 inner gates has reached its limit. Kakashi quickly came to the other party and picked up the unconscious ladder. However, as long as the scroll is retrieved, the mission will be successful. Seeing that the other party had started to retreat, Nagato naturally didn't want to let it go, so he raised his hand. Universal pull. Kakashi, however, had anticipated this, and the handshake projected branches. Wood-style insert rod technique. Nagato's eyes sensed that these branches contained special chakra, and immediately flicked the direction of gravity. Puff puff puff. I saw that the branch that was thrown, good jow, to one side immediately grew a lot of branches. If you get stuck by these branches, I'm afraid branches will grow from the target's body. What a cruel ninjutsu. As soon as the suction force decreased, Kakashi immediately turned and ran away. Don't try to escape the spear. Nagato wanted to hunt down angrily, but was dissuaded by Konan who was on the side. Wait, Nagato. Yahiko is seriously injured and needs to be treated as soon as possible, otherwise. No. Nagato, leave me alone. You must chase. To recover the scroll. That is the piece that is hard to come by. Yahiko wailed repeatedly. Hateful. Nagato slapped the ground heavily with a fist, and looked at the two Kakashi who were going away with resentment on his face, but for the life of his companions, he still stopped in his tracks. Chapter 172 Uchiha Madara's Conspiracy. Chapter 172. Uchiha Madara's Conspiracy. In the dark abyss, there is no ray of light. Only that scarlet eye, like an emissary from hell, keeps staring at the darkness ahead. After an unknown amount of time, a figure that looked like a pitcher plant emerged from the ceiling. Master Madara, there is a new report. Akatsuki returned with Hokage's peace treaty, but the two people behind Konoha's curtain seemed unwilling to see them go back alive. They have already sent Anbu to hunt down our chess pieces, participated in it. In this way, Nagato can finally see the reality of this world clearly? Cough cough. Uchiha Madara's hoarse voice was full of weakness, but he still insisted. The plan as a whole is not going very smoothly. Originally, I planned to secretly instigate countries to trigger the Third Ninja World War, which greatly affected the world. Weakened Konoha's strength, I didn't expect Konoha to have such an evildoer who disrupted the script I wrote. That guy is also from the Uchiha clan, can't we use him? Absolutely expressed doubts. No, don't think about it that way, it's impossible. 847 Uchiha Madara said in a deep voice. It has nothing to do with family or blood, that guy has the apex of this era power is destined to be unlimited, it is a stupid and dangerous idea to control him. Then there is no other way. By the way, didn't you see another candidate before? Uchiha Obito, he also accidentally awakened the power of Mangekyō Sharingan. Absolutely asked. Obito, he is still young now, and lacks the conditions to fall into darkness. Uchiha Madara responded, Konoha is under the strong rule of 4th Hokage, it is difficult to provoke Uchiha's contradictions. We can only continue to wait for the opportunity. So, do you want to do it? Anyway, that chess piece has already penetrated into Konoha's high level. As long as Madara-sama activates the spell, he can be controlled instantly. In addition, that forbidden technique can suddenly attack from behind. It's not impossible for Konoha's higher-ups. Absolutely cruel and authentic. Rejected, it doesn't make much sense to do this. As long as you don't kill all of Konoha's high-level executives, it is impossible to paralyze Konoha. Instead, it will make Hokage strengthen the management of Konoha. It is better to keep them all and fight in the nest, causing Konoha to continue internal friction. In addition, we currently have too few chess pieces to be wasted at will. Uchiha Madara analyzed seriously. Really? Let's deal with Nagato first. The border of the country of rain. The pursuit of Kakashi and others was defeated, but because they were still in Konoha's sphere of influence, the three of Yahiko fled overnight without stopping. Advertisement. After finally returning to the territory of the Kingdom of Rain, he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they really couldn't run anymore. As for Nagato, although he also suffered some injuries, as the strong physique of the Uzumaki family, it is a minor problem. But Yahiko and Konan are different, they are ordinary ninjas. Got hit by Might Guy's peacock, definitely badly hurt. Konan was a little better, resisting the damage with Shiki paper dance. Yahiko went directly to pick it up. Not only his arms were discounted, but also many internal organs were damaged on his body. His life was really hanging by a thread. I have to stop and rest for a while, and then go on. Yahiko can't hold it anymore. Nagato's Rinnegan can clearly see that chakra in the opponent's body is very weak. Then stop for now, there should be no more chasing soldiers here. Konan's face was pale and authentic. Konan, are you alright? Nagato also saw that the latter was exhausted and had reached the limit of his physical strength. I'm fine. Konan gritted his teeth, BDEH, and forcibly pulled himself together. Nagato glanced at her with some concern, but compared to the dying Yahiko, he could only care about the worst of two injuries. Then, you stay here and watch Yahiko, I'll go find some healing medicine and food nearby. Nagato turned and left. Konan remained, taking care of Yahiko. After wrapping him up, Konan rested in place while keeping an eye on his surroundings. But to be vigilant, this is already the territory of the Kingdom of Rain, so there is nothing to be vigilant about. Coupled with her own injuries, a feeling of extreme fatigue flooded her brain, and her eyelids were involuntarily dropped. No, I can't sleep yet, in case there are enemies. Advertisement. Konan bit the tip of his tongue, trying to stimulate his nerves through labor pains and expel the drowsiness from his body. But the tenacious will not be able to withstand the weakness of reality after all. Konan unknowingly lost consciousness. However, at this moment, a white figure emerged from the ground, speaking in a sinister voice. Finally found a chance to do it. The person who came was an unexpected person, absolutely. He crept up to Yahiko, stretched out his pale palm, and pressed it on Yahiko's head. Master Madara's order is not to leave any traces, so I have to use this trick. Absorb chakra. Chakra is like a lifeline for ninjas. Now the chakra in Yahiko's body is pitifully small. If it is taken away again, I am afraid it will really be hopeless. In a daze, Yahiko only felt that he had stepped into the gate of hell with one foot. The fear of death and his body's survival instinct prompted him to wake up suddenly. And when he opened his eyes, a strange figure with a whole body in white was greeted in front of him, and he was so shocked that he wanted to open his mouth to scream. Ah! But before the words could be uttered, Ju covered his mouth with his other hand, and at the same time, tentacles grew out of his body, binding his limbs and making him unable to move. It's really difficult. It's like this. Can't you die peacefully? Absolutely negative test authentic. Well, Yahiko was struggling crazily and couldn't make a sound, but in his heart, he was already hysterical. No, I can't die here. I still have a dream, to realize the dream of peace. Ah. Full of unwillingness, the pupils of Yahiko's eyes gradually dilated until they lost focus forever. Chapter 173. The Death of Yahiko. Chapter 173. Yahiko's death. Yahiko was drained of chakra and died without adding any injuries on his body, so even if the cause of death is searched, it can only be explained that he died of serious injuries. It's not difficult, even I can easily harvest heads, hee. Ju dropped Yahiko's body and walked towards Konan, who was also unconscious. This guy is also Nagato's companion. Losing two companions on the same day is double the pain. In this way, Nagato will intensify his pupil power. Press the palm on Konan's forehead and draw the latter's chakra in the same way. I saw that Konan's eyes were closed tightly, and his face showed a look of pain. His face, which was originally pale and colorless, suddenly lost the last bit of blood. Life is passing by. However, at this moment, a white tentacle drilled out from the ground and connected to Ju's body. Send message. Huh? Is Nagato back? Ju looked at Konan, who had only a little bit of chakra left. HMPH, you're lucky. Finally chose to give up. Although he can break the latter's neck with his hands now, it will inevitably leave traces, but Uchiha Madara's order to him is to take their lives without leaving traces. This creates the idea that both Yahiko and Konan died from their injuries after fighting the Konoha shinobi. In this way, Nagato's hatred will be locked on Konoha's head. Ju's body slowly dived into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Yahiko. Konan. Nagato seemed to have sensed something and hurried back. Yahiko. Konan. Answer me. At the same time, after he got no response to the two calls, the ominous premonition in his heart deepened, and he hurried back. I saw Yahiko and Konan lying quietly on the ground. Nagato Rinnegan's vision swept away, and his pupils suddenly tightened. One of them's chakra flow has stopped. Advertisement. Ah. Nagato let out a roar of rage that cracked his lungs. Konoha Underground, Root Headquarters. Kakashi returns with the wounded Might Guy. Have you got the scroll yet? Shimura Danzo didn't care about the injury on the opponent's body, that's what the first sentence asked. Kakashi doesn't feel wrong about this, because in his heart, the task is absolute for ninjas, and no matter what the circumstances, the rules must be followed. Yes, it has been confirmed that it is the target scroll. Kakashi presented the scroll of bloodline Madara Madara. After Shimura Danzo took it, he checked it carefully. Well, it is confirmed that it is a treaty signed by the 4th generation. Treaty signed by 4th generation. Hearing this, Kakashi's eyes widened immediately. This is how the same thing. He didn't know the contents of the scroll, he just obeyed the order to take back the important scroll as a member of Anbu. Kakashi, thank you for your hard work, and Guy, too, was seriously injured. You guys should go to the medical class quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen said kindly, and at the same time expressed the meaning of not trying to explore the details. One is the immediate boss, and the other is the previous generation Hokage. Kakashi didn't dare to ask any more questions, and took the order to resign. Is this Anbu? Doing things that are not visible? After Kakashi left, only Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen remained in the dark basement. Are you satisfied now, Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was gloomy and authentic. Oh, what do you mean, Hiruzen? You are responsible for planning this plan? Shimura Danzo pretended not to know, but the corners of his mouth raised involuntarily. Advertisement, VR. Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious immediately, but he was irrefutable and said in a deep voice. I won't settle this matter with you. Let me ask you, what happened to Hitaki Kakashi? How dare you play with what Master First Generation left behind? Heritage. Since the thing has been preserved, it is always useful. I think the generosity and kindness of the first generation will not care about the actions of the younger generations. In addition, you are not ignorant of the situation at that time. Hitaki Kakashi's injuries are too serious and he will surely die. It's a pity to die like this as the son of White Fang. It's better to go back to the furnace and rebuild. Asking for flowers. Facing the other party's accusations, Shimura Danzo looked disapproving, and instead uttered a lot of reasons to refute. You are sophistry, Sarutobi Hiruzen said viciously. No matter what, the experiment was very successful, and a wood-style ninja Kakashi was created. Coupled with the Hitaki family's family sword skills, his future achievements are immeasurable. Shimura Danzo explained lightly, and at the same time changed his voice. By the way, Hiruzen, you just scolded me, but what about yourself? Using the puppet technique to use Might Guy, isn't it so glorious? 0. It's not the same. Guy has a powerful illusion, and his spirit has been destroyed. I just gave him another way of life. Sarutobi Hiruzen was explaining, but he always felt that his statement was a little untenable, and he was a little guilty. Humph. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, and said with contempt in his eyes. I said so many beautiful words, but the result is still the same as the old man. Hiruzen, you are so hypocritical. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned bright, and he was about to distinguish something. But he was stopped by the other party impatiently. Forget it. Everyone is the same. Let's talk about something serious. Shimura Danzo said coldly. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly fell silent, his eyes flickered with a strange light. Cut. Pretending again. Shimura Danzo showed disdain, and said, our action this time is almost an open challenge to 4th Hokage, and the next step is to deal with the follow-up work. Hey, we also broke our hearts because of Konoha, Minato will understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh. Ridiculous, Hiruzen, don't you still think that guy is still that obedient boy Namikaze Minato? Shimura Danzo said coldly. He is the 4th Hokage, he is young and full of ambition. If the contract he signed with himself is broken, he will never let it go. Chapter 174 Tianming returns. Lin goes online. Chapter 174. Tianming is back. Lin is online. Konoha Hokage building. Boom. The desk was split in half by a sharp chakra. Namikaze Minato stretched out his hand to cover his twitching forehead. His half-closed azure blue pupils gave off a chill for the first time. It's too much. Danzo and his predecessors, he secretly intercepted the peace treaty I signed with Rain Shinobi behind my Hokage's back. This is unacceptable for any person in power. But as a newly appointed Hokage, Namikaze Minato still has time to cultivate his own team. The two Anbu teams are controlled by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo respectively. Jonin under his command, and the only ones who can be responsible for important tasks, Yuihong and Shizune, all follow one of the Sanin Tsunade for long-term practice, 020. The rest are useless stuff. Namikaze Minato suddenly felt a headache. Now that his peace policy towards Rain Shinobi has been declared shattered, facing what has become a reality, he can only hold his nose and admit it. For now, as Hokage, he is still unable to fight against the entrenched high level. You can only choose to compromise temporarily. However, after this battle, Namikaze Minato became more determined to form an Anbu team directly under his orders. To form a new Anbu, two core things are first needed, funds and personnel. Konoha's financial power has always been in charge of Mitokado Homura and Utatane Kaharu, Konoha's high-level executives. These two elders have always been dictating to him, Hokage, and the various policies promulgated have also shown an incooperative attitude. Namikaze Minato wants to get the appropriation from the hands of the two elders. It is as difficult as heaven. Therefore, for the problem of funds, he had to find another way. The most important thing is the problem of manpower. Although it is said that ninjas are respected by strength in name, regardless of status. But in fact, ninjas from famous families are generally much stronger than ordinary people. Before, he tried to promote a new batch of Jonin from the commoner Chunin, but judging from the task completion rate of the latter, the effect was not very good. After all, ordinary ninja families know only a few ninjutsu and their overall strength is mediocre. That is to say, do ninjas still have to ask famous families? Advertisement. Namikaze Minato frowned. Before that, Konoha's famous families all supported him as Hokage. However, because he has adopted a series of policies to support civilian ninjas, which can be said to have moved the interests of famous families, he has now been strongly criticized. Nowadays, all the famous families in Konoha ignore him as Hokage, so they are unlikely to respond to his call. Sure enough, there is only one way left. Namikaze Minato finally made a bold and breakthrough decision after careful weighing of the pros and cons. Go to the Uchiha clan to cooperate. As the oldest family in Konoha, the Uchiha family has accumulated considerable wealth for decades, and their ninjas are also quite good. Who am I to support? As for Uchiha's idea, it is even simpler. They are a group of ambitious people who want to enter Konoha's management. Therefore, facing the olive branch thrown by Namikaze Minato, Uchiha will definitely accept it. Konoha's high-level management has always adopted a policy of suppressing Uchiha. Now, as Hokage, he actually chooses to cooperate with Uchiha, which is also rare in the history of Konoha. It is not difficult to imagine how much shock this will cause Konoha's senior management. Hey, aren't you old seniors trying to make trouble? Very good. Since the seniors are all so experienced, let's go fight with Tachibana. Tianming said goodbye to Yuhihong and Shizune, and Tianming rode Pegasus alone, aimlessly wandering around the surrounding small countries for a whole month. They are all in remote areas, and it is difficult to make big news. If I write down the trivial things I experienced during the period, I am afraid it will only be a running account. Everyday life is boring in every way, it's very real. Finally, after going around for a while, Tianming returned to Konoha. Hey, after only being away for a month, after Tianming came back this time, he faintly noticed that Konoha's atmosphere had become a little weird. In broad daylight, the streets are dotted with patrolling ninjas. Advertisement closely monitor everything around. Pedestrians passing by are also worried. The whole Konoha is filled with the smell of gunpowder without gunpowder. But what does all this have to do with me? Tianming said he didn't care, and walked aimlessly in the streets and alleys. Having said that, I haven't seen Lin for a while, and it's time to go online today. On a sudden whim, Tianming was going to meet this familiar young tame Ran. It's worth mentioning that at the time Tianming, Hong, and Shizune were promoted to Konoha Jonin. Now Lin is just an ordinary Chunin. As a former instructor, Namikaze Minato compared to Kakashi, who is known as a genius, and Obito, who is famous, he rarely pays attention to Lin, an ordinary female ninja. But because of the teacher-student relationship, Namikaze Minato proposed to promote her to Jonin. For one, he's really understaffed. Second, Lin participated in the Third Ninja World War, which can be regarded as accumulating a certain amount of military exploits, and there are good reasons for promoting her exceptionally. Surprisingly, Lin declined Hokage's promotion politely. 13-year-old girl Jonin, what a reputation. It is very difficult for ordinary people to resist the temptation of such a lofty honor. But maybe because of Tianming's influence, she clearly understands that the ninja world is based on strength, and that Chunin or Jonin are just false names. Most importantly, Lin has self-knowledge. Being a ninja has limited talents. Tianming also thought about including her in the development game for training. As a result, Lin's aptitude as a ninja was too mediocre. Can't practice advanced illusion like Hong, and can learn the superb shuriken technique of Uchiha style like Shizune. This has nothing to do with hard work or not, it is entirely a matter of her personal level. After all, reality is not a fairy tale. Chapter 175 Lin's Obstetrics and Gynecology Work. Chapter 175 Lin's Obstetrics Konoha Chunin, Nohara Lin, is now attached to the medical unit. However, although there is a dedicated department, but in non-wartime, it is mainly responsible for the deployment of medicines or to help out in the hospital. The days can be regarded as leisurely, ordinary and peaceful. Shu also enjoys such a life. Recently, Konoha Hospital was understaffed and requested reinforcements from the medical unit. Lin was assigned here, by the way, the obstetrics and gynecology department of the hospital. For a girl who is only 13 years old, it always feels a little awkward to take care of a pregnant woman or something. But this is just the beginning of contact. As the saying goes, once born twice, Lin quickly adapted to the environment here. Since the physical condition of a ninja is very different from that of ordinary people, if a pregnant woman is a ninja, it is best to be taken care of by a medical ninja. Perhaps because of the end of the Third Ninja World War, life was stable, and the ninjas in the village began to get together to get married and have children. Lin, who is a genuine medical ninja, has also become a favorite. Yes, ma'am. Your body, 13, and the fetus are very healthy. The due date is about 1 month away. Please keep a relaxed mood. Lin asked softly. Piercing eyes, the rigorous demeanor gives people a serious, focused and reliable feeling. Don't worry, I've been very calm. After all, I'm the mother of my second child. Exquisite facial features, simple makeup, although she didn't wear any expensive jewelry, but from her unique temperament, one can see an extraordinary aura of a lady. This person is the wife of the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Makoto. Mom, standing beside him was a 5-year-old boy. Unlike ordinary children who were naughty and mischievous, he was very sensible when he was young. He was not noisy and guarded his mother like a guard. Itachi, come and listen, there is still 1 month left, and your younger sister or younger brother will be born. Uchiha Makoto gently took the boy's little hand. Advertisement. Itachi carefully leaned his head on the former's protruding belly, and there was an abnormal touch in his calm eyes. Life is born. My brother, how did you decide it's the younger brother? The cute younger sister is not bad either. Uchiha Makoto chuckled. No, that's my brother, I know it. Itachi looked serious. Well, ma'am, if necessary, I can sense the S*X of the fetus through chakra. Lin reminded me. Don't waste your chakra. Uchiha Makoto shook his head, stroked his belly and said softly. Whether it is a boy or a girl, they are all my precious children. That's right. Hearing this, Shu couldn't help but relax. In the world of ninjas, there is still a certain amount of patriarchal thinking, especially among famous families, which is extremely serious. She has met a lot of ninja families, all of which require the S*X of the fetus to be detected in advance, and there are even some extreme ones who choose to kill girls because they don't like girls. Although it sounds bloody, it is also very true, and the lady in front of her is from Uchiha, the #1 family in Konoha. Judging from the ratio of males and females in the Uchiha family, it is obvious that there is a strong patriarchal atmosphere. But Uchiha Makoto is not affected, the reason is still from her own. Lin passed a series of inspections just now and found that the other party has a very strong chakra on her body. She must have been a very good female ninja before she became a married woman. In the Uchiha family, if anyone dares to criticize the child in her belly, Uchiha Makoto will definitely punish with an iron fist. Back to business. Welcome the next pregnant woman. I saw that the first thing that caught my eyes was a head of particularly eye-catching dark red long hair, followed by a friendly hug to Lin. My lovely Xiao Lin, I haven't seen you for a long time, I miss you so much. Mistress, don't be like this. Advertisement. Lin's face was a little embarrassed, but there was no resistance from the other party. The red-haired young woman in front of her is the wife of 4th Hokage, Uzumaki Kushina. Unlike Namikaze Minato who focuses on Kakashi and Obito, Kushina doesn't care about talent or status, and is particularly fond of the cute Lin. The relationship between the two is also very close in private. Don't call me mistress, I'm going to have a baby soon, and suddenly I feel like I'm going to become an old aunt. No, from today on, you have to call me Sister Kushina. Kushina stuck out her tongue playfully. Lin couldn't help feeling speechless. At this age, and you're going to be a mother soon, don't you feel a little ashamed to be cute? Sister Zhaolin, hurry up and call. Kushina rubbed her face against her, pleadingly. Lin suddenly felt ashamed to explode, but he had no choice but to yell out in a low voice, Ju Zinmi sister. Kushina was immediately elated, and kissed 737 on the cheek. Xiao Lin is awesome. Xiao Lin is so tall. Haha, Uchiha Makoto, who was sitting on the side, was also amused by the scene in front of him. Kushina, do you know what you look like now? It's so funny. Faced with the other party's ridicule, Kushina didn't care, just rolled her eyes and smiled. Hee, what? Isn't it the same when Miss Makoto was pregnant with Itachi? Holding my hand, what? Lin was stunned. Looking at the dignified Uchiha Makoto in front of her, she couldn't imagine the scene of the latter shouting. Alas. Uchiha Makoto also blushed in a rare old way and smiled embarrassingly. Well, it's all over, as the saying goes, I've been pregnant for 3 years, and I've recovered a long time ago. It's okay, after the second baby, you'll have to be an idiot for another 3 years. Kushina is serious and authentic. No way. I'm already a person from the past, so I won't be stupid anymore, but you, Kushina, will definitely be stupid when you give birth to a child for the first time. Oops, Kushina, who is already an idiot, wouldn't it be stupid? Are you going to be super dumb? Uchiha Makoto teased. Chapter 176 Lin, is this your little boyfriend? Chapter 176 Lin, is this your little boyfriend? Kushina. Sister, your chakra is not stable, please try not to use chakra during this time. Lin expressed concern. The opponent is Jinchuriki, who is important to Konoha, and the vicious 9 tails is sealed in his body. I also know whether it is because of pregnancy, the strength of the sealing technique has decreased, and whether chakra of 9 tails will leak a little bit. Kushina also knew what was going on with her, but with a carefree personality, she also expressed that she didn't care, and said with a light smile. Haha, don't worry, my sister's body is very strong. Kushina, if you need anything, remember to discuss it with me. Uchiha Makoto took her hand. Yes, there is Makoto's Sharingan, even if 9 tails is mischievous, he can still stare at it. Kushina spoke nonsense in a serious tone. In response, Uchiha Makoto could only shake his head with a wry smile. He secretly said in his heart, Sharingan can indeed suppress 9 tails, but if he has more powerful pupil power, he can control 9 tails. The Uchiha Madara in history has done this kind of thing. This is also one of the important reasons why Konoha's senior management is highly vigilant against Uchiha. If she uses Sharingan to assist Kushina to suppress 9 tails, it will definitely be interpreted by Konoha high-level officials as an experiment by the Uchiha clan to control 9 tails. This leads to incalculable contradictions. You must know that 4th Hokage is now willing to cooperate with the Uchiha family. This is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the latter. At this sensitive time, there must be no accidents. Bang bang, there was a light knock on the door. Please come in. Lin thought it was her medical staff, but when she looked up and saw the person who came, she couldn't help but be taken aback. His. The surprise in her eyes turned into surprise, and Lin beamed with joy. No reason, because you were here. Tianming smiled slightly. Long time no see, Lin, how are you doing? In the room, both Kushina and Uchiha Makoto locked their eyes on the visitor. Advertisement Uchiha Tianming. This is no ordinary name. Well, it's okay, I like the work of the medical army quite a bit. Why? Lin had a sincere and sweet smile on her face. That's good. Tianming nodded. Compared with fighting ninjas on the battlefield, Lin yearns for an ordinary and peaceful life. Regarding this, Tianming also respected her choice. Although their lifestyles are different, it does not affect the relationship between the two. The two eyes looked at each other quietly, and both sides could read each other's eyes. Looking at each other and smiling, everything is in silence. Kushina and Uchiha Makoto on the side were amazed. Because in their view, these two people are people from two different worlds. Tianming is a big shot in the ninja world, Lin is just an ordinary female ninja. From the perspective of identity, it can be said that there is a huge gap between heaven and earth. Oh, I got it, it's because of love. Kushina's eyes suddenly lit up, and she joked, Shaolin, is this your little boyfriend? This. Lin's face flushed slightly, she didn't know how to answer, she just secretly glanced at Tianming. Yes. Tianming replied without thinking. This calm tone seemed to be just talking about a matter of course. Lin immediately lowered her head, her ears felt a little hot. That's right. Uchiha Makoto's eyes flickered slightly, as if he was very surprised. The matter about Tianming is also an enduring topic among the Uchiha clan, and the evaluation of the former is also mixed. First of all, it is worthy of praise that Tianming, as an unprecedented excellent ninja of the Uchiha clan, has gone far beyond the scope of a genius, and is called a monster. From this point of view, Tianming has really earned a lot of prestige for the Uchiha clan. Advertisement, but because he despised the elders in the clan and never obeyed Uchiha's orders, he also attracted a lot of criticism. The family commented on him as rebellious, defiant, and arrogant. However, it is such a person who now shows tender eyes towards an ordinary female ninja. Nice man. Uchiha Makoto added a lot of goodwill in his heart. A man who is successful at a young age, has cutting-edge strength, and is also a man of love and righteousness, this charm is simply irresistible to women. No wonder Lin likes him so much. However, if I were 10 years younger, I'm afraid I would fall in love with him hopelessly, wouldn't I? Okay, this is just a joke. Hello, you are that Uchiha Tianming, right? Kushina knows the meaning of this name, but she has a straightforward personality, but she doesn't have too many scruples, and said bluntly. Listen to Minato, you have caused him a lot of trouble. Oh, fourth generation, is that what you said about me? Tianming smiled slightly and didn't care. I saw Kushina's voice change, and continued. Well, although it has helped him solve a lot of troubles, generally speaking, it's a mixed blessing. Young people should think more about things. Uchiha Makoto on the side also nodded in agreement. At home, Uchiha Fugaku also said similar things to her. How Jiao? Oh, one? Tianming didn't make any distinctions either, he just dealt with it casually and dealt with it. Then he turned his gaze to Lin, and said softly, how is it? Have you finished today's work? Yeah, that's right. My task today is to check the health of these two ladies, and I have already completed it. Lin tilted her head and said curiously, what's the matter? Is Tianming here today to ask me for something? Can't I come and see you? Tianming had a joking look on his face, and then changed his voice. However, it's something important. Lin blinked her big eyes, pouted her small mouth at the same time, and muttered, what the hell is that? It's so appetizing. Then let's go on a date. Tianming said seriously. Chapter 177 You Are All My Wings. Chapter 177 You Are All My Wings Abstract. Date. Lin opened her eyes wide, as if she didn't think that the important thing that Tianming said in such a serious manner was actually this. A strange look flashed in Uchiha Makoto's eyes. This style of painting, no matter how you look at it, is a bit wrong. The most feared evil ninja in the ninja world, has many thunderous nicknames such as Fire Eye, Little Overlord, Black Shinigami, Ice Demon, Indestructible Golden Body, White Pegasus, Calamity Earthquake, etc. Now I'm picking up girls. Is it too normal? Well, that's Uchiha Makoto's preconceived bias too. One-sided view, Tianming is an extraordinary person, should do extraordinary things. In fact, apart from Tianming's liking to challenge ninja powerhouses, his other interests are no different from ordinary people. Kushina on the side has a pure personality and a big nerve, but she doesn't feel anything wrong. Ahahaha, Shaolin, your boyfriend is so proactive, go, go, go. Lin's cheeks were hot, and she felt a little embarrassed under the watchful eyes of everyone. Tianming completely ignored 543's gaze, and stretched out his palm towards her with a smile. Lin dazedly and subconsciously put her hand on it, the temperature from her fingertips just reacted, and she wanted to shrink away. But Tianming gathered her fingers together and held her little hand firmly on the palm of her hand. Lin's face turned redder immediately, but she didn't move away. Tianming's gentle voice came from next to his ear. Let's go. Well, the two held hands like this and left the infirmary. A thoughtful Uchiha Makoto was left behind, and Kushina who was still screaming excitedly. He, youthful love is really nostalgic. Kushina touched her swollen belly, looked at Uchiha Makoto again, suddenly a flash of light flashed in her brain, and smiled. Miss Makoto, I suddenly have a bold idea. If our children are a boy and a girl if so, then we will become in-laws, okay? Why did you suddenly think of this? Uchiha Makoto suddenly smiled. If they are all boys, how can I pay back? Then you have another one. BDEA, Kushina laughed. Clam? What about your sow? Advertisement. Uchiha Makoto feigned anger and said, the Uzumaki family has such a strong physique, I suggest giving birth to 10 or 8. I'm fine, but Minato, hey, I'm a little embarrassed to say. For some reason, Kushina's expression was a bit complicated. Ahem, Uchiha Makoto immediately understood, isn't it? The 4th generation project actually has that problem. Humph. Kushina pouted immediately and whispered softly, actually, it's like this. Next is the private topic between young women, slightly. The two held hands and walked on the streets of Konoha. Lin looked a little nervous and found a topic at random. By the way, Hong and Shizune haven't seen them recently. Ah, you said they. Tianming simply stated what happened in Tianjiguo. I see, Red and Shizune, have they all become Master Tsunade's disciples? That's great. Lin said enviously. You can too, Tianming said firmly, as long as you want, I will persuade. Physical. Tsunade to accept you as an apprentice. Well, I'd better forget it, after all, my level is limited, so as not to lose the reputation of Master Tsunade. Lin shook her head and declined. Tianming looked at her carefully and found that the latter did not show any disappointment on his face. He. Lin also noticed his concerned eyes, and couldn't help but feel warm. Don't worry, I don't feel sorry for myself. I am quite happy with ordinary days. I also like ordinary you. Tianming suddenly gave the opponent a straight ball. Lin couldn't help but stretch out her hands to cover her burning cheeks, and there was a hint of coquettishness in her watery eyes. Tianming. Foul. That's right, I've always been a person who doesn't follow the rules. Tianming smiled lightly. Well, I already knew this point. Lin puffed up her cheeks and looked at him with slightly resentful eyes. Playful. Advertisement. Tianming instantly understood what the other party wanted to express. Red, what I want. Shizune, also what I want. Lin, I can do whatever I want. I want it all. Tianming stared at her unwaveringly. Lin also understood Tianming's eyes and sighed, I really can't do anything about you. When she said this, it actually meant that she acquiesced to Tianming's wing theory. You are all my wings, everyone gets along well, isn't this very happy and beautiful? There was a look of joy on Tianming's face. Fortunately, this is the world of ninjas, and you can do whatever you want with Wanwang. If it was in the everyday world, he would have to face the end of a hatchet if he opened the harem openly and above board this time. In the end, it's all the system's fault. There is no need to learn or practice, and he is directly given various heaven-defying big moves at random. No gaming experience, invincibility has created his life as a salted fish. If I don't open the harem, won't I die idle? Tianming will never admit that he is a scumbag, the system has to take the blame for it. That's so straightforward, Tianming, I always feel that you are thinking about something very rude. Lin squinted at him and said angrily, No, I'm just thinking about where to go next. Tianming smiled mischievously, have you thought about that? Lin couldn't help complaining, suddenly I asked someone to go out on a date, but I didn't even think about where to go. It's just like saying it on a whim. Ahaha, how come? You're overthinking, I'm looking for you on a date with all my heart. By the way, movies. Let's go to the movies. Tianming was quick to think, and his gaze fell on the movie poster pasted on the side of the street. You passed the test. Lin blinked her eyes. As a girl who knows how to advance and retreat, she didn't delve too deeply into Tianming's meaning. He set his sights on the promotional poster of the movie. I saw a cute little girl of 5 or 6 years old painted on it. Fuji Fuxaoi, the girl star who debuted recently. Chapter 178. Shueiji Ninja Tips. Chapter 178. Shueiji Ninfa Post. Fuji Fushui? Tianming read the name thoughtfully. What's the matter? Could it be that Tianming also likes to chase stars? No. Fuji Fuyusu is a child star who just debuted recently. Lin said with a puzzled look. No, it's just that the name sounds a little familiar. Tianming confirmed that this is a name that appeared in the original work, but it should be an unknown character, so I didn't remember the specific identity. According to gossip from Entertainment 8 Trigrams, I heard that she is an orphan who escaped from the Land of Snow, and was adopted by director Fuji, the famous director of the Land of Fire. It is a woman's nature to like 8 Trigrams, and Lin is no exception. Yes? As soon as Tianming heard about the Snow Country, he lost interest in paying attention? Don't you want to watch a movie? Let's go in. The two walked into the cinema hand in hand. I bought a ticket, found a seat and sat down. There are quite a few people. Tianming looked at the few figures around him and said casually. After all, he is a rookie child star and not many people came to see him. Lin explained, however, I have watched the previous movie promotional video and I feel that this little girl is quite good at acting. The movie begins. The story probably tells that the evil demon king from the north has captured the human kingdom. With the help of the righteous Konoha shinobi, the young princess escaped by luck. The plot is very bloody, but it is in line with the main theme of the Country of Fire, promoting the justice of Konoha. However, excluding the plot story, the starring Fuji Fuxaoi really did a good job. Especially in the part where the parents were killed, the girl's cries were so loud that it seemed real. Tianming looked thoughtfully, and always felt that this scene had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. Well, Lin secretly wiped away her tears. Princess Fengshui, she looks so young and helpless, so pitiful. Advertisement. Tianming stretched out his hand and stroked her head, and said softly, Don't cry, don't cry. With Tianming, the messenger of justice, all evil will be wiped out. Lin's eyebrows were crooked, as if she was amused by Tianming's messenger of justice. She burst into laughter immediately. Are you teasing a child? No, I'm coaxing my cute little girlfriend. Is there a problem? Tianming is serious and authentic. A disgusted look appeared on Lin's face immediately, but the slightly raised corners of her mouth couldn't stop the joy in her heart. That's what the so-called mouth dislikes, the integrity of the body. At the end of the movie, extras are being shown on the big screen. The first part of the Snow Princess Ninja Post series is over, and the second part will tell about the growth process of Princess Fengshui, so stay tuned. However, neither Tianming nor Lin, who were flirting, paid attention to the subtitles on the big screen. Okay, the movie is over. Let's go to dinner. Tianming keeps in mind the 3 steps of dating: shopping, movies, and eating. Wait, I heard that the production team of the film has also come to Konoha to promote, and Fuyuki is likely to be there too. Why don't we go and see? Lin said happily. Obviously, for this movie, she still enjoyed watching it very much, and she has become a fan of it. Alright. Although Tianming is not interested in this star or anything, since Lin is interested, then he is. The two came to the lobby of the cinema. I saw the production team, as well as Konoha reporters called here, working hard on publicity. Look, Fuyuki is there. Lin's eyes lit up instantly. Tianming followed her gaze and saw a 6 or 7-year-old girl sitting somewhere in the corner of the production team. The exquisite little face carved in pink and jade, with double ponytails, and wearing the costume of Princess Fengshui on her body, coupled with this temperament is exactly the same as the real princess. Look familiar. So familiar. Who on earth is it? Tianming was slightly taken aback, but couldn't remember which character in the original book the other party was. Under his careful observation, Tianming noticed that the other party's dark blue eyes revealed a vicissitudes that did not match his age. Advertisement, so cute. Lin's face was full of love and affection, and she couldn't help but walked forward and greeted the other party. Asking for flowers. 0, Hi, may I ask if you are the little sister Fuyuki who played Princess Fuyuki? Seeing someone greeted her, the girl raised her head slightly, as if she was a little resistant to strangers, but she still nodded timidly. I saw Lin took out a small notebook and pen out of nowhere, put her hands in front of the girl, and said softly, I like your movie very much, can I ask you to sign it? Forehead. As a child star who just debuted, Fengshui seemed to be a little stunned when she encountered this kind of fans asking for autographs for the first time. The production crew on the side noticed the Konoha Shinobi forehead protector worn on Lin's forehead keenly. Konoha Shinobi is looking for autographs, this is good news. Zero immediately came over quickly, and whispered to the girl. Fengshui, this is your fan, please sign it. Oh, different from the lively performance in the movie, the girl seemed a little withdrawn in real life, but she obediently took Lin's small notebook and pen, and wrote down her name skillfully. Little Windflower. Wrong. The girl suddenly remembered something, and hastily crossed out the name she wrote subconsciously. Huh? What are you doing? Tomomi Oka the staff were a little annoyed. Take it easy, take your time. You can do it. Lin stretched out her small fist to encourage. As if influenced by Lin's gentle attitude, the girl gradually became less nervous, holding the pen with her fingers, writing the name, Fuji, very jerky. Fengshui, have you forgotten how to write your own name? Looking at the crooked and ugly name, the staff couldn't laugh or cry. No, it won't be ugly. I saw Lin wonderfully drew a small heart shape in the middle of the name. The original ugly signature instantly became full of cuteness. Chapter 179. Fenghua Xiaoshui's Cry. Chapter 179. Fenghua Xiaoshui's Cry. Fuji Fenghua Xiaoshui. I see, I remembered. This is from Hokage's first theatrical version of Uchiha Ninjutsu. From the name the girl subconsciously wrote down just now, Tianming connected the above pieces of information together. And the girl in front of me is the Princess of Snow Country, a real princess. As for the detailed plot, Tianming doesn't remember that much either. I just vaguely remember that the cause of the incident was a coup d'etat in the Snow Country, and the uncle of Fenghua Xiaoshui brutally murdered the daimyo's family and staged a real power calculation. This originally belonged to the internal affairs of the Snow Country, but Konoha pursued the consistent interference in the internal affairs of other countries, and sent Anbu Kakashi to rescue the daimyo's 643 orphan, that is, Fenghua Xiaoshui. By the way, it was the old men from Konoha's senior management who planned this matter. As a dark political chess piece, Konoha didn't really take it seriously. He casually sent Fenghua Xiaoshui to the orphanage in the Land of Fire for resettlement. But later, by coincidence, she was discovered by a famous director from the Land of Fire, who took a fancy to her beautiful facial features and unique aristocratic temperament, adopted her, and renamed her Fuji Fenghua. Can be said to be a stage name, right? After that, I made my first movie. What's the matter, Tianming? Lin gave him a curious look. Ah, I suddenly have a bold idea. Tianming looked at Fuji Fushui with interest. Oh no, it was Fuka Koshui. Lin, let me tell you, if the movie is a real story and the young princess went through the ruin of the country, what would you do? Hearing this, Lin said without thinking. Then do you still need to ask? Of course, I will try my best to help the princess. Hearing these words, Fenghua Xiaoshui couldn't help trembling and lowered her head. Yes. Advertisement. The corners of Tianming's mouth raised slightly, and he said in a meaningful tone, as long as the princess sincerely requests, how about we come to play a cameo role as a messenger of justice? Lin didn't understand, so she questioned. Is this talking about the movie? Tianming means that the two of us will act as the messengers of justice? Ahaha. I didn't expect the two Konoha shinobi actors to be interested in filming? The staff said hee. I think you two young people are dreaming. I'm really sorry, the next movie, the actor of Justice Messenger, has already been chosen to be a big-name star from the Kingdom of Fire. Tianming glanced at him kindly and said with a smile, I'm also a big star ninja in the Land of Fire, and even in the entire ninja world. The staff was speechless for a moment. What are you talking about? Not to mention whether you were bragging or not, what you say is true. What does the ninja matter have to do with our filmmaking? The other party was about to decline. However, at this moment, Fenghua Xiaoshui suddenly stood up, stretched out two small hands, tightly grasped Tianming and Lin, raised her head, and cried with tears in her eyes. Please, if you are really justice, please help me, woo. While talking, Fenghua Xiaoshui burst into tears. Sister Fuyuki, what's the matter with you? Don't cry. Lin first looked blank, and then looked at the other party's crying face, couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart, and opened her arms to hug the latter into her arms. Huh? What's going on? The staff was suddenly stunned. What happened here immediately attracted the attention of the director who was working hard to promote the movie, as well as the Konoha reporter. Hey, big news. The Konoha reporters immediately shook off the director and rushed over in a swarm. This way, little sister, don't cry, can you tell the camera if you have any grievances? Lovely little actor Fuyuki, may I ask if you were abused by the film production team? The reporters dug a hole for fear of chaos. Advertisement. The director couldn't help but his face changed drastically. He ran over quickly, blocked the reporter with his body, and said with a serious face, I'm sorry, Feng Shui is still young and ignorant, so she is not suitable for interviews, so please. Oh, I saw Fenghua Xiaoshui raised her head from Lin's arms. Tears were still on her face, but her eyes became extremely firm. I am the princess of the land of snow, Fenghua Xiaoshui. The crisp voice spoke intermittently. There are not many words, but the topic is very exciting. The reporters first fell into a brief silence, and then, like a pack of wolves smelling blood, they instantly became crazy. Hey, this is incredible big news. In their minds, they have even thought of various eye-catching press release titles. Shocked, actress Fuji Fushui's real identity turned out to be princess in movies, princess in reality. The sad cry of the princess of the snow country, asking Konoha for justice. If you don't turn, you are not from the country of fire. The diplomacy of the land of rain failed. Will the fourth generation project show the sword of the land of snow? I see. The director stared fixedly at Fenghua Xiaoshui, who was young but still standing majestically, and said with complicated emotions. I knew for a long time that this child is definitely not an ordinary person. I didn't expect it to be a princess of a country. Is this all true? Lin was full of shock and sadness, and hugged the latter tightly. It's really intolerable for such a small child to suffer such a tragedy. Experienced family changes since childhood, Feng 0.0 Hua Xiaoshui has long lost hope in her heart. But now Lin's warm embrace made her feel love. The accumulated emotions were vented at once, like a child who fell into the water, grabbing the last straw. Konoha's big brother, sister, you must help me. I want to go home, woo. Lin stretched out her hand to caress the back of her head, and comforted her. Don't worry, sister big brother will definitely help you. While talking, Lin looked at Tianming for help. Tianming smiled slightly, speaking lightly and authentically. Didn't I say that? The two of us can make cameo appearances, messengers of justice. Chapter 180 Destroying you, what does it have to do with you? Chapter 180 What does it have to do with you to destroy you? Namikaze Minato slapped the newspaper that was full of slaughtered editions on the table. I couldn't help but support my forehead with my palm, pinched my painful eyebrows, and said in a deep voice. It's rare that there are no earthquakes recently. You made such a big news right after you came back? Looking at what you're saying, it feels like I've done a lot of bad things. Tianming spread his hands, and said casually. Save the lost princess of the Snow Kingdom, and Konoha will uphold justice, isn't that great? You are too idle. Namikaze Minato spoke the truth. Yes. Tianming didn't hide it either. Namikaze Minato wrinkled a tic-tac-toe on his forehead. He really wanted to curse. Why are you acting so embarrassed? On the contrary, Tianming was puzzled, and said, you only need to issue one task. Besides, in this messy news, there are many people with political orientation. Tianming pointed to the headline on one side of the eye-catching column 13 in the newspaper. The diplomacy of the land of rain failed. Will the fourth generation project show the sword of the land of snow? Namikaze Minato's eyes flickered slightly. As a Hokage, it is natural to control the fishing boat, and Konoha News Department has his confidence. His peace diplomacy to Rain Shinobi Village failed due to the obstruction of Konoha's high-level officials. This is undoubtedly a big minus in his political career. Right now he needs to do something real to restore fourth Hokage's reputation. Weigh the pros and cons of each side. Namikaze Minato finally realized the reality inside. Mr. Tianming, can you briefly talk about your plan? What's the plan? Tianming asked back. Aren't you going to be an envoy of justice and help Princess Fenghua Xiaoshui of the Snow Country regain power? Namikaze Minato frowned. Yeah, so what's the problem? Tianming didn't understand. Now I'm asking you how to do it. Such explosive news will spread throughout the Fire Nation in one day, and the entire ninja world in 3 days. At that time, the current ruler of the Snow Nation will also know the matter of Fenghua Xiaoshui. For this, they will definitely be on guard. Advertisement. Namikaze Minato looked a little annoyed. Stupid question. To overthrow a small country, do you still need to plan? Just crush it all the way. As for whether you know about the wind and flowers and whether you will be prepared, this is meaningless. Destroy you, what does it have to do with you? Tianming's voice was flat, as if he was just stating a trivial matter that was within easy reach. Namikaze Minato was speechless for a moment. You are so right, I am speechless. Is this what, little overlord, does? Sorry, from now on, the word, small, has to be omitted. This is a veritable, overlord, strength. Namikaze Minato clenched his fists subconsciously. A dangerous thought came into his mind. The azure blue eyes exuded an unusually compelling cold light. If I have overwhelming power, how dare those old immortals in the upper echelon of Konoha dare to confront him? Sure enough, only with strong power, the regiment will be respected. After that, I have to step up my personal cultivation. Advanced development of Rasengan into nature transformation. The senjutsu of Mount Myoboku, and the forbidden technique on the Book of Seals. Forbidden to practice because it is dangerous or against human ethics. What a joke. These ninjutsu are treasures created by the respected first generation and second Hokage masters. How can my fourth Hokage let these precious pearls be dusted? By the way, don't think I don't know, Orochimaru is secretly practicing the forbidden technique above. All thoughts, back to reality. I see, I will give you the greatest authority and freedom to conquer the snow country. Namikaze Minato said seriously. Although it is said that the authority was given by him, in fact, even if he did not give it, Tianming would not obey his restraint. In this way, it is better to directly give the latter nominal support. At least there is a fig leaf. Tianming's actions were carried out under the permission conditions of Konoha officials. If outsiders know that Tianming's helping Fenghua Xiaoshui take over the land of snow is entirely out of his own interest and he has nothing else to do. Konoha's face is lost. The dignified #1 hidden village can't even control its own ninjas. Advertisement, really? Then follow the orders of the fourth generation lord. Tianming also knew what was going on, so Ping put on a show and cupped his hands towards the other party. It can be regarded as selling Namikaze Minato a face. To preside over the justice of the snow country, this S-level task, I leave it to you, Mr. Tianming. Namikaze Minato pretended to speak righteously, and at the same time wrote a mission scroll as if something happened, and stamped it with Hokage's great seal. Tianming took the mission scroll, directly skipped the contents of a bunch of missions written by Namikaze Minato, and glanced at the mission bounty marked at the bottom. 1,000,000 taels. Reciprocate, can, 673 really on the road, 4th Hokage. Tianming expressed his satisfaction, although it is said that his desire for money is not very great, but nobody thinks money is cheap, right? And the most important thing is one word, cool. Tianming smiled happily. Ahaha, Namikaze Minato also laughed kindly. As for whether it is the kind with a smile on the face and the kind of mom, sell, and approve in my heart, I don't know. Tianming left the Hokage building, and at the door, waiting for him was Lin holding Fenghua Xiaoshui. How is it, Tianming, have you successfully persuaded the lord of the fourth generation? Lin said with a concerned look. Yes, under my righteous words, the fourth generation has no choice but to obey. Tianming said with a mocking face. I always feel like you did something very rude to the fourth generation. Lin knows his character, he is not a man who likes to use rhetoric. The so-called persuasion is mostly physical, but she didn't delve into the process. Is it really possible? Fenghua Xiaoshui said excitedly. I can really go home, snow country. Thank you, messengers of justice, Tianming big brother, sister Lin. Chapter 181 The wind and flowers are very calm. Chapter 181. The storm is very calm. Land of snow, Daming mansion. Report to Lord Nudao that the location of Princess Xiaoshui has been found. Spike Avalanche reported. Oh, was it discovered after only a year of escaping? After all, he was just a child. Fenghua Nudao was very surprised by this. From his point of view, Fenghua Xiaoshui, who was murdered at a young age, was terrified long ago, so she could only hide her name and steal an existence. I am afraid that she would never dare to set foot in the snow country again for the rest of her life. Although he has ordered his subordinate Shuiyan to keep searching for Fenghua Xiaoshui. But don't hold out too much hope. After all, the boundless ninja world is so big, how difficult is it to find a child who hides his name? The most important thing is that Shuiyan's ability is limited, so don't bother. By the way, I dug 3 feet in the Daming mansion, but I didn't find the key to open the treasure of the snow country. Maybe the old man put the key in Fenghua Xiaoshui's hand before he died. Fenghua furiously laughed and said, God help me too. As long as you get the treasure of the legendary snow country, you might have the power to compete with the 5 great powers. Tell me, where's Fenghua Xiaoshui? Konoha, the land of fire, Wolf Fang Avalanche replied. Konoha, tisk, this is tricky. Fenghua furrowed his brows tightly. Damn Konoha. You have to get a hand everywhere. The last time Fenghua Xiaoshui narrowly escaped death, it was because of their obstruction. No, this time we don't need to send someone to catch it. Fenghua Xiaoshui will come to the door by herself. Mr. Nudao, look at this. While talking, Spike Avalanche took out a newspaper. Is this Konoha news? The stormy gaze was quickly attracted by the eye-catching title on the above board, and the veins on his forehead couldn't help popping out. How courageous! How dare Fenghua Xiaoshui go to Konoha to sue? Advertisement. Yes, this is a big trouble, Lord Nutao. Please forgive me for speaking bluntly. Konoha, as the #1 hidden village in the ninja world, is definitely not something we Shuiyin can resist. Spike Avalanche expressed concern and authenticity. HMPH. You don't need to panic about this. Konoha is not a philanthropist. How could he send troops to attack us with Fenghua Xiaoshui's crying in a few words? It will also get a bad reputation of being bullied politically. Fenghua Fudao explained calmly. Besides, it will cost a lot of money to hire Konoha shinobi. How can a poor princess get the money to hire a master of Konoha? I see, so we can sit back and relax. Hearing the former's analysis, Spike Fang Zubing also felt that it made sense, and his expression couldn't help but relax. No, if you say that Konoha can't do anything, that's not necessarily true. After all, it's a public request from a princess of a country. Maybe just for the sake of face, he will send a few chunin over to perfunctory things. Then we have to do a good job. Be fully prepared so that Konoha knows that we, Shuiyin, are not easy to bully. The wind and flowers and raging waves think that they have insight into politics and have a well thought out plan. Maritime. Tianming and Lin took Fenghua Xiaoshui on the sailing boat. The Land of Snow is an island country located in the sea off the northeast of the Land of Fire. It will take about 3 days from here. Lin held a map in her hand and explained, it's okay, just treat it as a short trip. Tianming leaned back on the railing, raised his head to enjoy the sea breeze blowing in front of him with a contented expression on his face. This relaxed posture does not feel the slightest sense of tension. It's like going on a field trip. However, it was this calm attitude that caused Fenghua Xiaoshui, who was originally anxious, to unknowingly let go of her heavy heart. Finally, can I go home? Fenghua Xiaoshui pinned all her hopes on the two people in front of her. That. To assist Feng Shui. Oh no, it was Princess Xiaoyuki who took back the snow country, and Konoha sent you 2 young ninjas, is it really all right? The director said worriedly. After all, she is the guardian who adopted Fenghua Xiaoshui for more than a year, although the original intention was to train her to become a famous actor and act as a cash cow. Don't worry, Tianming is very strong. Advertisement. Lin replied firmly. It's hard to see. Filmmakers were skeptical. Regarding this, Tianming didn't bother to explain to the ignorant people, he just said indifferently. By the way, you idlers, why don't you come along to get promoted? It's for the movie. The director's face suddenly became extremely serious, and he said seriously, if Princess Xiaoyuki succeeds in returning to the country, I am afraid that the actor Fuyuki will disappear. But, for the next movie I decided to change the script and record the whole process of Princess Xiaoshui's return to the country. Filmed on site and then edited into a new movie through post-production. I have to say that the director's brainhole is not ordinary. Lin felt speechless when she heard this, and persuaded, Mr. Director, ninja fighting is very dangerous, you should not get involved in it. There was a gleam in the director's eyes, and he said righteously, don't underestimate the awakening of filmmakers. As long as you can make an exciting movie, you will not hesitate to sacrifice your life. The director is right, all the staff enthusiastically agreed. Hey, isn't it a little heavy for Zhao Zhu to pay the price of life? Lin expressed incomprehension. Hey, Lu. Tianming chuckled lightly and said flatly, they can do whatever they want. Anyway, this drama of restoration of the country won't be so interesting. The so-called movie, the storyline must be full of ups and downs to be good. Just like the theatrical version of Shuiji Ninfa Tai in the original work. If there is no disturbance and the story is unilaterally crushed, it will only be a bad movie. Lin seemed to understand Tianming's playful smile and couldn't help but let out a sigh. My heartfelt condolences to the fanatical director and film crew. Sorry, if Tianming plays the role of messenger of justice, this story is doomed to have no suspense. Chapter 182 Shock and Tsunami. Chapter 182 Shock Tsunami. Report. Master Fu Dao, approaching the southwest of the territorial waters, we found a ship of unknown origin. It will probably enter our country in the early morning of tomorrow. Crane Wing Chushui, who was in charge of the investigation, came to report. Oh, is it coming so soon? Fenghua Fu Dao said coldly, let's also send a meeting gift to say hello. Do you want to use that? The ice fortress of our snow country? Dong Shang Dongyu said in a deep voice, ice fortress. In fact, using secret techniques, a giant iceberg was created on the sea in advance. Then move the iceberg to the target sea area, forcing the enemy to fight on the mountain. So that you can take advantage of your location. Go. The first task is to take back Fenghua Xiaoshui. If the Konoha shinobi are sensible, you can consider letting them go. Otherwise, let their corpses become ice sculptures on the ice fortress. The wind, flowers and raging waves were full of murderous intent. Next morning, there was an exclamation from the ship. This is. The director looked at the behemoth in front of the ship in astonishment. When I got up in the morning, I found a huge iceberg blocking the sea ahead. What should we do? 183. The staff exclaimed. The director's eyes suddenly lit up, and his brain suddenly had an idea. That's it. Change the script immediately, You are stupid, take a good look at it, the cliffs on the iceberg are simply perfect shots. This is the god of film, bestowed on us. The director looked fanatical and authentic, woo. Tianming just woke up, walked out of the cabin, and yawned. It's so noisy this early in the morning? Advertisement? This iceberg is definitely not formed naturally. Lin watched the iceberg in front of her vigilantly, then pointed to the location of the cliff. Look, there are artificial traces there, and it's a good place to ambush. Tianming scanned the iceberg ahead with an extremely contemptuous look. According to the public news, the snow country must have already prepared for the challenge. I didn't expect the so-called challenge to be such a boring thing. Do you want to start a war here? But on this sea, will everyone on board be involved? Lin expressed concern. No need, it's just a barrier, break it and move on. As soon as the words fell, Tianming came to the bow of the boat. At the same time, an astonishing surge of chakra emanates from the body. This is suffocating horror. The people on the boat stopped breathing for an instant, but luckily Tianming immediately gathered the terrifying chakra on his right hand, forming a highly compressed air pressure shield which relieved the pressure on everyone. What? What happened just now? I felt like I fell into hell for a moment. Is this an illusion? Everyone was dumbfounded. Tianming jumped over the railing and jumped off the boat. Someone got off the boat. On the iceberg, 3 Shuiyan elites, Langya Shibeng, Hichui Shui, and Chudongyu, are ambushing. Is that Konoha shinobi? He's alone, what does he want to do? The 3 of them looked at each other in blank dismay. This was completely different from what they had expected. Lin, let the people on the boat find something to hold on to by themselves. There will be a few small waves later. Tianming reminded, and at the same time walked in the direction of the iceberg. I see, Tianming needs to pay attention, Lin replied, and at the same time did not forget to remind her. Sister Lin, what is Tianming big brother going to do? Fenghua Xiaoshui also looked curiously at Tianming who was standing on the sea level. Lin leaned down, BDDB, then hugged the latter tightly in her arms, and said softly, now the iceberg is blocking our way to the snow country, but it is not planned to open the way. Ah, open the way? Such a big iceberg, how to open it? Fenghua Xiaoshui tilted her head and said innocently and in a daze. You'll find out later. Lin knew what Tianming was going to do next, so she immediately put it off. Advertisement, but she didn't forget to remind other people on board. Attention everyone, we will encounter big waves soon, please be prepared. Ah, the sea is calm, where are the waves coming from? Everyone was puzzled, however, in the next second, everyone felt a shaking of the ship. The trembling defenseless crowd staggered and nearly fell, and then quickly found something to hold them up. Suddenly, what happened? Hey, look there, this is not a joke, is it? Everyone on the boat locked their horrified eyes on Tianming who was standing on the water. With him as the center, the water surface under his feet fluctuated violently. The ripples created instantly turned into circles of ocean waves, spreading wildly around. Shui Yin on the iceberg also saw the abnormality on the sea. Okay, what a mighty chakra, could it be that he is using ninjutsu? HMPH, the distance is so far, is it possible that he can still sink our water? However, the next scene seemed to fulfill Shui Yin's joke. I saw Tianming waving his palm shrouded in white light and pressing it heavily on the water. Slapped down like a hand of God, shock tsunami. Wow, 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 instantly, the sea, which was originally calm, suddenly boiled. It seems that there is a giant deep sea beast frantically fiddled with the sea surface, rolling up a stormy sea. Wow, the impact of the huge waves almost capsized the ship, scaring everyone to howl like ghosts and wolves. Lin had expected it a long time ago, controlled chakra under her feet, and was firmly attached to the deck. At the same time, she held Fenghua Xiaoshui tightly in her arms with both hands. However, the turbulent waves are only the aftermath left under Tianming's control. The iceberg in front of me is facing a real sense of overwhelming, monstrous tsunami. Hundreds of feet of huge waves crushed the sky and covered the earth. This made the 3 Shuiyan who were ambushing on the iceberg instantly stumble. Is this also considered ninjutsu? Chapter 183 Under One Blow? Chapter 183 One Click, Ice Escape Moby Whale. Blessed by the natural location of the iceberg, the ninjutsu used by Spike Avalanche has been greatly increased. A white whale formed by the condensation of a large amount of ice. Possesses impressive power, however, this fluttering white whale. Facing the overwhelming tsunami, he was instantly overturned like a solitary boat. Boom! The white whale shattered and sank in the sea. Seeing this, Tushang Shuiyu subconsciously prepared to perform seals. Ice escape. You're still paralyzed, run away. Crane Wing Chushui yelled at him. What? The 3 of Shuiyan were frightened, they couldn't resist at all. Spike Avalanche's eyes were wide open, and he shouted, turn on the chakra armor on your body to maximize your defense power. A ninja weapon developed by Snow Country, chakra armor. After wearing it, not only can greatly improve your own chakra, but also improve all aspects of the body's functions. Boom, 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 the huge waves of hundreds of feet fell, with the overwhelming force of nature, instantly knocked the iceberg sideways, and accompanied by a huge physical impact, it also smashed the iceberg to pieces. However, this shocking disaster has only just begun. Wow, 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 I saw that the sea level continued to shake violently, forming one terrible tsunami after another, with terrifying impact, constantly washing away the remaining part of the iceberg. The larger the contact surface, the greater the impact force it will withstand. In a blink of an eye, The iceberg that had been divided into multiple pieces was stirred into countless small ice cubes as if thrown into a meat grinder, scattered on the water surface. As the sharp weapon of the snow country, the ice fortress will be smashed here. And what destroyed it was Tianming's casual blow with some reserved strength in order to avoid harming his own ship. In the blink of an eye, ashes vanished. As for the 3 Shuiyin who were ambushing among them, it is unknown whether they are alive or dead. Advertisement, however, it's like a bug attached to a giant tree and cuts down the big tree. Do you care about the life and death of the bug? The battle between the two sides didn't even have direct contact, and the curtain had already come to an end without even saying a word of nonsense. This is unilateral crushing under absolute force. What does it have to do with you to destroy you? Whoosh. Tianming returned to the boat. Are you all right? Xiaoshui and I are fine. I saw Lin took out a small handkerchief and wiped the hair wet by the waves for the frightened Fenghua Xiaoshui in her arms. His expression was very calm, as if he had become accustomed to everything in front of him. Yes, by now, she would no longer be too surprised. Which one of Tianming's shots was not earth-shattering? On the deck, everyone was stunned by the shock. The director stood up staggeringly, looking for the camera immediately, and said anxiously, "Did you get it? That incredible scene just now. This is a rare real scene, definitely not a post-editing it can be made." I saw that the photographer vomited a lot of filth when he opened his mouth, and tremblingly picked up the camera in his hand. It's like holding a priceless treasure in this world. Fortunately, to live up to the mission. After saying this, the man's head tilted and he passed out. The director quickly hugged the camera and said with a happy face, "Ah, the great god of film." Tianming glanced at the other party and said with a light smile, "As an amateur comedy show, it's quite interesting, isn't it?" He's a ruthless man. Lin couldn't help sighing. Even ninjas would be terrified when they saw this scene. I didn't expect this group of ordinary people to be not afraid. This is the so-called fearlessness of the ignorant. Perhaps in the eyes of the film production team, what caused the huge tsunami was just a sudden natural disaster. With their knowledge, it is simply unimaginable that a human being can achieve such a degree of destruction. This is also the happiness of the ants. They didn't realize that they just bypassed the gate of hell. A happy smile appeared on Tianming's face. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. It's not alarmist talk. In fact, if there was a slight deviation in his control of shock fruit just now, I am afraid that these people on board will also be buried in the sea. Of course, as a ninja, Lin still has a certain ability to protect herself. As for the life and death of other people, Tianming doesn't care. What the hell happened just now? After a long while, Fenghua Xiaoshui came back to her senses. Looking at the calm sea level, it seemed that the terrible tsunami just now was just a nightmare. However, the disappearance of the iceberg in front of him proved that all this was not an illusion. Justice from heaven. Tianming spoke nonsense seriously. Lin rolled her eyes at him, but she didn't explain too much. After all, for a young girl, she can't understand the terrifying power at all. Presumably only the demons in fairy tales can do it, right? Fenghua Xiaoshui was startled for a moment, then blinked her eyes, thought for a while, and finally came up with the answer. Could it be that father is protecting me? Hearing this, Lin couldn't help feeling a pain in her heart, and said softly, "Yes, Xiaoshui's parents are silently guarding you in the sky, they're always there." Fenghua Xiaoshui's eyes turned red, then she buried her face in Lin's bosom, and began to cry softly. "Good boy." Lin gently comforted her. Tianming's eyes moved slightly, and he looked straight at her. What's the matter? Sensing Tianming's anxious eyes, Lin felt a little strange. Tianming suddenly looked serious, and said in an extremely serious tone, "Lin, you look like a mother now. Hey, all of a sudden. What are you talking about?" A blush welled up on Lin's cheeks, and she said shyly, "Now, it's not enough. At least it will take a few years." "Well, I didn't say anything." "It's a deal." Tianming nodded silently. Chapter 184 Arriving in the Land of Snow. Chapter 184 Arrived in the Land of Snow, WH. What? The ice fortress was destroyed, and the spike avalanche and the 3 hidden snow elites were all wiped out? The wind, flowers and raging waves were awakened late at night by the urgent report from his subordinates. This explosive bad news doomed him to sleepless nights. The combat power dispatched by Konoha was due to the anticipation of the wind and flowers and raging waves. Because from a political point of view, there is no reason for Konoha to send a powerful ninja to assist Fenghua Xiaoshui. This is not scientific. Why didn't Konoha play his cards according to the routine? However, Fenghua Yudao didn't realize it at all. There is a kind of people in this world who never act according to routines, and turn a blind eye to the unspoken rules in the ninja world. Now facing an unimaginably powerful enemy, Fenghua Yudao feels panic for the first time. 573. But as the leader of a country who successfully usurped the throne, his psychological quality is also excellent, and he will not lose his position because of this. After Fenghua Yudao calmed down, he called all Shuiyin immediately, planning to discuss the next battle plan overnight. How? Whether it's war or peace, let's talk about it. As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Yin below immediately started talking. Konoha, this is really deceiving. Not only blatantly broke into our border, but also killed our ninja at the slightest disagreement. This is a naked act of aggression. Overbearing and shameless Konoha. While shouting the slogan of peace, but wantonly bullying the small country, we must not sit still. K him. Mother. Our snow country may be small, but with the power of the whole country, it is not impossible to fight. Yes, Lord Fudao, please give the order, we Changyan will fight to the end. Shui Yan's crowd was in a turbulent mood, with a look of righteous indignation. However, they have lived overseas for a long time, and the closed small country has blocked their news, and they don't know what kind of existence they are facing. Seeing that his subordinates were full of fighting spirit, Feng Hua Nu Dao regained a little self-confidence for a while. Although he didn't naively think that Shui Yan's strength alone could resist the giant Konoha, but at least the Snow Kingdom had to put on an attitude that it would rather be broken than broken. In this way, Sleepy Yi must also weigh the loss of the battle. Advertisement after all, the purpose of war is ultimately to negotiate. And in his opinion, Feng Hua Xiaoshui must have promised Konoha some benefits, so that Konoha was able to ask Konoha to send a strong person to help. So according to this idea, as long as he spends more capital, Konoha will definitely turn his guns around and abandon Feng Hua Xiaoshui, right? In political games, there is never an eternal enemy, only eternal interests, isn't it? Thinking of this, Feng Hua Fudao suddenly became confident and said calmly. Everyone, be quiet first. First of all, I am here to be happy for the bravery of everyone, Shuiyan. Even in the face of the powerful enemy Konoha, we dare to fight. However, for the sustainable development of the Snow Kingdom, we still try not to against Konoha. Speaking of this, Feng Hua Nu Dao changed his voice and continued to explain. However, surrendering without a fight would make our snow country cowardly, and at the same time, it would be in a disadvantageous position for the next negotiations. So, if we don't fight directly, but at least we must put on an attitude that we don't hesitate to fight with the other party, so as to force the other party to negotiate with us. Oh, Gao Ming, good plan, as expected of Mr. Furious Wave. Everyone in Shuiyan flattered immediately. In this way, under the leadership of Feng Hua Nu Dao, Shui Yin stepped up preparations for the battle with one heart and one mind. 3 days later, the boat of Tianming and his party finally arrived at the island where the land of snow is located. All I saw was a snow-covered island. I don't know what the unique geographical environment of this island is. The temperature is extremely low, and it is only winter all year round. But outside the islands, the temperature of the sea is normal. The temperature difference between the two is so large that it can be called a natural wonder. As the ship docks, the drop in temperature can be clearly felt. Haha, the staff of the film production team sneeze. Isn't it too cold here? Aha, isn't this a good shooting location? Haha. The director was sneezing and filming around with the camera on his face. That's right, we were still in autumn, it was like stepping into another world. Lin made preparations in advance, wrapped a scarf around Feng Hua Xiaoshui's neck, and sighed. As recorded in the data, this snow country really only has winter. Yes, in my memory, the snow country has always only had winter. Advertisement Feng Hua Xiaoshui looked nostalgically at the hometown in front of her that she had been parting from for more than a year. In the dream, she didn't know how many times she came here. And now, the dream is about to come true. Let's go, this is the act. It's a boring scene. Tianming said with a deadpan expression, crack. As the ship approached land, heavy anchors were dropped. Everyone set foot on the land of snow country one after another. No one, I thought they would be interrogated when they landed. Cut, can this scene only be added later? The director pinched the beard on his chin and said with a displeased expression. Be careful, don't break the props. The staff also moved a series of shooting equipment and props off the ship. This professional attitude makes it hard to complain. In other words, Tianming and the others are here to help Feng Hua Xiaoshui restore the country. These guys are so leisurely, is it really okay? Well, in fact, there is really no problem. If Tianming made a move, there would be no suspense. Snow country doesn't even have the slightest chance of 5.1. Because this is not a battle, but a unilateral crush. It is not difficult for Tianming to step down one person. Woo, suddenly there was the hum of a train in the distance. From far to near, they are flying towards them. Are you coming? Wait, everyone please don't run around. Lin warned everyone loudly. After a while, what caught everyone's eyes was an iron train, which was driving towards them at a fast speed. Along the rails, at a distance of 1 kilometer away from them, the train hovered sideways. All the train compartments were opened, revealing the cold light inside, densely packed kunai launchers. Chapter 185 Negotiation? Non-existent. Chapter 185. Negotiation. Non-existent. Snowpiercer, an important weapon of the snow country. The external refined iron armor can resist the excellent defense of the detonating talisman. Each compartment is equipped with an attack device that automatically launches kunai. Hundreds of kunai can be launched in 1 second, forming a high-density barrage. Even ordinary jonin can only be exhausted. The railroad tracks spread all over the snow country, allowing the attack range of the train to reach the entire border. This is also an important weapon for ruling the country. Standing on the top of the train, there are about 200 Shuiyan headed by Feng Hua Nu Dao. Although the number of people is not too many, it is enough for ruling a small country like Snow Country. I saw them fully armed, standing still. Brings a deterrent visually. Grunt, asterisk the staff of the film production team suddenly felt a little scared. His eyes fell on the train, the densely packed launchers, and his heart couldn't help but feel hairy. Everything is easy to discuss. Yes, don't be impulsive. This is the princess of your Snow Country, you will never hurt her, right? Following his gaze, Feng Hua Nu Dao and others focused their sights on Feng Hua Xiaoshui. Yo, my good niece, I haven't seen you for more than a year. Uncle misses you very much. I saw Feng Hua Nudao holding a loudspeaker device, chanting calmly. Don't be afraid. Lin held Feng Hua Xiaoshui, who was trembling a bit, and said softly. Don't worry, sister Big Brother will protect you. The warm voice made Feng Hua Xiaoshui stop trembling, raised her immature face, and her eyes were full of accusations against evil. Wind, flower, fury, Dao, you killed my father, you took away my home. However, facing Feng Hua Xiaoshui's public accusation, Feng Hua Nudao did not hide it and directly admitted. The former daimyo, that is, my elder brother Feng Hua Xiaoshui, is a cowardly and incompetent guy. He clearly has the treasure of the snow country in his hand, but he chooses to curl up on this small island. So this ninja world, there is no place for us in the snow country. King, of course the capable live here. Isn't that what the so-called ninja world is like? As long as you have power, you can have everything. Advertisement wantonly proclaiming his terrifying ambition, Feng Hua Fudao glanced at the crowd, and finally locked his eyes on Tianhe and Lin, who were wearing ninja forehead protectors, and couldn't help being stunned. Huh? Konoha, just sent you too, cruel and ruthless country thief. Just because of your ambition, you killed Xiaoshui's parents. What you have done is truly indignant. Lin reprimanded angrily. Feng Hua Nudao ignored Lin's angry reprimand, and frowned. You two brats killed Lang Yushabeng and the others? Everyone in Shuiyin also expressed disbelief. Hello? Is there a mistake in this? Are you kidding? The three masters of our Shuiyin died at the hands of the two little devils of Konoha? Facing the questioning from everyone in Shuiyin, Lin snorted coldly. The three of them have all been severely sanctioned. Next, it's your turn. Hearing this, Feng Hua Fudao couldn't help but sneer. As expected of Konoha shinobi, are young people so arrogant? A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. However, perhaps out of scruples about Konoha, Feng Hua Nudao did not give the order to attack. You should understand the current situation, right? As long as I give an order, I can immediately smash the inside into a sieve. Useless fighting will only increase casualties. It is better to enter the negotiation directly. Impossible. Unexpectedly, Lin refused the negotiation with a strong attitude. Hey, or don't be so strong. The people in the film production team turned pale with fright. They never imagined that after getting along these few days, the Konoha ninja, who seemed gentle and refined, would be so strong. The director was also dumbfounded when he saw it, and then he had an idea, and repeatedly ordered, quick, adjust the camera, and quickly record this episode. The messenger of justice scolds evil. This episode is really wonderful. Is it time to film now? Everyone looked at the fully armed Shuiyin in fear. Lin ignored everyone's strange gazes, pointed at Feng Hua Nudao and said in a cold voice, you must return the snow country to the true heir Feng Hua Xiaoshui. At the same time, kill the chief evil Feng Hua Nudao. Besides, we know negotiation will be accepted. Feng Hua Nudao's eyes widened immediately, as if he had heard some incredible words. These conditions proposed by Lin are not for negotiation at all. Advertisement. This is simply a call to war. Konoha shinobi, are you serious? Feng Hua Nudao suppressed the anger in his heart, and stared at Lin tightly. The pain you have brought to Xiaoshui is too much for God's sake. Lin shouted righteously. Sister Lin. Feng Hua Xiaoshui hugged her arm and started crying softly. I think you 987 are crazy. Konoha actually despised us so much. Very good, wait until I catch you and Konoha sends someone who really wants to negotiate, let's talk. Feng Hua Nudao showed a ferocious look and said viciously. Ugly villain. Lin gave him a contemptuous look, then imitated Tianming's tone and said, when did you have the illusion that we are here to negotiate? Feng Hua Nudao laughed back angrily, without talking nonsense, and directly gave the order to attack. Kaka, along with the launching device on the train car, there was a sound of mechanical rotation. In an instant, I saw a heavy rain of kunai shooting out. Shish, thick and dense, like locusts crossing the border. Regarding this, Lin's eyes did not waver in the slightest. Wow, I'm going to die. The production team was terrified. Don't stop, be sure to record it. The director insists on using life to make movies. Time, freeze at this moment. Tianming didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. The Overlord is silent, and can overwhelm everything. Chapter 186, The Curtain of Shuiji's Ninja Technique. Chapter 186 Shuiji's Ninja Post ends. Ding, I saw hundreds of kunai coming, as if swept by an invisible force in midair, just like flying mosquitoes being shot down, all fell to the ground. Kacha kacha kacha, the iron-covered train was suddenly squeezed in all directions, cracks appeared continuously, and even deformed. The launching device in the carriage exploded on the spot and turned into a pile of debris. The sudden and strange scene in front of them made Feng Hua Nudao and the others dumbfounded. Subconsciously want to open my mouth to scream. In the end, what happened? Can't hear anything, can't shout. Body stiff, unable to move. Plop, plop, plop. Why? I would kneel down. All Shuiyan's knees softened and they knelt on the ground in unison. Including wind and flowers and raging waves. That's impossible. Feng Hua Nudao's face was flushed, and she frantically drove the chakra in her body, trying to resist this invisible and intangible pressure. However, such stubborn resistance brought blood to his eyes, ears, mouth and nose, making him look hideous. I saw him raise his head with difficulty, staring fixedly at the source of infinite pressure. That boy. I don't know if it was hallucinations in his eyes. In his field of vision, Tianming's body was emitting streaks of pitch-black light. The fear of death shrouded the whole body. At this moment, the wind, flowers and raging waves forgot to breathe. A sensory experience that cannot be expressed in words. At this moment, he witnessed the real horror for the first time in his life. Advertisement that black screen-like aura swallowed the entire earth and occupied the entire sky. And Tianming became the only figure in this dark world. He just stared at each other quietly. The brain is blank, and even thinking is deprived. Puff tilde operator, the crisp sound of knees falling to the ground. Then came the helpless hands, limp on the ground. Finally face down. Just like that, Feng Huanu Dao seemed to have his spine broken, and his body collapsed to the ground like mud. Deterrence is over. Tianming silently took back the Conqueror's Haki. Cut. The director yelled and paused the filming. What's going on? This scene is not right, and the process of justice defeating evil was not captured at all. A group of staff also expressed a look of confusion. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? They didn't know anything about the horror Shuiyan faced. This is because of Tianming's effective control. Now for the use of Conqueror's Haki, he has reached the point where he can retract and release freely, and can lock the release of Haki in a certain area. Not only that, but now Tianming's Conqueror's Haki can also cause substantial physical damage. Resisting the attack of Kunaiyu and crushing the train from a long distance are also crushed by Haki. In this way, there is no need to worry about harming Lin and Feng Hua Xiaoshui. As for the funny comparisons of the film production team, it can be regarded as incidental. At this time, they didn't know anything, and they were still complaining that they didn't get the wonderful fighting scene of the ninja. This, isn't it interesting? The corner of Tianming's mouth involuntarily outlined a pleasant smile. This expression was recorded by the camera. The director was stunned for a while, and muttered, "This expression. Why does it have the feeling of playing a villain?" In the fantasies of wind and flowers and raging waves, he is a chess player representing the snow country, quietly waiting for the other chess player from Konoha, and has made all preparations, and he is very confident in the next negotiation. However, what he never expected was advertisement. After Tianming sat down, he didn't even play a piece, he just picked up the chessboard and smashed it down on his head. Of course, this is just a crude metaphor. In reality, the exhibition is much more civilized. Tianming was not only speechless, but also did not act directly. Just relying on his aura, he crushed all the fantasies of the wind and flowers into powder. It's just that the crushing of civilization is more desperate than the brutal massacre. Because in the ninja world, the greatest respect for the enemy is to kill them all. The wind and the storm is a complete loser, he didn't even have a chance to make a move. His ice escape, and the proud chakra armor. Before he could make his appearance in the future, he fell down sadly along with his body. If this is a comic, the author probably won't even give a single page of storyboards. If this is a novel, the author would not even bother to write the natural paragraph of the essay. So far, the Snow Country ruling group headed by Feng Huanu Dao has been wiped out. The return of Feng Hua Xiaoshui's princess immediately attracted enthusiastic support from the public. After all, they have also been oppressed by the former for a long time. The anger accumulated by the people for a long time tore the wind, flowers and raging waves into pieces. It's a disgrace for a dignified ninja, and a daimyo, false, of a country, to be killed by a group of ordinary people. This is much sadder than being beaten to death by Naruto's rubbing balls in the original book. You must know that Naruto is the future Konoha 7th Hokage, it is not a loss to die in the hands of the boss. Therefore, until the moment before Feng Huanu Dao died, the biggest unwillingness in his heart was. Tianming did not personally kill him. If Tianming heard the latter's voice, he would definitely reply, "After all, I'm not a devil's tale." From King Zhao, Xiaoshui Princess. "It's so great, the old minister finally waited for you to come back. I saw an old man jumping out from nowhere with a group of warriors holding swords. You are the third doctor." Feng Hua Xiaoshui recognized the latter, who was an important minister of her father during his reign. The three officials immediately burst into tears. "Since Lord Daimyo was killed, we remnants have been scattered around the snow country, surviving idly, just waiting for Princess Snow to come back one day. It's really great." "Such a coincidence? Could it be that you came out to pick up cheap ones?" Tianming glanced at the latter, as if examining the other party's loyalty. But soon he recalled that in the original book, the veteran and a group of warriors launched a suicidal attack on Feng Hua Fudao, and then was wiped out by the latter's train. Well, this movie called Shuiji Ninfa Tai is about to come to an end. Chapter 187-29 Tales Jinchuriki. Chapter 187-29 Tales Jinchuriki. Feng Hua Xiaoshui, with the assistance of San Taifu and other veterans, regained the title of daimyo in the land of snow. The film production team is still talking about the regret of not being able to shoot a good scene. All of this is just as Tianming said, with no plot ups and downs, and a one-sided crushing story, which is not interesting at all. Tianming, big brother and sister Lin, are you leaving? Feng Hua Xiaoshui had teary eyes, expressing her reluctance. After getting a long day and night these days, she has already regarded the two of them as her relatives. Yeah, we're going back to Konoha. Lin smiled and helped her straighten the crown on her head, and said softly, Xiaoshui is now the lord of a country, so don't cry casually. Hearing this, Feng Hua Xiaoshui immediately stopped her tears. The show is over, and now that I've finished watching the extras, it's time to leave. Tianming said calmly. Return to Konoha, return to daily life. A peaceful day on a certain day in Konoha. The Uchiha family ushered in the birth of the second young master, named Uchiha Sasuke. The name is the same as the father of the third generation, which is a metaphor for the Uchiha family's longing for the future Hokage position. In the same year 547, the child of fourth Hokage was born, named Uzumaki Naruto. The name was borrowed from the protagonist in the third part of Jiraiya's Mugen Zengen biography, which contained Namikaze Minato's expectation for the son of prophecy. By the way, since the seal will be greatly weakened when Jinchuriki is produced, some accidents will inevitably happen. But Namikaze Minato was already prepared, and Uchiha Obito, who used pupil technique to create chaos in the original book, became the former's co-operator instead. Using the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha Obito successfully suppressed the Nine Tails who were trying to break the seal. Advertisement. But because Kushina was extremely weak after giving birth, Namikaze Minato was afraid that the mighty Nine Tails chakra would hurt her. But Nine Tails cannot be completely transferred, because once Jinchuriki is drawn from the tail beast, it will die. So, on a whim, he used a secret technique to divide the huge Nine Tails chakra into two parts, Yin and Yang. Yin Nine Tails sealed on Kushina's body. The Yang Nine Tails are sealed on his newborn child Naruto. In this way, not only can the strength of Nine Tails be weakened, but also the risk of Nine Tails being too powerful, BDCD, to go berserk can be shared. At the same time, this hand operation accidentally created two Nine Tails Jinchuriki for Konoha. You know, Jinchuriki is the ultimate chakra weapon to maintain the balance of great powers. The power of Nine Tails is undoubtedly the most among the nine-tailed beasts, which is why only one Nine Tails was left when Senju Hashirama allocated the tailed beasts. But precisely because Nine Tails is too powerful, from the first generation Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito to the second generation Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina, are far from being able to play the true power zone of Nine Tails. Now that chakra has been divided into two halves, the Nine Tails, although their strength has been weakened by half, are still very powerful, and at the same time, they're easier to control than the complete Nine Tails. This is like, two controllable hounds are more effective than one uncontrollable wolf. Konoha was originally the top of the 5 hidden villages in terms of the fighting power of conventional ninjas. Now that a Jinchuriki has been added for no reason, the overall strength is naturally even higher. This made the rest of the 5 hidden villages fearful, those who were defeated in the Third Ninja World War and prepared to reserve forces to wait for an opportunity to retaliate. But when he heard that Konoha had added a Jinchuriki, he immediately lost his mind. However, the detachment of Konoha's power forced the rest of the hidden villages to reach a settlement with each other, and there was a faint tendency to unite to form an anti-Shai alliance. Of course, this is another story. Namikaze Minato's coquettish manipulation pushed his political prestige to the peak. As the former Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen is eclipsed by comparison, and the influence of Third Hokage, a long-established brand in the past, is also declining rapidly. More than half of Anbu under his command chose to quit and put himself under the name of the new boss, Namikaze Minato. However, the root of Shimura Danzo did not move because he implanted the curse mark on his subordinates, and once he had the slightest thought of rebellion, he could easily take his life. This almost ruthless management method guaranteed the loyalty of the team. But at this point, even Shimura Danzo, who is used to being critical, has to admit that Namikaze Minato created the two Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Not a little improvement on Konoha. As a representative of the Konoha Hawk faction, he is also a favorite. Advertisement. No one is dissatisfied now. With great prestige, it is much smoother to do things. The rest of the famous Konoha families didn't dare to argue with him. To know the two Nine Tails Jinchuriki, one is his wife and the other is his son, plus his own golden flash power is enough to form a strong force deterrent. Namikaze Minato strikes while the iron is hot and continues to promote in-depth cooperation with the Uchiha family. First recruited a group of Uchiha elites, plus some old tribes from the third generation era, and finally a small number of civilian ninjas. The three mixed together with a staff ratio of 4:3 to form a team directly under the fourth Hokage, Anbu troops. And appoint Uchiha Obito, who contributed to suppressing Nine Tails, as the chief Anbu captain. For Obito, Namikaze Minato still trusts very much. After all, the former is also a disciple he has led by himself. Character has been identified, however, there is one thing he neglected to consider. People are subject to change. The pure Obito he saw was just the hot-blooded boy with mediocre talents but full of hope. Today's Obito has long since shed his status as the tail of the crane. As the owner of Mangekyō Sharingan, he can see people and things that he couldn't understand before. Coupled with Anbu's activities, it is often shady. Staying in this darkness all year round, Obito's heart was unknowingly stained with darkness. Of course, this is something to say. This personnel change has undoubtedly aroused strong dissatisfaction among Konoha's senior management. Not only recruiting Uchiha people into Anbu, but also handing over the command of the troops to Uchiha people. This is simply a wrong policy of violating the ancestral system, and attracting wolves into the house in the eyes of Konoha's senior management. However, Namikaze Minato expressed his position with an extremely tough attitude. All the storylines have changed. Chapter 188, The Era of the 12 Xiaoqiangs. Chapter 188, The Era of the 12 Little Strongs. Time flies like water, and time flies like a shuttle. 12 years pass by Konoha in a flash. Izumi, pay attention to dress neatly. Have you tidied up your ninja bag? And don't forget the bento. A woman with a kind face, Tien or Nian is still the same. Oh, Mom, I'm not a kid anymore. Can you stop being so verbose? I'm Konoha Jonin Uchiha Izumi. Fair skin, iconic facial features, long flowing black-brown hair, a braid on the right side hanging down on the chest, a taupe vest over a pink shirt, and black knee socks wrapping her slender legs, a delicate little short sword hangs on the waist. The whole person exudes a youthful and energetic girl breath. Uchiha Izumi, 17 years old this year, good morning, Quan. Long brown hair reaching to the waist, a plain long dress, and a sweet smile that has healing magic power, and every word indeed reveals a mature atmosphere that young girls don't have. Lin Nohara, 26 years old this year. A hint of envy flashed in Quan's eyes, but he still greeted with a smile. Good morning, Sister Lin. How many times have I told you to call me sister-in-law? Woo. Yawning, Tianming followed Lin's footsteps and came out of the same room. As early as 10 years ago, Lin was coaxed by Tianming to move into his home. Then Tianming spent another 2 years to trick Lin into living in his room. Until now, everything is going well. HMPH, I want you to take care of it, idiot Tianming. I just like to be called Sister Lin, anyway, I'm used to it. Quan rolled his eyes at him. Is it the rebellion period? Tianming couldn't help but smiled wryly. I don't know when it started. In the old days, the kawaii before and after Oni-chan became more and more kawaii, and gradually he was called by his first name directly. Regarding this question, Tianming asked Quan specifically, but the other party's answer was, change of mood, so what's the situation? Lin's eyes swept over the two of them, her eyebrows moved slightly, and then she nodded silently. What do you understand? Tianming says hello to Sanlian. It's really a woman's heart, a sea needle, advertisement. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. With a casual personality, he never gets entangled in these problems. Quan, why did you have a mission so early today? Lin glanced at the clock which was only 7:30 and couldn't help but be curious. Today is the Genin freshman orientation, and it's also my first day as a Jonin mentor. Quan raised his fists proudly and said with a light smile, Master 4th generation assigns me to be a tutor, which means that I am an adult and can teach children. I think it's just that there are not enough tutors? There are a lot of new graduates Genin, Lin thought to herself. But she didn't say it out. She understands people's hearts and can understand Quan's eagerness to express that she has grown up. Bon voyage. Tianming casually said a greeting when he went out. I also thought of it with great interest in my heart. By the way, this year should be the graduation of Konoha 12 Little Strongs, right? Quan, which class will you teach? Konoha Hokage building. Namikaze Minato is sorting out the files in an orderly manner. 12 years of ruling career have smoothed his youthful vigor. Although he is still handsome, he has added a calm old city posture. Knocking. Namikaze Minato's eyes moved, and he keenly sensed the identity of the visitor. Come in. For the 4th generation project, you are still as diligent as ever. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who came. Time was like a razor, cutting off his few hairs, leaving only 2 sparse Madara whites. Master 3rd generation. Namikaze Minato stopped what he was doing and paid respects to the latter with his eyes. The long time of more than 10 years quietly healed the grudges of the 2 disciples and grandchildren. People named Namikaze Minato is as independent 4th Hokage. Namikaze Minato also gradually realized that the difficulties of being Hokage can also somewhat understand some of the former's shady practices. Advertisement at a banquet, the two drank and chatted happily, abandoning the past, and the apprentice and grandson reunited. Asking for flowers. How is it? Work is troublesome. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Seeing Namikaze Minato in front of him, he couldn't help but think back to himself in his youth. He used to be a ninjutsu professor respected by the world. Yeah, it's the recent graduation of Genin, a newcomer, and I need to sort out more information. Namikaze Minato fiddled with the piles of documents on the desktop and smiled wryly. Naruto also graduated, congratulations. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a kind face, you really deserve to be your child, he is an outstanding genius. You're overrated. That's what he said, but Namikaze Minato couldn't help but flash a hint of pride. Zero Namikaze Naruto, definitely his proud child. The carefree character follows his mother, and he is not very good at some complicated knowledge. But Naruto is definitely not stupid, it should be said that he is as wise as a fool. Not long ago, he personally taught Naruto Rasengan, but he didn't expect the latter to learn it in a week. There is also Shadow Clone Technique, which is an advanced ninjutsu. As a Hokage, he prescribes small cooking for his own children, is there a problem? Having received a good education since childhood, Naruto is rarely comparable to him among his peers. However, there is actually only few people, here. The kid from the Uchiha family also graduated this year. Sarutobi Hiruzen is thoughtful and authentic. Yes, Uchiha Sasuke, child of Fugaku. Namikaze Minato's eyes flickered slightly, he is the #1 rookie in this class, and he should be above Naruto in terms of talent. Sasuke. As the Uchiha family, he received elite education since childhood, so his achievements are naturally extraordinary. Sarutobi Hiruzen changed his voice and said in a quiet and authentic tone. Speaking of the Uchiha clan, there are so many natural talents. Obito, Shisui, Itachi, and Izumi. These 4 are undoubtedly the pinnacle of contemporary geniuses. Not to mention, there is a monster above all geniuses. Chapter 189 Copy Ninja Sarutobi Isuma, Chapter 189. Copy Ninja Sarutobi Isuma. Under the lenient policy of 4th Hokage, the Uchiha family has gained 12 golden years of development. Not only has the loss of the Battle of Kikyo Mountain been recovered, but the strength of the ethnic group has also reached an unprecedented takeoff. Sitting firmly on the throne of the #1 family in Konoha, the Uchiha clan dominates even more than the sum of the following famous families such as Hyuga, Nara, Akamichi, Yamanaka, Sarutobi, Inuzuka, and Aburame. At the same time, outstanding ninjas are found in every core department of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku is the captain of the police force. Uchiha Obito served as captain of Anbu directly under Hokage. Uchiha Itachi served as Anbu's sub-captain. Uchiha Shisui is the head of Konoha Elite Jonin. Although Uchiha Izumi has not been appointed to any real position of power, he has won Konoha's reputation as the first female ninja of the 4-3 generation. Apart from Uchiha Fugaku, who is the older generation, the four young ninjas Obito, Shisui, Itachi, and Izumi are listed as the Uchiha Four Masters, and their future is limitless. Then the problem comes: Uchiha is powerful and the ninja is so powerful. Are you qualified enough to be in charge of Konoha? Like being a fifth Hokage, this is the so-called insufficiency of the heart. The Uchiha family is proud by nature, so naturally they don't want to live under others for a long time. Although in the past 10 years, the Uchiha clan and the high-level Konoha have gotten along fairly well. As the leaders of the two parties, Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Minato have a deep friendship in private. But as the saying goes, one mountain cannot hide two tigers, and the small boat of friendship between the two parties has gradually developed suspicions. In recent years, the behavior of the Uchiha clan has also become more and more arrogant. This made Namikaze Minato and Konoha senior management, who were once on opposite sides, gradually approach and reconcile. I have to say, this will be another feng shui reincarnation of fate. Fourth generation, there is one thing I want to discuss with you. It's about the child Asuma. Advertisement Sarutobi Hiruzen looked serious and authentic. Asuma? I remember he applied for a long-term leave of the village and went to the Temple of Fire to practice? Namikaze Minato raised his eyebrows, as if he had faintly noticed something. The training of the Temple of Fire has already been completed, and he has been practicing in the ninja world for several years, and it is time to return to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen is plain and authentic. Is that so? At this sensitive time, is it really alright? Namikaze Minato sighed. Students should return to the village. At the same time, we can also take this opportunity to test the attitude of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly. The Uchiha clan. The message, has it been confirmed? Uchiha Fugaku is deadpan and authentic. Yes. I found out. The copy ninja who has recently gained fame in the ninja world and owns Sharingan is Sarutobi Asuma. Uchiha Yeo gritted his teeth and said, that B*******************. D. You are obviously not a member of our Uchiha clan, but to own Sharingan is simply a huge blasphemy against our clan. Master Patriarch, I have already investigated the files. This Sarutobi Asuma, the youngest son of the third generation, lost his left eye during the Third Ninja World War. However, at the same time, one of our clansmen also he died of serious injuries, and then the body disappeared inexplicably. I suspect that our clansman opened the Sharingan before he died, and was taken away by the high-level people of Konoha. Uchiha Tio held a stack of classified documents. As for how to obtain these confidential documents, it must have taken illegal means. Hearing this, everyone in Uchiha also expressed outrage. It's unforgivable. Those old immortals in Konoha hid the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan without permission. Dead from injury. HMPH, I wonder if our clansman was killed by Konoha's people on purpose. Shameless third generation. For his own son, to take away our Sharingan. This account must be settled with them, Master Patriarch. Okay, everyone calm down first. Uchiha Fugaku motioned for everyone to calm down. Advertisement he glanced around the crowd, and finally fixed his gaze on the two figures standing in an inconspicuous corner. He frowned involuntarily, and thought to himself, that guy Obito, didn't he come to the rally again this time? Uchiha Fugaku was very dissatisfied with this. Back then, Obito was supported by him, and he personally taught the latter all the high-level ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Now Obito's strength is not what it used to be, and it can even be said that he is not inferior to him. Like the wings were stiff, Obito gradually began to disobey his orders. As Hokage's direct subordinate Anbu, Obito had access to many secrets of the village. Uchiha Fugaku once ordered the latter to steal some information, but was refused. He has become more and more confused about what this young man is thinking. Putting the slander against Obito aside for now, Uchiha Fugaku set his sights on the remaining two reaching out. Itachi, Shisui, what do you think about this matter? As important figures of the Uchiha clan, the two hold important positions in Konoha at the same time, so they have a lot to say. But they deliberately stayed in the corner of the crowd at this time, apparently unwilling to participate in the secret meeting of the Uchiha clan. However, Uchiha Fugaku did not give them a chance to remain silent, and all eyes were on the two of them. Uchiha Itachi frowned, his expression was a little stern, his lips moved, and he was about to say something. Itachi, let me tell you. Uchiha Shisui patted him on the shoulder and let out a sigh. Shisui. Uchiha Itachi stared blankly, but saw the other party smiled wryly. It seems to be saying that as a Konoha Jonin, as a member of the Uchiha clan, one cannot evade responsibility. I don't recommend that you openly confront the village's higher-ups. Almost as soon as his words came out, everyone in Uchiha was questioned loudly. What is this nonsense? Now it's obvious that Konoha and those people stole things from our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shisui said helplessly, this is all in the past, so don't turn over the old score, okay? Now that our Uchiha clan has finally ushered in the opportunity for peaceful development, should we go back to the old way of confrontation? Chapter 190. Leaf New Class 7 Chapter 190 Konoha New Class 7. Shisui, that's wrong. Uchiha Fugaku said blankly, at the beginning, we had limited strength, so we had no choice but to compromise with the 4th generation project. In order to seek development, our Uchiha clan became driven by Hokage's pawns. Over the past 10 years, we have completed countless tasks, large and small. How much blood and sweat shed. We are also Konoha shinobi, and it's a matter of course to fulfill missions for the village? Uchiha Shisui questioned, then we want to be Hokage, shouldn't it be? Uchiha Fugaku retorted, the ninja world respects strength, and now Uchiha is the strongest in Konoha, and Hokage should be ours too. But, open confrontation will only cause huge losses to the village. Uchiha Shisui said with a sad face, if you don't fight, who will guarantee the interests of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku scolded in an extremely stern manner, Shisui, please remember, you are from the 13 Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shisui's face turned pale, and he had nothing to say. But we are Konoha shinobi too, Uchiha Itachi shouted suddenly. As soon as these words came out, the scene fell into a brief silence. But soon, the crowd erupted into angry curses. What did you say? Itachi, have you forgotten your last name? I look at the guy as a jerk. I've stayed in the route for so long, but I haven't collected any information. HMPH, useless guy, I don't know what's going on in your head. The overwhelming abuse and blame made Uchiha Itachi almost breathless. Uchiha Itachi was forced to turn livid. At the same time, he couldn't help feeling unprecedented anxiety in his heart. He began to worry about the future of the Uchiha clan. The rapid development of the clan in recent years and the overinflated ambitions are not a good sign. Stop talking, Itachi. Uchiha Shisui shook his head at him, with the same worry in his eyes. What should I do to protect the village and the Uchiha clan? Advertisement. The hidden undercurrent of Konoha Hepping is still only behind the scenes, and has not yet spread to the bright side. For now. Ninja School freshman graduates. Congratulations, you have become ninjas on your own from today, but you are still a rookie genin, and the real hard work begins now. I hope you can persevere on the road of ninjas in the future. Konoha teacher Iruka is giving a speech without nutrition. Ah, Mr. Iruka, stop rambling, and get to the point quickly. A slow voice came from below. Iruka wrinkled a well on his forehead and was about to explode, but when he saw the face of the speaker, he was instantly discouraged. Namikaze Naruto, son of the 4th Hokage. This is Konoha's biggest official, 2nd generation, I can't afford it. Ahem. Iruka sorted out the language, and finally started to get to the point. From now on, you will be divided into groups of 3, form a class, and perform tasks with a Jonin instructor. In order to balance the strength of each class, it will be evenly distributed according to the results. A group of 3? The freshmen off the field immediately talked about it. However, the topics they discussed the most still focused on the 2 of them. It would be great if I could be in a group with Sasuke-kun. A pink-haired nympho said, you think beautifully, Sasuke-kun is mine. A certain Cosmos nympho said, I think Naruto-kun is also pretty good, he is approachable and easy to get along with. A fat man said while chewing potato chips. My family specifically told me to get along well with Naruto, it's really troublesome. Said a boy with braids. Hey, follow the official 2nd generation, there is a future, don't you think so, Akamaru? Ah, a boy with a puppy on his head said. Popularity is evenly divided, girls tend to Sasuke, boys tend to Naruto. If you want to say why. No one listened to what a boy wearing sunglasses said. Hope, don't follow those 2 first and 2nd, I will hold back. A weak-eyed girl prayed. Advertisement. And as the 2 in the center of the fishing boat Uzumaki. Oh, you can be in a group with anyone, let's get along well. Namikaze Naruto has a bright and authentic face, but his eyes subconsciously aimed at a certain cruel black-haired boy, this is his opponent. HMPH. The others are just getting in the way, Uchiha Sasuke said proudly. I couldn't help looking at a sunny blonde boy, this guy is the only strong enemy I admit. The eyes of the 2 looked at each other across the air, and a spark burst out faintly. Yo, Sasuke. Namikaze Naruto kept a cheerful attitude and waved at the latter. Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke responded with a rare opening. This can also be regarded as mutual respect between opponents. Okay, next is the 7th class. After Iruka finished reading the front part, looking at the list in his hand, his expression became serious all of a sudden. This is the official 2nd generation and 2 famous families, 873 Namikaze Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata. Sasuke. Naruto. The 2 looked at each other almost at the same time, and then couldn't help showing a sympathetic smile. It's really great, we will have some time to discuss together in the future. Namikaze Naruto gearing up, happy to accompany. Uchiha Sasuke is calm on the surface, but actually feels great pressure. The 2 of them often played against each other, and the ratio of victory and defeat was 51 to 49. The strength is basically 50 to 50, and he has absolutely no certainty of winning. But when he thought of the Uchiha clan behind him, all eyes were fixed on him, carrying the heavy burden of absolutely impossible to lose to the son of Hokage. However, the two opponents ignored the other companion. Hyuga Hinata could not help but let out a long sigh. Compared with these two geniuses in front of her, she with mediocre aptitude cannot be compared at all. Tasking together, I'm afraid it will be delayed. Chapter 191 Uchiha Izumi leads the 7th class. Chapter 191 Uchiha Izumi leads 7th class, Squad 8, Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, Haruno Sakura. Hey, is it finally my turn? Inuzuka grinned his teeth and deliberately put on a smile that he thought was cool. So that's how it is. 2 famous disciples, plus an ordinary female ninja, to balance the strength. Aburame Shino lifted the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. Haruno Sakura's face collapsed all of a sudden, and he said speechlessly, "What a pity, they're not handsome guys. Little Sakura, so poor." Even Yamanaka Ino, who always liked to bicker with her, couldn't help casting a pitiful look at this moment. But soon, her sympathy will fall on herself. Class 9, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, Akamichi Choji. It seems that we have to stay in the same group. Nara Shikajiu smiled badly. Crack, crack, crack. Akamichi Choji gnaws on a potato chip. Ah, idiot Shikamaru at another fat man, my life is over. Yamanaka Ino fell down on the table deflated. Okay, the class division is over. Everyone disbands, waiting for your Jonin tutor. Iruka let out a long sigh, thinking that the group of problem children had finally been given away. Aha, you said our teacher, who could it be? Namikaze Naruto opened up the topic cheerfully. HMPH. Those who are qualified to guide us must be the elites in Jonin. Uchiha Sasuke said proudly. Hyuga Hinata dared not speak. It's true, but Dad must have arranged for this kind of thing. When Namikaze Naruto mentioned his father, there was a look of admiration on his face. Advertisement: he has parents who love him deeply and lived a happy life since he was a child. Cut back quote. A hint of jealousy flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. Although he also respects his father, it is undeniable that compared with the glorious 4th Hokage, his father is much inferior. Of course, the most important point is that his father pays little attention to him on weekdays. Attention is always focused on the better big brother or busy with work. All in all, you can't fight Dad. Hyuga Hinata on the side also expressed the same feeling. Over the years, the Hyuga clan has never given up competing with Uchiha for the title of #1 family in Konoha. The most direct competition is the talent competition. However, in fact, Uchiha is born in large numbers, while Hyuga is declining day by day. As the children of the same patriarch, Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata are inevitably placed together for comparison. Hyuga Hiyashi adopted extremely harsh methods for this, forcing her daughter to practice. This is a typical incompetent parent who imposes ideals that he cannot achieve on his children. For this reason, Hyuga Hinata is often exhausted by heavy training. But in many cases, cramming education may not be suitable for everyone. Wrong practice will only get twice the result with half the effort, and the effort will be useless. 9 o'clock on the hour. Uchiha Izumi has a good habit of being punctual and pushed the door open. Huh? Dad actually sent a female ninja to be our instructor? Namikaze Naruto expressed surprise. What, do you have a problem with female ninjas? Uchiha Izumi glanced at him. Are you, Quan? Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but widen his eyes, obviously recognizing the latter. Add the word senior to me. Oh no, now you should be called Teacher Quan. Uchiha Izumi gave him a displeased look. Cut, advertisement. Uchiha Sasuke looked away. At the age of rebellion, he habitually called other people's famous ministers directly. Even his own big brother Itachi and senior Shisui all called their names directly. Teacher Quan. Hyuga Hinata yelled obediently. In the silver-white eyes, there is a look of longing. The #1 of Konoha's younger generation of female ninjas, a combination of beauty and strength, it is the idol of all female ninjas. Yo, cute little girl, you're so good. Uchiha Izumi's eyes lit up, and he reached out and touched her little head. The latter couldn't help but blush slightly, a little shy. Okay, let me officially announce that I am Jonin Uchiha Izumi, the instructor of your 7th class. By the way, let me introduce myself first. Uchiha Izumi spread his hands and said softly, just tell me your name, hobbies, interests, dreams, etc. Okay, then I'll go first, Namikaze Naruto said excitedly. My name is Namikaze Naruto. I like to eat ramen, and my favorite is the ramen made by my father. The one made by my mother is not delicious. Cough cough, this can't be done, let my mother know. Interesting, my father taught me how to practice. Recently, the 3rd-generation old man also came to teach me, and I learned a lot of ninjutsu. My future dream, of course, is to become Konoha's 5th Hokage. HMPH. You can't do without your parents, are you a child? Uchiha Sasuke expressed his displeasure authentically. Well, he said so on the lips, but he was very jealous in his heart. Also, when he heard that the other party has a 4th-generation project and 3rd Hokage personally taught, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis in his heart. Damn it. If this continues, I'm afraid I will be overtaken by Naruto in the next duel. Naruto. What a happy child. Alright, next. Uchiha Izumi sighed. Wamdas. Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things that I hate, but I have nothing to like. My hobby is to practice powerful ninjutsu. and there is not just a dream, but a huge ambition. Speaking of this, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes suddenly became sharp. I want to revitalize the Uchiha clan and stand on the top of the leaves. Is the kid influenced by those hawkish fools of the clan? Uchiha Izumi couldn't help frowning. With such a big tone, let's work hard to become stronger first, Sasuke, the next one. Hyuga Hinata squeezed her fingers, her expression was a little nervous, and her voice was weak and authentic. My name is Hyuga Hinata. I like a peaceful life. My hobby is embossing flowers. My dream is to get my father admitted, and... Speaking of this, Hyuga Hinata paused, looked at Uchiha Izumi, and continued. Become a ninja like Sensei Izumi. Chapter 192 Actual Combat, Scroll Scramble Battle. Chapter 192 Actual Combat, Scroll Snatch Battle. So that's it. I already understand the basic situation, so let's use the ninja way of communication. Uchiha Izumi is light and authentic. The way ninjas communicate. In actual combat? Uchiha Sasuke raised his eyebrows and reacted immediately. Is it actual combat from the very beginning? The teacher is really straightforward. Although Namikaze Naruto was surprised, he wasn't shy at all. Getting a good education from an early age has naturally developed self-confidence. Hyuga Hinata's small face is a bit timid, but she is still very interested in witnessing the battle of Teacher Quan, the object of worship. That's right, it's actual combat. Uchiha Izumi acted vigorously, and immediately did what he said. I will give you half an hour to prepare, bring your ninja gear, and gather at the number 7 training ground. Half an hour later, the 7th shift, which was fully equipped, arrived at the assembly point. I saw here is a small forest, artificial rockery and creek, imitating the complex terrain. Did you see it? Suppose it contains Konoha's confidential information? Izumi Uchiha raised a scroll in his hand, and said calmly, 577, your task now is to take back the scroll, no matter what means. Different from the ancestral bell-snatching battle, Uchiha Spring has its own set of educational methods. Oh, it's like a ninja mission, Namikaze Naruto said excitedly. Interesting. Uchiha Sasuke is also full of fighting spirit. Hyuga Hinata is still the same. Then, when I yell start, the mission begins. Uchiha Izumi didn't finish talking. Whoosh, Namikaze Naruto disappeared in place. So fast, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but widen his eyes. Hey, the sneak attack was successful. Don't blame me for being unscrupulous, as the teacher said. The figure of Namikaze Naruto quickly passed over Uchiha Izumi, and grabbed the scroll in the opponent's hand with one hand. Blinking technique, as expected of the son of the 4th generation. Uchiha Izumi took out the scroll from his pocket. Namikaze Naruto was taken aback for a moment, then looked at the scroll in his hand, and it turned into a branch at some point. Advertisement, damn it, when I started shouting. Uchiha Izumi put the scroll back into his pocket, and said calmly, by the way, my task is to guard the scroll, so killing the enemies who robbed me is also a way. Gulu, faced with the thread between the lines, the three of them couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Whoosh, the three flashed past each other and hid themselves. Clever. Uchiha Izumi nodded, and thought to himself, it seems that the newcomers in this class are all very good. As soon as footsteps turned, Uchiha Izumi just took a step, and at the same time, this was also a deliberate flaw. Shush, as expected, 2 shurikens flew out of the grass. I saw Uchiha Izumi stretched out 2 fingers, and precisely clasped the hollow in the middle of the shuriken. Is this what Jonin does? Then I'm welcome, shadow clone technique? Whoosh whoosh, several figures sprang out of the bushes. Is it Naruto who lost his temper first? Uchiha Izumi glanced at the other party indifferently. Oh la la la, look at the trick. The leader rushed over imposingly. Fist and kick with all hands and feet. I saw that Uchiha Izumi was as light as a swallow, and he avoided all the attacks of the opponent's shadow clone with elegant movements. Boom bang bang bang, in the blink of an eye, shadow clone of the top 10 films were all destroyed. Leaf Hurricane. Namikaze, BDBG, Naruto swept with one kick. Uchiha Quan raised his hand to block the opponent's ankle, narrowing his eyes slightly. With this strength, you are the real body. Eat me with a punch. I saw the opponent punch me with a backhand. But he was caught by Uchiha Quan's other hand, and then he twisted his backhand, pressing the latter's face to the ground. It hurts. Namikaze Naruto yelled in pain. This strength is not like a weak woman at all. There is a loophole. Uchiha Sasuke, who was hiding in the treetops, stared sharply at her back and grabbed a set of shurikens with both hands. Advertisement, shish. A series of shurikens hid Uchiha Izumi's limbs with delicately calculated arcs. Is it shuriken here? It's kind of hot. Uchiha Izumi put down Namikaze Naruto and quickly drew a handful of kunai from his pocket. Ding 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 ding, with a wave of his hand, he knocked down all the incoming shurikens. Then, throw kunai to Uchiha Sasuke's hiding place with one hand. The latter hurriedly jumped down from the treetops, gritted his teeth and said, damn it, the shuriken attack just now has exposed my position. Namikaze Naruto took the opportunity to back away quickly and side with Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing this, Hyuga Hinata, who was originally hidden, also jumped out, and the three stood together. Although she knew she was weak, she would not just watch her companion being hanged and beaten. Hey, I'm not joking, this teacher is too strong. Namikaze Naruto shook his sore arm. Nonsense, that Izumi is one of our Uchiha 4 heroes. His strength is definitely beyond the ordinary. Uchiha Sasuke said with a vigilant face, but it was just heard before, but now he finally saw it with his own eyes. What shall we do now? Hyuga Hinata asked. It seems that we can only work together to find a way. Namikaze Naruto said seriously. Okay, the warm-up is over, let's move around a bit. Uchiha Izumi skillfully formed mudras with both hands. That seal. Uchiha Sasuke's face changed, and then his hands quickly formed the same seal. Fire-style Great Fireball. Fire-style Great Fireball. The signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. I saw two fiery fireballs colliding head-on. However, although it is the same ninjutsu, different people use it, and the power will be very different. I saw the fireball spit out by Uchiha Kwan easily overwhelmed the latter. The scorching air wave rushed towards the three of them. Look at mine. Namikaze Naruto shot at the right time, and after forming a seal with both hands, a high-pressure airflow was condensed in the palm of his hand, and then he shot forward. Wind-style Gale Palm. Chapter 193 Crescent Moon Chong. Chapter 193 Crescent Rush. With the blessing of Namikaze Naruto's wind style, I saw that Uchiha Sasuke's fireball became bigger in vain. There is a faint level of rivalry with Uchiha Izumi's. Of course, this is also a state where she has released some water. Otherwise, if you really get serious, Uchiha Izumi can kill them instantly with one finger. Combination of fire style and wind style ninjutsu? Uchiha Izumi nodded with satisfaction, thinking that he is indeed from a famous family, and he has a good grasp of the theoretical knowledge of ninjutsu. Drink Uchiha Sasuke drives chakra hard. Come on. The same goes for Namikaze Naruto. Uchiha Izumi is 1 against 2, with the overwhelming chakra, the ordinary fire style alone can beat the latter's fire style plus wind style. This is the gap between equal ranks, which cannot be crossed. However, in order to avoid hitting the joint strength of the two, Uchiha Izumi still restrained a part of chakra, and only used Liwang, which was in a stalemate with the other party. Oh, two fiery fireballs came together and burned blazingly, and no one could do anything to the other. At this moment, Hyuga Hinata moved, with chakra condensed in the palm, and rushed towards the Uchiha spring. Gentle fist. Have you finally taken the first step? It seems that the little girl Hinata is not completely cowardly. Uchiha Izumi's eyes moved slightly. On one side of the figure, it easily flashed by. But also because she interrupted Chakra's continuous delivery, the combined ninjutsu of the other two overcame her fire style. Very good, just now, don't let her have a chance to catch her breath. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flashed brightly, thinking he had grasped the chance of victory, he quickly threw two kunai. Uchiha Izumi jumped up, but he vaguely saw the steel wire reflected in the sunlight. Successful. I saw Uchiha Sasuke pulling both hands, manipulating the steel wire, and quickly tied the opponent to the tree beside him. At the same time, a large amount of chakra is accumulated in the body at one breath. Fire-style Dragon Fire Technique, Advertisement. The straight flame, with high temperature and impressive impact force, slammed into Uchiha Spring fiercely. The huge power even pierced the tree trunk behind it. Teacher Quan. Hyuga Hinata let out a cry of surprise. Don't worry, that guy won't be defeated so easily. Uchiha Sasuke wiped his hot lips and lips, staring fixedly at the figure in the firelight. Then as expected, the Uchiha Spring, which was wrapped in flames, turned into a wooden stake. Body Replacement Technique. Hyuga Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. Although I'm glad little Hinata is worried, but it's unnecessary, the teacher is very strong. I saw the unscathed figure of Izumi Uchiha coming out from behind another tree. Cut. Is it really like this? Uchiha Sasuke expressed his displeasure, but soon changed his voice and said coldly. But we still have a backup. I saw Namikaze Naruto beside him, his figure turned into a white smoke and disappeared. Shadow Clone. Uchiha Izumi was taken aback for a moment, then looked around vigilantly, the main body, where is it? Here it is. Look at my trick. I saw the figure of Namikaze Naruto jumping down from the tree above, holding a spherical chakra thing on the palm of his right hand. Rasengan. This is the ninjutsu of the 4th generation. Uchiha Izumi opened his eyes wide, and there was a flash of scarlet in his pupils. Boom. Rasengan landed heavily on Uchiha Izumi's shoulders and with great force, she was crushed to the ground. Boom. This chakra group, which looks only the size of a palm, contains the power of highly compressed chakra, and the burst of power blasted the surrounding ground into a huge crater. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened in shock, this technique. This was the first time he saw the other party use this. He couldn't help but think that if the opponent had learned this in the graduation assessment battle, he might not be the #1 freshman genin. Hateful. That guy has become so strong. It's the first time I used this trick, or did I use too much force? Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Namikaze Naruto looked down at the big hole he had made, while Uchiha Izumi lay motionless in the hole. Teacher Quan. Hyuga Hinata couldn't help worrying again, but then she remembered what Uchiha Izumi said just now. Sensei is very strong. Concentrate the chakra on the eyes, blind eyes. Hyuga Hinata's wide eyes, with penetrating vision, locked on Uchiha Izumi. Empty, no chakra fluctuations. This is an illusion? Hearing Hyuga Hinata's sudden exclamation, both Uchiha Sasuke and Namikaze Naruto couldn't help but be taken aback. What? Zero. I saw Uchiha Kwan's figure disappearing in place as an illusion. Papa papa, asterisk gentle applause. Uchiha Izumi's figure appeared from behind the three of them at some point. Not bad. This year's genin is indeed of a certain standard. It's unharmed again. How is this possible? Namikaze Naruto was shocked. He has used his strongest nirvana, I haven't lost yet. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth, with a stubborn look unwilling to admit defeat. I saw him take out a Fumo Shuriken from his backpack. Holding the spinner in his left hand, he took a deep breath, and then spit out a red chakra from his mouth, attached to the Fumo Shuriken. This is nature transformation in fire style. Uchiha Kwan's eyes moved slightly, and he said with a little surprise. And the technique attached to the weapon, is this taught by Zheng Shui? Namikaze Naruto has a famous teacher, and Uchiha Sasuke may not have no one to teach. HMPH. Take it. Fire style flame wheel. Uchiha Sasuke struggled to throw the hot flame Fumo Shuriken in his hand. Teach me? I'm sorry. Whether it's the 4th generation or Shisui, the people who taught me are stronger than them. I saw that Uchiha Kwan pulled out the short sword from his waist with one hand and injected chakra into it. There are no fancy moves, and the knife is directly swung forward. Crescent Little Changshi. Chapter 194 Return of Sarutobi Asuma. Chapter 194 Sarutobi Asuma returns, Crescent Moon Chong. The moment the powerful chakra swung the knife, it shot out from the blade, forming a blue crescent. Boom. The cyan crescent hit the Fumo Shuriken wrapped in flames head-on, and the two clashed for less than a second, and the latter was split in half abruptly. Boom. The trend of the cyan crescent continued unabated, and it turned into a sharp slashing wave, which slammed heavily on the ground. The huge crack extended to Uchiha Sasuke's feet before stopping. Gulu. The threat of death made Uchiha Sasuke feel a faint chill in his throat, and subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, as if to confirm that his neck was still there. Of course, this is also the reason why Uchiha Izumi stayed put. 610. Otherwise, with just one blow, the latter's head could be cut off. Uchiha Sasuke was so shocked that he couldn't speak, he couldn't help clenching his fists, and couldn't help but feel a big blow in his heart. This is the strongest ninjutsu he is proud of. Is it so vulnerable in front of Jonin? What he doesn't know, however, is that Jonin is just a vague concept, and Uchiha Izumi is worthy of being the best of the elite. Objectively speaking, Uchiha Sasuke learned it from Uchiha Shisui. This kind of fire-style firewheel that combines the fire attribute of nature transformation with ninja equipment is also considered an extraordinary ill-level ninjutsu. If it is an ordinary Jonin, it's not necessarily easy to deal with. This. Really amazing, Teacher Kwan. Namikaze Naruto expressed his sincere conviction, and at the same time he did not forget to complain. Speaking of this kind of powerful ninjutsu, the name is so deceptive, such as Crescent Moon. Jung. Uchiha Kwan put the knife back into its sheath, seemed to think of something, his eyes were full of fascination, and said softly. No, this is just a poor imitation, the real Crescent Sky, that is the magical skill of opening mountains and seas. It's too exaggerated, even if it's my dad. Namikaze Naruto had a look of disbelief. Okay, let's end the trial here, I have figured out your strength. Uchiha Izumi is light and authentic, outside Konoha village. With a square face, a thick beard, a golden eye patch over his left eye, and shabby clothes full of dust, the image of the whole person gives people a bohemian feeling. Crack, he lit a cigarette with a lighter and held it in his mouth. Call, advertisement. The stimulation of the tobacco made him shaken, and he looked at the Konohagakure that Fang Yin could see in the distance. Finally back. This person is none other than Sarutobi Asuma. After 3rd Hokage's lovechild heart was cut, Sharingan was implanted, and then in order to avoid Uchiha, he left Konoha 12 years ago, nominally going to the Temple of Fire to practice. Of course, he also went to see it. He stayed in the Temple of Fire for 9 years. It was also during these 3 years of traveling in the ninja world that Sarutobi Asuma gained the reputation of Konoha copying ninja. At the same time, it also let the Uchiha clan snoop on the news that he owns the Sharingan. Now that it has been exposed, there is no need to hide it. In addition, he will return to Konoha one day, and sooner or later he will face the Uchiha clan. In this regard, Sarutobi Asuma is also fearless. Years of practice, coupled with rich actual combat, have made him a formidable strength. A person with power, whether right or wrong, is unscrupulous, isn't it? Whoosh, the slight sound of breaking wind. Sarutobi Asuma's ears moved, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. So it's coming soon. Pretending not to know, Sarutobi Asuma continued to move forward. Shish, I saw a large number of shuriken flying from all directions. Chakra concentrated on his legs, and the figure quickly rose into the air as soon as he stepped on his feet. Swoosh, I saw 2 ninjas in black clothes and masks slashing towards him with ninja swords in their hands. Clang clang, Sarutobi Asuma took out 2 flying swallows at the first time, and blocked the pincer attacks of the 2 people on the left and right respectively. HMPH, a hide-and-seek rat. I saw Sarutobi Asuma took a deep breath, and the cigarette stick in his mouth was burned out in one breath. A large amount of smoke was sucked into the mouth, and at the same time, a gust of wind attributed chakra was condensed from the abdominal cavity, and then he spit it out. Under the effect of wind style, a large amount of smoke was spit out, blinding the surrounding sight all at once. Ahem, I saw that the 2 enemies were not only blinded, but also choked by the thick, second-hand smoke. Advertisement, whoosh, the figure of Sarutobi Asuma appeared in front of one of them instantly. Flying swallow, airwear, Puff. The opponent seemed to have extremely sharp eyesight, and at the critical moment, he avoided the vital point. A large piece of flesh and blood was cut off his arm, and the latter retreated in embarrassment. Oh, good eyesight. Sarutobi Asuma is meaningful and authentic. Hateful. I saw the other person's hands forming a seal quickly, and his figure turned into countless black feathers and flew away. Is it an illusion this time? Sarutobi Asuma saw that his body was being nailed by countless feathers, and immediately took off the blindfold on his left eye decisively. I saw that it was a Scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan, and with the injection of chakra, it released a powerful pupil power. Sure enough, there is Sharingan, I saw the two people exclaimed at the same time. Untie. With the help of Sharingan's pupil power, Sarutobi Asuma unlocked the illusion on his body, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and teased. Oh, you two seem to be very familiar with Sharingan? The two remained silent and did not respond. 3.7 Then, one of them formed a seal quickly with both hands. Fire style Great Fireball. Good at Shuriken, illusion, and fire style, the identity of the attacker is already obvious. Sarutobi Asuma had already expected this, so he didn't talk nonsense. The hands are skillfully sealed. Earth style Earth Flow Wall. The raised earth wall blocked the incoming fireball. Whoosh, the two held ninja swords respectively, and came towards him from left to right. Tisk, I'm sorry, I have to rush home for dinner, so I don't have time to continue playing with you. I saw Sarutobi Asuma posing in a strange posture, with the palm of his left hand standing upright in front of his chest, and the palm of his right hand on his lower abdomen, with the palm facing upwards. Abstruse come and welcome Senju to kill. Chapter 195, Dream Witch, Berserk Physician. Chapter 195 Dream Witch, Berserk Physician. The golden chakra's big hand knocked the two into the air respectively. Wow, I saw that the two were beaten until they vomited blood and fell to the ground. Here too, Sarutobi Asuma did not go over to lift their masks. Because it is superfluous, he had already seen through the identities of the two of them. The Uchiha clan. The reason why the other party came to trouble him was nothing more than Sharingan. Now Sarutobi Asuma is no longer the boy who didn't understand anything, he knows the meaning of Sharingan very well. Frankly speaking, it was indeed my father who did it wrong. The Uchiha family has sufficient reasons to go to him for accountability. But so what? In the world of ninjas, is truth spoken by mouth? Don't force anything, say it with your fists. If you don't accept it, just do it. Just like that, Sarutobi Asuma looked contemptuously at the two people who fell on the ground, and then continued to move towards 13 Konoha. Tianming, are you going out now? Lin looked at Tianming, who rarely changed into formal clothes, and said with a look of surprise. Counting the days, Hong and Shizune are almost back. Tianming faced the mirror, combed his hair, and adjusted his collar. Reunion after a long absence, to pick up my other two women, of course I have to be tidy. 12 years have passed. Of course, in the long years, they did not contact. Correspondence in letters has been frequent, advertisement. At the same time, basically every few months and half a year, Tianming couldn't help but fly to visit the second daughter. Then, stay together for 10 days and half a month. Therefore, there is no time gap between them, and a high degree of intimacy is maintained. About 3 years ago, Hong and Shizune had learned something. Tsunade left a sentence, I have nothing to teach you, and then left alone. After that, Hong and Shizune set foot on the experience of wandering in the ninja world. At the same time, he also gained a great reputation. Hong used illusion to capture a small country that enslaved civilians. The rescued people were grateful to her and even built a temple for her, worshipping her as a legendary witch. When Shizune passed by a small hidden village that was in the middle of a civil war, because he couldn't bear the civilians being affected by the ninja battle, he set up a neutral medical station and volunteered to treat the civilians. But the ninja forces on both sides coveted her outstanding medical ninjutsu, and wanted to use force to coerce her to serve as a medical ninja for their own forces. As a result, he was sanctioned by Shizune's strange power instead. With violent iron fists, the ninja forces on both sides were beaten to the ground, and even the civil war in this hidden village was unintentionally quelled. Shizune has since earned the title of Physician Rage. However, no matter whether it is a dream witch or a violent doctor, they all belong to one man. I am afraid that this is beyond the imagination of everyone in the ninja world, right? I'm off to pick them up. Tianming took out a golden rain after a long absence. Good luck. Lin tenderly gave a travel greeting. Open black lens bracket noble phantasm. Reigns of rider close black lens bracket a gorgeous white Pegasus descends from the sky. I don't know when, this powerful anti-army treasure, used for charging and attacking, has become a means of transportation for Wei Ming's habit. No way. Who told him to only use big moves? Tianming turned over and rode up skillfully, and put the golden rein in his hand around Tianma's neck. In an instant, a close connection connected the two together. Tianma raised his head and let out two neighs, flapped his wings and soared into the air. Looking down at the gradually shrinking land below, it took less than 3 seconds to fly to the sky above Konoha. Squeak. Advertisement passed through an invisible spherical energy shield, as if swept over the body by something. Tianming's expressionless face is no stranger to this. This is Konoha's Gomura barrier, the large perception barrier of the entire Konohagakure. Once someone passes through, they will be detected by Konoha's 24-hour enchantment team. Alert. Coordinates, 110,120, chakra information found without permission, as illegally leaving the country. Did the captain make a mistake somewhere? This position is in the sky? Let me come to Concom. The code of this chakra signal is 9494. Oh, I see, cancel the alarm. But captain, someone from the village has left the country illegally, shouldn't we? Idiot. Are you new here? Here's the guy's chakra signal. That guy? Who is it? According to Konoha's rules, no matter who enters or leaves the village, he must be approved, right? This guy who blatantly violates the rules of the village should be severely punished. Neuropathy. At this time, Tianming, who was flying in the sky, was unaware of the commotion he had caused. It's like a rock spreading its wings and passing by, ignoring the convulsed sparrows below, isn't it? However, at the same time, Sarutobi Asuma arrived at the gate of Konoha 933 and submitted an entry application to the guards in a proper manner. Sarutobi Asuma. I remember you are the son of Lord Third Generation, right? An old ninja recognized the latter. Wow, are you the copy ninja who has recently gained fame in the ninja world? Another young ninja, although he doesn't know the son of the previous generation Hokage, but knows the recent fame of the ninja world. Well, it's me. Konoha Shinobi Sarutobi Asuma, I'm back. Sarutobi Asuma nodded indifferently, looking at the familiar village streets in front of him. A hint of pride flashed across his brows. I thought to myself, Konoha is still the same Konoha, but I, Asuma, am not what I used to be. The color of ambition was ignited in his eyes, and suddenly his face changed, and he raised his head suddenly. I saw a holy and flawless white light flashing across the sky. Cruising at supersonic speed made it possible to hear the belated sound of sonic booms piercing the air after seeing the flash of light and shadow. Boom rumble rumble. At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma suddenly recalled the moment when he bowed his knees in the face of absolute fear. The burning ambition in the eyes was extinguished to nothing. Chapter 194 Waiting for a long time, 2 Deers Chapter 194. Long-wait deers. Call. The red and white corrugated jumpsuit seems to have the holy aura of a witch, but the slightly curly long black hair reveals the dynamic trend of fashion. Known as the Dream Priestess, but she is still Konoha elite Jonin Yuihong. The bright red lips parted slightly, revealing a mature and charming atmosphere. Finally back, Land of Fire. Yeah, we're back. The delicate baby face like a goose egg, the ears have not left any traces on its face, just like the girl 10 years ago. It's just that the figure has become taller and slimmer, and the simple black plain clothes have slits, revealing the pair of white and slender beautiful legs. Unlike Hong, who has exquisite makeup, Shizune is used to no makeup, looks delicate, but has the fearsome title of Violent Doctor in the ninja world. I don't know what the village will look like after all these years have passed. Hong said softly. Should there be a feeling of newness? It is said that the 4th generation has carried out a series of reforms in the village and cultivated a large number of outstanding young ninjas. Shizune smiled. By the way, this time we go back to the village. What is Hong's plan? Well, I haven't figured out the details yet. During these years of wandering, our strength has been consolidated, and we have reached a bottleneck. A trace of confusion flashed in the red eyes. Really? I want to go back and be a tutor. Shizune blinked and said with a light smile. I heard Mr. Tianming said before that Sister Quan has also become a Jonin mentor. Yes, in the blink of an eye, that little girl has also grown up. Hong has been to Tianming's house many times before, and she has a deep impression on that little girl who looks like a porcelain doll. Jonin mentor? It seems interesting, I'll think about it. Well, it's decided like that. Shizune nodded and changed his words. By the way, we haven't seen Mr. Tianming for a few months. I really want to see you soon. You be asterisk 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 D. Do you want to be so straightforward? Hong smiled helplessly. That's what you said, but when you saw it, did your eyelashes roll up? Shizune joked with a teasing look on his face. If you don't tell the truth, don't you understand such a simple truth? Hong glared at her, pretending to be angry. Tsunere yet? Red, oh kawaii. Shizune covers his mouth with a smile. Advertisement. Hong was a little bit annoyed. Suddenly her eyes lit up. She pointed behind Shizune and said with surprise on her face. Look, who's here? Shizune turned her head subconsciously, only to see Tianming's figure slowly walking out of the woods, with a gentle smile as always, waving at her. My favorite Shizune, long time no see, hey. Shizune's cheeks flushed instantly, constantly echoing in my mind. My favorite Shizune, my favorite Shizune, my favorite Shizune. This sentence, I couldn't help thinking in my heart. I see, is it me that Mr. Tianming likes the most? Mr. Tianming. For a moment, Shizune couldn't help being elated, opened his arms, and ran straight towards the opponent, ready to plunge into the opponent's arms. However, the expected warm embrace did not appear. Yes, it's just a hard touch. Shizune opened his eyes blankly, only to see himself holding a tree tightly with both hands. Peeved. Ha 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 ha. Hong suddenly couldn't help laughing out loud. Shizune glanced around and found Tianming's figure was nowhere to be seen. Immediately, she realized something, and her cheeks turned liver-colored involuntarily. Illusion. Yuihong, I'm sorry. I was just joking. I didn't expect Shizune's reaction. Oh kawaii. With a red face and tone, he covered his mouth and smiled. Shizune suddenly became angry from embarrassment, and his figure jumped up, lifted his slender legs, and fell from the sky. Heaven guards the feet. Hong looked at the big white leg that had been cut off head-on, and was startled, and the figure quickly backed away. Boom, boom, boom. I saw that Shizune's foot hit the ground, like sparks hitting the earth. The huge physical impact instantly smashed a huge crater in the surrounding ground. Advertisement, hey. Are you trying to kill me? The red foot stepped on an overturned rock somewhere, and shouted anxiously. It's disgusting, I just want to learn physical skills with you. Shizune squinted, a kind look on his face. Come on, Hong. It's been a long time since we practiced strange powers against each other. Don't be kidding me. I'm a major in illusion, and my strange power is only at the entry level, so I can't compare with you. The red face was speechless. Then you still trick me with illusion? Shizune's mouth twitched. Okay, I was wrong. Hong immediately put his hands together to admit his mistake. HMPH, I don't care, you have cheated the feelings of an ignorant girl. I will hit your chest with a small fist. Shizune curled his lips and said with an unhappy face. Hearing this, Hong suddenly broke out in sweat. Please, if you hit me with such a small fist, I'm afraid that even the European cards will be smashed to pieces by you. Hey, I saw Shizune raise the sleeves of his hands, his eyes glowed green, and he said with a sinister smile. That's right. I'm going to smash your European cards to pieces. Shizune, are you a devil? Hong looked at her in amazement, and then took out a flute from his pocket. I advise you not to mess around, or I will start playing. Cut. Newly learned auditory hallucinations? It's really troublesome, so I have to use the powerful chakra, for good money, to increase the resistance. I saw the diamond-shaped mark on Shizune's forehead emitting faint light. The confrontation between the two made the surrounding air tense. But there is no frightening murderous intent, because the confrontation between the two was just a half-joking, daily exchange of ideas. However, at this moment, an astonishing force suddenly intervened. Hong and Shizune's complexion changed suddenly, and subconsciously, the two who were originally confronting each other joined forces to resist together. However, in front of that overwhelming force, the two tigress-like men were instantly tamed. I saw a white light and shadow descending from the sky, passing by their sides, wrapping their arms around their waists and hugging them. When they reacted, they were already above Tianma. There was a warm voice in my ear. I've been waiting for a long time, too dear, Tuan. Chapter 195 A dozen big moves. Chapter 195 More than a dozen big tricks. Tianming. This time it's true, Mr. Tianming. Both Hong and Shizune couldn't help showing surprise on their faces. Whether it's arrogant or shy, it's dark. When they saw themselves, they couldn't help but completely become captives of their hearts. The corner of Tianming's mouth outlined a pleasant arc. This is the result of his nearly 20 years of careful training. A harmonious harem, this is what I want to live in the Hokage world. In other words, Konoha's new generation has also come out, it's time to start cultivating a new harem. Even though he was hugging left and right, Tianming expressed that he was still not satisfied. There are still many good girls in the Hokage world. As for some people saying that he only has women in his mind, don't he have a bigger ideal? To this, he can only say, yup, I'm invincible, don't open the harem, just wait to die of old age? HMPH, it's all the system's fault. By the way, in the past 12 years, the system has inexplicably given him more than a dozen big moves. Not detailed here. It's definitely not that the author doesn't have enough brainpower to think about it. 380 equals W smiley face. Among them, it is worth mentioning that the old big move, Mangekyō Sharingan, Tensa Zagetsu, obtained as Tianming's opening game has been advanced. Advertisement upgraded to open black lens bracket Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan close black lens bracket. To break the seal curse of Mangekyō Sharingan, although Tianming who owns Avalon, there is never a risk of blindness, but every time he uses it, Avalon needs to be purified, which is somewhat troublesome and consumes a certain amount of chakra. At the same time, you can get more powerful pupil power, and you can use multiple pupil techniques, specifically, strong illusion, Amaterasu, time and space ninjutsu, full body Susanoo, and zero time. Tianming has tested each pupil technique one by one. The so-called powerful illusion technique has reached the level of completely controlling the tailed beast. Amaterasu is the same as Indra, Itachi, Sasuke, ordinary physical output skills, not worth mentioning. Time-space ninjutsu, capable of teleporting targets over long distances, is somewhat different from Uchiha Obito's Kamui, but is like Uchiha Shin, Otsutsuki Jin's space transfer. Full-body Susanoo, a level with Uchiha Madara, the color is black, BDBB, color. Only the 0-hour pupil technique, which did not appear in the original book, can be regarded as his unique pupil technique. The specific ability is to use the eyes to record a state of the target. After the pupil is activated, the target will return to the state when it was recorded. This pupil technique can act on oneself or others. To put it simply, Tianming can record the state of full blood and full mana, and then use it when the blood is left to restore to the full state. And Tianming once tested it with a small white mouse, and found that this pupil technique can even reverse the state of death. The effect is somewhat similar to the taboo pupil technique of the Uchiha family, Izanagi, but the ability of 0 hour seems to be more powerful. There is also the ability to use the sky. Pupil power consumption is huge. One eye can only be used once a day, and that eye will fade back to the normal Sharingan state after use. 2 eyes, which means you can use it up to twice a day, and you can no longer use the power of other Mangekyō during this period. Open black lens bracket real Tensa Zangetsu close black lens bracket Tianming acquired the real Zangetsu, which are 2 Zanpakuto in pairs, 1 big and 1 small. This is derived from the true power of Kurosaki Ichigo in Shinigami. Zanpakuto was personally created by the second team Wang Yu of the Zero Division. One knife represents the power of the virtual, and the other represents the power of Shinigami. Shikai was born when it was born form, no longer subject to the seal. You can use the cross-crescent rush move. During Bankai, the two swords will merge into one, and the fusion of Shinigami, Shu, and Quincy's power will reach its peak. Not to mention other big moves, the above two alone are enough to sweep most shadows in the ninja world. In the final analysis, there are only two words to sum it up: invincible. Once again ignoring Konoha's entry and exit rules. Tenma passes through the protective barrier and reaches the sky above Konohagakure. Advertisement: sure enough, the village has changed a lot. Red eyes look down at the buildings below. Yeah, it's even more prosperous than it was in third generation. Shizune made a sharp assessment. Well, it seems like this. Tianming glanced at the leaves below indifferently. Although for him, Konoha's development has little to do with him, but as a real residence, if it is too bad, it will look uncomfortable. This reminded him of when Hokage was running for office. Uchiha Fugaku tried to win him over, hoping that he would support the latter to take office. But to be honest, with Tianming's strength, if he really wants to support Uchiha Fugaku, the other party can really be the fourth Hokage. It's just that Tianming is not interested in participating in Konoha's political games. Of course, from an objective point of view, Uchiha Fugaku's ability is insufficient. Even if he becomes Hokage, I'm afraid he doesn't have much ability to manage Konoha well. As for Namikaze Minato, although Konoha's high-level executives did not cooperate at the beginning, it was difficult to implement the policy. But he took a different path and chose the path of cooperating with the Uchiha clan. This courage is definitely not comparable to that of the third generation, not even the second generation. Mu Yi has lived through the golden 12 years of peaceful and rapid development, and now the comprehensive strength of the hidden village has completely crushed the other 4 hidden villages. Of course, any policy has advantages and disadvantages. Facts have proved that the Uchiha family is like a double-edged sword. If you can control it, it will be a sharp weapon. Following the 4th generation's tolerance policy of treating everyone equally, the outstanding talents of the Uchiha clan spread all over the major departments of Konoha. Political power is also growing, which gradually expands the ambitions of the Uchiha clan. The peaceful cooperation between Hokage and Uchiha was broken due to excessive interest demands. Sooner or later, there will be bigger conflicts brewing between the two sides. So here comes the question: can 4th generation deal with Uchiha's problem this time? Tianming said to wait and see. Chapter 196 It's only natural to eat my sister's soft food. Chapter 196 It's only natural to eat my sister's soft rice. Let's go down. We can go shopping, by the way. That's right, we haven't visited Konoha's main street for a long time. Shopping is worthy of a woman's nature. Hong and Shizune seem to be in high spirits. There's really nothing we can do about you. Tianming spread out his hands, tightened the reins in his hands, and drove the Tianma down. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, it is impossible for this flamboyant Pegasus not to cause commotion, but what is surprising is that the people on Muya Street seem to have not seen their existence. Tianming subconsciously looked at Hong sitting in his arms. Oh, illusion, it's become stronger again. HMPH, of course. Hong raised her proud chin, then looked away, and said with a slightly awkward expression, by the way, can you let me go now? I'm sorry, I'm used to it. Tianming put away the palm on the opponent's waist, then stretched out his hand to take her slender little hand, while the other hand grabbed Shizune behind him. After the 3 of them landed, Tianma flew into the sky and disappeared into the clouds. The illusion that concealed the figure was lifted. Pedestrians passing by only felt that 3 figures suddenly appeared on the continent, and they would feel somewhat startled. But this astonishment was quickly blinded by the combination of the word, tender, Tianming. F*K. That guy is surrounded by beautiful women, and there are 2 of them. Is this the legendary double happiness? Damn, I'm going to find a torch. Fire style great fireball technique. You idiot, look at the marks on that man's clothes. He is from the Uchiha clan. Is Yuman making a fuss? Damn. This is the arrogant Uchiha clan, facing the anxious eyes of envy and jealousy cast by everyone. Tianming was noncommittal. Hong couldn't help shaking her head inside, but she didn't let go of the hand held by Tianming. There's no way, she can't do without this man. Shizune also did not let go of Tianming's hand, but clenched it tightly to show his position, and joked in a low voice. I always feel that the reputation of the Uchiha clan will be ruined by Mr. Tianming. No, I don't take the blame. This Uchiha, I don't have a good reputation. Advertisement Tianming put it bluntly and honestly. Over the years, as a melon eater, he has witnessed the rise of the Uchiha clan, and the death after the inner expansion. The various actions of using power for personal gain and arbitrariness have left a bad impression in the hearts of the people of Konoha. Of course, there are also reasons why Konoha's high-level executives are behind the scenes. Tianming saw all of this. What a great play, okay. Shizune spread his hands and smiled helplessly. She is also familiar with Tianming's temper. Although the opponent is also a member of the Uchiha clan, Tianming will not be restricted by one family. This is a unique existence that transcends the family framework and power constraints. There is only one such man in the entire ninja world, and this is where Tianming's charm lies. In Shizune's eyes, there was infinite admiration. The same is true for the red on the side. In terms of the height of the sky and the breadth of the earth, who can compare with it? Ignoring the attention of others, Hong and Shizune hugged Tianming's left and right hands affectionately and walked happily on the street. The three walked into a ninja shop. My ninja bag is worn out and I want to buy a new one. Hong patted the gray pocket wrapped around his waist with a disgusted expression on his face. I also want to add some new hidden weapon parts. Mr. Tianming is responsible for paying the bill. Shizune blinked, and Rijao said playfully, okay, wrap it on the uncle's body. Tianming patted his chest proudly. Oh, by the way, do you still have money? Hong expressed surprise. According to her understanding of Tianming, she probably hasn't taken on any missions in the past 10 years, even if she not on the previous bounty, it probably took a lot of money, right? In fact, just as she guessed, her savings were spent a few years ago. Lost source of living expenses. Advertisement, but at the same time, Izumi also grew up and became a Konoha Jonin. The rewards for clearing missions alone are enough to support the daily expenses of the family, more than enough. Ask for flowers. Regarding this, Tianming said seriously, it's okay, Quan will give me pocket money every month, enough. It's not. Shizune almost blurted out the words, eat soft rice. But Tianming didn't hold back and said with a straight face, being a big brother and eating younger sister's soft food, isn't it a matter of course? It's not normal, Hong complained fiercely, but soon she seemed to remember something and sighed. However, the child will probably be very happy. I have the opportunity to repay the elder brother who protected her tenfold. Well, you're right. I heard that Sister Quan is an excellent ninja genius. Her achievements today are inseparable from Mr. Tianming's careful training. Zero Shizune nodded. Okay, don't talk so much, let's go in. Whatever you want to buy today, I will wrap it on me. Tianming pulled the two of them into a ninja tool shop that looked quite chic. Welcome, three guests, take a look around. The owner smiled and dismissed them carelessly. The three of them didn't care about this and chose on their own. I think this is good, Tianming, what do you think? I saw Hong picked up a pair of small gray and black F***** Y packs. Tianming glanced at it and immediately replied, I don't think it's suitable for youthful and beautiful red. HMPH, I guess you have some vision. After getting the perfect answer, Hong couldn't help showing a moving smile. Tianming smiled mischievously. This is the experience he accumulated while dating Lin. When girls buy things, they will deliberately pick out things that don't match them, and then ask boys if they're good. If a boy answers very well or is okay, such vague words will definitely be regarded as perfunctory by girls. This is a wrong operation. It's not the author's personal experience, equals yo. I have chosen here. I saw that Shizune quickly picked out a lot of hidden weapon parts. At this time, the store also ushered in 3 new customers. Chapter 197. Overbearing Police Force. Chapter 197. Overbearing of the police force. Alas, it's unlucky, the other classes have Jonin tutors leading tasks. Our tutors haven't. Inuzuka Ya said with a displeased expression, since we are not ordinary genin, the village cannot arrange for ordinary Jonin to teach us. Aburame Shino is deadpan. But I'm just an ordinary female ninja, I just want to do tasks to earn some pocket money. Haruno Sakura said weakly. HMPH, I'm really envious of Class 7, led by Mr. Uchiha Izumi. Inuzuka gritted his teeth and said, no, if this continues, our 8th class will only be dragged further and further away. Even without Jonin mentor, we have to complete the task alone. I see. If it's just a D-level mission, our genin, 830, also has the authority to accept it. But before that, we have to prepare and equip ninja tools. Aburame Shino analyzed. Then what are you talking about? Go buy ninja gear. Hey, I still need to save my pocket money to buy cosmetics. Cut. Why are you painting those weird things? Tooth is right, little Sakura, I think you have time to dress up, you might as well practice more ninjutsu. Straight man. 2 straight men. Just like that, the 3 members of Konoha's 8th class entered the ninja shop. Welcome, oh. It's 3 little guests, it looks like a newly graduated genin? For some reason, the shopkeeper, who was originally indifferent to Tianming and his group, was so kind when he saw the 3 people in front of him, like a wolf watching a sheep. The corners of Tianming's mouth turned upwards, faintly sensing that something interesting was about to happen. Okay, then let's choose ninja tools. The 3 Inuzuka teeth set out to collect the ninja tools they wanted. Haruno Sakura didn't really want to buy it, but seeing that the 2 teammates were so serious, and he couldn't be different, he chose a few kunai and a few shurikens at random. However, when it was time to check out, they were dumbfounded. What? 30,000 taels. Inuzuka Ya opened his mouth wide and said angrily, you might as well grab it. Advertisement Haruno Sakura also frowned and said, how is this account calculated? We just bought some kunai, shurikens, and a few rolls of bandages, and didn't buy expensive things like explosive charms. How could it be so expensive? Don't be impatient, it's the graduation season for freshman genin, and the stock is a bit short, so naturally the price will increase. The shopkeeper squinted his eyes, with a beating smile on his face. F***K. Treat us like waterfish. Inuzuka Tooth stared, and immediately slammed the ninja tool in his hand on the table. Due to excessive force, several of them fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Jingle bell. At this time, the insidious smile on the shopkeeper's face became even stronger. Aburame Shino faintly felt that something was wrong, and quickly said, Ya, little Sakura, let's go. Dare to drop the things in my store, just want to walk away? The shopkeeper sneered. What did you say? Then what do you want? Inuzuka Ya suddenly understood that this was a trick. It's very simple, leave the money for shopping. The owner is cold and authentic. How can this be? Aren't you buying and selling by force? Haruno Sakura snapped angrily. You can't talk nonsense, we have a fair deal. The shopkeeper picked out his ears and said mockingly. You be asterisk 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 D. Do you think I'm a child easy to bully? The angry Inuzuka grabbed the ladder, gritted his teeth and said, I tell you, I'm a ninja. Yo, can ninjas do whatever they want? The owner of the store was lifted up in the air, but there was no panic on his face, and he shouted loudly. Come quickly. The ninja is beating someone. The ninja is beating someone. You. Inuzuka Ya was immediately blown away by the opponent's shameless behavior, and couldn't help but want to punch the ladder. But he was stopped by Aburame Shino. Ya, don't be impulsive, he is deliberately provoking you. However, at this moment, there was a burst of intensive footsteps outside the store. After a while, a group of uniformed teams swarmed into the store. Advertisement, we're the police force, who's making trouble? The owner of the store suddenly had a happy face, and shouted for help. Big brothers of the police force, come and save me. These 3 ninjas want to bully me, an unarmed and kind businessman. Seeing the other party dares to sue the villain first. Inuzuka Ya was almost blown up, and couldn't help but want to shake his fist again. But was firmly held by Aburame Shino on the side. Haruno Sakura also reacted at this time. Her face was a little frightened. What should I do? This black shopkeeper calls the police force, and he is obviously in the same group as them. Aburame Shino deservedly came from a famous family. He was not intimidated by the scene in front of him. He stood up and distinguished calmly. We are Konoha Gen and Aburame Shino, Inuzuka Ya, and Haruno Sakura. We are here to buy ninja tools today, but was forced to buy and sell by this shopkeeper, so. However, before he could finish his explanation, the people from the police force interrupted with one sentence. According to the Konoha Public Security Management Law, ninjas are forbidden to use violence against civilians. It's obviously him. Inuzuka had something else to say. The Inuzuka clan, the Aburame clan, as descendants of Konoha's famous family, is this how you bully the weak? The people of the police force capped them as soon as they opened their mouths. We do not have, Haruno Sakura wants to argue. Shut up, you don't have a place to speak here. The police force gave her a hard look. As a ninja's deterrent breath 3.1, the fledgling Haruno Sakura was instantly frightened and dared not speak. What's the matter? Come back to the police with us to assist in the investigation. The police force said coldly. Inuzuka Fang and Aburame Shino suddenly looked embarrassed. As members of the Inuzuka and Aburame clans, if they are caught in the police department for committing crimes, the face of this family will be greatly lost. It's all about you. The police force looked arrogant, and it was obvious that they wanted to trick the famous people of Konoha and let them know how powerful Uchiha is. However, at this moment, there was a laughing sound from inside the store. Chapter 198, Magic Flute, Dream Sound Lock. Chapter 198 Magic Flute Dream Sound Lock. Who's laughing? Hearing this, the people of the police force were furious and looked over in search of sound. I saw a young man and 2 women. Tianming glanced at them with interest, and the other party also hit him up and down. Who is this? Seeing this person who broke into the conflict, Inuzuka Ya and the others were also stunned. So that's how. They're all juniors, no wonder they don't recognize me. The police forces in front of me are all young people aged 17 or 18, and when Tianming was Megatron Ninja World, they were still wearing crotch pants. As for Inuzuka Ya and the others, they don't even count as fertilized eggs. Who are you? It's like you don't see us in your eyes. Hey, you seem to be a member of our Uchiha clan? What? Then don't meddle in your own business here. People from the police force said that because Tianming is a compatriot, they did not have general knowledge with him. Tianming was also amused by their ignorant and funny behavior. Mr. Tianming, can I do it? Shizune said kindly. Okay, it doesn't matter if you kill him. Tianming crossed his hands and leaned his back against the counter. All these cats and dogs who don't know where they came from in front of him really made him unmotivated, even Haki didn't bother to open it. If this is a pretend, it will inevitably fall out of style. Well, I can't beat him to death. After all, the crime is not so serious, but it's okay to beat him half to death. Don't worry, my medical ninjutsu is very good, and I won't kill anyone. Shizune kept smiling, ready to roll up the sleeves of both hands. However, he was stopped by Hong on the side, and said lightly, Shizune, let me do it this time, your fists are too cruel and will scare the little friends here. Also, what I hate the most in my life is you were a domineering B************ D relying on your family status. Since it said so, I'll leave it to you, Hong. Shizune didn't fight for it, and gave it to the opponent directly. After all, this is not something worth fighting for, it's just a lesson to the little ones. Advertisement. Hearing the conversation between the two, the people in the police force were furious. Not only have to teach them a lesson, but also rush to do it. Is this when they are soft persimmons, and anyone can pinch them? You too. Are you getting impatient? Do you know who we are? We're from the police force. Hong clicked his tongue, pointed at them, and said impatiently. You guys really talk a lot of nonsense. You are so weak, but you have to be so arrogant. In the ninja world, you can only be trampled by others. Faced with Hong's sharp ridicule, the police force was instantly aroused to anger. Do it. All the staff frozen in place like petrification. Sorry, I've already done it. Hong put away her fingers and glanced at the police force in front of her with contempt. Look, you are so weak. Who gave you the courage to act arrogantly? Instant kill. The three Inuzuka teeth were stunned for a moment. What? What's going on here? Why are the people in the police force tied up one by one, so they can't move? Inuzuka's eyes widened. It should be an illusion. As mentioned in the textbook, the moment she raised her finger, I felt a subtle chakra fluctuation. Haruno Sakura expressed uncertainty and authenticity, but her emerald green eyes were full of admiration for Red. Illusion ninja, so handsome. Hong also glanced at her with a little surprise, and thought to herself, this little girl actually sensed the activation of my illusion? Awesome. I used illusion to control so many chunin in an instant, this is definitely at the level of Jonin. Aburame Shino said with a shocked face. The police force controlled by the illusion, in their vision, was bound tightly by the vines growing from their feet, unable to move. How is it possible? Uchiha, who is good at illusion, will be defeated by others. Captain, what should we do now? Don't make noise, I want to concentrate and watch me break her illusion. I saw that one of the leaders poured a large amount of chakra into his eyes, and the dark eyeballs suddenly turned scarlet. Advertisement, Sharingan? Hong is no stranger to this. In fact, when the opponent condenses chakra, she can knock him down and end the fight. However, she suddenly had an idea and wanted to test it. I saw Hong took out a flute from his pocket. Oh? Tianming gave her a look of surprise. This was something he hadn't expected. It seems that Hong has gained a lot of adventures in the ninja world over the years. As Hong puts the flute to her mouth, the lips are gently opened and blown. Woo, the crisp whistle, accompanied by the wonderful melody, spread out. Magic flute dream sound lock. I saw that Uchiha's eyes widened, and he used Sharingan's pupil power 883 to break the illusion bound on him. HMPH. In front of my eyes, no matter what ninjutsu or illusion you use, it's useless. However, just after he uttered nonsense, in the next second, the body is unable to move. I only feel that I am in a sea of skeletons, and the tentacles hanging down from the blood-red sky bind my limbs. This is impossible. The opponent subconsciously drives Sharingan's pupil power, trying to break the illusion. But auditory hallucinations cannot be deciphered by simple pupil power. Coupled with Hong as the caster, Chakra is overwhelmingly powerful, and the latter has no possibility of unlocking it. Ah, show me through. He is also a ninja of the illusion department, and also has the Sharingan that the Uchiha clan is proud of, but it is placed in the field of illusion, which is undoubtedly a huge humiliation for him. The rest of the people on the field, after hearing the sound of the flute, were also placed in the world of illusion, but under Hong's control, only the people from the police force were hanged. Inuzuka Ya and the others just looked at the extremely strange scene in front of them. Good. So powerful illusion. Just like that, in the sound of a flute played by Hong. All members of the police force were subdued. Chapter 199. Nihility Ninja Uchiha Obito. Chapter 199 Nihility Ninja Uchiha Obito. Damn, my body is out of control. Under the control of Hong's illusion, the people of the police force were expelled to the street and squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. The spectacular scene in front of him immediately attracted the attention of a large number of passers-by. Wow, come and see, it's the police force, they seem to have been caught. Peeved, no, the police force whose task is to arrest criminals was arrested instead. Haha. This is really a delightful scene. HMPH, you deserve it, these bastards who usually bully the market. The passing melon eaters ridiculed and gloated, which shows how unpopular the police force is on weekdays. ****. You will regret it. The blocked police force cast an angry look at Hong. But in Hong's eyes, this was nothing more than impotent rage. Accordingly, what you violated was a security issue, and you should be handed over to the police force. But since the law enforcement officers committed the crime, it's a different matter. Let's wait for the Anbu people to deal with it. The red hand maintains the handprint of illusion. This spectacular scene in broad daylight was quickly noticed by some hidden eyes and ears, and Anbu immediately sent people to deal with it. Whoosh, I saw 3 Anbu dressed in robes and masks. What's going on here? This black shop is cheating the rookie genin. The police force who heard the news, not only failed to uphold justice, but wanted to arrest the rookie genin. Everything that happened here, our master saw it. Hong Yan briefly explained the process of the matter. The 3 Inuzuka teeth on the side also nodded one after another, expressing their testimony. Who are you? Someone from Anbu asked. Konoha Jonin, Rihong. Red responded. Jonin? The other party glanced at her suspiciously, as if feeling that the other party was a little strange. Advertisement, but there is not much doubt, because it is impossible for those who can subdue the police force without Jonin's ability. Jonin, which represents a certain identity and status. The Anbu people did not dare to neglect. The 2 Anbu looked at the third person at the same time, and asked, Captain, these are all from the Uchiha clan. However, before the man could answer, the police force squatting on the ground raised their heads one after another. Captain Anbu? This chakra breath, I recognize it. It's Obito-senpai. When the police force saw the acquaintance, a look of joy appeared on their faces. Uchiha. Obito? Hong stared blankly, and looked at the Anbu in front of him in surprise. This is a ninja who graduated at the same time as her. In the Third Ninja World War, he can be regarded as a comrade in arms. However, at this moment, an unexpected scene happened. I saw Uchiha Obito mercilessly kick the face of the police force who called out his name. The force of this kick even knocked out several teeth of the latter. A cold voice came from Anbu's mask. Calling out the real names of Anbu team members during missions is a big taboo. Woo, seeing the blood on the mouth of the kicked person, I couldn't help feeling aggrieved. Shuohong also called out your name, why didn't you see her give her a kick? Well, he didn't dare. Uchiha Obito looked at Shizune and Tianming standing behind Hong from the corner of his eye. Especially on Tianming at the end, his gaze paused for a while. Then he nodded slightly towards them, as a greeting, and then ordered his subordinates. Follow the law. Take them all away and wait for Master Hokage to deal with them. Hearing this, the people in the police force were immediately dumbfounded. What? Bring. Senior, are you kidding me? Yes, we are compatriots of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Obito turned a blind eye to everyone's entreaties, turned his gaze to Hong, and said in a deep voice. Excuse me, can you undo the illusion on them? The next thing, we can leave it to Anbu. Advertisement Hong took a deep look at him, but she still put down the seal on her hand. Anyway, they're just a bunch of little guys, she can let them go, and she can catch them back at any time. After the illusion was undone, everyone in the police force suddenly relaxed and stood up subconsciously. But what awaits them is a new round of illusion. From the hole in Uchiha Obito's mask, a terrifying red light flashed from the eyes. Certainly, the entire police force froze. It is also Sharingan, but the pupil power used by Uchiha Obito is not on the same level as that used by the police force just now. The red eyebrows couldn't help but twitch, such strong pupil power, far from being comparable to ordinary Sharingan. Pupil technique instant kill, instant subdue, go, tie them up with ropes. Uchiha Obito ordered. Yes, you really deserve to be the captain, stern and selfless, killing relatives with righteousness. The two Anbu couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration. In this way, under the gleeful onlookers of a crowd of passers-by, Anbu escorted a group of police forces away. Although I have heard about it, I didn't expect Obito to become the captain of Anbu. However, judging from his selfless actions, it is no wonder that the adults of the fourth generation trust him so much. Shizune said with a surprised face. Yeah, his aura now is completely different from before. Hong nodded thoughtfully. Besides, in Konoha Anbu on the ninja world, Li Qianhao seems to have a nickname called Void Ninja. It should refer to him. Void Ninja. If the nickname is named after the characteristics of ninjutsu, it seems impossible to think of the word void. Shizune said curiously. Interesting development. The plot is getting more and more interesting. A happy smile appeared on Tianming's face. In the original book, Uchiha Obito, who should have been blackened and became one of the later villain bosses, is still staying in Konoha, in front of the serious Captain Anbu. However, Tianming always felt that there seemed to be a negative aura permeating him. It's different from the innocent and passionate boyhood, shouting Hokage's dream with his mouth full. The years of Anbu's career have made this former sunny boy gradually become more serious. Chapter 200 The Spring of Rebellion? Chapter 200 Fountain of Rebellion. I, Uchiha Obito, both of my parents died since I was a child. Due to my mediocre talent, I have never been valued by my family. But I have a burning ideal. I want to be recognized by everyone and then become a Hokage. However, the ideal is beautiful, but the reality is very skinny. Because I was jealous of a certain evildoer, I took away the girl I liked and awakened Sharingan. Ridiculous, right? The long-awaited Sharingan has been opened in such a way. But compared to that evildoer, this level of power is not worth mentioning at all. Practice. Practice. Crazy practice. But why is the gap still so large? In the grass country battlefield, when I witnessed my best friend Kakashi fall to protect himself. Suffocating grief. Hate my incompetence, thus inspired a new pupil power, Mangekyō Sharingan. Even though I know that this is still not comparable to that evildoer, but at least this is my reborn strength. Since then, I have also gained the attention of my family. The Fugaku Patriarch personally taught me ninjutsu, and gave me the authority to read all the high-level ninjutsu of the clan at will. In the end, I was appreciated by the Minato illustrator for my meritorious service in suppressing 9 tails. Exceptionally promoted to Captain Konoha Anbu, this is the closest 330 is to Hokage. So I can get a closer look at what that great Hokage is. Then, the first task I received was to monitor the actions of Konoha's senior management. Why? They are both at the decision-making level of Konoha, and they want to adopt secret surveillance. Secretly collecting evidence of the bad lifestyle of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Why? Konoha is nominally ruled by the daimyo, isn't this the following offense? Attacking the mission from the forest country and forging evidence to plant sand shinobi. Why? Hasn't Lin Zhiguo always been on good terms with Konoha? Orochimaru kidnapped civilians for human experimentation, the evidence is conclusive. Why? Instead of arresting Anbu, he wants to help destroy the evidence. This series is thrilling, dark and creepy, I cannot understand. Is this the same existence as the peace-loving and harmonious Konohagakure I have known since I was a child? Hokage, is my ideal Hokage? The collapse of ideals made me so numb that I couldn't be myself. Kill. Advertisement. A horizontal line was drawn on the assassination list. Kill. Repeat above. Kill. Repeat above. Kill. Killed wrong. Kill. Still a child, but to cut grass and roots. Endless killings have earned me a frightening nickname in the ninja world, Nihilistic Ninja. I have the pupil technique that can turn myself into nothingness, sneak in silently, and no defense can stop my intrusion. This is simply a magical skill for killing people. Ha ha. What a wickedness, what a country, so I exist just to kill people. Uchiha Obito, come to our side. Akatsuki will bring true peace to this world. Owner of the mysterious Rinnegan from Rain Shinobi Village. Different lives brought him the same fate by different routes. After the ninja shop episode is over, the three of Tianming returned home. I am back. Ryoko Ant, and the ball. Long time no return. Ouch, is this Hong and Shizune? I didn't expect to become a beautiful big girl in the blink of an eye. Red, Shizune, welcome home. At this time, it happened to coincide with Kwan's return. Hey sister Kwan, so cute, come here, give me a hug. Oh, it's true, I'm not a child. Well, let's talk about it first. Everyone, dinner is ready. The family gathers and enjoys themselves. The dinner is in progress. Red and Shizune, both of you, stay with me from today on. Tianming suddenly announced solemnly. BDAA. Although Hong and Shizune had expected this, they still didn't expect him to be so open and direct. Lin smiled and said she had no objection, because she already knew that sooner or later there would be such a day. Leonza is a woman with traditional thinking, and always feels a little awkward, but Tianming, as the head of the family, made a decision, so she can't say anything. Advertisement on the contrary, it was Kwan who gave him a subtle look in his eyes. The blatant declaration of the harem, playboy. At the same time, the inner monologue is, why didn't you accept me? Are you looking down on me? Hearing this, Tianming wasn't embarrassed at all, and instead had a serious face. No way, brother's charm is too great. Yes, I'm obsessed with you. D-man. Quan Yi gritted his teeth and made a face at him, sullen and didn't want to speak. This made Tianming feel puzzled. Huh? Rebellious period? Lin blinked and nodded for some reason. Hong and Shizune looked at each other, as if they had vaguely guessed something. S*T. I'm stuffed. Quan tidied up his bowl and chopsticks on his own. Oh, Quan, help me to order a meal. Tianming picked up the bowl. Quan Shao's face froze, and the bird ignored him, turned around and left. Ding ding, Shizune tapped his bowl lightly with chopsticks, with a contemptuous look on his face. Mr. Tianming, you don't understand a girl's heart. Boom, Hong clamped the leftover bones to his bowl. Please reflect on what you have done. Reflection is impossible. It is impossible to reflect in this life. Next time I will dare. Tianming was confident, then put down the bowl in his hand, and picked up the chopsticks to pick up the meat in Hong and Shizune's bowls. Hey, Tianming, if you die like this, aren't you afraid of causing the end of the hatchet? Hong and Shizune were at a loss for words. Lin pursed her mouth, and said with a resentful expression on her face. Oh, by the way, you can't take care of one and lose the other, you have to have both rain and dew. Tianming extended his chopsticks towards Lin's bowl. That's not the problem. Lin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, her face was full of shame. Tianming said with a thoughtful face, there are only 3 bowls, it seems not enough. Wow, I'm mad, I'm going to punch you in the chest. Shizune's slender 5 fingers grasped it, and suddenly there was a terrifying strange force. Oh, I can't help it anymore, I want to play a song. Hong silently took out her flute. However, Tianming was not afraid of this at all, and said calmly. A real man will never be afraid of a hatchet. Chapter 201 Jonin Mentor Red, Shizune. Chapter 201 Jonin Mentor Red, Shizune Konoha Hokage Building. Jonin Yuhihong came to report on her duties. Jonin Shizune, come report. Tell your mother force. Laozi just promoted you to elite Jonin, and you gave me pigeons for 12 years. And you left Konoha without saying a word, it's not an exaggeration to label you a traitor. Namikaze Minato wanted to curse, but he held back because he was the kind 4th Hokage. Welcome back to Konoha Hong, Shizune. Namikaze Minato said with a smile on his face. Seeing this, the 2 women couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I'm very sorry, Lord 4th Generation, I thought you would scold us severely. Mr. Tianming is right, Lord 4th Generation is a kind Hokage, and he will definitely not take our mistakes into account. Laozi wants to tear your ninja forehead protector right now. Namikaze Minato had a smile on his face, and his heart was full of criticism. Ahem, I'm coming back to the village this time, I think I plan to live there for a long time, right? The training is over, so I will stay in the village next. Yes, so we came here to report on our duties and ask for the arrangement of the 4th generation. Hong and Shizune said separately. That's right. I heard that you are all called Tsunade-sama's disciples, it's amazing. Namikaze Minato said polite words on the surface, but he was secretly thinking about how to arrange these 2 people. A few days ago, an ordinary Jonin tutor was arranged in the 8th class, but it was protested by the Inuzuka clan and the Aburame clan. The evil privileged family is really troublesome. Red, you are in charge of the Jonin guide of the 8th class, this is the list of freshmen. Hong took the list and looked it over roughly. Oh, it's actually these 3 children. Inuzuka Teba, Aburame Shino, Haruno Sakura, advertisement. After the 2 boys came from Konoha's famous family, Hong is also familiar with them. But compared to these 2, she cared more about the girl Haruno who was born as a commoner. When she used illusion to subdue the police force that day, it was that girl who spoke out her illusion. It can be seen that this girl has a good talent in the field of illusion. As long as you have the guidance of a famous teacher, you will be able to achieve good results. P.S. In Kishimoto's original setting, Haruno Sakura is a Phantom Ninja. In the first formula book, Phantom 6, 12 Xiaoqiang is the highest. It's just that Kakashi didn't teach her very much and took her out. Now it's assigned to Hong, but also it's pretty much useless. For Shizune, you will be in charge of the third class of the freshman class. Namikaze Minato handed over a roster material to Shizune. If you're a freshman, there should be a Jonin mentor, right? Shizune questioned. Yes, and it is a well-qualified veteran Jonin Chen Baojun. Namikaze Minato sighed with regret. It's a pity that Mr. Chen claimed to be old and proposed to step down as the tutor of the third class, and now he has retired. Teacher Chen. Is that the strongest taijutsu ninja with the title of Konoha Dragon God? Shizune said with a surprised face, but the so-called strongest is also in the past tense. After all, it can't resist aging. Thinking of this, Hong and Shizune looked at each other and could not help but smile knowingly. The 100 healings Mark learned from Tsunade can achieve the effect of maintaining youthfulness by fine-tuning body functions. They are not afraid of aging. Hyuga Neji, Tianshan, Li Lok. Shizune briefly checked the list. Then, the newcomers of these two classes, you are gone. Namikaze Minato said seriously. After so long, it's time to do something practical, right? That's it. From today on, I, Yui Hong, will be your Jonin mentor. Red joins the 8th squad in charge. Due to yesterday's incident at the ninja shop, they had all witnessed Hong's strength with their own eyes, and immediately gave them the greatest respect. Teacher Red. That's great. Yesterday we were worried about what kind of tutor Mr. Hokage would send to teach us, but we didn't expect it to be Mr. Hong. Advertisement. With the powerful teacher Hong guiding us, Class 8 will definitely become the strongest genin group. Ask for flowers. The three of Inuzuka teeth are all in high spirits. Don't think that if you say some flattering words, I will treat you leniently. Let me explain in advance that I am very strict. Hong said seriously, I'll give you an hour to prepare. I'll go to practice ground number 5 and I'll test your strength. On the other hand, Shizune also found her third shift. Since this is genin who has graduated for a year, they are not considered freshmen and have certain mission experience. Ordinary tasks, even without the guidance of Jonin's mentor, they can complete the task alone. Late, you guys. Shizune said plainly. Sorry, we just came back from a mission. Zero, he said, apology on his mouth, but there was no apology on his face. Hyuga Neji said indifferently. Oh, I absolutely cannot accept it. Teacher Chen is our teacher. Li Lok, in tears, remembers his former Jonin mentor. Hey, let me tell you, you two should restrain yourself a bit. The one in front of you is the new tutor of our third class. Persuaded from the side every day. HMPH. If you want to be our mentor, it depends on whether you have enough qualifications. Hyuga Neji said with contempt in his eyes. Although Li Lok and Tianshan remained silent, their attitudes were basically the same as the former. The corners of Shizune's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a kind smile. Do you want to give the teacher a bad name from the very beginning? It seems that the class 1 lead is really excellent. Hyuga Neji glared at her, unabashedly skeptical. Jonin Shizune. With all due respect, I've never heard of such a number 1 person in the village. Really? I haven't been in the village all these years, and I'm quite famous in the ninja world? Shizune was slightly surprised. In other words, you are a group of frogs in a well? What are you talking about? I'm from the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Neji frowned, and a frightening coldness burst out from his eyes. Shizune couldn't help laughing. It's useless to talk too much. In an hour, we will gather at practice field number 6 and number 9. Chapter 202. Illusion and Strange Power. Chapter 202. Magic and Magic. Field 5. Practical test. Use all your means to attack me. Hong Yan said succinctly. Inuzuka Ya and the three looked at each other. They all knew how powerful the former was, so they didn't say stupid things like, it's dangerous to use a shuriken. Well, let's begin now. Hong stood still. Whoosh. The three backed away immediately, keeping a certain distance from Hong. I saw that Inuzuka Ya made a few special marks on his hands, and then he landed on all fours. His nails began to change, his mouth grew fangs, and his pupils became sharper. Ninja four-legged technique. Hong looked at the latter quietly, thinking in his heart. The secret technique of the Inuzuka clan concentrates chakra on the limbs, making 2000 himself like a wild beast, enhancing his speed and strength. Ninja F********* G insects. On Aburame Shino's skin, a large number of tiny bugs began to emerge, which looked extremely disgusting. Hong also saw the details of the opponent's ninjutsu at a glance, the secret technique of the Aburame family, using the body as a worm seller to raise aggressive Saibai worms. Seeing that both of them used their own special ninjutsu, Haruno Sakura seemed a little embarrassed. She did not have any family ninjutsu as a commoner, only the basic ninjutsu learned from the ninja school. Avatar technique. Haruno Sakura summoned a clone. Red's eyes moved slightly, and he thought to himself, although it's just an ordinary clone, it's quite realistic, which means that her chakra control is also good. Mr. Hong, don't you want to prepare? Inuzuka Tooth asked. How do you know I'm not ready? Hong asked back. Forehead. Inuzuka Fang was stunned for a moment, with a hesitant expression. Do it. Aburame Shino took the lead in attacking, manipulating a large number of bugs to pounce on Hong. Too slow. Hong didn't rush, and his figure flashed to the side, easily dodging the bug's pursuit. Then try mine. Inuzuka kicked his limbs and rushed towards Hong with fast steps. Bang 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 bang, advertisement a series of quick physical attacks. However, this was all taken over by Hong. Although she is not a ninja who is good at taijutsu, as an elite jonin, even if she is not good at skills, she is by no means comparable to a genin. Little Sakura, come and help, Inuzuka teeth shouted. Oh. Hearing this, Haruno Sakura hurriedly joined the battle with her clone, holding kunai in her hand. One piece of Aburame Shino is also dancing and controlling the parasite, trying to find the flaws in Hong's movements. The three of them worked together and gradually suppressed Hong. Very good, that's it, Shino is surrounded from behind. Thinking of being able to fight back and forth with Jonin, Inuzuka couldn't help but feel his heart swell. Aburame Shino pushed the limit of the bugs he could manipulate, forming a wrap around Hong. It worked, Inuzuka teeth said in surprise. Wait, the feeling of chakra, something is wrong. Haruno Sakura put down the kunai in her hands and formed a mudra with both hands. Untie. I saw a big stone wrapped in dense worms in front of me. It's an illusion, everyone, wake up. Haruno Sakura hastily placed both hands on the shoulders of Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino. Untie. This is when the two of them discovered the situation in front of them, and they couldn't help being dumbfounded. Focusing on the claw marks and footprints left on the big rock, I suddenly realized that it turned out that the one who fought with them just now was just a rock. Oh, did you discover my illusion so quickly? Hong's surprised voice came from behind them. Even though she was only using the lowest level of illusion, she was really surprised that the opponent, a mere genin rookie, was able to unlock it. Then, I'll take out 10% of my strength, let's see. As soon as these words came out, Inuzuka and the others were shocked. What? Until now, Teacher Hong hasn't shown even 10% of his strength. This gap is too big. I saw red hands forming seals, and a dreamlike light appeared from the countless petals. Advertisement, Illusion Narakumi Technique, Practice Field Number 6. Bring it on. Shizune waved to the three in front of him. Humph. Hyuga Neji didn't talk nonsense and rushed over immediately. I want to use the gymnastics Master Chen taught me, look at the moves. Li Lok followed closely behind. Be careful, Teacher Basho. Every day throws out a lot of kunai. As expected of genin with a year of experience, the cooperation of the three of Hyuga Neji is much more proficient than other rookie genin. This is what they are proud of. I always feel that I can't bear to fight these little ghosts. Shizune slowly raised one foot and stepped on the ground. Boom. Just like a giant step, the whole ground can't help shaking. With Shizune as the center, the terrifying power turned into an invisible shockwave, shaking the surrounding ground to pieces. The flying gravel hit Hyuga Neji and Li Lok who were trying to get close, and the multiple kunai thrown every day were also shot down by countless gravels. Forehead, the three of them stared wide-eyed, staring at a big crater on the ground, unable to speak for a long time. But what is even more shocking is that such a violent attack was just a random kick from Shizune. Go on. Why did you stop? Shizune squinted his 2.0 eyes and said kindly. Gulu, all three of Hyuga Neji couldn't help swallowing at the same time. He stared at the latter in disbelief. The white and delicate baby face gave off the appearance of a delicate woman. No one expected that there would be such a brutal force. Don't worry, the teacher is still a medical ninja, even if you have broken arms or legs, I can help you heal. Shizune said with a smile on his face. Medical ninjas. I have never seen such violence. There are also broken arms and legs, don't say it's so scary, okay? Hyuga Neji and the others couldn't help feeling a chill in their hearts. At this time, they finally understood how stupid it is to jump quality. Chapter 203 The Mission of the Kingdom of Waves Chapter 203 The Kingdom of Waves mission in the end, both Hong and Shizune, the new Jonin mentors, convinced the genins of Class 8 and Class 3 with their absolute strength. They each lead their respective squads and undertake D-level tasks to run in the team. On the other hand, Class 7, which completed the task of running in first, also ushered in equality an important task. Oh, I can't take it anymore. I'm either looking for cats or weeding and picking up trash all day long. Dad, can't you give me some powerful tasks? Namikaze Naruto said with a complaining face. Although Uchiha Sasuke did not raise objections, but from his unhappy face, it can be seen that his point of view is the same as the former. We're just rookie genin now, Hyuga Hinata said weakly. Hey, I really can't do anything about you. Namikaze Minato smiled helplessly, but a gleam of light flashed through his narrowed eyes. As a father, who doesn't want to start a small stove for their children? Master 4th generation, with all due respect. They are all excellent, and they are undoubtedly the best of the 13th generation of genin. Ordinary tasks can't bring them substantial improvement. Please assign difficult tasks. Uchiha Izumi speaks truthfully. Oh, since Kwandu said so, I'll make an exception and give you a B-level mission. Namikaze Minato said along the way. Wow, B-level mission, it's really great, long live Dad, long live Teacher Kwan. Namikaze Naruto said excitedly. The corners of Uchiha Sasuke's mouth raised slightly, and there was also anticipation in his eyes. Hyuga Hinata's small face was wrinkled, and she seemed worried. Uchiha Kwan stretched out his hand and rubbed her head, and comforted her. Don't worry, there is a teacher here, don't be afraid. Advertisement Hyuga Hinata's nervous mood was calmed down at once, and he looked at the latter with reverence. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but nodded secretly. Although the Uchiha Izumi in front of me is from the Uchiha clan, she has a gentle and approachable personality, without the usual Uchiha's arrogant and contemptuous attitude, and she will not discriminate against people from other famous families. At the same time, it has first-class ninja strength. This is also the reason why Namikaze Minato is so relieved to arrange his children under her command. It can only be said that the people who were trained by that monstrous evildoer are impeccably excellent. Come in, Mr. Darsner, Namikaze Minato called out towards the door. I saw a yeast head coming in, holding a bottle of wine in his hand. This is an outstanding bridge builder from the Kingdom of Waves, Mr. Dazoner, who is also the employer of this mission. Namikaze Minato introduced briefly. That. Hokage-sama, I remember that I entrusted you with a C-level mission, right? Dazna's words were flashing and authentic. After our evaluation, the difficulty of your task should be listed as B-level or above. Namikaze Minato squinted his eyes and said kindly. How can you not investigate the task of experience, specially reserved for your own son? The old man deliberately concealed the mission information. He has already found out that the latter was being targeted by the ninja. As long as it involves ninja battles, the task with the lowest difficulty will be listed as B-level or above. Forehead, seeing that Hokage, who was in his prime, was not good at fooling Wasner, he immediately expressed distress. But we don't have that much money to hire B-level tasks. The Kingdom of Waves, as an isolated island country, has been manipulated by foreign evil forces all the year round, making it extremely poor. It doesn't matter, our Konoha has always been a friendly hidden village. Considering the situation of the Kingdom of Waves, we can provide you with a mission loan. Advertisement Namikaze Minato is not interested in this little money, as long as he can give his son a good experience. What's the point of using power for personal gain once? As Konoha's fourth Hokage, he still has this level of authority. Oh, thank you so much. Dazna didn't understand the twists and turns, and quickly expressed his gratitude. In his opinion, if Hokage arranges for his son to undertake this task, he must take it very seriously, right? Although in his opinion, 3 children, plus a young female ninja, do not seem very reliable. But the matter of the ninja is not easy to judge from the surface. Okay, you guys take Mr. Dazoner down first, I have something to say to you on. Namikaze Minato made the others wait, leaving Uchiha Izumi alone. Master 4th generation, please command. Uchiha Izumi is serious and authentic. Well, yes, there are indeed a few things that I need to tell you about this mission. Namikaze Minato nodded, and said with a serious expression, according to the information that Konoha has, Mr. Inzna is likely to be targeted by ninjas. Oh, why? Isn't he a bridge builder? In addition to the small country of Wave Country, he shouldn't have the influence of Hidden Village, right? Uchiha Izumi said with a face of 823 surprise. Namikaze Minato paused and explained patiently. It's like this. The Land of Waves is an island country located off the east coast of the Land of Fire. The bridge construction project undertaken by Mr. Dazoner this time is to build a bridge across the sea connecting the Land of Fire. In this way, we Konoha can extend the scope of control of the forces overseas. Therefore, Namikaze Minato helped him, not only for his own son, but also for Konoha in terms of interests. I see. Uchiha Izumi showed a look of surprise on his face, and at the same time analyzed. The ninja force behind this intervention should be Mist Shinobi, right? Exactly, Mist Shinobi is a traditional sea force. Naturally, they don't want to see the power of Konoha extending overseas. Therefore, Mist Shinobi will definitely try to destroy the construction of the Namonokuni Cross Sea Bridge this time. Dazna, the bridge builder, will also be their #1 target for assassination. Namikaze Minato stared at her steadfastly and said in a deep voice, Izumi, this mission is up to you. Uchiha Kwan understood the subtext of the other party's request that he must protect his son, and immediately replied, Don't worry, I will protect every student of mine. Chapter 204 A Different Naruto Sasuke Chapter 204 Different Naruto Sasuke Konohagakure Gate, Yakushi, let's go. Namikaze Naruto danced happily. This is the first time I have stepped out of the village. Dad is so annoying that he won't let me go out all day. Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata on the side also expressed empathy. They all come from famous families, and all their actions have been strictly restricted since childhood. These brats. Uchiha Kwan's eyes moved slightly. Although she also came from a famous family, because she was protected by Tianming since she was a child, she never had to accept the constraints of the Uchiha clan, and she could also enter and leave the village at will. Riding on that beautiful Pegasus, galloping above the sky, let me fly as high as the sky. Dazoner expressed some concern. Is such a small child also a ninja? Facing the employer's doubts, Uchiha Izumi said calmly. Don't worry, they are also genin anyway. Besides, even if there is any accident, wouldn't I, Jonin, be watching? But you little girl doesn't look reliable, Dazna wanted to complain. In his opinion, the more aggressive a ninja looks, the more reliable he looks. This pretty little girl in her early 17s and 18s doesn't look like a very powerful ninja. Uchiha Kwan glanced at the latter. She could somewhat feel the suspicion of the other party, but she didn't bother to explain anything. Let's go. The 7th squad left Konoha and headed east, heading towards the coast of the Land of Fire. Hoo-hoo, after walking for half a day, Dazna was so tired that he was out of breath. Although Namikaze Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were a little sweaty, it can be seen from their vigorous pace that they are still full of energy. Only Hyuga Hinata looked slightly tired. Uchiha Izumi looked so calm that he couldn't even see a drop of sweat on his body. Looking at the three of them secretly, he secretly said in his heart, physically, the two are also very good. Is Hinata a bit worse? Is this a ninja? Dasna was also observing the three of them, and it really didn't match their appearance. Even a child, his physical fitness was much better than that of an ordinary person like him. Need a break? Uchiha Izumi asked. Advertisement? Huh? Is anyone tired? Namikaze Naruto jumped up and down all the way, looking around like a curious baby, very energetic. HMPH, this level of distance is far from enough. Uchiha Sasuke also said no problem, I can still hold on. Although Hyuga Hinata is feeling a bit tired, she is not willing to hold back. Dasna was speechless, but Laozi was very tired, but it seems to be to maintain the face of an adult, so he doesn't want to be tired. In this way, the team maintained the pace of progress. After crossing a stream on the way, the water source was replenished, and then the team walked into the woods. Along the way, nothing happened. Gradually, Namikaze Naruto's enthusiasm declined. Hey, it's so boring, there are no enemies. Indeed, such a journey will not achieve the effect of experience at all. Uchiha Sasuke agrees. Hyuga Hinata said that she is very tired, what can she do when she meets two talented teammates? Dasna's forehead protruded with a big well, and he thought to himself, you little bastards, wishing for an enemy to attack you. Uchiha Kwan also smiled, and thought to himself, is this the so-called newborn calf not afraid of tigers? But after walking for a while, Uchiha Izumi raised his eyebrows and glanced vaguely at the pool not far away. Oh, did the enemy show up that soon? However, it is not flattering to pretend to be a water pool in this hot day, which means the level of miscellaneous fish. Uchiha Izumi kept his composure and decided that she would not mingle. Uchiha Sasuke also seemed to have noticed something and secretly raised his vigilance. Namikaze Naruto looked left and right, and seemed to be vaguely aware of something wrong with the atmosphere, but he couldn't find anything wrong. Hyuga Hinata was completely unresponsive. Disowner was as tired as a dog and didn't know anything at all. Just as the team passed the water pool, as expected, two figures quickly sprang out from the pool. One of them waved a mechanical arm and threw the other out. At the same time, an iron chain full of sharp blades was connected between the two of them, and it bound the unresponsive Uchiha spring with lightning speed. Fix one first. Advertisement. The machine rotates and shrinks, and the iron chain covered with sharp blades instantly crushes Uchiha spring to pieces. Facing the sudden scene in front of him, Dasna almost peed in fright. Ah! Hyuga Hinata also let out a subconscious scream. Teacher Quan. Namikaze Naruto also yelled, but he immediately calmed down, thinking how could the powerful Teacher Quan be killed so easily. It is as expected. Uchiha Sasuke remained calm throughout. I saw the two attackers quickly coming behind Namikaze Naruto. The second one, he waved the iron chain, ready to use the same method to spike. However, when the iron chain shrank, the figure of Namikaze Naruto disappeared in place. Instantaneous technique. What? The two were suddenly taken aback. HMPH, Namikaze Naruto, won't be defeated so easily. I saw the figure of Namikaze Naruto, Qian Zhao, appeared behind them at some time, with a cross mark on his hands. Shadow Clone Technique. Summoned 4 Shadow Clone in one go. This guy is no ordinary brat. The two attackers didn't dare to look down on them immediately, and swung the iron chains again. But at this moment, Uchiha Sasuke on the side also moved, throwing multiple shurikens and kunai with both hands in succession. Ding ding ding, I saw that the shuriken hit the iron chain precisely, and finally kunai stuck it in a tree trunk like a splinter. Cut. Can't move, the two were surprised again. This precise shuriken technique can be seen as an expert at first glance. Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke yelled as he sprinted forward and threw a leaf hurricane. Oh. Discussed together, Namikaze Naruto understood immediately and attacked with Shadow Clone. Chapter 205 Mist Shinobi Anbu. Chapter 205 Mist Shinobi Anbu. Bang 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 bang. Namikaze Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke punched and kicked the Konoha fluid technique, successfully knocking the two attackers down. How can that be? Our ghost brothers will be killed by 2 lil Konoha ghosts. Namikaze Naruto smiled brightly. Haha, sorry, I'm Konoha Genin Namikaze Naruto, please remember my name. Uchiha Sasuke tied the rope tightly and said coldly, be honest. Namikaze? With blonde hair and blue eyes, is he the son of Konoha 4th Hokage? And this guy's flame fan, from the Uchiha clan? The ghost brother immediately said that he was unlucky. They are just ordinary chunin in Mist Shinobi, and they have no choice but to be crushed when they meet the prince and queen of the famous family. Seeing the end of the battle, Dasna couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Papa, Izumi Uchiha came out clapping his palms and praised repeatedly. Good job, Naruto, Sasuke. Teacher Quan. Hyuga Hinata yelled subconsciously, and then turned to look at the place where the body had been dismembered, only to see a few 993 pieces of broken wood left on the ground. Stand-in technique. It really is like this. Uchiha Sasuke said that he had expected it. Haha. I just said that Teacher Quan is so powerful, how could he be killed so easily? Namikaze Naruto is also calm and authentic. Seeing this, the Ghost Brothers completely lost their will to fight. Not to mention the Konoha Jonin in front of them, just those two genin broths are enough for them to eat a pot. Hinata, your performance is terrible. After Uchiha Izumi praised the two, he changed his voice and immediately criticized Hyuga Hinata who was doing nothing. Hyuga Hinata immediately lowered his head when he heard the words, his small face was full of shame. Advertisement, unresponsive, stopped moving because of fear. If this was on the battlefield, you would have been decapitated. Izumi Uchiha was merciless in his harsh criticism. Sorry, Hyuga Hinata was so ashamed that she wanted to cry. Don't cry, Uchiha Izumi scolded sternly, forehead. Namikaze Naruto and BDFH, Sasuke on the side also cast surprised glances, as if they did not expect that the kind Uchiha Izumi would have such a strict side. After a severe reprimand, Izumi Uchiha came to the Ghost Brothers. You. Give up, our Ghost Brothers will never betray information. If you dare, you will kill us. The Ghost Brothers put on a heroic gesture. Uchiha Izumi didn't bother to talk nonsense with them, and there was no need for torture or anything. Her eyes turned scarlet. Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke on the side cast a concerned gaze. For this ninja, one of the Uchiha Four Masters, it is only natural that he has a Sharingan. We are Mist Shinobi Chunin. Codenamed Oni Brothers, affiliated to Anbu Captain Momoji Zabuza. Mission, Assassination. Namo National Bridge Builder Datsuna. Konoha Shinobi, kills. Brother Ghost, who was still stubborn and would rather die than leak information a moment ago, is now under the control of Uchiha Izumi's illusion, revealing his old background. What a powerful illusion. Uchiha Sasuke expressed envy, imagining when he could have a Sharingan. Oh. Is the boss Momochi Zabuza who is nicknamed Ghost Man, Mist Shinobi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Uchiha Izumi narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had heard about this name a little bit. Guo. Brother Ghost's face turned pale, his whole body began to twitch abnormally, and a strange spell appeared on his forehead. Curse Seal, is it set to leak information, a spell that will self-destruct? Uchiha Izumi's Sharingan saw through the details of the art at a glance. In the next few seconds, Brother Ghost's pupils lost focus, and his brain was destroyed by the chakra released by the Curse Seal. Gulu, advertisement. The sudden scene in front of them also shocked Namikaze Naruto and others. If you fail the mission, you will die. Isn't it too cruel? Is this what other villages do? Namikaze Naruto said with righteous indignation on his face. Uchiha Izumi remained silent. In fact, she really wanted to say that this is the norm in every hidden village, including Konoha. Especially the institutions affiliated to Anbu, if they are captured, in order to ensure that the information will not be leaked, they will generally set a self-destruction spell in advance. The reason why the Ghost Brothers revealed the information this time is probably because Uchiha Izumi's illusion was too fast. Before the curse seal on the opponent's body was activated, he asked for some information. Okay, now I want to tell you the real situation. After listening, you have the right to choose to give up this mission. As soon as Uchiha Kwan's words came out, Dasna immediately exclaimed. Give up the mission, then. What should I do? You shut up. Uchiha Izumi gave him a sideways glance. Compared with the task, I have to ensure the safety of my students first. Ah, why, Teacher Kwan? Namikaze Naruto said he didn't know why. The leader of the enemy is Captain Mist Shinobi Anbu, and I will never kill you again. For an enemy of this level, the difficulty of the task should be listed as a level. It is definitely not something you rookie genin can handle. Uchiha Izumi said seriously. However, how can we give up so easily? Namikaze Naruto said with a stubborn face. Challenging tasks can make people grow quickly. There was a warlike gleam in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. I won't run away, Hyuga Hinata also said with a firm face. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but have a headache. She had just severely educated the other party, and it would be unreasonable to ask her to give up now. Have you really decided? This A-level mission is very dangerous, Uchiha Izumi advised again. No, we are willing to fight side by side with Teacher Kwan. Namikaze Naruto is bold and authentic. You seem to have misunderstood something? If she is the only one, there is no need to be afraid if she doesn't kill Touty. The real danger is to bring this group of oil bottles. 60U Chapter 206 Spring vs No Cut. Chapter 206 Izumi vs No More Cut. Kirigakure, Mizukage Building. Result. Yagura's voice was cold, without a trace of emotion. Report to Mizukage-sama, Brother Oni has lost contact. I'm afraid it has failed. Daodi said in a deep voice. The two Chunins were killed, and they didn't even have a chance to escape. It seems that Konoha sent no ordinary minions. Yagura put his fingers on the table and tapped, and continued. According to the intelligence, Dasna doesn't have that much money to hire Jonin, that is to say, Konoha intends to intervene in the affairs of the Kingdom of Waves. HMPH. That fellow fourth Hokage, the mobility is very strong. If you don't want to cut it, you can go there yourself, let's go. Of order. However, the curse mark on Brother Ghost has been activated, which means that the enemy may have used illusion to extract a confession. Daodi Zai Yuzan reminded. Is it a ninja of the illusion department? One-on-one, it's really disadvantageous, so let's send you an extra companion. Yagura ordered. Then, since you have come to your senses, let's continue the mission. Uchiha Izumi is not good at pouring cold water on the students, and she is also very confident in her own ability. Even if she meets Momochi no Choi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, she is still not afraid. Awesome. What kind of powerful enemy is waiting for us ahead? With a confident smile on his face, Namikaze Naruto defeated Chunin just outside the door, which really made him feel complacent. HMPH. Mist Shinobi also has masters. Uchiha Sasuke is equally proud. This time, I must not hold back, Hyuga Hinata said with a firm expression. Huh, looks like I saved my life. Dasna breathed a sigh of relief. The team continued to move forward, and after several days of journey, they arrived at the eastern coast border of the Kingdom of Fire. Go out to sea by boat and arrive in the Country of Waves in half a day. Looking at the islands appearing on the sea level ahead, it is probably divided into one big island with many small islands scattered around it. Is the land of waves in front of you? It feels so small. Advertisement. Namikaze Naruto put his hand in front of his forehead and made a gesture of looking away. Yes, the land of waves is a very small island country. As such a small country isolated overseas, transportation is the lifeline of this country, but there is Mist Shinobi in the sea, so we can only build a cross-sea bridge connecting the land of fire. The bridge. Dasna sighed and said, I'm very sorry, I didn't intend to deceive you, but our country is too poor, even a daimyo doesn't have much money, and the construction of this bridge has exhausted all our assets, really can't pay for B-rank missions. It's an A-level mission. Uchiha Izumi is light and authentic. Well. Dasna's forehead could not help but a drop of cold sweat. Originally he wanted to play the emotional card, but seeing that the other party was not easy to fool, he had no choice but to shut his mouth in a sensible way. The ship docked, and a group of people stepped into the land of waves. What? You said it so seriously, there is no strong enemy coming. Namikaze Naruto rested his hands on the back of his head, leisurely and authentically. Shut up. You crow's mouth. Dasna glared at him. However, the facts have proved that don't set the flag casually. Uchiha Izumi narrowed his eyes slightly. Uchiha Sasuke keenly sensed something, waved his hand and threw kunai towards a bush. What's wrong? Sasuke. Namikaze Naruto hasn't reacted yet. There seems to be something there. Uchiha Sasuke ran over, opened the grass, and saw a small white rabbit inside. Wow. Look at what you've done, Sasuke. Namikaze Naruto quickly hugged the frightened little rabbit in his arms. Uchiha Izumi didn't relax his vigilance, but his eyes suddenly became sharper. I thought to myself. That is a snow rabbit. The color of its hair will change with the climate. It should be gray now, that is to say, it is artificially raised in a room where there is no light, and serves as a medium for body replacement technique. Then it will appear soon. Hidden on a treetop somewhere, Momochi stared at the group of the 7th class without cutting his eyes, while the others skipped directly and locked their eyes on Uchiha Izumi. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Oh, the pattern on the back, the family crest of the Uchiha clan. No wonder Brother Oni missed it. Be careful, there are enemies. Izumi Uchiha sounded the alarm. Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, protect Mr. Datsuna. The three of them were taken aback for a moment, and then quickly moved into action. Seeing this, Daodi didn't want to behead her and didn't wait any longer. Lianzi threw out the beheading knife in her hand. I saw that huge sword turn into a wind demon shuriken and spun towards them. Jung, Uchiha Izumi grabbed the ninja sword at his waist with one hand, drew the sword and performed an uppercut. Clang. When the swords collided, the huge force sent the latter's beheading sword flying, and then got stuck on a certain tree trunk. The figure of Momochi Zabuza stood on the blade, looking down at them with a condescending attitude. Wow, it's appeared, and you can tell it's ruined at a glance. Namikaze Naruto said excitedly. Wait, that guy is no ordinary ninja. Uchiha Sasuke reminded. It's interesting, you actually came head to head with my beheading sword, you are. Konoha Jonin Uchiha Spring. Uchiha Kwan directly revealed his identity. This made the other party stunned, and immediately said, Uchiha Kwan. The name sounds familiar. I remembered that it was one of the 4 Uchiha heroes mentioned on the assassination list. Momochi no / captain of Mist Shinobi Anbu, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Uchiha Kwan also revealed the identity of the other party. To be able to steal information from me, Anbu, is really an amazing trick. Daodi Zai Buzan's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, let's stop gossiping. Although I don't have much hope, I still want to ask one more question. Can you leave that old man over there to me? Stupid question. Uchiha Izumi held the sword in his right hand, and reached into his pocket with his left to grab a set of shuriken. Chapter 207 Real Fear. Chapter 207 Real Fear. It's time to go big. Namikaze Naruto gathers chakra under his feet, ready to use the instant technique to launch an assault. But it was immediately stopped by Uchiha Izumi. Stop, this person in front of you is not an opponent you can deal with. Your task is to protect Mr. Dazina. Momochi no longer cut his figure and jumped down. At the same time, he grabbed the beheading sword with one hand, and slashed at Uchiha Izumi head on. Uchiha Izumi's figure flashed, and at the same time, he threw a shuriken with his left hand. Ding ding ding, Taudi no longer cut the horizontal sword as a shield, and blocked the shuriken. Immediately, he rushed over with fast steps. Uchiha Kwan did not retreat but advanced, and also waved the ninja sword in his hand to meet him head on. 097. Chang. When the swords collided again, there was a crisp guessed cry. Momochi gripped his hands hard again, his strong tendons, coupled with the advantage in the size of the weapon, the strength overwhelmed the opponent at once. However, for this, Uchiha Kwan did not engage in a brute force smack. Instead, the blade turned, clinging to the opponent's blade, and deftly pushed the latter away. Hiss, the sharp blades slashed across each other, bursting out a piercing hanabi. Jingle 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 jingle, then, there was a high-speed collision of swords. The flurry of swords and swords, in the eyes of outsiders, is simply dazzling. Namikaze Naruto and others were dumbfounded. This is the strength of Jonin. Uchiha Sasuke also showed shocking eyes, good knife skills. There was a gleam in Dao Di Zai Byuzan's eyes, your ones are not bad either. There was also a rare warlike look in Uchiha Azumi's eyes. Both of them are ninjas who are good at using swords, and it is indisputable that they fought more than 100 rounds of hand-to-hand combat. Momochi Zabuzen has the upper hand in strength. Advertisement. Uchiha Azumi is faster. The two sides have their own advantages and disadvantages, and it is a draw for the time being. Dao Di Zai Byuzan suddenly intensified his attack, holding the saber with both hands and slashed forward. Uchiha Quan swiftly avoided it, and at the same time took advantage of the moment when the opponent's blade was facing down. He stepped heavily on the opponent's blade, and under the action of Chakra, he pressed it firmly to the ground and could not be drawn out. Successful. Uchiha Azumi immediately swung his knife and slashed at the opponent's neck. But seeing Taudi let go of the knife again, leaning back her upper body, avoiding her horizontal slash, and at the same time approaching her, unleashed a series of blows quickly with her bare hands, and finally kicked her hard, out. The flaw was revealed to you on purpose. Momochi Zabuchi immediately drew out the beheading sword, and then rushed towards Uchiha Azumi, who flew upside down without a moment's delay. One knife. The figure that was severed in half turned into two wooden stakes. Body replacement technique. Dao Di was startled immediately, only feeling a chill coming from behind. Sorry, I pretended to fall into your trap. The figure of Uchiha Azumi came to the opponent's back ghostly, and stabbed violently with the sword. Puff, Dao Di Zabuzan avoided the fatal knife at the critical moment, but the sharp blade still cut a bloody flower on his waist. Damn it, after suffering a loss, the other party quickly pulled back. Uchiha Azumi knew that the opponent was ready to fight back, so he didn't pursue and threw away the blood stained on the blade. Amazing. Sure enough, Teacher Quan is stronger. Namikaze Naruto and others couldn't help but admire. One of the 4 Uchiha heroes, you really deserve your reputation, but I underestimated you. Dao Di said coldly. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen should not only have this level of strength, right? Uchiha Azumi is light and authentic. Very good, then I will show you my silent killing technique. I saw Taudi put the beheading sword in his hand on the ground with his backhand, and then made a seal with both hands, refining a large amount of chakra in one breath. Ninja Mist Shinobi technique. A large amount of water mist rose all around, and the vision in front of him suddenly became hazy. 8. Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidney, heart, so which one should be chosen? Advertisement. A murderous voice came from the mist. Namikaze Naruto and others suddenly felt shuddering. Hinata. Uchiha Quan formed mudras with his hands, and released a powerful chakra in one breath, which dispersed part of the surrounding fog, and his eyes became Sharingan. I see. Hyuga Hinata gathers chakra in both eyes and stretches his tendons. Blind eyes. At 5 o'clock. What? Taudi, who was hidden in the mist, seemed to have not expected that the most inconspicuous girl in the team would be able to see through his position. Uchiha Azumi instantly completed the bus drum in his hands. Fire-style great fireball technique. The blazing fireball struck towards the peach ground again. Cut. Dao Di Zai Byuzan stopped immediately, and quickly formed seals with both hands. Water-style water barrier. The fireball was extinguished by the wall of water flow. I am a water-style ninja. Ninjutsu can completely restrain you. Dao Di didn't cut the seal in his hand again, and saw a large amount of water on both sides gathered into a water dragon. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Who knows, Uchiha Azumi Sharingan on the other side locked him and made the same seal with both hands. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Roar. The 2 water dragons roared and bit each other. 1.7. Damn it. Completely copied my ninjutsu. Is this the Uchiha clan's blood follower Zenkai Sharingan? Momochi gritted his teeth and said, so blood successor limit is a monster, and none of you should live in this world. Influenced by the Blood Fog Village, implemented by 4th Mizuga Jigura, Mist Shinobi took an extremely hostile attitude towards the blood succession boundary, and even adopted blood cleansing. It's ridiculous. Does the mere blood succession boundary really scare you so much? Uchiha Quan's figure flashed, and he came to the other party. Sharingan stared at the other party's eyes, and said coldly, next, I will let you see what real fear is. The 4 eyes looked at each other, and they only felt the first layer of the brain. Oops. Chapter 208 Baptism of Blood. Chapter 208 Baptism of Blood. Sharingan. If Dao Di didn't kill him again, he could only feel that he was in a blood-colored mountain and sea in a blink of an eye. HMPH. This is all an illusion. I saw a figure appearing out of thin air. Who is this? Dao Di Zai Byuzan frowned suddenly. On the surface he was a young man with good looks, harmless to humans and animals. The man looked at him quietly without any movement. Suddenly, without warning, sky land huge to press. Dao Di Zai Byuzan was almost overwhelmed by this frightening force in an instant, struggling to hold on with one knee touching the ground. No. Impossible. How is it possible to overwhelm me with just the momentum? However, in the next second, the terrifying pressure disappeared instantly. Dao Di Zai Bi Yuzan stood up behind him, staggered a few steps, and looked at the mysterious man in front of him in horror. I saw the other party's eyes, which were as black as ink, instantly turn scarlet. Sharingan? That's not right. This pattern seems to be different from the one in the rumors. Taudi was surprised that he didn't cut it again. 13. Who? The strange black flame ignited his body like the flames from hell. Water-style water barrier. Momochi Zabuchi immediately resorted to water-style, trying to extinguish the black flames on his body. However, here, the law of extinguishing fire with water seems to have lost its effect. No matter how he gathered the water, he couldn't extinguish the black flames on his body. Humph! Dao Di was burned by the fire again. The great pain made him want to scream subconsciously, but he restrained it with his tenacious will. My heart keeps hypnosising myself. All this is an illusion. I don't know if his will played a role, and the black inflammation on his body disappeared. Advertisement, but the mysterious man in front of him put on a dark cloak and held a slender samurai sword. Dao Di Zai Bi Yuzan showed pride on his face, holding the beheading knife tightly in both hands, and said coldly. Compared with swordsmanship, I don't. Before he finished speaking, the mysterious man in front of him disappeared from his field of vision in an instant. Varied. Dao Di Zai Bi Yuzan suddenly raised his head, and saw the opponent suspended in midair, making a simple movement of swinging a knife. In an instant, a pitch-black crescent moon crashed down. Dao Di did not cut again and subconsciously raised the knife to block it, but in the end it was the second hand of the sword palace. With wide eyes, he stared at the severed arm. This is impossible. How can there be such a terrifying slash in the world? I saw that mysterious man took off his robe, his upper body was naked, and the strange lines on his right arm extended to half of his body. Hole. What is it this time? Dao Di Zabuzan couldn't help but let out a furious roar. Shua, from the bottom of his feet, purple ice crystals gradually spread upwards. Bone-chilling, dead knots of water. Before he could react, the next thing was a world-shaking change. Boom, 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 the sea oscillated violently, setting off 1,000 layers of waves. The mountains on both sides really collapsed in pieces. There is a piercing vibrating hum in the air, an earth-shattering scene like the end of the world. Dao Di is no longer stunned, even if he has experienced the horror of the blood mist land since he was a child, and has superhuman willpower, but at this moment it is difficult to face this terrifying man in front of him. Standing in the landslide and tsunami, it exists like a myth. At this moment, he finally understood what the real fear that Uchiha Izumi said was what it was. Plop, as soon as his legs went limp, Dao Di fell to his knees on the ground weakly. Impossible to win. This kind of legendary power of God. In reality, Taudi's will to never be cut is overwhelmed, and she is completely caught in the illusion world and cannot extricate herself. Uchiha Izumi breathed a sigh of relief, his face somewhat tired. Although the actual battle time between her and Momochi Zabuza was not long, due to the principle of illusion, she used her own chakra to affect the flow of the target chakra. Advertisement: the stronger the target chakra is, the more chakra it needs to consume. Momochi no longer kills the extraordinary ninja, and Uchiha Izumi also has to spend a lot of chakra if he wants to fall into the illusion. However, it's finally over. Hey, how did he decide? Namikaze Naruto and the others looked bewildered, as if they didn't understand why Momochi, who was still aggressive just now, suddenly stopped moving. It's an illusion. Uchiha Sasuke stared at her Sharingan with envious eyes. The power of Sharingan is indeed very powerful. It was Teacher Quan who defeated the enemy. Hyuga Hinata's tense emotions were put down at once. Looks like I escaped another disaster. Dasna broke out in a cold sweat and sat down on the ground as if collapsed. For him as an ordinary person, the battle between Jonin is too scary. Uchiha Izumi breathed a sigh of relief, the Sharingan of both eyes faded, then turned around and said to Namikaze Naruto and others. Go and kill Zabu. Namikaze Naruto was taken aback for a moment and then asked subconsciously. Kill? Why? Ninja, isn't it natural to kill all hostile ninjas? Uchiha Izumi is cold and authentic, but he can't move anymore. Hyuga Hinata said in a low voice, with a kind heart, she has never killed even a chicken, let alone a human being. My illusion is not omnipotent, it can only be controlled for a while. After a long time, he will always break free by himself. Think clearly. Uchiha Izumi looked serious and authentic. This is also her test for the students. This group of children living in peaceful times, like flowers in a greenhouse, must go through the baptism of blood. Namikaze Naruto struggled, as if unwilling to make a move. Do it, Uchiha Izumi sternly shouted. Hyuga Hinata took out a kunai, his hands trembling a little. Let me come. Uchiha Sasuke stood up and said with a serious expression, as a ninja of the Uchiha clan, I was born to fight, and I have already realized this. As he spoke, he took out kunai and silently walked towards the peach field. Chapter 209. Black Hoe Thunder Yam. Chapter 209. Black Hoe Thundertooth. Sasuke, are you really going to kill someone? Loved by his parents since he was a child, Namikaze Naruto, who has a sunny and cheerful personality, finds it hard to accept the murder. Uchiha Sasuke clenched the kunai in his hand expressionlessly, and stepped forward resolutely. Naruto, I am different from you. As a member of the Uchiha clan, there is no way you will allow mercy. Although he also has a complete family, the family education of the two is very different. Hyuga Hinata was silent, She could understand Bai Yu Zibaquan's good intentions, but she was still struggling for a while. Today, I will take the first step. Accompanied by the huge change in mood, the power hidden in the blood was activated, and the pupil of the soul that reflected the inner world was called out. Sharingan. I saw Uchiha Sasuke's eyes turn scarlet, and there was a hooked jade hanging in the pupil. Dan Goyu's Sharingan. Uchiha Izumi gave him a slightly surprised look. Opening eyes at this age can't be said to be very early, but for Uchiha Sasuke who lived in a peaceful age, it is considered rare. Namikaze Naruto just watched his back with a complicated expression. He faintly sensed that this former friend and opponent has become different. Drink ah! Uchiha Sasuke let out a roar, and stabbed the kunai in his hand to Momochi Zabuza's heart. Uchiha Kwan's eyes froze suddenly, and he was keenly aware of a dangerous aura. At this critical moment, suddenly there was a thunderstorm. Boom! A thunderbolt fell from the sky. Almost at the same time as the lightning appeared, Izumi Uchiha cast the instant technique. Boom, 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 boom. The target of the thunderstrike happened to be where they were, and a huge crater was blasted on the ground. Advertisement: the three of Namikaze Naruto were thrown to the ground, and it seems that they haven't recovered what happened. Drop. Dark red blood dripped slowly from Uchiha Izumi's body. Teacher Kwan. Hyuga Hinata suddenly let out an exclamation. At this time, they just realized that Uchiha himself was hit by taking them to escape the thunder bombardment. Teacher Kwan, you are injured. Namikaze Naruto also shouted in shock. This is lightning style. Enemy, where is it? Uchiha Sasuke was the first to realize the existence of the enemy. In order to protect the students, did you receive a lightning style shot from me? Accompanied by a sinister laugh, a figure flashed from a distance. I saw the tall and thin man with gray-green hair, holding a pair of strangely shaped double knives. Uchiha Izumi turned his head, his dark pupils turned into a scarlet Sharingan again, his gaze fixed on the latter's sword, and he said in a deep voice, Double Saber Thunderfang, you are Mist Shinobi 7 People, one of the Black Hoe Thunderteeth? Good eyesight, really worthy of defeating a ninja who can't be cut with his eyes. The Black Hoe Lei Ya came in front of Dao Dizai Biyuzan, put a hand on his shoulder, and injected chakra. Untie. I saw Taudi shuddered again, and his pupils returned to focus, but his brain was still a little confused. This is the consciousness still not fully awake? It is really a cruel illusion. The Black Hoe Thunder Ya helped him up. Fortunately, Master Mizuga sent me to reinforce you, otherwise you will fall down today. Thundertooth. Dao Dizai Biyuzan gave him a weak look, and tried to move his limbs, feeling weak all over his body. Damn. The influence of the illusion has not faded. Then you should recover first. Let me meet this woman. Heiho Lei Ya said so, but the vigilance revealed between his brows did not mean to belittle at all. In terms of strength, he is not as good as Taudi and does not cut, but the opponent can stabilize the pressure and do not cut. This strength is definitely not a joke. Fortunately, he succeeded in this wave of lightning-style sneak attack and inflicted heavy damage on the enemy, otherwise he would not have dared to confront it. Advertisement: Uchiha Izumi didn't talk nonsense, holding a ninja sword and ready to fight at any time. Teacher Kwan, you are hurt, Hyuga Hinata said worriedly. No problem, this level of injury, cough cough. Uchiha Izumi pretended to be brave, but unexpectedly touched the wound on his body, and a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. I was shocked, it turned out to be a bluff. The Black Hoe Lei Ya really breathed a sigh of relief, crossed his hands and rubbed the double knives in his hands. Blue lightning lingered on the blades. Stop talking nonsense, move your ears. Dao Di no longer beheaded urge. HMPH, you're so arrogant on weekdays, you didn't expect to hit the iron plate today, right? The Black Hoe Lei Ya taunted the latter, and then rushed to Uchiha Spring. Uchiha Izumi did not choose to confront him head-on, and took evasive actions. Zzz, the Black Hoe Lei Ya quickly waved the thunder knife in both hands, and said provocatively, Hey, wasn't he very arrogant when he was hanging and beating just now? Why is he now a delicate and weak woman again? Seeing that Uchiha Izumi was suppressed by the opponent, Namikaze Naruto and others also looked anxiously, and said anxiously, No way, Teacher Kwan, Nuomas, is injured, we have to help. Shadow Clone Technique. Fire Style Phoenix Fire Technique. Uchiha Sasuke also spit out multiple small fireballs in succession. HMPH. Just obediently stay aside, the Miscellaneous Fish. Lightning Style Thunderball. The Black Hoe Thunder Ya made a move with both hands, condensing multiple lightning balls, which not only offset the incoming fireballs, but also wiped out Namikaze Naruto's Shadow Clone. Hyuga Hinata suddenly felt scared, but she remembered what she said before, she must not escape. Gritting his teeth, he rushed forward, gentle fist. Court Death. The Black Hoe Lei Ya glanced at it, thinking that with such speed and strength, running over to attack him was no different from Yi Shi. Turning the blade in his hand, the sharp blade swirled with electric light and slashed towards Hyuga Hinata. Chapter 210 The Downed Uchiha Spring. Chapter 210 Downed Uchiha Izumi. Hinata. Both Namikaze Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were taken aback by her bravery. The enemy is Jonin, isn't it too dangerous to stick to the face? Clang. I saw that Uchiha Kwan swung his knife at a critical moment and deflected the opponent's blade that was slashing towards Hyuga Hinata. But the Black Hoe Lei Ya also swiftly avoided the latter's gentle fist attack. We're going to. Namikaze Naruto once again used Shadow Clone and rushed forward. Uchiha Sasuke also joined the battle with a kunai. The four of them teamed up, and Heiho was in a hurry. Damn it. These brats are no ordinary genin, puff. Uchiha Quan saw the right moment and slashed the opponent's body. The Black Hole suddenly couldn't stand it anymore, and shouted because of the sound. Don't cut it again, are you still not well? And at this time, Dao Di finally recovered from the influence of the illusion, and quickly formed a seal with both hands. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb Technique. I saw a water dragon rushing into the battlefield, forcibly breaking up the formation of the four of Uchiha Quan, and untied the siege of Heiho. This is repaying your favor, Tooth. Momochi Zabuza then grabbed the 793 beheading sword and rushed towards Uchiha Spring. Clang. The two swords collided again. This time, I won't fall into your illusion again. Momochi was furious no longer, but as the saying goes, a loss can gain a wisdom. At this time he deliberately kept his gaze above Uchiha Azumi's neck, not daring to look at it. Really, even without illusion, I still have other ways to defeat you. Uchiha Azumi is light and authentic. HMPH. What a big breath, but with this bruised body alone, I want to see how long you can last. Dao Di Zai Bu Zan held the knife in both hands and swung it vigorously, forcing him to repel it. Then speed up and run forward, and the knife makes a roundabout cut. Advertisement. Clang. Uchiha Azumi backhanded the ninja sword on the ground, standing upright to block the opponent's horizontal slash. Huge force pushed her back further. Boom. I saw that Uchiha Quan didn't forcefully parry, and the figure of drawing the knife jumped up. Taudi no longer cut as to continue to swing the knife at high speed, like a big wheel of death, waiting for the opponent's figure to fall. Uchiha Azumi, who was in midair, had no relay point. Sharingan locked the beheading sword in the high-speed maneuver, and inserted the ninja sword in his hand with his backhand. Ding! This knife was precisely inserted into the opening of the front end of the beheading sword, firmly nailing it in place, and stopping the rotation of the blade. At the same time, he turned around and kicked Dao Di Zaibu's head. Damn it! Dao Di Zabuzan reacted quickly, his forehead shrank. However, the opponent's powerful legs swept away the ninja forehead protector on his forehead. Momochi was furious again, waved his hand and threw a powerful uppercut. But this action was seen through by Uchiha Azumi's Sharingan, who raised his arm in advance to block. The two sides immediately launched a fierce close-to-body combat. Uchiha Azumi gained the upper hand thanks to Sharingan's insight and agility. On the other side, the Black Hole was also stopped by the three of Namikaze Naruto. Shadow Clone Technique. Boom bang bang bang. The Black Hole Thunder Yam wiped out dozens of shadow clones in a row, but the opponent kept making them as if they were gone. This nasty kid. Why are there so many chakra? Gentle Fist. Hyuga Hinata strikes with a palm. Although this attack is very weak, but since Gentle Fist's characteristic is to attack chakra's meridian and internal organs, it's not easy to suffer just one shot. Go away. You, the weakest, dare to attack me? The Black Hole cursed angrily, crossed his knives in his hands and slashed, ready to cut off the day. BDEH, to Hinata's head first. I can see clearly. Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan played a role. He was able to predict the opponent's attack trajectory in advance, and suddenly lowered his legs and kicked the opponent's closed arms. Hyuga Hinata hit the opponent's chest with a palm. Advertisement. The Black Hole only felt a suffocation in his chest, and the chakra meridian was damaged to a certain extent, and he released thunder and lightning all over his body in anger. Knocked out Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata respectively. Sasuke. Hinata. Seeing that his companion was knocked down, Namikaze Naruto became anxious and immediately used his Nirvana. Rasengan. This technique is interesting. The Black Hole narrowed his eyes slightly, and under the influence of lightning-style chakra, his reaction speed was extremely fast, and he easily avoided Namikaze Naruto's Rasengan sideways. At the same time, he swung his knife. Zzz, ah. Namikaze Naruto screamed in pain from the electric shock and was also sent flying. It's really troublesome. It's obviously three little devils, but they can still fight me for a few rounds. After the Black Hole knocked down three people, he didn't rush to make up the knife, but immediately rushed to support Taudi and didn't kill him again. Because the real strong enemy is only the female ninja in front of me. Uchiha Azumi had already formed a tendency to suppress Taudi Zabuzan, and victory was only a matter of time, but with the intervention of the Black Hole the situation was suddenly reversed. Thunder Saber Art. Thunderbolt. Zzz. Uchiha Azumi hurriedly avoided the lightning from the opponent's blade. Taudi on the side immediately took advantage of the situation and counterattacked again. Breaking Knife Technique Hyphenation Point Destroy. Puff. Uchiha Azumi was slashed heavily in the waist, almost cut in half on the spot. The whole person flew upside down, and finally fell into a pool of blood. Teacher Quan. Namikaze Naruto and the others could not help but let out a cry. But at this time they have been knocked down, but they can't do anything. Huh, it's finally over. This woman is really powerful. I didn't expect us to fight so hard together. The Black Hole Thunderfang was panting heavily, and the continuous large lightning style consumed a lot of his chakra. As expected of a member of the Uchiha clan, the strength is indeed amazing. Momochi Zabuzan tore open his sleeve, and bandaged the wound on his body. After doing all this, he raised the beheading sword and walked towards the Uchiha spring, which was lying on the ground and could not move. This woman is too strong, don't try to capture her back alive, In order to avoid accidents, let's kill her directly. Chapter 211 Tianming's Guardian Kiss. Chapter 211 Tianming's Guardian Kiss. How so? Damn it. The enemy is too Jonin, even Master Quan is hard to deal with. It's all because we're too weak. Obviously I've decided not to hold back, but the result is. The three of Namikaze Naruto felt ashamed. This battle is not so much their cooperation, but Uchiha Izumi's 1 against 2, and the role they can play is very small. What's more, in order to protect them, Uchiha Izumi was hit by the enemy's lightning style, which was completely their drag. It's over. For the sake of caution, an enemy like you has to be beheaded completely. Momochi Zabuku raised his beheading sword, aimed at Uchiha Izumi's neck, and slashed down hard. Teacher Quan. The three of Namikaze Naruto couldn't help but screamed. Time back to a week ago. After Uchiha Izumi received the wave mission, he went home to report and prepared the necessary ninja tools and luggage. Is it the mission of the Kingdom of Waves? Tianming, who was originally lying leisurely on the sofa reading a novel, sat up. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Uchiha Izumi asked while packing his luggage. There is always an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. Tianming said softly. I don't understand what you are talking about, or are you doubting my strength? Uchiha Izumi turned his head and glared at him. No, not suspicion, but worry. Tianming looked at her fixedly. Is that so? Uchiha Izumi immediately lowered her head slightly, and under the cover of her bangs, she couldn't see her eyes clearly, but she could vaguely see the slightly raised corners of her mouth. The plot of the Land of Waves, the Peach Land will never be cut. Tianming recalled the plot of the original novel. But now, due to his influence, the plot of the original work has become unreliable. What accidents will happen is also unpredictable. Advertisement, Quan, although I have great confidence in your strength, for the sake of caution, I'd better set up an insurance policy. Insurance? What do you mean? Uchiha Izumi is puzzled. Come on, come here, I'll give you something nice. Tianming waved towards her. What, so mysterious? Although Uchiha Izumi said so, he still walked over obediently. Squat down. Tianming put his hands on her shoulders. What are you doing? Uchiha Izumi is unknown, close your eyes. Clam. Looking at the other party's serious eyes that did not seem to be fake, Uchiha Quan had no choice but to follow suit. He squatted down in front of Tianming and closed his eyes tightly. I saw Tianming's hands on her shoulders, one of them moved to her cheek, and the other touched her chin. Uchiha Quan's head suddenly rose, as if he had faintly realized what Tianming wanted to do. With the eyes closed tightly, he faintly felt the hot air exhaled by the other party slowly approaching. It can't be true, can it? How could it be like this all of a sudden? Hey, are you shy? You're so cute, Izumi, Tianming smiled lightly. Uchiha Izumi was instantly annoyed. Embarrassment turned into anger, and he opened his eyes suddenly. It was Tianming's eyes that came into view. Scarlet eyes, the pupils surrounding the center of the circle formed by 6 hooked jades. Open black lens bracket Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan close black lens bracket immediately, Tianming's smiling face moved up. There was a wet, warm touch on the forehead. Advertisement. Boom. Uchiha Spring only feels from the forehead, as if it has been injected with mysterious power. Immediately, her eyes felt hot, and she faintly felt something was placed in her eyes. Tianming's mouth and lips left her forehead and said softly. This is the Guardian Kiss, transcribe the seal. This is a special pupil technique that only Sharingan can register. Asking for flowers. Seal the art and condition into the eyes at the same time. When the condition is met, the seal will be released automatically. Tianming set her own Mangekyō pupil technique, 0 hour, so that when Quan's life is in danger, it will be activated automatically and sealed into her eyes. Time to return to reality. Just when the beheading sword that Momochi Zabuchi swung was about to fall on Uchiha Izumi. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful chakra was released from her body, and Momochi Zabuchi flew out with a knife bullet. What? The Black Hole Ya couldn't help but widen his eyes. How is this possible? She has obviously been severely injured and can't move. 0. Ahem. Dao Di Zai Fuzan was so shocked that he vomited blood again and supported his body with a knife on the ground. This chakra. Teacher Quan. Namikaze Naruto and the others couldn't help showing a look of surprise. I saw Uchiha Izumi, who had lost consciousness, stood up as if drawn by some mysterious force. The opened eyes showed the mysterious pattern of 6 hooked jades connected into one piece. This is not your average Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke said in shock. Incomparable pupil power, stronger than my father. Moments later, the mysterious pattern of Uchiha Izumi's eyes is seen, gradually disappearing, fading back to the original 3-tomo Sharingan. For this reason, the wound on Uchiha Quan's body healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Chakra, who was originally weak, also returned to a full state in this instant. The ability to record the state of the target at 0 time. After activation, the body will return to the state at the time of recording, including injuries, chakra, and even death, all of which can be reversed. Is this the Guardian Kiss? Uchiha Izumi subconsciously reached out and touched his forehead, with a beautiful smile on his face. Really, I'm fascinated by you, Tianming big brother. Chapter 212 Springs Crescent, Sky Rushes, Chapter 212. Springs Crescent Sky Rushes, how can that be? The injury is healed, the chakra is full, what is going on? Dao Di Za Bi Yuzan and He Lei Lei Ya both turned pale with horror. Although the two of them teamed up to defeat Uchiha Izumi, they themselves paid a huge price. But now Uchiha Izumi, resurrected with full blood and full state, I am afraid the situation will be reversed again. Teacher Quan, are you okay? Namikaze Naruto and others expressed surprise and uncertainty. It's okay, didn't I say it? The teacher is very strong. The Uchiha spring is definitely authentic. Daodi Zai Yuzan and Heidi Lei Ya looked at each other. Although they didn't speak, they could see from each other's eyes that 007 had the intention of retreating. Want to run? Uchiha Izumi Sharingan swept sharply, and from the subconscious subtle movements of the other two, he could see what the other was thinking at a glance. The two of them turned around and ran away without saying a word. Whoosh, at the foot of the Uchiha spring, chakra has already been condensed, and the technique is instant. So fast, Daodi no longer cuts his eyes and pupils tightened suddenly, and saw an extremely fast shadow flashing in front of him in an instant. The cold light of the knife in his hand slashed across. He quickly raised the beheading sword to block. Boom! The huge force shocked him back again and again. Hateful. Daodi Zai Bucko felt a dull pain in the palm holding the knife. Originally, he was stronger than Uchiha Izumi in terms of strength, but the ninja's power comes from chakra. The previous battles have consumed a lot of his chakra, so he is naturally not as good as Uchiha Izumi in full bloom. The Black Hole Lei Ya turned his head to take a look, and suddenly had the attitude of flying away in the face of a catastrophe, decisively selling his teammates. A sneak attack and I still want to run. Uchiha Izumi makes a quick mudra with both hands and lifts a large amount of chakra in one breath. Fire-style dragon fire technique, roar, advertisement. The mighty dragon-shaped flames, with terrifying heat, came chasing after the Black Hole Lei Ya. Damn it. High-level ninjutsu of shape change, the Black Hole Lei Ya cursed angrily. Different from ordinary ninjutsu, the form-changing ninjutsu is not only more powerful and faster, but also impeccable in control. The Black Hole Lei Ya knew it was hard to avoid, because Uchiha Izumi can change the fire dragon's attack trajectory through the manipulation of the remote chakra. Therefore, he can only face it head-on. I saw that the Black Hole Lei Ya also condensed the few chakra in his body in one breath, poured it into the double knives in his hand, and created a tornado with lightning through whirling. Lightning-style Brontosaurus tornado. The fire dragon and the thunder tornado collide head-on, and the two will explode at the touch of a touch. Boom, boom, boom. High-temperature heat waves erupted in all directions, mixed with lightning and thunder. Raised the surrounding trees to the ground. Wow. The Black Hole Lei Ya was knocked to the ground by the aftermath of the impact, spitting blood. It's your turn next. Uchiha Izumi then turned his target to the remaining Momochi no more cut. Don't bully people too much. Daodi Zai Yuzan realized that there was little hope of escaping. His face became ruthless, and he immediately gave up all illusions and prepared to fight to the death. When the two of you teamed up to attack me just now, why didn't you say that you were deceiving me too much? Uchiha Izumi smiled contemptuously. Besides, what you say now is not at all threatening. It's like impotent rage. Drink ah. Daodi Zai Yuzan's face was full of ferocity. While roaring and holding up the beheading sword, he rushed towards her. Uchiha Quan is not afraid at all, and meets him head-on. Clang. When the swords collided, there was a deafening clang. With one blow, if Daodi didn't slash, his hands would be split open. But at this moment, he has no choice but to bite the bullet and fight to the death. Crack. The sword collided again, and a crack appeared on the beheading sword. Advertisement, crack, click. Every time there is a collision, the crack on the knife body will expand. Because Izumi Uchiha wraps the blade with powerful chakra, which greatly increases the strength of the slash. Don't underestimate me. Daodi didn't slash the blood that flowed from the tiger's mouth, and was gradually absorbed by the beheading sword. At the same time, a strange scene appeared. The split blade repaired automatically at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh, is this the ability of the beheading sword? It is rumored that it can absorb the iron element in the blood and repair it infinitely. It claims to be a sword that will never wear out. There was a hint of interest in Uchiha Izumi's eyes. HMPH. If you want to destroy my sword, just relying on this level of slashing is not enough. Daodi no longer cuts his face and speaks hard and softly. Really? Then try it, a slash that kills with one blow. A cold light flashed in Uchiha Izumi's eyes, and he swung the blade sharply, knocking the opponent back again. At the same time, she was holding the ninja knife tightly with both hands, and a large amount of chakra was poured into it along her hands. Boom. Represents pure blue chakra, erupting from its body. That's the trick. Namikaze Naruto and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes. This is what Izumi Uchiha used during the combat test. No, this chakra is much stronger than before, Uchiha Sasuke said in amazement. Recalling that I used the strongest Nirvana fire-style Huolun at the time, but it couldn't match the opponent's knife, and now it seems that Uchiha Izumi obviously kept his strength 0.8. The difference in strength is so huge, his pride is simply worthless. This posture, don't tell me. Momochi stared fixedly at Uchiha Izumi's stored power, and at this moment he couldn't help but recall the scene he saw in the illusion world. That terrifying and mysterious man just swung his knife lightly, and chopped him to the end. I can't stop shaking. Hey, Jonin, girl of Sleepy Leaf, I want to ask you a question. The last words, I can answer you. Uchiha Izumi is expressionless and authentic. Is the person you presented with the illusion real? There is such a godly power in this world. Dao Di said with a shocked face. Chapter 213 Killing and Seizing the Knife. Chapter 213 Kill and Grab the Knife. Yes, he's my big brother, my family, my. When Uchiha Izumi finished speaking, his voice became quieter for some reason. Can you tell me that person's name? Dao Di asked again. Uchiha Tianming. Uchiha Izumi answered truthfully. Uchiha Tianming? Who is that? Namikaze Naruto wondered. I've never heard of such a person in the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke was also puzzled. Well, I seem to have vaguely heard from my father, the Konoha evildoer. Hyuga Hinata is weak and authentic. With the passage of time, the former legendary figure in the ninja world was gradually forgotten by people. As a new generation, it is understandable not to know. But as the captain of Mist Shinobi Anbu, Momochi who deals with intelligence all day long, it is impossible not to know this name. Mist Shinobi, Uchiha Tianming. I see, Mist Shinobi is number 1 on the assassination list, and is also listed as an invincible enemy. If you meet him in Mission 13, you won't be punished even if you run away. Dao Di Zai Buzan's expression was complicated, and then he couldn't help letting out a long sigh. I never thought that I would fall under the hands of his successor before I had the chance to meet him. You are overestimating me. I can't bear this title. To tell you the truth, my strength, compared with his, is like starlight and firefly, not in the same dimension at all. Uchiha Izumi is light and authentic. Momochi closed his mouth instantly and fell into autism. Isn't it? Even Teacher Quan can't compare. Who is this Uchiha Tianming? Namikaze Naruto et al. Expressed disbelief. No wonder they don't believe it, because what Uchiha Izumi said has far exceeded their cognitive limit. In their opinion, Uchiha Izumi is strong enough. In my impression, I am afraid that only their respective fathers Namikaze Minato or Uchiha Fugaku can stabilize each other. Advertisement ended. The chakra on Izumi Uchiha has condensed to the limit. There is no extra movement, just Liz pushing forward with the strength of endurance. Crescent sky rushes. Huge chakra erupted along the blade, forming a blue crescent. The bright light took away the vision of everyone present. Dao Di Zai Buzan did not sit still and wait for death, but exhausted his last strength, held the beheading sword, and made a blocking posture. Boom! The terrifying shockwave brought by the blue crescent instantly flattened the forest in this area. Not only that, but the remaining aftermath of the impact even spread to the distant beach, pushing back the huge waves coming from the high tide. This is Teacher Quan's full blow. Namikaze Naruto and others were dumbfounded. Enemy, what's the matter? He turned his gaze to where Dao Di Zai Buzan was. I saw the latter fell to the ground in a bloody mess, and his body was still steaming from the impact of chakra. He seemed to be holding the beheading knife tightly in his hand. But half of the blade was broken, and the remaining half has probably been turned into a pile of crushed iron filings, right? Catch! Uchiha Izumi looked at the Chunin knife in his hand. Starting from the tip, it shattered into countless tiny pieces and fell down. Sure enough, if you use Crescent Sky Chong with all your strength, will the sword be unbearable? Using a single blow will destroy the weapon, which is indeed not a power that can be used casually. This is also the reason why she has never used it lightly. Uchiha Izumi walked indifferently to the dead body of Momochi Zabuku, pulled the opponent's fingers away, and took the beheading sword from the opponent's hand. Looking at the blade with a cold light, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Nice weapon. Although the current beheading knife has been severely damaged, according to the ability of this knife, as long as it draws blood, it will be repaired soon. Afterwards, she walked up to the corpse of Heilei Ya. Advertisement. Look at the other person's motionless posture. Ever since she used the Crescent Sky Punch to kill Taudi Zebuzai just now, the other party has maintained this motionless posture, even stopped breathing. If it's an ordinary person, I'm afraid they will really think that the Black Heilei Ya is dead, right? I saw Uchiha Izumi holding a beheading knife in his hand and walking towards the Black Heilei expressionlessly. Teacher Quan, Namikaze Naruto et al. Expressed puzzlement. Does this look like a corpse? Uchiha Izumi said coldly. Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, look carefully, this is the ninja world, don't be careless at any time. What? Isn't this guy dead yet? Namikaze Naruto and others all cast surprised eyes. From an angle that no one else could see, a flash of lightning flashed from the heart of the Black Heilei Ya. The Sharingan of Uchiha Spring can see clearly. Sure enough, just as she walked up to the other party's corpse, 740, she saw the Black Heilei Ya suddenly opened those murderous eyes. Die to me, ding! Uchiha Quan had expected this, and easily parried the opponent's double sword attack with the beheading sword in his hand. Using the stimulation of lightning-style chakra, temporarily stopped the heartbeat, disguised as a corpse, and wanted to take advantage of my carelessness to counterattack. It's a pity that all your performances can't escape my eyes. You be ********* the woman. The Black Hoe gritted his teeth, and his pale face was full of weakness. For him, who has no hope of escape and has very little chakra left, this is the last rebellion. Boom! Uchiha Quan slammed the sword and forcibly knocked down the double swords in the opponent's hand. Immediately afterwards, he stabbed the broken knife in his hand fiercely into the latter's abdomen. Hiss! The serrated blade at the broken knife could easily tear apart the flesh and blood of the latter, and Yin Huang's blood gushed out from the wound immediately. And with the pouring of blood, I saw that the original broken blade of the beheading sword quickly grew a blade and was repaired. The Black Heilei Ya was sucked dry of blood like this, and with unwillingness and anger, he closed his eyes forever. Chapter 214 1 month, Guiding Cultivation Chapter 214. 1 month, guided practice. If the peachland is not cut, die. Black Hole Ya, Pawn. After ruling out powerful enemies, the 7th squad only needs to guard Dazna to complete the construction of the cross-sea bridge. The time from the completion of the project, because it does not need about a month. During this period, the 7th class is not idle. Uchiha Spring has formulated different training programs according to the different conditions of each person, and treat the 3 of them equally in their cultivation at the same time. From this point of view, it is completely different from the eccentric Kakashi in the original book. Namikaze Naruto, as the son of 4th Hokage, is nicknamed Konoha Prince by outsiders. Received a good education since childhood. In terms of moves, you don't have to worry about Uchiha Izumi. He has mastered all kinds of ninjutsu at a young age, but because he has learned so much, Namikaze Naruto does not specialize in one ninjutsu, such as Shadow Clone Technique, which is very suitable for Namikaze Naruto who has a huge amount of chakra. Uchiha Izumi thinks that he should spend more effort on this ninjutsu, and even advance it to multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Compared with the former, the latter can produce more Shadow Clone at one time, but the consumption of chakra will be quite intense. If the control is not good, it will even cause the life danger of the main body. Therefore, this technique is listed as forbidden technique, and Namikaze Naruto has no chance to learn it. But she believes that with Namikaze Naruto's special physique, he must be able to control this forbidden technique well. There is also the aspect of chakra's control, perhaps due to the influence of the 9 tails sealed in the body. Namikaze Naruto's control of chakra is extremely rough. Uchiha Kwan gave the opponent more pointers in this regard. Uchiha Sasuke, as the second son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, is jokingly called the second son of a famous family by outsiders. In the vertical comparison, there is Uchiha Itachi, the elder brother who is known as one of the Uchiha 4 heroes, and in the horizontal comparison, there is Namikaze Naruto, a genius ninja. The pressure of growing up is huge. Advertisement, but there will also be no lack of resources for cultivation. Uchiha Izumi had nothing to teach him, so he gave the latter the double knife Thunder Fang as one of the trophies. Because after the chakra attribute test, she found that Uchiha Sasuke not only has the Uchiha family's exclusive fire attribute chakra, but also has a very high concentration of thunder attribute chakra. It is very suitable for the cultivation route of lightning style. It can be said to match the ability of the 2-knife Thunder Yam quite well. In this regard, Uchiha Izumi is also generous and not stingy. Anyway, she is majoring in fire style and water style, so she can't play the role of this thunder knife. At the same time, compared to this, she is more important to the poor man as a trophy, beheading sword. Influenced by Tianming's education, Uchiha Kwan's fighting style is relatively open and close. Thick and strong, and never wear out, weapon, it is the best to use the special move Crescent Sky. Hyuga Hinata, Miss Hyuga. Although the aptitude cannot be said to be poor, it is indeed quite different from the former two. It was heard that her father hated iron for being weak, and had a vague intention of giving up on her. It's a pity, but this is a family affair belonging to the Hyuga clan, and Uchiha Izumi can't say much about it. However, as a tutor, she will not give up her students easily out of responsibility. Therefore, during this month, Uchiha Izumi spends more time teaching Hyuga Hinata. If you teach, there is actually nothing to teach. Hyuga Hinata's gentle fist is a powerful skill in itself. The only thing Uchiha Izumi can do is to constantly feed her moves, use real fights, and constantly hone her abilities. Hyuga Hinata is also extraordinarily diligent in her studies, and she is guided by a teacher she admires personally. She is also working hard, with a resolute attitude of, as long as you can't practice to death, practice to death. In this way, a month passed. Disowner led his engineering team to complete the construction of the cross-sea bridge. Although there were some small episodes during the period, for example, Cardo, a rich merchant from the sea, hired thieves and a group of wandering ninjas to try to seize the bridge by force. For these little guys, Uchiha Izumi didn't bother to deal with them, and directly handed them over to Namikaze and Naruto to solve them. Advertisement. The result is not surprising. These miscellaneous fish have all become the experience packs of the 7th class. The specific process will not be described in detail, so it is not worth mentioning. So far, their task has been successfully completed. In order to thank the 7th class for its protection, especially Uchiha Izumi, who is a powerful guardian, Dazna proposed to name this newly built bridge, Izumi Bridge. But was declined. Perhaps also under the influence of someone, Uchiha Izumi is not interested in fame. Dazina's kindness was hard to refuse, so he decided to take the next best thing and named it Uchiha Bridge, after her. Of course, there is also the abacus of such a small person as him. That is to use Uchiha's reputation to deter those external forces who are trying to make a bridge. In this regard, Uchiha Kwan said that it doesn't matter, anyway, don't bring her name on it. Afterwards, the Uchiha family expressed great satisfaction. But Konoha is very unhappy. The huge reward for this task, but Konoha's money, the purpose is to extend the sphere of influence to the country of Wave. How come the Uchiha clan took advantage of it for nothing and earned a good reputation? The more Konoha executives thought about it, the more angry they became, and even ordered the country of Nami to change the name of the bridge across the Good Lee Sea to Konoha Bridge. After hearing the news, the Uchiha clan immediately jumped out to express their dissatisfaction. What? This is our Uchiha people. Why should we give up the reputation earned by our strength to Konoha? Neither side would give way, and the quarrel was so intense. In this regard, Namikaze Minato also feels very headache. His original purpose was to let his son practice well, and entrusting Uchiha Izumi was also based on her strength. Who would have thought it would trigger a political crisis? Izumi Uchiha didn't know, it was because of her unintentional actions that triggered a new round of conflict between Konoha and Uchiha, and... Of course, this is all for later. Chapter 215 5 Great Hidden Villages Joint Chunin Exam. Chapter 215 5 Great Hidden Villages Joint Chunin Exam. From the Kirigakure Mizukage building, there was a roar of fury. Damn Konoha. You actually broke two of us, the 7 ninja swordsmen, and also took away our Mist Shinobi's famous sword, the beheading sword and the double sword Raya, unforgivable. After Yagura received the news of the failure of the wave mission, she was extremely angry. Especially now it seems that Konoha is determined to intervene in the affairs of the Kingdom of Waves. In this way, Konoha's sphere of influence will expand to the sea. You must know that this vast sea area has always been their Mist Shinobi territory. This involves the fundamental interests of Kirigakure, what can be tolerated and which cannot be tolerated. Send the order, and reply to the alliance proposals of Cloud Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and Sand Shinobi now. We, Mist Shinobi, are willing to join the Konoha collapse plan. The task was successfully completed, and the 7th squad returned to Konoha. Hokage building. Dad, I'm coming back. Namikaze Naruto had a hearty smile on his face. Really, you child, dying mother. Uzumaki Kushina, who was a mother, waited early in the Hokage building when she heard that her son was coming back today. Stepping forward is a warm hug. Oh, there are others here, Mom. 613 Namikaze Naruto's face was reddish, and he seemed a little embarrassed. But the crescent eyebrows were still full of happiness. This drew envious looks from Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata. Restricted by the strict family style of the famous family, their parents would never do such a thing. Originally, as Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Kushina should also maintain a certain degree of reserve. But she, known as Scarlet Pepper, has always acted carelessly and unrestrainedly. Advertisement in addition, Namikaze Minato, who is her husband, dotes on her, and no one dares to control her. It seems that you have grown a lot after returning from this mission. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, okay, you guys go down and rest first. Izumi stays and reports on the mission. Izumi Uchiha will report the details of the trip to the country of Nami. The above is the end of the report. That's right, it's really hard work for you, Izumi. This is no longer a B-level task, but an A-level task. After Namikaze Minato listened to it, he couldn't help feeling scared for a while. Unexpectedly, Kiri, BDDF, Hikakushi sent 2 ninja sword 7s. If it is an ordinary Jonin, I am afraid that the team will be wiped out. He is also fortunate to send Uchiha Izumi at this time, which is powerful enough to protect the genin with 1 against 2, truly worthy of being one of the 4 Uchiha heroes. It's just a fluke. Uchiha Izumi is light and authentic. This is not modesty. Although she is strong, she can't fight against 2 ninja swordsmen at the same time while the 3 are holding her back. In fact, she was once on the verge of death. I'm just glad that Tianming's guardian kiss before leaving gave her a chance to fight back. However, regarding Tianming's Mangekyō ability, she will not explain much to Namikaze Minato. However, her attitude was regarded as acquiescence by Namikaze Minato, who couldn't help but sigh again for the excellence of Uchiha Izumi. With such strength at such a young age, it is really hard to find someone who can compare with Konoha's peers. Huh? That knife is... Namikaze Minato suddenly set his sights on the man carrying a broadsword that was nearly as tall as a person. Beheading the big sword, the spoils of killing the Peachfield and never cutting it. There is also the double sword Leia of the Black Hole Leia. I gave it to Sasuke. What? Do I need to hand over this weapon to the village? Uchiha Izumi wondered. No, this is your trophy. The village has no right to claim it from you. Namikaze Minato explained. I just sigh. From now on you will inherit the name of 7 ninja swords. The 7 ninja swordsmen are not a strict organization, they just have the title of the 7 ninja swords. It's just that this title has always been inherited by Mist Shinobi ninjas, and this is the first time that it has fallen into the hands of ninjas from other countries. Advertisement? Yes. Uchiha Izumi looked indifferent, showing lack of interest. She doesn't care about these fancy names. Namikaze Minato also seemed to see the other party's indifferent attitude, and couldn't help feeling a headache in his heart. You don't value it, but we Konoha value it. Uchiha Bridge. You have given me a difficult problem at this juncture. He could already imagine how much trouble would be caused once this news was known to those old men in Konoha's senior management. At the same time, for the Uchiha clan who have been restless recently, I am afraid it will be a factor that fuels their arrogance. These are the things that he, Hokage, needs to worry about. Uchiha Izumi didn't know so, and had no interest in finding out. My lord, 4th generation, if I have nothing else to do, then I will take my leave first. After being away from home for more than a month, she misses her mother and her Tianming big brother very much. Well, go down and have a good rest. Oh, by the way, about Jonin's recommendation, you can hand it in to me some other day. Namikaze Minato ordered. Chunin exam. I know, Naruto and Sasuke are excellent, Hinata is also working hard, and should be able to pass the pass. Uchiha Izumi knew what the other party was going to ask and replied. Although he was very confident about his son, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but nodded happily after receiving the answer from the mentor. Naruto, I will trouble you. Also, this time the Chunin exam is different from usual. It is held jointly by the 5 hidden villages. This is the first time in the history of the ninja world. Speaking of this, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth wildly. As the organizer of the Chunin exam, Konoha, with such a glorious political legacy, he, the 4th Hokage, will undoubtedly be remembered in history, which is unprecedented in the past 1st generation, 2nd generation, and 3rd generation. What can be done? 5 great hidden villages joint Chunin examination. Miss Shinobi, do you agree? Uchiha Izumi said, slightly surprised. She killed 2 elite Jonin. Well, Miss Shinobi officially condemned Konoha on the surface, but they were the ones who took the initiative in the matter of the country of Nami, and they were not as good as others and suffered a disadvantage. It was nothing to do. In the end, it was out of peace considerations. I still agreed to participate in the joint Chunin exam invited by Konoha. Namikaze Minato explains. Chapter 216 Observation Haki, Teleportation. Chapter 216 Observation Haki, Teleportation. Quan is back. Tianming, who stayed at home, felt it from the moment the spring stepped into the Konoha. This is the ability from the new big move Open Black Lens Bracket Observation Haki Close Black Lens Bracket. One of the Haki from One Piece. The 5 senses can be sharpened, and Haki, which can detect the breath of surrounding creatures and emotional changes, can also be used to predict and avoid danger, and even predict the future to a certain extent. The range and intensity vary from person to person. With Tianming's ability, it is not a problem to use Observation Haki to cover the entire tree, leaf. Is that so, then I'll go cook. Ryoko Ant, as always, acts as a housewife. Squad 7 led by Izumi should be going to carry out the mission of the Land of Waves, right? Hong just finished the practice of her 8th class, she said with a tired face. I really envy her, the students under me are all geniuses. The class 1 lead is much worse. With this level, participating in the joint Chunin exam, I don't know if I can do it. Red is also hard work. The 3rd class 1 lead is not bad, but it was a little naughty at the beginning, and it will be honest after a beating. Shizune said with a smile on his face. Hey, they're still children, be careful with your iron fist. Red complained. It's disgusting, how can I put it like it's very violent, besides, I'm a medical ninja, I can heal if I break it. Shizune smiled authentically. Isn't her statement even scarier? Hong was speechless for a moment, and could only give the genuine silent member of the 3rd class in his heart. Lin is now working in the medical army, and the tasks are not heavy. She works from 9 to 5, and her working hours are very regular. By the way, I heard that Miss Shinobi sent 2 ninja swordsmen to prevent the construction of the sea crossing bridge in the land of Nami. Is Izumi alright? I've also heard that Quan is really powerful. He killed those 2 ninja swordsmen. Advertisement Hong couldn't help but praised. The battle shouldn't be easy, right? Shizune is a little worried and authentic. Don't worry, there will be no problem. Before leaving, I set the pupil technique on Quan. Tianming said calmly. In fact, he also felt the activation of the pupil technique. Quan was indeed in danger. This made Tianming, who was in the process of communicating with Hong and Shizune in harmony with each other, suspend the action of going in and out of the route. Still, nothing to worry about, because he passed the pupil technique of transcribing the seal twice. The activation at 0 hour will bring Quan back to the state of full health, which is equivalent to an extra life. Of course, if Quan encounters a truly invincible enemy, the 2 0 hours are exhausted. Tianming will make a move. On how to make a move. The 2 of them were thousands of miles away. Even if they were riding a Tianma, the distant water would not be able to save the nearby fire for a while. But Tianming got a new big move from the system a few years ago. Open Black Lens Bracket Teleport Close Black Lens Bracket. This is the ability from Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong, which was given to the Sub-Dela Special Star. This big move is not a combat move, but a special ability. You don't need to go through any paths, and you don't need to spend a little time to achieve the trick of moving from one place to another. However, to use this trick, one must feel the chi of the people at the target location. That is to say, this trick cannot go to a place where no one is there. If you use it proficiently, you can even take someone to transfer it together. The transfer method is of space nature. Regardless of the distance, you can jump from one planet to another. Tianming can lock Quan's chi as long as he wants. No matter Tianya Haikukuzu can reach the other party's side in an instant. Therefore, after confirming that the second pupil technique set on Quan's body was not activated, Tianming felt relieved and continued his live discussion with Hong and Shizune. The specific process is omitted. Advertisement. Just as they were chatting, Quan's shout came from outside the house. I am back. Welcome home, May 11th. Have you worked hard for a month's work? Opening the door, I saw the dusty spring. It's okay, thanks to someone's protection, the mission went smoothly. Okay, I'm so dirty, let me take a shower first. Sanagakure. It's finally started, the joint Chunin exam. 4th Keisuke Jaru Luo. Since the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, the agent Keisuke Luosha died in battle. As a famous family, she was elected by the crowd to succeed Keisuke. In order to consolidate the regime, she married the family of 3rd Keisuke and gave birth to a son and a daughter named Gara and Tamari. The policy of leaning towards Konoha has been adopted in diplomacy. After more than 10 years of hard work, Sanagakure's strength has been greatly improved. His children are the leaders of the younger generation of San Shinobi. Don't worry, mother. I will definitely win glory for the village in the Chunin exam. With gray-black hair and a solid coat made of sand and iron, San Shinobi's first Genin Gara. He inherited the lineage of his father's family, mastered the secret art of magnet-style sand iron, and at the same time grandmaster lightning style, earth style and the puppet art he learned from Chiyo grandma. He is a veritable genius ninja and has the title of Gaara of sand iron. Me too. I want to meet Konoha shinobi who defeated my mother back then. With long golden hair tied into a ponytail, and a long skirt embroidered with a special violet seal, Sand Shinobi's second genin Tamari. Tamari inherited the blood of his mother's family and mastered the secret technique of magnet-style sand. At the same time, Grandmaster Wind Style and Sealing Technique took over the title of Tamari of Sandstorm from his mother. Also Tsunagekyu's one-tailed Jinchuriki. Since she was protected by her mother since she was a child, even as a Jinchuriki, she did not encounter too much discrimination. In addition, she has a lively and cheerful personality, and at the same time has excellent strength. She has gradually been recognized by everyone in the village. Thank you Kazekage-sama for your kindness of cultivation. I will definitely assist Gaara-sama and Tamari-sama, and I passed the exam. With short purple hair, the man looks older after all. This is the ninja Violet who was born in a commoner family in Sand Shinobi. Due to his inability to use ninjutsu and genjutsu, he was once expelled from Sand Shinobi's ninja school. Fortunately, Garura took a fancy to his physical potential, became a genin, and was placed in the same class as Gaara and Tamari. Chapter 217 Sand Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi Chapter 217. Sand Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, just do your best, I believe in you. Garura said softly, and Tamari, remember not to cause trouble, that man has retired from the ninja world for many years, you should not have any strange thoughts. Aren't you curious? In the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, he defeated many of our Sand Shinobi masters by himself. Tamari smiled playfully, expressing disapproval. Retired for many years? With all due respect, mother, a powerful ninja who crosses the ninja world and makes a name for the village. A young man like this who chooses to retire is probably not a real strong man. Gaara said with a serious face, you don't understand, that one is truly powerful. Garura shook his head. Even though it has been more than 10 years since the Battle of Kikyo Mountain in April 77 inches and her strength has improved to a higher level, every time she thinks back to that incomparably powerful existence back then, she has no intention of challenging at all. But my lord, Gaara is still dissatisfied. Gaara, Kazekage-sama is right, that one is absolutely invincible. The mature woman who spoke was none other than Sand Shinobi's famous Scorch-style envoy Hakura. Compared with the bun-head before, she has a bunch of dark green long hair, and the style of clothing is the same as before, tights and backless. How could it be? Even teacher Yi Kang. Hearing this, Gaara suddenly showed surprise. You must know that his teacher is a famous ninja with a very strong personality. Hey, could it be that Mr. Yi Kang is also defeated by that person? Tamari said with a surprised face. She has a simple mind, but her words are a bit inappropriate. However, Yi Kang did not express any dissatisfaction with the title of defeated general. Instead, he simply admitted it and nodded. Advertisement, yes. I have fought against him twice. The first time he was not interested in me and let me go. The second time I challenged him stubbornly, but was pierced by a knife. If it wasn't for Konoha, someone shouted to stay. I'm afraid I've been directly killed by him, right? Yi Kang recalled back then, his face could not help showing a bitter look, and he muttered to himself. That person has never put me in his eyes, and he probably has forgotten my existence by now. Even the Scorch style makes Mr. Yi Kang look down on him. What the hell is this? Zi Luo, who was taciturn, couldn't help sighing, humph. Gaara kept her mouth shut, the suspicion still shining in her eyes. Garuro saw his performance, thinking about the young and energetic child, it would be useless to talk more. Yi Kang, it's really hard for you to educate my two children. Where is it, Kazekage-sama? At that time, Tsunagekyu's was newly defeated, internally and externally. Mist Shinobi took the opportunity to blackmail me, and wanted to take my life. In order to beg for peace, the senior management of the village almost agreed to Mist Shinobi's request. Yi Kang said respectfully. The reason is that Yi Kang had killed many Mist Shinobi when he was carrying out his mission before, and forged a big hatred. Mist Shinobi colluded with Sand Shinobi's high-level executives in an attempt to lure Yi Kang to Kirigakure to die in the name of peace negotiations. Although it is cruel, it is also a dark corner of the real village. People who play politics never know what integrity is. Thanks to the grace of saving his life, Yi Kang has been loyal to Garura since then, and the latter also trusts her very much, entrusting his two children to her as Jonin's mentor. As Kazekage of Tsunagakure, I will never allow my companions to die. Garuro spoke firmly. Master Kazekage. Hakura's expression was moved, and he thought to himself. Maybe she is not the strongest Kazekage in Tsunagakure, but she must be the best Kazekage in Tsunagakure. By the way, Yi Kang. For this trip to Konoha, we have to make all the preparations. Ja Luluo's eyes flickered slightly, and he said meaningfully, this time the joint Chunin exam is definitely going to be a big deal. Yes. The gathering of the 5 hidden villages is absolutely unprecedented. Yi Kang said with the same serious expression. If they are serious, I'm afraid this will trigger the 4th Ninja World War. Yeah. This time, we Sand Shinobi must not take sides wrongly. Advertisement Garura said with a serious face. Cloud Shinobi Village. Report to Master Raikage. The ninja equipment are all ready, and the troops have been secretly dispatched to the border in batches. As long as you give an order, you can kill Konoha. After assisting 3rd Raikage, now Tutai has also become the advisor of 4th Raikage. Very good, After 10 years of hard work, we have waited too long for this day. Raikage gritted his teeth authentically. The 4 hidden villages form an alliance, they will definitely be able to defeat Konoha, and win 100%, oye. Killer Bee rapped leisurely. The alliance of the 4 great hidden villages? I'm afraid they may not be of one mind. Voiced by Wooden Golem, deep and authentic. Each hidden village has its own calculations, that's a matter of course, but facing the dominant Konoha, we have no other choice but to fight together, presumably everyone's goal is the same. Cough cough. Third Raikage walked into the conference hall. The long-term accumulation of injuries made him age faster, the original light blonde hair also turned gray, and the left arm and left leg that were frozen and shattered by Ice Demon Tianming are now covered with special. The prosthetic limb was replaced, and the movement seemed a little inconvenient. Old man, why are you here? Raikage hurried forward to help, but was thrown away by the latter immediately. 5.7. The old man is not weak enough to be helped, Third Raikage snorted coldly. Tutai seemed to realize something, and exclaimed in surprise. The previous generation, it is possible that this time the battle, you have to. Exactly. The person who knows me well is you, Tutai. In the deep eyes of Third Raikage, there was still a trace of fireworks burning, and he said in a deep voice. I will fight all my life, and I will never die of old age on the hospital bed. This time, I will conquer Konoha, and it will be my last journey. Old man. Raikage burst into tears immediately, as his son, knowing his stubborn temper, he no longer persuaded the other party. Okay. This time, we, Cloud Shinobi, are united as one, and we will definitely be able to defeat. Chapter 218 Actions of Rock Shinobi and Mist Shinobi. Chapter 218 Actions of Rock Shinobi and Mist Shinobi. Ask for flowers and comments. Iwagakure. Has it been decided, Master Tsuchikage? The leader of the Karahara Demolition Unit, as an explosion-style boundary ninja known for his destructive power, he ended up with a half-body disabled due to his fist fight with Tianming on the battlefield of the Country of Grass. Since then, he has retreated to the second line, and his originally violent personality was polished to be calm, but he was appreciated and entered the top management of Rock Shinobi. Haven't we been preparing for this day for more than 10 years? The old voice, from his crooked body, Onogi's face became older than before, nearly 80-old ninja. Fortunately, his blood successor eliminated Dust Dun, and has a certain life-extending characteristic. But from his sharp eyes, it can be seen that his heart is still burning with fierce fighting spirit and hatred. But Miss Haidu is still young, do you really want to take her there? Carrie 13 expressed concern. You must know that she is not only your granddaughter, but also the only Jinchuriki left in our Iwagakure. Back then, on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Grass, Four Tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi was killed by Tianming on the spot, and after many years, Four Tails Chakra regrouped and revived. It took a lot of effort for Rock Shinobi to recapture it and seal it on the body of Tsuchikage's granddaughter Kuroto. The situation of Five Tails Jinchuriki Han was different. At that time, in order to continue fighting, he reached an agreement with Five Tails in his body and took the initiative to lift the seal, but he was still not Tianming's opponent. Five Tails was beaten and fled, and has since disappeared. In other words, Han is still alive, but he is controlled by Five Tails as Jinchuriki's body. She will have to face it sooner or later, and her father, Huang too, died tragically at the hands of Konoha. How can such bloody hatred not be avenged? Onoki gritted his teeth and said, thinking of his son's tragic death, he couldn't help but feel a dull pain in his heart. I understand. Carrie subconsciously looked at his arm like a zombie dead wood. Most of the chakra meridians in his body were destroyed. All this was thanks to that person. By the way, pass the information to Akatsuki. Over the years, we have been working together happily. Advertisement, Onoki said in a low voice. Shao. Master Tsuchikage, I always feel that this organization is particularly weird. As long as you give money, you dare to accept any kind of employment, and the completion rate of the task is as high as 100%. Its strength is unfathomable. Carrie reminded. HMPH. It's just a group of wild dogs who work their lives for money, and they can just be used to deal with Konoha. Onoki said coldly. Remember, we are using Akatsuki. Kirigakure. Mizukage-sama, the troops have assembled. Ow, a one-eyed man with gray-blue hair, is one of the top ranks of Mist Shinobi. Well, Shing, I will leave the matter of dispatching troops to you. The appearance looks very young, but in fact this is due to the characteristics of unique ninjutsu, 4th Mizukage Yagura. Unlike its harmless appearance to humans and animals, Mizukage's political skills can be described as iron-blooded. Successfully suppressed the coup d'état of the Mist Shinobi Yoruichi clan, the Snow clan, etc., and carried out a bloody cleansing of all restless blood successor limit families. This is the so-called Land of Blood Mist, but after the violence, the policy of recruiting security was gradually adopted. After all, these famous families are the important strength of Mist Shinobi, and killing them all is undoubtedly self-defeating. This is different from the original work, because Yagura at that time was secretly controlled by Uchiha Obito, who continued the Blood Mist village unrestrainedly, and even expanded the massacre of all blood successor limit families. Terumi Mei, the class you lead, I hope you don't let me down. Yagura said coldly. Of course, Mizukage-sama. Terumi Mei's eyes flickered slightly, and her expression was a little complicated. Advertisement as the owner of Blood Succession Boundary, she was once persecuted, but even so, she still loves this village, so as long as Yagura stops the persecution, she is still willing to serve Kirigakure. 3 genin students following behind her. They're Kagaya Kimimaro, Snow White, and Ghost Lantern Water Moon. Yagura glanced at the 3 of them meaningfully, and said coldly, You three are all descendants of the rebel party. I hope you can make good contributions to the village, to make up for the felony committed by the family. Morning. The three of them claimed yes, with confused expressions on their faces. They were still young and didn't participate in the rebellion caused by the family back then. They just had unchangeable blood flowing in their bodies, so they could only bear this unwarranted disaster. Don't worry, Mizukage-sama. We will fight for Miss Shinobi to the death. The person who spoke was an elderly young man whose appearance was 7 to 8 points similar to Onito Mizuki, named Onito Mitsuki, who was one of the new 7 ninja swordsmen and the owner of Flounder. Big brother. Gaidong Shuei glanced at him worriedly, who shook his head with a smile. Both Kagaya Kimimaro and Shueibai couldn't help casting envious glances. The family they belonged to was the mastermind of the rebellion that started back then, and now they have all been killed, leaving only the two of them. There is no one to rely on, and in the end, Yagura can only take him in, with great mercy. However, even so, it is reduced to a ninja's props to use. Report Master Mizukage. According to intelligence, the remaining 5 hidden villages have been prepared. Iwagakure seems to have hired an organization named Akatsuki. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the owner of Samahata. As a veteran first-class ninja of Kirigakure, he holds an important position and is in charge of Kirigakure's intelligence department. Shao. I seem to have heard it a little bit. It is said that it originated from the mercenary organization in the Rain Shinobi village area. But there is no need to pay too much attention to the ninjas who come from such poor places. Yagura thought for a while but didn't think so. Puffer Ghost, from now on, closely monitor all the movements of Konoha, and I will keep abreast of their first-line information. P.S. By the way, the so-called Minazuki clan, like Konoha Hashishi, is a fanfare, and the original work does not exist at all. Regarding the Bai family, both the original manga and the formula book are called The Boy of the Snow Clan. I have the physical book on my desk, so don't argue with me about these old-fashioned settings. Chapter 119 Konoha's Response. Chapter 119 Konoha's Reaction. Rain Shinobi Village. The time is ripe, it's time to attack Konoha, the head of the 5 hidden villages. Like the ripple expanded Rinnegan, Nagato exudes an amazing aura. After more than 10 years of practice, Nagato has fully mastered the ability of Rinnegan. With the huge chakra of his own Uzumaki clan, his strength is unfathomable. HMPH, attacking the richest Konoha in the ninja world, you should be able to get a lot of money, right? Takigakure rebelled against Kakuzu, and it is his belief that wealth is like life. Haha. As long as you can kill people, it's fine, these are all sacrifices to Lord Cult of the evil god. Tanjian village rebelled against Hidan, and believed in a cult that could kill people at will. 5 hidden villages gathered together, these are all materials for making human puppets. Sanagakure rebelled against the ninja scorpion, using eternity as an artistic concept. The murderer who killed 3rd Cage, triggering the 3rd Ninja World War. It just happens to let the world witness my unparalleled masterpiece, art is an explosion, Rock Shinobi rebelled against Deidara and made explosions his art. He was expelled from the village by Tsuchikage due to frequent destruction in the land of Earth. Nagato, a core member of the organization, we haven't recruited enough yet. As one of the founders of Akatsuki, Conan expressed concern. Konoha holds a joint Chunin exam, this is a godsend opportunity. We must not let go of this great opportunity to destroy Konoha. Besides, our current members have not gathered yet, and there are people with lofty ideals lurking in various hidden villages, waiting look forward to our arrival. Nagato's eyes burst into flames of hatred. Killing his best friend Yahiko, the treacherous Konoha, that's the nature of the ninja world, they have to feel the pain. Konohagakure. At this time, the whole village is in a very festive atmosphere. Konoha, as the host, invited all the hidden villages to participate in this joint Chunin examination meeting. In fact, this is not the first time. Almost every few years, Konoha will send invitations to the major hidden villages, but in previous years, only some of the surrounding small hidden villages participated, and the other 5 hidden villages were not at all. Advertisement like this time, the 5 great hidden villages were invited by Konoha at the same time. This is definitely an unprecedented event. This is of extraordinary political significance, and it has established Yi's unique and detached position in the ninja world. As the leader of the Konoha 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato seems to have the arrogance to command the ninja world. As long as the joint Chunin exam is done well this time, Namikaze Minato's historical status will definitely surpass its predecessors and become the greatest Hokage in the history of Konoha. Regarding this point, even Konoha's high-ranking executives, who have always liked to be picky, cannot deny the great achievements of Namikaze Minato. 4th generation, with all due respect, I'm not trying to throw cold water on it. These 5 hidden villages are gathered together, I'm afraid it's definitely not simply a matter of taking the Chunin exam. Shimura Danzo maintains his usual cautious and suspicious character. The joint Chunin exam is a game of small military competitions in a peaceful era. It tries to show the excellence of its own younger generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette and said in a deep voice, Cloud Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, Sand Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, they have all been developing quietly over the years, maybe they have also cultivated a group of excellent ninjas? It doesn't matter. In terms of talents of the younger generation, we Konoha have an absolute advantage. Namikaze Minato is confident and authentic. The son of the 4th generation is one of the best. Mitokado Homura made a compliment, where you are absurd. Namikaze Minato was all smiles, obviously very satisfied with his son. Our Konoha's younger generation does have many excellent ninjas, but don't you think there are too many elements from a certain family? Ekaharu is a little eccentric. As soon as this remark came out, Shimura Danzo immediately echoed. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izumi, and that evildoer, not to mention. Fourth generation, if this continues, the entire Konoha will soon become Uchihas. Namikaze Minato frowned, and said in a deep voice, Master Danzo, I understand your worries. But now that the Chunin exam is approaching, and there are mixed forces in the hidden villages, we should unite as one at this time. It's nice to say, but it's not certain whether Uchiha thinks so. Shimura Danzo said coldly, what if they make excessive demands on us by taking advantage of the gathering of the 5 hidden villages? This advertisement Namikaze Minato was at a loss for words. This is indeed a question that requires careful consideration. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded seriously. Yeah, Uchiha has been getting restless lately. Mitokado Homura sighed. HMPH, a group of wolfish and ambitious guys, who have been silent for more than 10 years, are finally showing their true colors. Ekaharu speaks with malice. Above, Namikaze Minato could not refute. According to his dealings with Uchiha for more than 10 years, he has figured out the character of this family. Arrogant, ambitious, but also very capable. If it can be controlled, it will be a sharp weapon, otherwise it will probably backfire on itself. Prior to this, Namikaze Minato changed Konoha's long-standing policy of suppressing Uchiha, making the latter develop rapidly. It was originally ranked no institutions and departments are deeply intertwined. Uchiha, who has grown stronger, gradually began to disobey his Hokage's orders, and even openly challenge him on some policies. Especially the recent, Lee's, Zebo Bridge, incident has further intensified the conflict between Konoha executives and Uchiha. Hey, I'll go to the Uchiha clan again, let me talk to Fugaku. Namikaze Minato's complexion was a bit subtle, it seemed that even he himself did not have much hope for the next negotiation. Humph. Shimura Danzo sneered. I thought that if a negotiation could solve the problem, the era of Senju Hashirama would be solved. To deal with Uchiha, you still have to use the most direct force to suppress Bai. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Well, just in case, summon Sanin back. Release Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the grounded Orochimaru temporarily. Chapter 220 Akatsuki's Spy Chapter 220 Akatsuki's Spy. The Uchiha clan. After more than 10 years of healthy development, the Uchiha family's family area has doubled in size, and it has occupied a part of the center of Konoha. The population of the clan has also reached thousands, and it is completely the number 1 ninja in Konoha and even in the ninja world. Ancestry. Tonight, Uchiha held a secret meeting as usual. Master Patriarch, I heard that the 4th generation came to see you in person today, what did they say? Uchiha Ironfire asked. It's nothing more than saying a few beautiful words verbally, and then cryptically advising that we must know how to restrain ourselves. Uchiha Fugaku is bland and authentic. Haha, sure enough, the group of high-level Konoha guys are finally afraid of our powerful Uchiha. Uchiha Yeo couldn't help but let out a maniacal laugh. This made Uchiha Itachi on the side express dissatisfaction immediately. Does it make you proud to make the people in the village afraid? Itachi. What do you mean? Being questioned in public by a junior, Uchiha Yude's face suddenly became a little uncomfortable. Then let me ask 650 what you mean, Uchiha Itachi retorted unceremoniously. Itachi, pay attention to what you say to your elders. Uchiha Fugaku frowned. Father, Uchiha Itachi clenched his fists, looked at the other party's extremely menacing eyes, immediately bowed his head unwillingly, and said in a deep voice. Sorry, I made a mistake, Zu Dai. HMPH. You kid. Uchiha Yashira snorted coldly, but the other party was the eldest son of the patriarch, and even though he was young, he was one of the 4 elite Uchiha, so he couldn't scold him too much. Weasel. Uchiha Shisui tugged at him and shook his head. Advertisement, I believe everyone has received the news. Soon, the 5 hidden villages will gather in Konoha to hold a joint Chunin exam. We, the police force of the Uchiha clan, are in charge of the security of the village and have a heavy responsibility. I hope everyone can do a good job. Work, so that people from other villages can see the demeanor of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku speaks righteously. Hey, Master Patriarch, no matter how good our work is, outsiders will probably only think that this is Hokage's leadership, and it is Konoha who is respected, not us Uchiha. Uchiha Yashira is eccentric. As soon as this remark came out, it immediately aroused the sympathy of everyone on the field, and they all echoed. That's right. Our noble Uchiha clan, how can we condescend to be inferior to others? Recently, the purpose and attitude of the 4th generation have also begun to change, and there are faint signs of returning to the original suppression of us. After more than 10 years of development, our Uchiha has become the strength it is today. We must not return to the original half-dead state. The 4th generation is an upstart commoner. In the final analysis, there is a class gap with us old and famous families. One day they will be on the opposite side. I don't want to go back to the days when I was bullied. Only by letting us Uchiha people take the stage and become Hokage can we be done once and for all. The topics discussed by the Uchiha people are becoming more and more explicit. Undisguised ambition is like a runaway horse. Uchiha Itachi's scalp is numb, and he has realized that the Uchiha clan is going to a point of no return. He really wants to stand up and yell at these people in front of him. But it was preempted by another person beside him. Uchiha Shisui, who had been silent all the time, stood up, and due to the agitation of chakra in his body, his eyes automatically opened Sharingan. So, what do you want to do? There was silence for 3 seconds. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes also turned into Sharingan, and he said blankly, "We are discussing a suitable, BDCI, plan." Then, the Uchiha tribe present also opened a pair of Sharingan. Scarlet Piece. Konoha Hushan. Fire-style blast and flurry. The flame spread rapidly in the vortex-shaped distorted space, instantly forming a large fire snake, burning everything around it. Uchiha Obito is practicing ninjutsu alone. I saw a dark red flame enchantment suddenly appeared in front of his eyes as soon as the seals of his hands change. Uchiha Flame Formation. Advertisement possesses an amazing defense against the attack of tailed beasts. At the same time, the high-temperature flames can automatically counterattack the attacking party. The advanced enchantment of the Uchiha family. Uchiha Obito has been fully learned. This level is far from enough. I need stronger power. While muttering to himself, suddenly Uchiha Obito's eyes froze. The body suddenly hollow, in the form of physical penetration, completely dives into the ground. After a while, holding a white figure, it penetrated from the ground and placed it on the ground. Ahem, is this necessary? You're still so sharp. White Zetsu stretched out his hand and touched the painful neck and said helplessly. Say. Uchiha Obito glanced at him indifferently. This is a signal from Nagato-sama. I saw White Zetsu took out a scroll from his strange body that resembled aloe vera, and threw it at the opponent. After Uchiha Obito grabbed it with one hand, he untied the sealing technique on it. Open scroll. Konoha collapse plan. Akatsuki is finally going to be officially launched? 3 years earlier than the original plan, although a bit hasty, Master Nagato said that Konoha's joint Chunin exam is an opportunity that cannot be missed. White Zetsu said excitedly, at that time, the 5 hidden villages will gather, and we can catch them all at once. HMPH, Nagato, isn't he too confident? Uchiha Obito said coldly. Obito, don't question Master Nagato, you have seen the power of Rinnegan before. White Zetsu expressed dissatisfaction authentically. Rinnegan's power is indeed very strong, but Konoha is not a vegetarian, as strong as a forest, only relying on Akatsuki's power. Uchiha Obito said in a low voice. So, we need to rely on the power of the other 5 hidden villages. We, Akatsuki, just need to provoke each other deliberately, let them attack each other, dog eat dog. The ugly ninja world should go to extinction. White Zetsu unabashedly vented his malicious emotions. Uchiha Obito was expressionless, looking at the crescent moon in the sky that was gradually engulfed by black clouds, and said in a deep voice. Indeed, this is a hell world that shouldn't exist. Chapter 221 5 Shadows arrive. Chapter 221 5 Cages arrive. The 7th class led by Izumi, Namikaze Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, the above 3, in the name of Jonin Uchiha Izumi, recommend them to take the Chunin selection exam. The 8th class led by Red, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and Haruno Sakura, the above 3, in the name of Jonin Yuhi Red, recommend the same as the left. The 10th class led by Asuma, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji, the above 3, I recommend them to participate in the name of Jonin Sarutobi Asuma. Oh, the 3 Jonins all recommended newcomers. It's been 5 years since I tried it, right? Those kids, I remember they just graduated a few months ago, right? Sarutobi here is inside. Isn't this very good? The new shoots of Konoha will eventually grow vigorously? Namikaze Minato smiled heartily. Whoosh, the figure of Uchiha Shisui appeared silently. Report, Lord 4th Generation. The people from the hidden villages have arrived at Konoha. Okay. The gathering of 5 shadows is definitely an unprecedented event for Konoha, and I want to welcome it personally. Namikaze Minato suddenly stood up with a bright smile on his face. 13 in front of Konoha's main entrance, people from Sand Shinobi first arrived at the law. Jaru Lola opened the hood on the top of her head, looking at Konoha surrounded by green water and green mountains in front of her. Is this Konohagakure? Sure enough, it occupies a piece of fertile land, which is much better than the barren Sanagakure environment. This is the style of the first hidden village. Yi Kang's eyes flickered slightly, and he murmured in a low voice. I wonder if I can see that person. Mother, forgive me. The ninjas who grew up in this comfortable environment may not necessarily be the counterparts of our Sand Shinobi. Gaara kept an aloof look on her face. Wow, what does Konoha look like inside? There must be a lot of interesting things. Tamari looked excited, and there was a strong curiosity in the golden eyes. I'm looking forward to competing with Konoha's masters. Violet's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. Master Kazekage regarding this action. Baki tried to step forward and ask, but was stopped by the opponent. Advertisement. Let's see first. In order to maximize Sanagakure's interests, we don't need to bet so fast. Garuro said calmly. A moment later, the team representing Cloud Shinobi also came. Hey, this must be Lord 4th Kazekage of the famous Sandstorm Garura, right? A loud voice that can be heard from far away. I saw Raikage and his group walking towards them. Eye of the Blue Lightning, His Excellency 4th Raikage, has long known his name. Kurora returned the gift politely, then he turned his attention to the Genin team behind him. Everyone is full of energy, they must be the elites of Cloud Shinobi's younger generation. Wherever it is, Sand Shinobi is it. Raikage glanced at Sand Shinobi's Genin team with a smile, and finally locked his eyes on Gaara, Tamari, and Zilla. Facing the other party's scrutinizing gaze, Gaara looked at the latter quietly, neither humble nor overbearing. Nice look. Hokage smiled slightly, secretly remembering these faces. Ja Luluo was doing the same thing, but she paid a little attention to the figure in a cloak following the corner of the team. The two exchanged greetings without saying a word. Then, Rock Shinobi's team also arrived. The first thing that came into view was an old man being carried in a sedan chair by several Rock Shinobi. Yo, isn't this the Sandstorm Princess of Sand Shinobi and the bad boy of Cloud Shinobi? Now they have inherited the title of Shadow. Onoki waved at them kindly. I'm sorry, my back hurts, so I won't come down to say hello to you. Your Excellency Tsuchikage. Garura and Hokage greeted each other with smiles, but couldn't help complaining in their hearts. If someone really thinks that Tsuchikage is too old to move, they will be wiped out by him, right? You guys, it's really early. Hokage, Tsuchikage. Hearing the prestige, he saw that the people from Mist Shinobi had also arrived. Your Excellency Mizukage is here too. Everyone has different expressions. Mist Shinobi has always pursued mysticism, coupled with being alone overseas, communication is difficult after all. So they also met Mizukage himself for the first time. Advertisement, it is said that 4th Mizukage is very young, it seems that the rumors are not wrong. Garuro sighed, however, this Chakra's aura is by no means an ordinary person. Hokage watched him intently. For this, Yagura did not give any explanation, and said meaningfully, Everyone, are you ready? Everyone's eyes flickered at once, and there was no clear answer. And this is, with a golden flash flashing from the front of Konoha. Hokage shows up. Welcome to Konoha, I am 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato greeted them cheerfully, Your Excellency Huo 570 Shadow. All the shadows immediately returned the gift. Golden Glitter is still as agile as ever, and this one beside you. Onoki narrowed his eyes slightly, and shifted his gaze to a young figure following Namikaze Minato. Konoha Jonin, Uchiha Shisui, I've seen everyone. Uchiha Shisui saluted them respectfully. Is it the Uchiha family? What a powerful instant technique. It must be one of the 4 Uchiha masters who have recently become famous. Hokage frowned, obviously noticing that the latter's speed was astonishingly fast. Don't dare to be. Uchiha Shisui said humbly. It seems that the relationship between Hokage and Uchiha is getting along well. Onoki smiled kindly. That's not necessarily the case. Who can tell clearly what is on the surface and what it actually is? Yagura said meaningfully, Oh, I'm sorry, I'm joking, you won't be offended by Lord Hokage? Why? I've always listened to Mizukage's words as a joke. Namikaze Minato blinked in feigned surprise. Yes? Yagura also looked at the latter with a smile. Okay, everyone has come from afar, let's talk about it first. Chapter 222 Conflict on the Street. Chapter 222 Clash in the Streets. Oh, that's great, as long as I pass this test, I will be a Chunin. Namikaze Naruto happily took the application form for the Chunin exam, and signed his name with a wave of his hand. HMPH. Hope to meet some interesting opponents. Uchiha Sasuke also felt the same, and quickly signed the famous minister. I will continue to become stronger. Hyuga Hinata's eyes are firm, and he is no longer confused. Very good. The first round is a competition, and the exam will start at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Izumi Uchiha accepted the applications from the 3. Before the exam, let's have a dinner together in class 7, will the teacher come too? Namikaze Naruto warmly invited. No, you guys go. I have other things to deal with. Eat a little more, the exam depends on your performance. After Uchiha Izumi declined, he gave his blessing. I brought my own bento. Uchiha Sasuke was about to say that, but Namikaze Naruto pulled his arm. Don't eat bento. Let's go together, Tisk, what a troublesome guy. It's hard to give up hospitality, and Uchiha Sasuke didn't insist. Well, anyway, my father doesn't care much about my affairs. Hyuga Hinata smiled wryly, and accepted the invitation to the dinner party. Ever since, the 3 of them came to the Ichiraku ramen shop. Perhaps because many customers from other villages came today, Konoha Street is particularly prosperous, and there is also a long queue in front of the Ichiraku ramen shop. There are so many people, shall we go somewhere else? Uchiha Sasuke doesn't like crowds and noise. Don't, ramen is my favorite. If I can't eat ramen before the exam, I will fail the exam. Namikaze Naruto is pitiful and authentic. You be ***************** D, you are so annoying. Uchiha Sasuke was pulled by him, and suddenly felt very helpless. Advertisement, the relationship between the 2 of you is really good. Hyuga Hinata smiled. That's right, we are competitors and partners. Namikaze Naruto admitted straightforwardly, humph. Uchiha Sasuke turned his head away, textbook Tsunere. Just like that, the 3 of them chatted while queuing up. It wasn't boring, and soon the line was up to them. However, at this moment, a team jumped in ahead of them. Excuse me, give me a break. Hey, this is our location. So, please move it, what did you say? I saw the 3 people in front of me wearing the forehead protector representing Cloud Shinobi. One of the blonde men, with a red-hot letter tattooed on his arm, grinned deliberately provocatively. Move if you are told, where are you talking so much nonsense? It's Tu Zhongyang, Azhi. What should I do if I meet a ruthless character and get slapped in the face? The one who spoke was a white-haired teenager with a lollipop in his mouth. How can Omoi say such discouraging words? We ninjas are supposed to reason with our fists, aren't we? The other is a girl with dark skin and a flat chest. Karui, even you. Omoi said he had nothing to say, spread his hands and apologized to Namikaze Naruto and others in front of him. I'm really sorry, my companion has a bad temper, I advise you to bear it up. Forbearance? What are you? Uchiha Sasuke, who is proud of his personality, can't be so angry, and he just responded with a single sentence. Azu raised his eyebrows, and his eyes fell on the family crest of Uchiha Sasuke. Is this family crest from the Uchiha family? HMPH. Since you recognize it, then you should understand the meaning of this name. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. Shout, who are you scaring? You are from the famous family of Konoha, isn't Lousy the famous family of Cloud Shinobi? Azzy let out a sneer and said contemptuously, I don't care if you are famous or not, I just know that you are jumping in line and preventing me from eating ramen. This is a serious provocation. Namikaze Naruto said angrily, advertisement, is ramen the point? Omoi made a complaint. The confrontation between the two sides immediately attracted the attention of the rest of the team. Many of them are candidates from various hidden villages who are preparing to take the Chunin exam, and they immediately become melon eaters. Konoha and Cloud Shinobi, are they going to fight so soon? Interesting, why don't we take a gamble, which side will win? Haha, I think Konoha has a better chance of winning, after all, this is their territory. I'll bet on Cloud Shinobi, it looks pretty impressive. Everyone was afraid of chaos, and even provoked the two sides intentionally or unintentionally. Now both sides feel a little bit stuck, they are not fools, and the Chunin exam is about to start, how can they fight it this time? Not to mention winning or losing, I'm afraid I will expose my ninjutsu in full view, which is not good for the next exam. Since she is wearing casual clothes and does not wear a ninja's forehead protector, coupled with her gentle posture like water, she does not look like a powerful character. However, just as the atmosphere became more and more tense, suddenly someone shouted loudly. Namikaze Naruto asked curiously. Hinata, you know her, who is it? Azzy said disdainfully. I thought it was a big shot from Konoha, a mere medical ninja, who also wanted to persuade the fight. Is that Hokage's son? Hearing this, everyone immediately let out a disappointment, and turned their malicious eyes, by Leela, to the person who spoke. Suigetsu, who was passing by, locked his eyes on Uchiha Sasuke. Hyuga Hinata explains. I saw that it was a mature woman with long brown hair, holding a sleepy man by her side. But Hyuga Hinata recognized each other, teacher? Among the crowd, Gaara fixed his eyes on Namikaze Naruto. The Uchiha clan. Let us, Miss Shinobi, lose the 3 seniors of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Ems Lin is a Chunin in the medical team. I was injured during training before, and she helped me treat it. When everyone heard that he was just an ordinary person and a medical ninja who lacked combat effectiveness, their faces were even more disapproving. What are you doing here? Ninja fights are forbidden on the street. Everyone couldn't help but be a little contemptuous. Chapter 223 Samui's Fear. Chapter 223 Samuel's Fear. Are all the kids these days so skinny? Lin sighed. Children? Who are you talking about? Azzy was furious. He is already 15 years old this year, and with his strength, he should have become Cloud Shinobi's Chunin long ago, but in order to participate in the joint Chunin exam held by Konoha, he deliberately failed to advance. In the ninja world, age is not the difference, only strength is. Gaara said flatly, this Konoha ninja, I'm afraid she will be taught a lesson. As expected. Seeing that Azzy directly pulled out the ninja sword behind him, he sneered and said, Chunin exam, just chop a Chunin to help cheer, he. Hey, Azzy, this is Konoha's territory, don't go too far. Omoi persuaded. What are you afraid of? Our Lord Raikage is also there, but we still have to be careful not to kill. Karui didn't object, but just reminded the other party a little bit. It's alright, I'm not a stupefied young man anymore. Azzy waved his hand impatiently. You be ****************** D. Are you serious about showing your sword in the street? Wave 797 Fung Naruto scolded. Just do it if you don't accept it, why are you talking so much nonsense? Azzy glanced at him disdainfully. Then, as soon as the words fell, he rushed towards Lin with a knife in his hand. The crowd couldn't help but make a noise. Is it really working? Interesting, let's move the small bench and watch the show. Facing the menacing Azzy, Lin's calm face did not reveal a trace of panic, but instead gave him a look of pity. You guy, what kind of eyes are you? It's really infuriating. Azzy suddenly became more angry and moved forward faster. Seeing that he was about to run to Lin, no one noticed that the sleepy man beside Lin slowly opened his eyes. It's so noisy. Advertisement, boom. Azzy fell heavily to the ground. The one who shot suddenly was a woman with the same blonde hair and emerald green eyes. What a speed. It's Jonin. Namikaze Naruto and others originally planned to make a move, but now they can't help it. BDFG, sister. Azzy, who was pinned to the ground, suddenly looked up at the person who stopped him in surprise. It wasn't anyone but his sister, Cloud Shinobi Jonin Samui. Why? Without waiting for him to ask, I saw that Samuel kicked him hard in the face again. Facing this god-like turning point, everyone couldn't help but froze in place. Sister, why did you hit me? Azzy was also in a daze, wanting to ask. But the other party refused to say anything, raised his foot and continued to kick his head fiercely. Crack! The attack was so ruthless that it even kicked out several of Asahi's teeth. Woo! Asahi was hanged and beaten until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he was speechless. Senior Samui. Wait, what are you? Omoi and Karui, who were on the side, hurried over. Shut up, you guys, are you trying to embarrass our Cloud Shinobi village? Samuel gave them an unfriendly look and said coldly. The two fell silent for a moment, and their faces changed for a while. Although it is despicable for them to jump in the queue, no matter how you say it, Samui shouldn't hang and beat 10 Wei Yins on the ground in front of everyone's eyes. The crowd is watching the fun, so it's embarrassing, okay? But the Samuel in front of them is Jonin, and they are not easy to refute. Boom bang bang bang. I saw Samuel kick several times again, grabbed the latter's head with his last hand, forcibly lifted it up, and bowed his head to Lin in front of him, including himself, to apologize. I'm very sorry, it's my stupid brother who caused you trouble. Lin was at a loss at first, but soon she thought of something and looked at Tianming beside her. At this time, Tianming had also come to his senses completely. With a pair of Gujing Wobo's eyes, he was quietly looking at Samuel in front of him. Advertisement. You know me? Yes. The Third Ninja World War. I was a little genin in Cloud Shinobi at the time, and I was fortunate enough to witness the battle of my predecessors. Samui held Asahi's head firmly with his palm, lowered his head and did not dare to look directly at the former. His voice seemed a little trembling. Everyone was startled when they heard the words, and looked suspiciously at this completely unfamiliar young man in front of them. This guy actually participated in the Ninja World War? I've never heard of such a character, we weren't even born then. This breath doesn't have the oppressive feeling of a strong man at all? That Cloud Shinobi Jonin looks like he's scared. We have never heard of it. Not to mention people from other villages, even Namikaze Naruto and others from Konoha at the same time have never heard of them. There is also a reason why Konoha deliberately concealed this. Tianming glanced at her indifferently, and said softly, Look up, is there any need to be so scared? After all, I'm not a devil. No, you are the devil, Samuel wanted to shout out. Back then, I saw clearly how the man in front of me smashed the hands and feet of the previous generation Raikage, and swept through the Cloud Shinobi army formation, killing an unknown number of ninjas. Head up. Tianming said it again. Samuel trembled, but he didn't dare to disobey the other party's intentions, so he raised his head stiffly. I'm sorry. We have undoubtedly offended the seniors, but please don't hurt my younger brother. Your brat's younger brother rushed towards me with a knife. Tianming said kindly and honestly. Lin on the side took his hand, expressing that she didn't mind, and said softly, Forget it, he's just a child. Hearing Lin's persuasion, Samuel couldn't help but cast a grateful look. Who knew Tianming's next words would make her heart hang again? Because I'm a child, I can't let it go. Tianming slowly raised his hand. Gulu, Samui swallowed her saliva, even though the other party hadn't made any moves, even moving a finger would bring her infinite fear. With Jonin's strength, he couldn't generate any resistance at all. She could only watch helplessly now. Tianming stretched out his hand. Just like Shinigami's claws, as long as you touch it, you will be dragged into hell immediately. Chapter 224 5 Shadows Gather. Chapter 224 5 Shadows Gather. Tianming's fingers rested on Sam Yi's chin, and gently lifted it up, staring fixedly at her blue eyes, and then moved his gaze down. What is it that blinded my eyes? Very well, when you apologize, you should reveal the asterisk. Samuel was stunned for a moment, his mind went blank, as if he hadn't turned the corner yet. Because in her memory, the man in front of her was undoubtedly a ferocious ninja, who would kill at every turn. Tianming's eyes reflected ***, watching the ball unscrupulously. Tisk tisk, the amount of work done here is comparable to Tsunade. Boom. I saw Lin behind him slashing the back of Tianming's head with a hand knife, and said unhappily, Tianming, is it too much to tease other female ninjas in front of me? Isn't it more interesting to have a wife who commits a crime? Tianming smiled authentically. Humph. Lin let out a heavy cold snort. Seeing this, Tianming hugged her skillfully, and said affectionately, Don't be angry, what I said just now was only half a joke. In other words, half of it is serious. Lin was keenly aware of the flaws in Tianming's words. Ah, this is force majeure, who told her to have the body of a subcomer. Tianming justly blamed the blame. Whoa, at this time, Samui finally reacted, and quickly raised his head, his hands tightly protected his breasts, and a blush appeared on his cheeks. Samui, Senior, Omoi and Karui on the side immediately cast strange eyes. This Cloud Shinobi Jonin Samui has always been known as an iceberg beauty, and even his name has the meaning of yin. Right now, it seems that the man whose identity is not known seems to have teased Samui with words. If he were placed in Cloud Shinobi village, that person would probably be smashed by Samui, right? Samuel was looking at Tianming in disbelief at this moment. Advertisement in the memory of the past, the extremely terrifying Ultimate Demon suddenly turned into a frivolous and lustful ordinary man. This strong contrast can be called image collapse. Because in the ninja world, being strong means respecting, and even a fearsome character has a relatively tall image. Samuel raised his hand, subconsciously wanting to slap him. But at this moment, her fingers rose. I need to calm down. That's the man who blew up the previous Raikage. Samuel tried his best to restrain his emotions, and said in a deep voice. Phew, I misread. I never thought that the legendary #1 monster in the ninja world would be such a despicable man. 11. Tianming smiled lightly, as if he never cared about the other party's evaluation. Where? This is nothing but the prejudice of ignorant mortals. Don't judge me by worldly things. Sammy was speechless for a moment. Tianming looked her up and down carefully, and nodded. Well, you are very good. I have a crush on you. Are you interested in becoming my possession? I will give you the greatest happiness in this world. Clam? Sam Yi was once again overwhelmed by Tianming's shocking words. This sounds a bit domineering, but the specific meaning seems to be, courtship? Samui's face turned cold, and he said coldly, I refuse, I am Cloud Shinobi Ninja Samui. Really? That's a pity, but I never force women, and it doesn't matter if I don't want to. Tianming waved his hands without hesitation. If you change your mind, you can come and beg me anytime. I definitely won't. Samuel gritted his teeth authentically. After throwing down a sentence, she turned around and left with Azii, who had been kicked unconscious, and two dumbfounded Alipi and Kajui. Konoha Shinobi, although I don't know who he is, but he is so frivolous, so it must not be a very powerful character. Gaara commented. Is that so? I think he's very funny and interesting. Tamari smiled authentically. This guy seems to scare away Cloud Shinobi's Jonin. Who the hell is it? Namikaze Naruto was puzzled. Uchiha, I've never heard of this character. Asking for flowers. Advertisement Uchiha Sasuke was also puzzled. Hyuga Hinata was thoughtful. She occasionally heard some information about Tianming from her tribe, but the content was too exaggerated. It sounded like a legend, so she didn't think much about it. It's gone, there's no show, everyone scattered like birds. Let's go, Lin, let's go on dating, Tianming said with a smile on his face. Hey, acting like nothing happened. Lin sighed, as if she was both angry and helpless towards him. It's my fault. Tianming stretched out his hand to hold her hand, and coaxed her skillfully. At most, I promise, I won't look at other women today, just look at my cutest Lin. HMPH, it's probably not the cutest thing, Lin pouted. But even though he knew that this was Tianming's deceitful words, he still couldn't help feeling sweet in his heart. What woman doesn't like to hear it? The little episode that happened on the street did not affect Konoha's grand day today. At this time, the 5 shadows had gathered together. The genin list for the Chunin exam this time includes 33 people from Sand Shinobi, 21 people from Mist Shinobi, 54 people from Cloud Shinobi, 42 people from Rock Shinobi, plus 72 people from our Konoha. Total, 222A. Namikaze Minato sorted out the thick ninja information in his hand, and smiled lightly. The hidden villages are full of talents. Konoha, the number of people taking the exam in just one family has reached 1/3 of all the candidates. Okino said clearly. HMPH, it's the host after all. Reikage looked a little upset. The genin who can participate in the joint Chunin exam must be carefully selected talents from various hidden villages. Cloud Shinobi found more than 50 people through patchwork. Compared with Konoha, it is still quite different. Ninjas do not lie in many, but in essence. Garuro opened his mouth. Oh, from the looks of it, your excellency Fengiying is very confident. Yagura laughed. Where, if you want to be confident, it must be his excellency Mizukage. Only 20 people were sent, and they must all be first-class elites. Kurora replied with a smile. Chapter 225 The Chunin exam begins. Chapter 225 Chunin exam begins. The first Chunin exam, a written exam. Huh? Doing papers, it's really annoying. Namikaze Naruto's excited face suddenly collapsed. Hey, Naruto. Are you really okay? Uchiha Sasuke frowned. If you fail the first test, it will hurt the team. Huh? You're overthinking Sasuke. Namikaze Naruto spread his hands, and said calmly. Although I'm not good at making papers, under the pressure of my mother, I ate a bunch of books, no problem. Well, I'm fine with the written test. Hyuga Hinata expressed her calmness. When she was in the ninja school, she was a good girl and liked to read. Due to the large number of ninjas taking the test, the ninjas, 387, of the same team were broken up and assigned to different classes for the test. There is nothing to say about the specific courses. Similar to the original book, the questions of the exam paper are deliberately designed to be difficult. At least a very few really knowledgeable ninjas can do it. Immediately, a large group of ninjas felt embarrassed, but soon they also realized the real purpose of the written test, and each used their skills to find ways to cheat. As the examiners, the Chunin are all well aware of it, because they are the ones who are arranged in the team of examinees, and they really know how to do the test papers. While turning a blind eye to the candidates' cheating behavior, they secretly observed the candidates stealing information, methods at the same time. Those whose methods were too rough and rubbish were arrested and judged to be disqualified in the exam. At the end of the written test, the result was 222 candidates, a quarter of whom were eliminated, and the remaining 165 people advanced to the next round. As the protagonist group, in the original work, Namikaze Naruto and others, as well as Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang all passed smoothly. And all the core teams of the 5 hidden villages passed. In the second round, the place where the exam is the same as the original book is the Death Forest. But the rules are different. Not a day for the earth-coiling shaft scramble. It's a battle for badges. Every candidate will get a badge before entering the Death Forest, and the badge must be hung on a conspicuous position on the body. Take the badges on others to get jade. Finally, points are accumulated by group. Advertisement: only the top 8 teams can pass this test. As expected, when the examiner Mitarashi Anko finished reading the rules, immediately, it caused a commotion from the candidates. What? 51 groups, only 8 advanced in the end. Oh my god, this is too cruel. 85% elimination rate. I can't help it. I heard that in the final third round, there will be big figures from the 5 cages watching the battle. Of course, we little people won't be able to make it to the stage. When everyone was crying, Namikaze Naruto stood up and shouted, "Don't try to scare us, no matter what kind of exam it is, let it come." Nervous guy. Although Uchiha Sasuke was speechless about the former's reckless behavior, he is proud of his personality and is not afraid of any challenges. Only Hyuga Hinata said it was bad. As expected, the examinees around cast unkind glances one after another. Fortunately, I didn't go with this guy, but Sasuke-kun is so pitiful for being involved. Haruno Sakura looked on speechlessly. The pride of a talented group? It's really annoying. Inuzuka Ya also wanted to stand up and pretend, but with his strength, he didn't have the confidence. Let's keep a low profile, Aburame Shino said in a deep voice. Everyone is so passionate, it's really troublesome. Nara Shikamaru was scratching her head. Crack, crack, crack. Akamichi Choji was nibbling on potato chips as usual. Is this? Are we really going to make the cut? Yamanaka Ino looked at the fierce eyes of everyone around him, feeling uncertain. As expected of Naruto-kun, one of the opponents I want to challenge. Lee Locke praised. This year's newcomers are very interesting. Tianshin said with a smile. Advertisement, leave them alone, let's just do our own thing. If you want to challenge, then wait until the third personal battle. Hyuga Ning said this, but his eyes were fixed on Sasuke's back. Bearing the family's reputation, there must be a battle between the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan. Gaara gave him a deep look, and said in a deep voice. A reckless provocation. If you are not very confident in your strength, then you are committing suicide. Haha, isn't that great? Doing things is fun. Tamari felt that the excitement was not big enough. The 5 hidden villages all have their own core teams, we have to be careful. Z Luo said seriously. Damn Konoha shinobi. Azi's face was still bruised and swollen, he really couldn't understand why his sister was so afraid of that Konoha man. Suppressing his stomach full of anger, he made up his mind to find his place in Konoha's team. Huh. You guys are too cowardly, aren't you? That's not what our teacher Killer Bee said. Challenge all powerful enemies, keep getting stronger, oye. Above, all the core teams should show their faces. Hey, Azi, don't mess around. Master Raikage said that our task is to try to get a good result in the Chunin exam, so don't be arrogant. Hey, I always feel that you 1.7 guys are too rigid. In actual combat, if you encounter a strong team, how can they let you leave easily? Omoi persuaded. Okay, the time for discussion is over. Mitarashi Anko clapped his hands and said loudly, now I announce that the second Chunin exam will officially begin. I see. According to Master Tsuchikage's order, we have to hide our identities and keep an eye on the black soil. The 2 rock shinobi companions beside him looked at each other. Kagaya Kimimaro ordered. Ghost Lantern Shuei sighed. Kill. Get rid of all the guys who don't like you. As Kaju spoke, he imitated Killer Bee's crappy rap. Following Mizukage-sama's order, our goal is to pass the exam and not to fight against a strong enemy. Snow White nodded. Haidu's sharp beast-like eyes scanned the audience intently. As Iwabikure Four Tails Jinchuriki's successor, Chakra the Rampaging Tail Beast, influences her mind. Chapter 226 Death Forest, Battle for Badges. Chapter 226. Forest of Death, Battle for Badges. Start. Following an order, the 165 examinee teams quickly poured into the Death Forest from different entrances. Swoosh swish swish, the dense sound of breaking wind and footsteps echoed in the forest. After a while, there was the sound of fighting and shouting. Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke stared at a certain bush and reminded. Ah, I know, it's such a pleasure to come so soon. Without saying a word, Namikaze Naruto threw a shuriken towards a bush. Sure enough, it was 3 cloud shinobi who set up an ambush to attack them. Cut. Since you've been exposed, then do it directly. Cloud shinobi's people are also used to being rough, so they pulled out their ninja swords and rushed over without saying a word. To deal with this kind of little guy, don't waste chakra, physical skills to heal. While speaking, Uchiha Sasuke rushed forward immediately. 13, that's fine. Namikaze Naruto thought it made sense, he didn't use the shadow clone he was good at, but followed him with kunai. Hyuga Hinata also strikes out. Bang 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 bang. Unsurprisingly, the battle ended in less than 5 minutes. The unknown cloud shinobi was quickly laid to the ground. Haha, it's not difficult at all, Namikaze Naruto laughed. It's just getting started. As Uchiha Sasuke spoke, he cast Hyuga Hinata's surprised gaze. Hinata, your taijutsu seems to have improved a lot. Ah, a little bit, Mr. Quan has helped me train. Hyuga Hinata whispered. That's great, Sensei Izumi is an all-around ninja with Grandmaster Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, and Genjutsu. Namikaze Naruto praised, and at the same time took away the badge from the hit cloud shinobi. Class 7 plus 3 points. Go in the direction of the depths of the forest. And many more. Inuzuka Tooth suddenly stopped, sniffed his nose. I found the smell of the enemy. But it's strange, I can't lock their position. Aburame Shino manipulated the worm, frowning. My worm lost its direction too, what happened? Advertisement, this feeling. Haruno Sakura's expression changed suddenly, and he shouted. No, we are all under the illusion. I only discovered the illusion now, it's already too late. All I could hear was a sinister laugh coming from not far away. What followed was a large piece of kunai projection. Ah! Inuzuka Ya and the three were caught off guard, each received several wounds, and fell into a pool of blood. At this time, 3 mist shinobi appeared from a dark corner. Untie. After the illusion was lifted, all 3 of Inuzuka's teeth were standing on a stream. Using water as a medium to launch an illusion, these guys don't even know when they're tricked. Mist shinobi said contemptuously, go ahead and take their badges. It was so easy to solve, it seems that we have encountered Konoha's tricks. However, just when Sonokakushi touched Haruno's body, the bodies of the 3 of them disappeared as a phantom. What? Illusion rebound. I saw the figure of Haruno Sakura standing behind Mist Shinobi unscathed. The hands are in the knot posture. I'm sorry, our teacher is a very powerful illusion ninja. After receiving her education, illusion of your level is just a trivial skill. Damn it. Since the illusion is useless, then use ninjutsu to fight it. Just in case, here is close to the water source. We are all water style, but we have taken advantage of the location. Mist Shinobi expressed his calmness, and they signed seals one after another. Water style water chaos. Manipulating the water surface under his feet, formed a series of water arrows to shoot out. Akamaru, let's go together. I saw Inuzuka Ya and his puppy turned into a high-speed rotating drill bit, easily piercing through the water arrows shot by the opponent. Mist Shinobi was taken aback. How is it possible? How could our water style be so weak? You guys, better look at your feet. Haruno Sakura is bland and authentic. What? Only then did Mist Shinobi discover that the creek they were close to had turned into dry rocks. In an environment without water, using water style, the natural power would not be so strong. Damn it. It's that woman's illusion, advertisement. At this time, they realized that Haruno Sakura had slapped them, and they became angry and wanted to attack. But soon, they couldn't move anymore. I saw dense worms crawling from their feet to their bodies, quickly gnawing on their chakra. Ninja Insect Eater. Aburame Shino made the last move and knocked down the 3 in front of him. Phew, it's easy to handle. Inuzuka Tooth patted the dust off his body. They are not weak, thanks to Teacher Hong's usual teaching. Haruno Sakura wiped the sweat from his brow. Let the 3 of them fall into the illusion in one breath, which is not a small consumption for her who doesn't have many chakra. Then, let's take a break first. Aburame Shino scraped off the badges on the 3 of them. Class 8 plus 3 points. I'll take the front row, and you 2 stand behind. Gaara commanded. Boom, boom, boom. Detonator trap explosion. Z Luo said lightly. P.S. Attached is a sand iron version of Gaara. Indeed, all we encounter now are mediocre fish. The 3 Konohas were suddenly dumbfounded. Sand Shinobi Fluid Art Sweep. So far, we have killed Mist Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and Konoha. During the period, we also encountered 2 Sand Shinobi teams, but for the sake of the same village, we let them go. Wind Style Beast Wave Palm. What? Is this the strength of the #1 ninja village? However, amidst the billowing smoke and dust, Gaara's unscathed figure slowly walked out, covered with a layer of pitch black solid coat condensed from sand and iron. The 3 Konoha Shinobi players cheered. Not even a detonator can hurt an inch. Bang bang bang. Tamari expressed boredom and authenticity. How can that be? The 3 Konohas fell to the ground in an instant. Just when they lost their minds, 2 figures suddenly appeared behind them. Gaara nodded indifferently, holding a row of 12 badges in her palm. Successful. Chapter 227 Personal Battle begins. Chapter 227. Personal battle begins. After 5 consecutive days of fighting for badges, the second Forest of Death ended. P.S. I saw that someone said that I wrote in ink, so I had to skip this paragraph. Those who have successfully advanced include Konoha 12, a group of Sand Shinobi, a group of Rock Shinobi, a group of Cloud Shinobi, and a group of Mist Shinobi. A total of 24 people came to the performance hall. Whoosh, I am the examiner for the 3rd round, Konoha-jan and Uchiha Shisui. The figure of Uchiha Shisui appeared silently under the eyes of everyone. On the surface, this watch doesn't look like mountains and rivers, but none of you here are idiots without eyesight. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flickered slightly. As a member of the same clan, he naturally knew the details of the other party. Konoha Daiichi Jonin, Uchiha's strongest phantom ninja, is at the pinnacle of combat effectiveness, and his strength is not inferior to Uchiha Fugaku. What a powerful instant technique, faster than an adult. Omoi sighed. Gaara remained silent, frowned, and thought to himself, this speed is much faster than his teacher Yi Kang. Is Konoha Jonin so powerful? The 3rd game is an individual battle, which is divided into 2 stages, the qualifier and the final. Only those who pass the qualifier are eligible to advance. In the final, there will be 5 shadows and guests from all over the world. I believe everyone it is very clear. Everyone, please work harder and show your strength. Uchiha Shisui is short and to the point. By the way, the upcoming personal battles will be more intense. Almost every year, people will be seriously injured or even die unfortunately. Does anyone plan to quit? Haha. We've come here, how can we quit? Namikaze Naruto is full of momentum. Although his body is a little damaged, judging from his energetic state, he didn't consume too much in the forest of death. Surprisingly, someone raised his hand and shouted out soon. We opted out. It was 2 rock shinobi who shouted. Everyone cast incredulous eyes one after another. Ah, what a pity. Although I passed the second round by chance, I was also seriously injured. I'm afraid I won't be able to carry out the next battle. One of the rock shinobi held up his bandaged arm. The qualifiers are about to start, right? My chakra has also been used up. Another person also revealed the reason for his exit. Advertisement. This also sounds reasonable. Uchiha Shisui looked at the two of them deeply and didn't say much. In this case, then you all quit. Now, rock shinobi's participating ninja is the last one left. Everyone turned their eyes to the black-haired girl who was isolated in the corner of the crowd. However, Haito seemed to have foreseen the withdrawal of his companions long ago, and he did not waver at all. It's just that those pitch-black eyes reveal a strong murderous look, and they don't look easy to provoke. HMPH, Konoha pretends to be fine. Rock shinobi is only one person left and pretends. It's best not to let me meet her in the next match, or I'll have to kill her. As he said with a face full of disdain. Next is the draw. On the rapidly flickering electronic screen, it was best to freeze on the 2 names. Uchiha Sasuke vs Onido Suigetsu. So it's my turn soon? With a proud look on Uchiha Sasuke's face, his figure flashed and jumped onto the fighting stage. What an unpleasant guy. Ghost Lantern Shuei grinned and walked to the Big Dipper platform. There were also attentions cast on the field. Hey, Shikamaru, who do you think will win? Akamichi Choji asked casually while chewing on his snack. Does it need to be said? Sasuke-kun must have won. That's the Uchiha clan? Yamanaka Ino responded quickly. It's really troublesome. It's still hard to judge. It is said that the other party is also the famous Ghost Lamp family of Mist Shinobi. The water style he is good at can just restrain Sasuke's fire style. Nara Shikamaru is unsure of authenticity. Hey, who do you think will win? Tamari asked with interest. It doesn't matter who wins, only the winner is my opponent. Gaara said coldly. The Konoha shinobi I met in the Forest of Death, I hope to fight with him. Luo cast her eyes on a young man with thick eyebrows in a green tights in the distance. The latter seemed to have noticed his gaze, turned his head, and gave him a thumbs up. Then both parties take their positions, let's begin. Advertisement. Uchiha Shisui gave an order. I saw that both sides unceremoniously threw out a set of shurikens. Ding 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 ding, the shurikens collided with each other in the air. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth, and immediately threw a kunai with both hands. He hit the shuriken in the air to change the trajectory, and shot at the ghost lamp Suigetsu from various blind spots. This one-handed operation really showed everyone's face. Excellent shuriken skills. The rumored Uchiha Grandmaster's shuriken skills are indeed true. However, what is surprising is that Zagetsu, who was suppressed in the opening hand, did not have the slightest panic on his face, and he was completely fearless in the face of the incoming shuriken. Boom boom boom. I saw that the shuriken hit Gaidong Suigetsu's body from different angles. But instead of the expected splashes of blood, what was stirred up was splashes of water. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened suddenly. Shadow Dance Leaf? Leaf Hurricane. The two sides engaged in a close-to-body combat. Sorry, physical attacks are useless to me. Ghost Lantern Shuei raised his finger and condensed chakra on the fingertip. Uchiha Sasuke frowned, and greeted him head-on. Gaidong Shuei formed seals with both hands, and then quickly rushed towards the other party. However, he saw the latter's body turned into a ball of water, and then his body reorganized, standing up unharmed. Ninja Hydration Technique. I saw that Uchiha Sasuke used a set of beautiful taijutsu combos, and knocked the ghost lamp to the ground in an instant. I saw that the water droplets were like bullets, piercing through the fireball and shooting towards Uchiha Sasuke's head. Fire style Great Fireball Back, water style Water Gun Technique. This is Lion Blast. Uchiha Sasuke subconsciously countered with his fire style. Chapter 228 Strength wins respect. Chapter 228 Strength earns respect. The secret technique of the Ghost Lamp Clan, Water Gun Technique. It can compress the power of water style to the size of a fingertip and shoot it out like a bullet. If this blow hits Uchiha Sasuke's head, he will really be headshot. But at the nick of time, Uchiha Sasuke immediately opened Sharingan. Hiss, the bullet grazed his cheek. Cut, it really isn't that easy. Ghost Lantern Shuei seized the opportunity with one move, and stretched out both hands, continuously shooting water-style bullets from the fingertips. Shish. Uchiha Sasuke was suppressed for a while and could only dodge right and left. Although he avoided the vital point, his arms and thighs were pierced with blood holes all over his body. I'll see how long you can last, Ghost Lantern Shuei said coldly. Sure enough. Ninjutsu characteristics are suppressed to death. Everyone couldn't help being amazed. Sasuke, Namikaze Naruto screamed anxiously. As the referee, Uchiha Shisui locked the battlefield with sharp eyes. I thought to myself. So, what will you do next? Sasuke, for Itachi's sake, if it comes to the last moment, I will rescue you. Damn it, Tongli. I need a stronger wand. Uchiha Sasuke's binoculars flowed at a speed of 860. Under the tempering between life and death, I saw that his binocular one-tomo Sharingan gradually evolved into a double-hooked jade. I can see clearly. I saw that Uchiha Sasuke's movements became calm, and with a slight movement, he was able to dodge all incoming water-style bullets. What? Shuei was taken aback by changing the ghost lamp. Yanren saw through everything about me. Whoosh! I saw Uchiha Sasuke began to attack with the bullets, moving forward from left to right, and approaching the ghost lamp's Zagetsu. HMPH, even if you can avoid my water style, you can't hurt my hydration technique. Ghost Lantern Shuei gritted her teeth. That's not necessarily the case. I saw that Uchiha pulled out the double knives hanging from his waist, and tore off the bandages on them, revealing the branch sword blades. Gaidong Shuei recognized the knife at a glance, and exclaimed, "This is our Mist Shinobi's thunder knife Lei Ya." Advertisement. After injecting chakra, a blue electric light flashed on the blade. Uchiha Sasuke accelerated forward, crossed and slashed towards Suigetsu's body as fast as lightning. I saw that this time Ghost Lantern Shuei failed to hydrate to avoid the physical attack. His body was paralyzed by the electricity, and he fell to the ground foaming at the mouth. Victor, Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Shisui pronounced the verdict loudly, with admiration in his eyes. Yes, Sharingan has seen through the weakness of the opponent's hydration technique, and using lightning style's paralysis can make the opponent's body unable to hydrate. Lightning style knife skills, so powerful, everyone couldn't help casting awe-inspiring gazes. In the next game, the display on the electronic screen. Gaara vs Akamichi Choji, Ninja Part Expansion Jutsu. Akamichi Choji used his secret technique, making his hands huge. Magnet-style Sand Iron Fist. Gaara used the magnetic force to condense two fists of sand and iron. Gentle Fist versus Iron Fist, needless to say the result. Woa! Akamichi Choji suffered broken hands and was incapacitated. Victor, Gaara. Uchiha Shisui secretly observed the relaxed Gaara and nodded secretly. As expected of the son of Fengyin, his strength is really outstanding. Everyone was amazed again. One move kill. Is that Gaara from Sand Shinobi so powerful? Next game Namikaze Naruto vs Inuzuka Tooth. The large number of Konoha Shinobi players finally met their own family. Yo, y'all let the horse come here. Namikaze Naruto has a bright and authentic face. Okay, I will try my best, be Deij, to fight son of Hokage. On the surface, Inuzuka tried to be calm, but in fact he panicked inside. Akamaru. Ninja Beast Clone. At the beginning, Inuzuka Tooth used the family secret technique, turning the holding body into a clone equal to him. Sorry, but Shadow Clone is my best technique. Multiple Shadow Clone technique. Namikaze Naruto summoned 50 Shadow Clones in one go. Anyone with a discerning eye can see the difference between the two. Advertisement, I won't give up. Teeth, unwilling to give up, Inuzuka gave up his strongest ninjutsu. Transformed into a whirlwind drill, he wiped out more than 30 Shadow Clones in one go. But he was still surrounded by Namikaze Naruto, who had a lot of people. In the end, the main body used the blinking technique and kicked Inuzuka Fang unconscious. Victor, Namikaze Naruto. Is this the strength of the son of Hokage? Sure enough. Everyone seemed to think so. Next game Lilac vs Violet. Haha. It's really lucky to be able to fight against you again. Me too. The two expressed respect to each other with a feeling of sympathy. Everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. What are you doing here, you two unheard of little tricksters? Why don't you hurry up and end the fight? But then, the battle between the two surprised everyone. In fact, both of them were of commoner origin. Who are these two guys? Konoha and Sand Shinobi have never heard of such a famous family. Every time there is a collision, there will be a creepy explosion. Both Lilac and Violet only know taijutsu, but their taijutsu surpasses most of the ninjas here. Under the last fist and foot confrontation, boom. 7-day breathing method. After using their forbidden technique, the battle between the two suddenly became more intense. Uchiha Shisui delivered the sentence and had Konoha's medical ninjas carry them both down. Everyone couldn't help but exclaimed again and again. Amazing guy, I don't think they are their opponents in terms of physical skills alone. The speed was so fast that only two shadows remained. Both sides were exhausted and fell to the ground at the same time. Today, they all used their impressive strength to win the respect of everyone present. Through unremitting efforts, each stood on the platform. 8 inner gates. P.S. If you pass the exam with such a single stroke, you shouldn't say I'm bad, right? If you skip it again, the plot will not be coherent. This competition, here we go, Chapter 229 in front of absolute strength. Chapter 229 in front of absolute strength. Next game. Hyuga Hinata vs Kaju. It's your turn, come on Hinata. You can do it Hinata. Come on. Hyuga Hinata is usually polite and popular, and welcomes the blessings of Konoha's friends. HMPH. The useless eldest lady of the Zong family? Hyuga Neji expressed disdain authentically. Although there is no Hyuga Hizashi's death incident in the original book, due to Uchiha's vigorous development, Hyuga is very nervous and has extremely strict requirements on the tribe. As a result, Hinata, who has mediocre talent, was helplessly discriminated against. Hyuga Hinata was a little timid, but still took the initiative to come to the fighting stage. Unlike Zhongyang's aura, Karui turned over and jumped off the fighting stage, with a ninja knife in his hand. His brows were full of arrogance. Let me tell you, I am a student of Master Cloud Shinobi Killer B. If you are sensible, get off the stage yourself. Kajui's arrogant attitude is really hard to like. But her words are really not to be ignored. Cloud Shinobi's Killer B? Isn't that Eight Tails Jinchuriki? It is rumored to be Raikage's brother, Abi, who is known as the strongest combination. This woman is a disciple of that kind of god, and this Konoha shinobi seems to be dying. Everyone gave up hope for Hyuga Hinata. After all, in terms of momentum, the two sides were far behind. However, at this moment, Hyuga Hinata suddenly raised his head, a pair of silver-white eyes showing awe-inspiring determination. My teacher is Uchiha Izumi, I will never lose to your teacher. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help being surprised again. Izumi Uchiha. I remember that as Konoha's first-class ninja of the new generation, one of the four masters of Uchiha, right? Now it's interesting, who is better, Killer Bee's student or Uchiha Izumi's student? Karui raised his eyebrows and said angrily, what are you talking about? How can a mere girl be a match for Lord Killer Bee? Aren't we female ninjas too? Hyuga Hinata responded with a rare retort. The matter involves her most respected teacher Quan, and there is absolutely no room for compromise. You. Kajui was choked for a while, and talked nonsense, and suddenly drew his knife out of its sheath, and rushed towards the opponent immediately. Advertisement, blind eyes. Hyuga Hinata immediately opened her eyes, and her insight doubled instantly. Eat me with a knife, and the clouds will pass away. Karui took the lead in making an extremely fast oblique slash. Through the white eyes, Hyuga Hinata has insight into the direction of Chakra in the opponent's body. Whoosh, he quickly avoided the opponent's knife. At the same time, he hit the latter's wrist with a palm. Gentle fist. Karui only felt a pain in her arm. Obviously it wasn't very strong, but the stimulation made her wrist numb. Damn it. Karui quickly turned around and kicked back the opponent. In the first round of confrontation between the two sides, no one got cheap. Hyuga Hinata took a stance, with a sharp and cold look in his eyes. This surprised Konoha friends who knew her well. Hinata has also become stronger. Is this still the weak girl I knew? In the second round, Hyuga Hinata took the initiative to attack Karui. Second hall. 4 palms, 16 palms, 8 trigrams 32 palms. A series of quick combo moves made Kajui unable to resist for a while. This guy, when did he learn the 32 palms? Hyuga Neji frowned, but he still showed disdain because he was able to hit 8 trigrams 64 palms. Damn guy. Karui endured the pain of being acupunctured, and slashed the opponent's wrist with a knife. Hyuga Hinata clutched her bleeding arm, but she gritted her teeth and continued to slap. The moves successfully comprehended in the battle. 8 trigrams 64 palms, puff 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 puff. The acupuncture points of chakra all over his body were hit, and finally Karui fell to the ground powerlessly. Advertisement, how can that be? Victor, Hyuga Hinata. Without brilliant moves, and without a one-sided advantage, Hyuga Hinata relied on her own perseverance to defeat her opponent with 1 punch and 1 palm. Seeking Flowers 00 next game Nara Shikamaru vs Tamari. Is the opponent a woman? What trouble? Nara Shikamaru scratched her head in distress. Is the opponent a weak chicken? It's really troublesome. Tamari scratched his head in distress. Nara Shikamaru's cheeks twitched, and he sighed suddenly. His expression suddenly became extremely serious. At first, I thought about admitting defeat, but I saw that even that Hinata worked so hard. If I back down, I'll be laughed to death, but if you don't admit defeat, you will be beaten badly by me. Tamari blinked those wild golden pupils, and was serious and authentic in Japan. You look very confident. Nara Shikamaru was talking about something, but his brain was spinning rapidly, thinking about countermeasures. Yeah, you look very weak, it's not fun, forget it, let's just put you down. Seeing Tamari's hands in mudra, he took a deep breath. The mighty chakra bruise, wind-style practice blank bullets. Boom. The high-density compressed air cannon ejected from the mouth, with overwhelming momentum, lifted the entire floor all the way, a violent storm with no dead ends in a wide range. No way. Nara Shikamaru was dumbfounded in an instant. He was full of countermeasures, but before he could implement them, he was blown into the sky by the huge storm in front of him. As soon as you come up, you will make a big move, which is completely out of routine. Nara Shikamaru, who was in the sky, suddenly felt very sad. It's like two chess players sitting together, ready to play. Nara Shikamaru had thought of all kinds of countermeasures before the attack, and she had a well-thought-out plan. Who knew that the opponent didn't even play a piece, so he picked up the chessboard and threw it at his face. Is this more hairy? Facts have proved that in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is meaningless. Victor, Tamari. Chapter 230 Entering the Finals Chapter 230. Entering the finals next game Tianshin vs Bai. Different from his feminine appearance, Bai has the top strength of his peers. Bing Dunshui followed the limit and easily crushed Tien. Winner, Bai. Next game Aburame Shino vs Omoi. The two sides fought fiercely in this battle. First, Omoi chopped Aburame Shino several times, and then the latter used tricks to control the bugs and gnawed away the chakra on the opponent's body. One is injured, one is not blue. Double Fang Ping Bureau. Next game Haruno Sakura vs Yamanaka Ino. This civil war of Konoha ninjas. A commoner and a famous family, but the result is surprising. The first is Yamanaka Ino's esoteric art, which is not suitable for direct combat. He risked using the 173 heart-to-heart technique, but was dodged by Haruno Sakura's illusion, and Yamanaka Ino, who lost his mind, was in a defenseless state. Victor, Haruno Sakura. Next game Hyuga Neji vs Kagaya Kimimaro. This is another unexpected battle. The geniuses of the Hyuga clan, who had been placed with high hopes, were brutally beaten. Kimimaro's dead bone pulse, which uses bone to form a solid shell, blocked Hyuga Neji's gentle fist hit. It is completely ability restraint. Winner, Kagaya Kimimaro. Next game Asai vs Black Earth. This scene is a joke. Asai, who was running the train with his mouth full of mouth, was held down and beaten by the black soil during the real fight. There is no way to fight back. Victor, King. At this point, the preliminaries are over. Advertisement. The promotion list is Uchiha Sasuke, Namikaze Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Hyuga Hinata, Gaara, Temari, White, Kimimaro, Kuroto. All members of Konoha's 7th class passed. Uchiha Izumi, as the instructor, has a long face. Both Mist Shinobi and Sand Shinobi were okay, with 2 promotions each, and only 1 for Rock Shinobi. Only Cloud Shinobi is all out. When Raikage got the news, he was furious. At the same time, I have strengthened my determination to fight. See it? Cloud Shinobi's younger generation is so unbearable. In another 10 years, will there still be Cloud Shinobi's status in the ninja world? Looking at Konoha again, out of the 9 people advancing, 4 must belong to Konoha. In other words, it is very likely that Konoha will cover the sky with one hand in the future. This is unbearable. Cloud Shinobi couldn't stand it, and the rest of Sand Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Rock Shinobi also had the same idea. Konoha is powerful, and the 4 hidden villages must unite to get rid of him. A month later, as the last of the Chunin exam, the individual battle final. It is also the climax of this exam. The 5 shadows gathered to watch the battle. Guests from all over the world also sat in the auditorium. After all, this is a good opportunity to observe the strength of the hidden villages at close range. The stronger the hidden villages are, the more they can attract the major forces to entrust missions to their villages. Front row, good seat. Tianming slowly came to the front row of the auditorium. It's really rare. I thought you would stay at home and continue to salt fish. Lin took the seat next to him. How? It's a big show. Tianming held the popcorn in one hand, and poured the soda into his mouth with one hand. Huh, it's much more comfortable. By the way, why don't you see Quan, Hong, and Shizun? They still have tasks. After all, people from all over the world are mixed together to prevent anyone from taking the opportunity to make trouble. Lin replied. That's right. If you don't do anything at this time, it would be a bit dull. Tianming smiled happily. At this time in the original book, it should be Orochimaru plotting Sand Shinobi to launch a sudden attack on Konoha. Now during the reign of the 4th generation, Orochimaru was not expelled, but was grounded in a corner. And at this time, because of special needs and useful places for him, he was also released. Advertisement. But originally there were only Konoha and Sand Shinobi plus the joint Chunin examination of a bunch of small hidden villages, which expanded to the gathering of 5 shadows. On the surface, they came with peace, but Tianming just didn't believe it. He had a premonition that Hokage would make big news here. Crow's mouth, don't say it works. 5 shadows are here. If there is trouble, it may cause unimaginable disaster. Lin said with a full face of vigilance. This kind of thing, who knows? Tianming spread his hands, expressing that it doesn't matter. Anyway, he just watched the fun and thought it wasn't big enough. When necessary, you can also plug in and play. On the stage, the 5 cages were each assigned to separate VIP seats. Oh, Your Excellency Raikage, you seem to be in a bad mood. Onoki joked with a smile. HMPH, you Rock Shinobi have only advanced 1 by 1, what are you proud of? Of course Raikage was not happy. Their team was wiped out and their old face was lost. Yeah, we, Mist Shinobi, have only advanced 2. Kuroha kept his expression unchanged. Raikage even showed a smile that was not a smile, and said softly. Yeah, we 1.0 are all here for peace. Why are you shouting to fight and kill? Now Konoha's fighting power is so strong that he is not afraid of any hidden village. This made Namikaze Minato a little confused, wondering what these shovels were thinking. As soon as these words came out, the other 4 shadows all had strange expressions. Onoki smiled without saying a word. Well said. I always feel that they are flirting with each other, as if they are planning something shady. I thought to myself. Fortunately, during the big cleaning, a few good seedlings were left behind, which seem to be quite useful now. P.S. Since most people don't want to watch it, let's just pass it along. Friendship comes first, exams come second, don't get angry with Hokage. He, however, Namikaze Minato is not afraid of this. Yagura said regretful words, but there was a look of complacency between his brows. This made Namikaze Minato, who was originally posing to watch the show, look at him with a little surprise, and then added, Your Majesty Kazekage is right. You all gathered in Konoha today, and you are also here for peace and to build a better future together. Ninja world. Garura opened his mouth to act as a peacemaker. No matter how many conspiracies and schemes you have, they are meaningless in the face of absolute strength, aren't they? Yagura couldn't help laughing. Chapter 231. Four Tails explodes, and Konoha's collapse plan starts. Chapter 231. Four Tails is rampant, and Konoha's collapse plan is launched. The first final match, Uchiha Sasuke vs Black Earth. Wow, seeing the display on the screen, there was a burst of cheers from Libyan in the audience. It was great to see Uchiha fight for the first time. Legend of the Uchiha clan, the most powerful family in the Chunin world. It's not in vain that I ran all the way from the Daiming Mansion. As Konoha's home stadium, there is no doubt that the support for Uchiha is overwhelming. Besides, even if they are not from the Nation of Fire, most of them will choose to support Uchiha Sasuke. After all, his reputation abroad is there. Only a small number of people from the land of Earth would support Black Earth, and the shouts were sparse, and they were drowned in the crowd of voices. Uchiha Sasuke stood on the field, listening to most of the people outside the field cheering for him. The corners of his mouth could not help but go up wildly. Haido had no expression on his face, and stared straight at the other party with his dark eyes, as if he turned a blind eye to the surrounding things. Then, let's start the fight. Uchiha Shisui, who was the referee, gave the order. Haido didn't say a word of nonsense, and made seals with both hands. Earth-style Earth 13 gun. Bang 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 bang. I saw sharp stone spears protruding from the ground. The figure of Uchiha Sasuke stepped back quickly, and at the same time formed mudras with both hands. Fire-style dragon fire technique. The straight-line impact flame instantly burned through the incoming stone spear. Earth-style Earth flow wall. The Black Earth immediately summoned a wall of earth to block the burning of the flames. Shish, he started with a superb shuriken technique, and through the mid-air strike, he changed course, bypassing the earth wall, and shot at Haido's head from above. The black soil figure rolled to the side, avoiding the incoming kunai. The figure of Uchiha Sasuke rushed to him quickly, and he took out the sliding shovel attached to the diary. Haido was kicked into the air by this kick. Shadow Dance Leaf. Uchiha Sasuke continued his combo, and his figure appeared directly below the opponent in an instant. Then there was another beautiful physical combo, Lion Blast. Earth-style hardening technique. The black soil that was kicked to the ground, under the protection of Earth-style, was basically uninjured, and immediately stood up, condensing the rock on his fist. Earth-style Fist Rock. Boom. Advertisement Uchiha Sasuke was sent flying with one punch. The two sides repositioned their postures and returned to the state of confrontation. In this confrontation, neither side took advantage, and the fight was evenly matched. Wow! The hearty battle was very entertaining, and soon aroused applause and cheers from the audience. As expected of the granddaughter of His Majesty Tsuchikage, the Earth style alone has surpassed most of the Chunins, right? Namikaze Minato sighed. It's too early to be surprised now, there are more interesting things in the future. Onoki is meaningful and authentic. Cut, it seems that I underestimated you, you do have two brushes. Uchiha Sasuke shook the arm that was blue from the opponent's fist, and opened his eyes at once. Sharingan, next, I'm going to get serious. Is that all you have? It's not enough. Haido's expression gradually became manic, and his eyes were filled with a strange blue color. This is. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes must be, in the state of Sharingan, he can see in the opponent's body, there is an extremely huge chakra that is about to come out. His face couldn't help but change. This chakra, better than Naruto also. Drink I saw that the black earth opened up and roared like a beast. The skin of the whole body was immediately covered by hot magma. Lava-style chakra mode, not good. Uchiha Sasuke was shocked, and immediately took out a Fuma Shuriken, injecting chakra with fire attributes during the turning process. Fire-style fire wheel. Facing chakra Uchiha Sasuke, who was swollen astonishingly, he unleashed his strongest nirvana without hesitation. With the rotation of the Fuma Shuriken, the blazing flame turned into a wheel of hell and flew towards the black soil. However, facing the A-level fire style in front of him, Haido didn't dodge or dodge, and grabbed it with his bare hands. Boom. Hiss. The high-speed rotating flame wheel hit black soil's hand, bursting out a lot of sparks, and at the same time, the fire-style chakra attached to it was constantly burning black soil's arm. Crack. With a firm grip on the palm of Haido's hand, he finally stopped the fire wheel, and said fiercely, mere flames are no match for even hotter magma. Hateful. Uchiha Sasuke's complexion suddenly became ugly. I saw the soles of the black soil stomping heavily on the ground, leaving a footprint of flames, and the figure quickly rushed towards Uchiha Sasuke. The other party dared not take the black soil covered with hot magma, so they had to choose to avoid it. But black soil's physical skills are also quite superb, how could he be allowed to dodge easily? At the moment of passing by, the high-temperature magma field made the latter miserable. Advertisement, but the pain will only arouse Uchiha Sasuke's greater ferocity. Jung, I saw him waving his hands and pulling out the two thunder knives lay from his waist, and frantically poured them into chakra. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz, the blade shone with blinding electric light. The last blow, let's decide the outcome. Seeing this, black soil didn't back down either, waving his magma-wrapped arm, facing it head-on. Pooh, the figures of the two sides passed by each other. It was seen that Uchiha Sasuke was emitting black smoke all over his body, obviously he had suffered severe burns, and his two knives were stuck on the ground, supporting his body so that he would not fall down. But even so, the corners of his mouth were raised. I won. On the other side, the magma on the black soil began to crack and peel off. Kacha, there were two hideous knife wounds on the chest, and a lot of blood dripped to the ground. Haido's footsteps were unsteady, shaking again, and finally slumped on the ground. The victory and defeat have been divided. I'm sorry, Your Excellency Tsuchikage. This time around, Konoha won. I'm afraid I can't see the interesting things you said. Namikaze Minato laughed. Don't worry about 817, just look down. Uchiha Sasuke was stunned, because his Sharingan still couldn't see how big the opponent's chakra was. At the same time, Onoki, Yagura, and Kurora threw up the shadow hood and cloak on their bodies at the same time, revealing the combat uniforms they had already worn inside. What? The smile on the corner of Onoki's mouth magnified infinitely. However, before he could question him, two deafening roars of thunder suddenly sounded in his ears. I saw a large amount of chakra suddenly and crazily overflowing from Black Soil's body. No one noticed that Raikage, who was in the auditorium, stood up silently, and a blue thunderlight began to flash on his body. Staring fixedly at Onogi, his expression suddenly became extremely serious. "Your Excellency Tsuchikage, what do you mean?" As the referee, Uchiha Shisui felt something was wrong at the first time and immediately started Sharingan. With his pupil power, the latter's chakra can be clearly observed in detail. Konoha collapse plan, start, PS. Well, everything that can be deleted has been deleted, and the war started very suddenly. Double lariat. Namikaze Minato also stood up abruptly, apparently having recognized this unusually large chakra. What exactly does it mean? At the same time, Killer Bee, who was sitting in the audience seat on the other side, also stood up, and the Orange Star Beast chakra code appeared on his body. The three announced in unison, "This chakra, could it be said?" At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Haidu. Chapter 232 All-Out War. Chapter 232 All-Out War. Just like that, under the dumbfounded gaze of everyone, Haidu's body began to swell, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a huge and blatant beast. With red hair, two flaccid saber-toothed fangs, slender and powerful arms, it looks like a gorilla, with four thick tails dancing behind it. Roar. The vicious-tailed beast just appeared in front of everyone without warning. Four tails. Tsuchikage, you. Namikaze Minato was furious, but he was not allowed to ask any questions after that. Raikage and Killer Bee suddenly launched a thunderous attack on him. Superb Thunder Pair Hot Knife. Cloud Shinobi Flow Ninjutsu S-level mystery. This is the nirvana of one-hit killing. Namikaze Minato's pupils constricted suddenly, and suddenly he didn't even have time to connect the seal. I saw Raikage and Killer Bee left and right, as if two trams coming at high speed, slammed into Namikaze Minato hard. Puff. A large amount of blood spurted out, and an arm suddenly flew up. The figure of Namikaze Minato disappeared without a trace. Cut. Under such circumstances, you can still avoid the vital points. It really deserves to be a golden flash. Raikage expressed regret. I lost my senses. It seems that I used time and space ninjutsu to escape. However, with an arm broken and several sternums smashed, I am afraid that the seriously injured fourth generation has lost its combat effectiveness. Killer Bee rarely rapped, so it can be seen that the blow he just made was completely exhausted. As the leader of Konoha, fourth Hokage suddenly left the stage, causing Konoha to fall into chaos without a leader. Oh, what's the situation? Are you kidding me? Raikage attacked Hokage-sama. Advertisement. Hey, did you hear what Kazekage, Tsuchikage, and Mizukage said just now? Konoha's collapse plan? What are you doing here? This is a tailed beast. Jump. After a short period of silence in the auditorium, panic erupted immediately, and the chaotic people rushed to escape. At this time, only Tianming, who was sitting alone in the front row, sat as firmly as a mountain. He stretched out his hand and pressed his forehead, which seemed a little hot due to excitement, and the joy on the corner of his mouth suddenly reached its peak. In the end, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha! Interesting. It's so interesting. Konoha's collapse plan. The four hidden villages who are the supporting roles are so kind. Tianming glanced at the audience, and saw a large number of Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, Sand Shinobi appearing out of nowhere, attacking Konoha Shinobi crazily. The unexpected unfolding, this really made me see a wonderful drama. The battle begins. Among Cloud Shinobi's team, I saw the figure who was completely covered, throwing off the cloak on his body with one hand. It was third Raikage. Obey. Cloud Shinobi John and Darui and she each led their lead teams to attack. However, at this moment, a big stick fell from the sky and hit them hard in front of them. Previous Raikage, are you trying to start a war? I saw Sarutobi Hiruzen wearing a battle uniform and holding a diamond stick in front of them. Now this situation, needless to say, the previous generation Hokage. Third Raikage said coldly, Earth-style promising transformation. Onoki took out a scroll that had been prepared and poured a large amount of chakra into it. This is a high-level Earth-style ninjutsu that needs to prepare a technique with a topographic map in advance. After the ninjutsu is launched, the surrounding terrain will change to the same state as the map. Rumble rumble, the ground shook violently, and the original auditorium suddenly collapsed, and a dense stone forest of stone pillars rose around it, like a typical karst landform. Advertisement: the road surface becomes rough, there are many obstacles, and the field of vision is not wide, which is very suitable for field battles. As for such a battlefield map, Onoki had already given a copy to Sand Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi in advance, which means that they are all familiar with the battlefield terrain here. But for Konoha Shinobi fans, they suddenly found themselves in unfamiliar territory. Disruption. Roar. Four tails let out an angry roar, and spit out the ultra-high temperature blue flames with gas. Uchiha Sasuke had already been frightened by the sudden situation in front of him, standing still and unable to move. At the critical moment, Uchiha Shisui arrived. Uchiha Floji and Yuion. Uchiha Flow Blaster Sword. Simultaneously use Fire Style and Wind Style's nature transformation in an instant, merge into the blade, and unleash a powerful fiery slash. Withstood the gas flames erupting from the four tails. At the same time, he rescued Uchiha Sasuke with the blink technique. Wake up, Sasuke. It's war now. I'm sorry, I can't protect you anymore. I'm going to fight for Konoha. Take care of yourself. Uchiha Shisui gave a few urgent orders, and without waiting for the opponent's response, he threw himself directly into the battlefield. I saw Onoki flying into the sky by using the light and heavy rock technique, with a white cube condensed in his hands, ready to use Dust Escape to destroy Konoha Shinobi. But at this moment, a large number of obtained shurikens shot at Onoki at a precise angle, forcing him to suspend the Dust Escape in his hand and dodge. It was Uchiha Fugaku who made the shot, Master Patriarch. Tsuchikage's blood successor eliminated Dust Done. It is not an enemy that can be defeated by numbers. You can go to other places to support, leave this to me. Uchiha Fugaku dismissed the police force subordinates around him, and a pair of scarlet Sharingan stared steadily at Onigiri. With oppressive pupil power, it seems that you are Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Onoki raised his brows. It was not the first time he had fought against Uchiha. He naturally knew the characteristics of Sharingan, so he never looked at each other from the beginning to the end. Let's start too, Mitsuki, Kisame, you guys who are in charge of Konoha Shinobi in the East Zone. Terumi Mei gave the combat order. Chapter 233 Shimura Danzo's Abacus. Chapter 233 Shimura Danzo's Abacus, Water-Style Mist Shinobi Technique. Terumi Mei's abdominal cavity condensed chakra, and a large amount of water mist spewed out from her mouth. Attempts to obscure the view of the battlefield, but at this moment, a burst of hot soot suddenly poured in. Fire-style ash burn. Shish, the hot soot instantly evaporated the surrounding mist. It was a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes wearing a blindfold who made the shot. It was Sarutobi Asuma. Although I don't like to fight against women, if it's an enemy, it's another matter. Sarutobi Asuma spit out the smoke from his mouth, and took off the golden blindfold on his left eye, revealing a scarlet Sharingan. Konoha copying Ninja Sarutobi Hiruzen. I didn't expect to meet Sharingan so soon. Terumi Mei narrowed her eyes slightly, not daring to be careless, secretly mobilized a large number of chakra, and at the same time ordered, Full Moon, Kisame, you go. I need to spend a little time here. Hearing this, the ghost Full Moon and Hoshigaki Kisame turned to another battlefield. But immediately, they were stopped by a figure, Pooh. Uchiha Izumi held the beheading knife in one hand, and Sharingan stared at the two people in front of him. Owner of Double Knife Flounder and Big Sword Shark Muscle, let's compete. You woman. So that's the case, is that Uchiha Izumi who kills you and never kills you again? Ghost Lantern Full Moon said coldly. His personal relationship with Zabuza in Kirigakure was not bad. 1 against 2. Really confident, Hoshigaki Kisame grinned the fangs, and tore off the bandage wrapped around the shark muscle with one hand, only to see the blade wriggling constantly. Oh, it seems that my Samahata likes your chakra very much. Is it really okay to face Grandmaster Cloud Shinobi style swordsmanship with bare hands? Darui narrowed his eyes and said, I think it's fine. Advertisement Shizune clenched his fists with blue chakra lingering around them. Is it also a phantom ninja? Let's see who is stronger. Shi made a mudra with his hands, and a dazzling white light radiated from his body. Illusion. BDED, Thunder Pillar of Lightning. Visual type illusion? Then just try my auditory type? I saw Hong took out a flute, put it to her mouth and played a wonderful melody. Illusion fantasy sound luck, however, at the moment when fierce melee broke out everywhere in Konoha. The roots from the bottom of Konoha gathered together and stood still. Master Danzo, Cloud Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Sand Shinobi suddenly launched a brazen attack on us at the Chunin exam meeting. Now the Lord of the 4th generation is seriously injured and escaped. The battle situation is very critical. Please issue an order to fight quickly. Hitaki Kakashi, captain of Anbu, requested to play. No, it's not the right time yet, you guys should stand by here. Shimura Danzo said deadpan, but, Master Danzo. Hitaki Kakashi was about to argue, but he was blocked by a word from the other party. As a ninja, obeying the orders of your superiors is absolute. Kakashi, you don't want to break the rules, do you? Just like White Fang in the past. Shimura Danzo said viciously. Hitaki Kakashi fell silent for a moment. Ever since his father chose to commit suicide after deeply blaming himself for abandoning his mission, he has closed himself in his heart and strictly followed all the rules. Back then I broke the rules and sacrificed my life to save my friend Obito. It was already a huge mistake. Fortunately, the Lord Danzo in front of him transplanted the power of wood style to him, saving his life. From then on, Hitaki Kakashi unconditionally devoted allegiance to the latter, and lived with the principle of protecting Konoha from behind the scenes. Rules are indeed absolute for ninjas, but now that the village is facing life and death, without the village, how can there be rules? It was Uchiha Itachi, another sub-team leader who spoke. Shimura Danzo frowned slightly, thinking of young people, young and thoughtful but extremely meticulous. It's not easy to fool around. Even if there is no commander of the 4th generation, there is the 3rd generation. Together with his subordinate Anbu Uchiha Obito, he will lead the troops into battle. We choose to stand by now to prevent someone from trying to take advantage of the fire. While saying this, Shimura Danzo stared at Uchiha Itachi meaningfully. Advertisement and the clever Uchiha Itachi instantly understood the other party's subtext. Do you mean that the Uchiha clan will take advantage of the chaos and start a rebellion? Do you dare to say that there is no such possibility? Shimura Danzo said coldly, there is indeed a possibility. Uchiha Itachi didn't deny it, but just stared at him with his unwavering eyes, and said through gritted teeth. But, that's not the reason why you choose to stand by and watch the village being ravaged. After saying that, Uchiha Itachi turned around and prepared to leave alone. Uchiha Itachi. Shimura Danzo roared, you can think clearly, with your Uchiha's sensitive identity, if you openly disobey the order, I can definitely regard you as a traitor. Squad leader. I saw Uchiha Itachi turned his head and said firmly, no matter how you slander me or what the world thinks, I am Uchiha Itachi of Konoha Shinobi. This B*****************. D. This is shaking the roots of his rule. The sub-captain really went. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, and even a few people were encouraged to try it out. The footsteps of Uchiha Itachi's departure stopped slightly. Or disobey the order and save your companions. The problem that was posed to his father, Hitaki Tsukumo, once again fell to Hitaki Kakashi. In the end, he followed the rules and watched his companions get killed. Hitaki Kakashi clenched his fists, and for a moment his mind was at war with heaven and man. Shimura Danzo's face suddenly turned ashen. P.S. Happy Shishi Festival. Attached is a photo of the second wife, 535. Several Uchiha Itachi's subordinates were also busy persuading them. Don't be impulsive, team leader. If you betray the route, you are betraying the village. What the hell am I? The corners of Shimura Danzo's mouth curled up involuntarily. Choose. I thought to myself, no matter how good your ability is, as long as the old man grasps people's hearts, don't you have to obediently become my pawn? Chapter 234 Obito's Massacre? Chapter 234 Obito's Carnage. Hey, what's going on here? Nara Shikamaru and others looked dumbfounded. Dad, in the end. Namikaze Naruto witnessed with his own eyes that his father was attacked and disappeared after his hand was severed, and he couldn't help but feel anxious all of a sudden. Calm down, Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke held down the latter who wanted to run around, and said in a deep voice. It is already a state of war, and we also want to join the war. That's right. We can't handle the enemy's Jonin, can't Genin do it? Inuzuka teeth yelled. Most of Konoha's 12 little powers came from famous families, and their ninja literacy is extremely high. They soon led the rest of Genin and organized a resistance. On the other side, Genin of Cloud Shinobi, Sand Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Rock Shinobi also received orders to fight. Let's do it, we are all props, just follow the orders and act. Kimimaro is expressionless and authentic. Bai also nodded indifferently. Everyone, come here quickly. Prioritize the evacuation of civilians, and the medical team will follow. Lin is directing some Chunin to evacuate the people. At the same time, he turned his head and shouted to Tianming who was still sitting there watching the play. Tianming, are you really watching like this? Don't worry, as far as the current situation is concerned, Konoha can still hold on, but... When he said this, Tianming's eyes paused, and he said calmly, it seems that something more interesting has happened. Open black lens bracket observation Haki close black lens bracket He heard that Konoha's barrier to protect the village was being artificially disintegrated without knowing it. Might Guy. You go deal with K's cage. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave orders to Might Guy. Boom. Third Raikage blocked the opponent's King Kong stick with a single-handed sword. On the other side, Might Guy is having a fierce battle with Garura. Puff 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 puff. Advertisement A large number of quicksand tentacles were scattered by Might Guy's high-speed punch. Ja Luluo was bleeding towards the other side, but Might Guy didn't waver at all, and soon she noticed the clues. So that's how it is. Have their personality stifled and become a ninja machine that only obeys orders. Konoha's actions are really cruel. Sand Shinobi, who betrayed the alliance, you have the face to speak. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth authentically. At the same time, I couldn't help feeling anxious. What did Obito do? Why didn't he lead the Anbu team to support? However, what he didn't know was that Uchiha Obito, captain of Anbu, is doing something right now. Fire-style blast and flurry. The Uzumaki-shaped fire tornado swallowed a large piece of Anbu in an instant. Anbu, who was dying in the fire, uttered his last wail. Why? Captain, are you really on Uchiha's side and launching a rebellion? I can't understand why the captain, who has always followed the law and enforced the law, would do such a thing. Without saying a word, Uchiha Obito picked up the ninja knife with a blank face, and wiped Anbu, who was seriously injured, every single one. That's great, Obito. Are you finally willing to side with our Uchiha clan? The 4 great hidden villages attacked Konoha. This is a good time for our Uchiha clan to launch a coup d'etat. The patriarch disagrees, it's so pedantic. Uchiha Yeo and others are hardliners in the clan, and immediately recruited Uchiha Obito, who was in charge of Anbu, in an attempt to lobby the latter to join the coup. Now that the latter has wiped out Anbu with his own hands, isn't this the best way to explain it? I saw Uchiha Obito Sharingan staring at them steadfastly, and the 3 hooks in his pupils became one. Mangekyō Sharingan. Illusion. Uchiha, Yashira and others were caught off guard, and all of them were hit immediately as they looked at each other. I can't move my body. Obito, what are you? Puff, puff, puff. Uchiha Obito stabbed the butcher's knife covered in Anbu's blood into the hearts of everyone in Uchiha. Before everyone died, they all showed panic and bewildered expressions. He asked the same question as Anbu, advertisement. Why on earth? However, Uchiha Obito did not give them an answer until they closed their eyes forever. Standing alone in a pool of dead bodies and blood, Uchiha Obito murmured to himself. Asking for flowers. Whether it is Konoha or Uchiha, they are all decayed existences. Only by letting this world know the pain can we usher in true peace. As soon as the words fell, a distorted space appeared in front of him and he was sucked into it. Konoha enchantment class. There is chaos in the martial arts hall. Chakra can't tell the difference. What should we do? Damn it. My wife is still watching the Chunin exam today. Everyone, don't panic. The enemy is within. Akamichi Choza is the only ninja with the highest fighting power here. No. The enemy is already coming our way. We must trust Hokage-sama. Keep our duties, strictly prevent the enemy from invading from the outside, and at the same time collect information and convey it to various departments. As Konoha's #1 sensory ninja, Yamanaka quickly sensed an extremely powerful chakra approaching hero. Zero Naraluju on the side patted him on the shoulder, expressing his deep sympathy. Naraluju frowned, and with his quick thinking, he quickly thought of a terrible idea. Core C area. Isn't that where Anbu is? The kids will be fine, we have to trust them. But as the leader of Konoha's enchantment class, Yamanaka Haii must not leave his post, otherwise Konoha's communication system will be completely paralyzed. Akamichi Dingzuo was shocked. How is it possible? Anbu's elites were wiped out in such a short time. However, Yamanaka Haii, who appears to be as calm as water, is not in a state of disarray in his heart at this moment. Under the command of Yamanaka Haii, the enchantment class, which was in a hurry, quickly settled down. Report. A powerful chakra has been found in the core C area, and a large number of chakra have been wiped out. Yes, as a result, there is no room for failure. I will definitely stick to this place. As Konoha's #1 army division, he must not be chaotic, he must remain calm and think about the next countermeasures. The four shadows launched an attack at the same time, and their beloved daughter was also at the center of the battlefield, and I don't know what happened. Chapter 235 Kill Uchiha. Chapter 235 Kill Uchiha. Here he comes. Chakra's response. Very close. Yamanaka looked around vigilantly. There was nothing but the huge chakra was very close. This is. Nara Shikahisa's eyes widened suddenly, and he stared at Uzumaki in the distorted space directly in front of him in horror. Space-time ninjutsu. And you don't need to mark the coordinates in advance, which is even better than the purpose of the 4th generation. Akamichi Dingza immediately clenched the iron rod in his hand, his arms bulging, ready to launch expansion jutsu at any time. Uchiha Obito. Seeing the visitor clearly, Yamanaka couldn't help being taken aback. Akamichi Choza also subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent is Captain Anbu. This is a friendly army, isn't it? Only Naraluju felt a chill in her heart. 603. The first is the early warning discovered by the enchantment class, a powerful chakra, which completely wiped out Anbu. The battle ended so quickly, people can't help but suspect that it was the backstab of one of our own. And now the other party has suddenly broken into the enchantment class. What is he trying to do? Uchiha Obito raised the ninja sword in his hand without saying a word. Obito. You are. Akamichi Dingza was still in a dazed state. What a killing intent. Be careful Dingzuo. Yamanaka quickly sensed the genuine killing intent emanating from the other party. Nara Shirju also formed handprints quickly. Shadow binding. Manipulate shadows for constraints. Uchiha Obito froze when he swung his knife. Answer me. What are you trying to do? Yamanaka Haii also put on the mutter of heart-to-heart technique and aimed at the opponent. Forehead. Although Akamichi Dingza was slow and hadn't realized what happened, he still raised the iron rod and assumed the posture of attacking at any time. As expected of Konoha Ino Shika-Cho combination, the response is very quick. Uchiha Obito said coldly. While talking, he saw that the extremely powerful Cyan chakra began to overflow from his body, and gradually began to break free from the shadow restrained on his body with the most primitive brute force. Advertisement. However, with this level of ninjutsu alone, I can't suppress me. Naralujia's face was horrified, and he said in shock, Haii, perform the spell immediately. The moment he shouted, Yamanaka launched ninjutsu without hesitation. Heart-to-heart technique. Plop, Yamanaka Haii, who was projected with spiritual power, collapsed on the ground. Seeing this, Akamichi Dingza couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, and said in a deep voice, Phew, although I don't know what kind of nerves this guy has, but it's finally. Get me under control, huh? Uchiha Obito's voice was cold and authentic. This. How is it possible? Haii's heart-changing technique is empty. Nara Shirju's complexion changed drastically. Drink. Akamichi Dingza yelled, and smashed an iron bar. Boom. The iron rod penetrated Uchiha Obito's body and hit the ground heavily. The other party walked towards him unscathed. Expansion jutsu. Shadow strangle. Akamichi Dingza and Nara Shirju each used their own unique secret techniques. However, all the attacks penetrated the opponent's body, completely ineffective. Puff, puff. Uchiha Obito walked in front of them and easily sent the blade into the hearts of the two. This is the truth. Void. Null ninja. At last there was a feeble cry. Akamichi Choza and Nara Shikahisa closed their eyes forever. At this time, Yamanaka Haii, who was mentally empty, also quickly returned to his body. After seeing the two people who died tragically, he was heartbroken. At the same time, he also realized that it was impossible for him to escape. With hands in mudra, the chakra from the whole body can be drawn out at one time. Puff! Uchiha Obito plunged the blade into his heart as well. Wow, Yamanaka vomited blood, but he held back his breath, and at the end of his life, he spread a piece of information to the whole Konoha through his spiritual power. Advertisement. Ninja Tongshien technique. All of a sudden, the brains of all Konoha shinobi received such a piece of information. Uchiha Obito, launch a rebellion. Konoha Ino Shikacho, the last word. What? Uchiha Obito betrayed, Ino Shikacho killed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was fighting with Third Raikage, was shocked. Now he finally understood why his Anbu didn't come to support him. The other party also immediately caught his flaw, and slapped his breastbone heavily with a hand knife. Wow, Sarutobi Hiruzen was beaten until he vomited blood and flew out. Obito actually. Uchiha Fugaku is also distraught. Dad. Nara Shikamaru cried with her head in her arms. Senior Obito betrayed. What's the matter? The police force, which was evacuating the crowd, was immediately dumbfounded. I was protecting Konoha, but my boss became a traitor? Oh. You are traitors. The Konoha shinobi who followed him immediately ran away as if they had seen a ghost, and some even drew their swords at each other. Uchiha are all traitors, kill them. No, don't talk nonsense, I don't. The police force can't argue with it. As soon as the news spread, Konoha was in chaos. Uchiha Obito's sudden defection is not only the murder of Anbu, but the death of Ino Shikacho means that the enchantment class has been disintegrated, and Konoha has lost the eye to perceive the enemy. Shimura Danzo, located at the base of Konoha, was also taken aback. Although he had malicious speculation about Uchiha 0.4, he still didn't expect that Uchiha Obito would be so insane that he really betrayed Konoha, and this massacre of the enchantment class was probably not just as simple as launching a coup for Uchiha, it was simply join forces with foreign enemies to destroy Konoha. Sure enough, the Uchiha clan are all wolf ambitions. Shimura Danzo didn't care about the cause and effect of the incident. Anyway, the Uchiha clan, who were blamed, had decided against it, and immediately issued an order to attack. All obey orders, target the Uchiha clan, kill them all. Obito. Hitaki Kakashi suddenly felt extremely angry. In order to save him, I even broke the rules once, and the other party betrayed Konoha at such a time, it is unforgivable. It's a really big and unexpected thing, Obito. Tianming stood up from the auditorium. Chapter 236 Tianming strikes. Chapter 236 Tianming shot. Beyond the leaves, the enchantment disappeared. With Nagato Rinnegan's vision, he could clearly see that the huge barrier covering the entire Konoha had been disintegrated from the inside. Looks like Obito got it. Conan said flatly. Yohu, you can do a big job. Lord Cthulhu must be very happy, there are so many martyrs. Hidan waved the scythe in his hand excitedly. HMPH, there are a lot of heads here with huge rewards on the black market. Kakuzu's mouth was full of money. I want to create an unprecedented great art here, Deidara patted a bag full of clay, which can be said to be enough ammunition. Turning 5 cages into a human puppet artwork, this will be an unparalleled masterpiece. Scorpion said coldly. Let's go, ravage Konoha. From here, let the world feel the pain. Nagato led all members of Akatsuki towards Konohagakure. Roar. Four Tails let out an angry roar, waved Kongwu's powerful arms, and frantically slapped everything around 13. Opening its mouth, it spewed out the blue flames containing gas, and the ultra-high temperature burning instantly burned a large area of Konoha shinobi into coke. Everyone, including the ninjas from the other 5 hidden villages, was afraid of being implicated and avoided it. At this time, its eyes suddenly found a person standing there motionless. Four Tails was stunned for an instant, and the violent eyes regained a bit of clarity. It's you, Uchiha Tianming. Four Tails let out a furious roar. When it was still in Lao Zi's body, it had warned the opponent not to attack, but Tianming didn't pay attention to it at all, and it exploded with one punch. As a result, it has experienced the disintegration of body and spirit, and then difficult reorganization. This process can be described as arduous and painful for the tailed beast. However, Tianming turned a deaf ear to Four Tails' roar full of hatred. It wasn't that he was trying to annoy Four Tails on purpose, but that he was used to this kind of shouting that hated him. Why bother? Incompetent rage. Advertisement, damn humans. Facing Tianming's ignorance, Four Tails was immediately blown away. There is no need to talk about such mortal hatred. Roar. Four Tails opened its mouth and sprayed out the terrifying blue flame towards Tianming. I saw that Tianming still didn't move at all, and he didn't even look at it directly. Open black lens bracket Conqueror's Haki close black lens bracket the power of a king who can overwhelm others with his momentum alone without using his hands. Oh, the ultra-high temperature blue flame was blocked by an invisible force when it was 10 meters away from Tianming. It seems to be an insurmountable barrier, blocking the progress of the blue flame. Tianming didn't even turn his head to look at the flames behind him. At this moment, his attention was focused on places other than Konoha. Open black lens bracket observation Haki close black lens bracket from the power of listening, you can perceive the sound of everything in the world. Sure enough, Akatsuki is the one behind this scene. Things are getting more and more interesting. Tianming's face was full of joy. How many years I have never encountered such a tax evasion thing. I'm going to tear you apart. Four Tails saw that he couldn't breathe fire, so he swung his huge fist and slammed Tianming's back hard. I saw Tianming finally moved, and grabbed the opponent's fist with his backhand. The completely disproportionate fists of the two sides collided together. Four Tails' powerful brute force did not make Tianming back half a point. The demon pattern on the right arm quickly spread to the entire arm, turning into a strange black. Open black lens bracket ice destroyer magic close black lens bracket 5 finger grip, Shua. I saw that starting from the huge fist, the frost quickly spread to the parts above the arms and wrists. Everywhere it went, Four Tails lost all sense of that part of his body. The coldness reached ultimate, even the nerves were frozen to death, and I couldn't feel the coldness at all. Feeling nothing, this is the scariest place, advertisement. Then, Four Tails' arms, like crisp ice, came to Kailai. Crack, click, click, roar. Four Tails screamed in horror and struggled frantically, but the frost that represented death continued to spread along its arms. In the end, Four Tails' pupils flashed a hint of viciousness, and they opened their ferocious sharp teeth and fangs, biting down on his arm fiercely. Puff, the bitten-off arm turned into a stiff icicle, fell from midair and shattered into ice chips all over the ground. The loud noise also attracted the attention of the ninjas in the fierce battle around. They were shocked to find that Four Tails had lost an arm and looked extremely embarrassed. Who the hell? He actually crippled one of Four Tails' arms, what a werewolf. There are such masters in Konoha? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. It's that person. Has he finally made a move? Sarutobi Hiruzen was seriously injured and struggled to his feet. This bone-chilling aura. Can't be wrong. Third Raikage subconsciously shook his severed left arm. Back then, he was crushed by this absolute freezing force. Konoha, the biggest evildoer in history, Onoki frowned. This power is more powerful than the rumors, Yugura said cautiously. It seems that this guy is ready to do something, and the situation is reversed. The plan has changed. For some unknown reason, Garura postponed the attack on Might Guy. Indeed, as long as he is willing to make a move, all difficulties will be solved. Uchiha Fugaku is definitely authentic. That's why, in this war, he stood firmly on Konoha's side. Konoha, as well as the Uchiha clan, have been saved. Uchiha Shisui looked surprised. Sarutobi Asuma remained silent. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to say that in the life and death situation Konoha was facing, he really needed that person's power. The audience fell into a strange silence, and all the masters from the 5 hidden villages all locked their eyes on Tianming. They seemed to be waiting for his next move. Chapter 237 Tianming vs Xiao Quan. Chapter 237 Tianming vs Xiao. All members. Just as the ninjas from the 5 hidden villages were all focusing on Tianming, Tianming also scanned the audience with appreciative eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen vs Third Raikage, currently both losers. Uchiha Fugaku vs Onoki, currently retaining strength from each other, are both preserving their strength. Uchiha Shisui vs Yugura, currently in a stalemate. Might Guy vs Garura, currently Might Guy will only blindly attack and lose his mind, Garura seems to be letting water. Sarutobi Asuma vs Terumi Mei, currently Terumi Mei has the upper hand. Uchiha Izumi vs Ghost Lantern Full Moon, Kisame, both sides are currently hurting each other. Yuihong, Shizune vs Darui, Shi, the former completely suppresses the latter at present, victory is also a matter of time. Uchiha Itachi vs is played by Wooden Golem. At present, the two have just met each other and are still testing each other's strength. Uzumaki Kushina led Moonlight Hayate, Azuki Yuyon, Yamashiro Aoba, Midarashi Anko, Ibiki, Ebisu, Paradigm, Shiranui Genma and other Konoha special Jonin. Abi in charge of fighting Raikage plus Killer B. The former, who had a large number of people, was killed by the latter too. Thanks to the big meat, Uzumaki Kushina, the brainless multiple shadow clone stepped forward to support it. Genin over there, slightly. Tianming didn't bother to pay attention. Keep fighting. What are you looking at me for? Tianming's first words made everyone in the audience look different. Konoha is mourning her concubine, while the ninjas of the other 4 hidden villages are beaming with joy. Tianming, you, Sarutobi Hiruzen vomited blood in anger. You don't seem to need me to intervene here, Tianming said calmly. Need it, maid, didn't you see that Laozi is dying? A dead gray color appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Really, no kidding. Now that he is getting old, his physical strength is greatly weakened, and he really can't survive with such a serious injury. Advertisement. In fact, his opponent, Third Raikage, is not like this. The injuries accumulated over the years made him miserable, but he has made up his mind to die on the battlefield. So Third Raikage is fighting Sarutobi Hiruzen with a will to die. Tianming ignored it, and did not give half a sentence of explanation, holding a golden rein in his hand. Open black lens bracket reins of rider close black lens bracket riding on a Pegasus, he flew into the sky. Is this guy trying to run away? No, Onoki frowned. Hong and Shizune expressed calmness, because their hearts have never been shaken in the slightest. Because they trust this man unconditionally, the situation changes again, and it becomes Plan A. Garura suddenly stepped up his attack on Might Guy. The sky above the leaves. Nagato and Konan stand on top of a 3-legged bird. Scorpion, Deidara, Hidan, and Kakuzu sit on clay birds. Without the barrier of perception, if we launch a sudden attack from above, Konoha will definitely be in chaos. Nagato said firmly, Deidara, prepare your big clay bomb. Are you going to use C3/18 when you first come up? But there are our companions down there, won't you blow up your own people? Deidara said hesitantly. Don't hold back, those two have the means to protect themselves, and they won't be killed easily. Conan said flatly. Kakuzu, Hidan, after the explosion, attack immediately and quickly kill the undead ninjas on the spot. Nagato said coldly. Are you going to kill rock shinobi too? Kakuzu frowned, as if he was surprised by the other party's ruthless methods. You know, Xiao Xiao also has a deep cooperation with rock shinobi. Kill. Rock shinobi is just a pawn that Akatsuki uses. Nagato said with a deadpan expression. The blood of the 5 great hidden villages, Lord Cthulhu will definitely like it very much, right? Hidan was very excited and urged, hurry up, my scythe is hungry and thirsty. Advertisement however, at this moment, Conan controlled the scattered pieces of paper, which had the function of physical perception, and were keenly aware of the violent fluctuations in the air. Huh? Be careful, something is galloping towards us. Conan suddenly sounded the alarm. What? We are in the sky. Deidara didn't finish his sentence. I saw a white shadow suddenly descending from the clouds above my head, and from a distance, I could vaguely see a snow-white white-winged celestial horse, carrying a figure on its back, galloping towards them at an extremely fast speed and two. It's him. Nagato's pupils tightened suddenly, and he recognized the identity of the visitor. Xiao Quangkan, it's more interesting on your side. With a wanton smile on Tianming's face, he made a move with both hands, and saw 2 knives, one long and one short, held in his hands respectively. This is the real Zagetsu. Who is this? Deidara didn't take it seriously, and rubbed a large piece of sticky king casually. Alone. Court death. Kakuzu sneered, stretched out his arms, revealing the gray blood-veined tentacles. What a holy breath, it is the enemy of the heretics. Hidan gave a strange cry, self-servingly regarded the visitor as a heretic that must be eradicated. This guy's aura is a bit different. As the #1 puppet master in the ninja world, Scorpion's perception is also quite keen, and he faintly feels that the visitor is unusual. However, at this time, Nagato and Conan shouted loudly at the same time. Get out of the way, good Zhao. At full speed, Tianma can break through the sound barrier and reach supersonic cruise. Ultimate's flight collision, coupled with the slashing strikes wielded by 2 knives, formed a death trail in midair. Hiss, the clay bomb thrown by Deidara was torn to pieces by the violent airflow before he could shout. The tentacle flying fist launched by Kakuzu has no chance to be recovered, and the tentacle with extremely high tenacity is smashed into pieces just by touching the remaining power of the blade. The scorpion reacted quickly, immediately took an evasive posture, and tightened its body into the crimson Luhu puppet with solid defense. However, part of the puppet's body was shattered by the terrifying impact force that came head-on. Only Hidan had the toughest head, advancing instead of retreating, waving a sickle, rushing forward and throwing it head-on. The loyal believers of the evil gods are not afraid of death. Eat me with a scythe. Chapter 238 The Most Perfect Nagato. Chapter 238 The Most Perfect Nagato. Who, the roaring monstrous hurricane. Although the Pegasus horse that Guan Tianming is riding is not a colossal mount, but due to the super high-speed flight that breaks through the sound barrier, the greater the acceleration, the greater the mass, and finally gathers an unstoppable and terrifying impact force. At this moment, even if a mountain stood in front of him, he would probably be hit head-on by his opponent. Knowing his strength, Nagato and Conan made evasive moves early. Deidara, Kakuzu, and Shie made the first round of attacks subconsciously, and found that they were blown away by the violent hurricane before they hit each other. Their faces changed drastically in fright, and they all chose to temporarily attack. Avoid the edge. Only Hidan, who boasted of being immortal, rushed up from the front with a firm head. The clay bird under his feet was blown to pieces due to the unbearable impact of the strong air in front of him. Drink Hidan grabbed the scythe with one hand and jumped forward. Hiss, 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 the violent hurricane blew the red cloud and black robe on his body to pieces, and his skin was also shattered with blood, but he still had a fanatical smile on his face. This level of pain 703 will not stop the faithful cultivators from moving forward. Eat me with a scythe. In this way, Hidan withstood all the strong winds and got close to the front of the flying track of Pegasus. Boom. The mantis is like a cart. I saw Hidan's body burst open in an instant, the broken limbs flew out with a large piece of flesh and blood, and his head also flew up. Peefed. Like 5 horses dismembering a corpse, Hidan's body was smashed into multiple pieces and flew away from the air. Clam. Hidan's round head seemed to be opening his mouth to say something. But no one heard it anymore, his head fell like a meteor. Advertisement. It is true that he has an immortal body, even if he has only one head left, he will not die. However, with only one head left, what is the use of him other than looking a little scary and scaring children to tears? Silence. Dead silence. Tianming's blow smashed a member of Shaozong into 5 horses, greatly shocked everyone in Shaozong. What's wrong with this guy? It's so broken that you can't even sew your body. Kakuzu was dumbfounded, he was usually a partner with Hidan. The latter also relied on his immortality, and went on a rampage without brains. He would often fall into the enemy's trap and be chopped off. And he has the ability to sew up the right broken body. But now Hidan's whole body is torn apart, the body is a part, cannot be recycled, what a fart it is to sew. Gulu, Deidara stared at him as if he had seen a ghost, and said with trembling lips. This violence seems to be very artistic, Scorpion remained silent and immediately summoned his strongest puppet, third cage, from the scroll. He got stronger. Conan performed Shiki paper dance, and put together a pair of paper wings behind him, looking as if he was facing a big enemy. Destroying an unlimited power. Your existence is the biggest threat to this world. Nagato's eyes were wide open, and the pupil power released by his eyes was unfathomable. Tianming pulled the rein in his hand, steered the Tianma, and after passing through Xiao's formation, he circled around and turned his head. It's been a long time, I haven't had a good activity, can you make me feel a little bit happy? You even called cruel killing a pleasure. You are indeed the devil of this world. Nagato said coldly. Your words are really interesting, BDDE, don't you guys come here to kill people today? Tianming sneered. Nonsense, we Akatsuki are obeying the will of the gods and giving severe punishment to stupid ninjas, to make them feel pain, so that we can promote real peace. Nagato's words are so righteous. Advertisement. After Tianming finished listening, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha. Nagato, thanks to you, I still have expectations for you who have not been bewitched by the conspirators. I grew up alone, but I didn't expect to grow into this distorted appearance in the end. It's really stupid. Laugh. What did you say? Nagato suddenly became furious, took a deep breath, and the chakra in his body gushed out crazily. The dark gray chakra turned into a torrent like the deep sea and soared into the sky. Disturbing the situation, it caused thunder and lightning for a while. Nagato laughed ferociously and said, the me now is not the me I was 12 years ago. This caused Xiao and the crowd at the side to cast apprehensive glances one after another. To be able to gather these rebellious S-rank rebels together, Nagato relied on absolute force. The chief's chakra is stronger than ever. Is this the power of the leader at its peak? It is said that only Sage of Six Paths has Rinnegan. Could it be that Nagato is the reincarnation of Sage of Six Paths? No wonder he is sure that he can destroy the 5 hidden villages. It seems that he is not just talking about it. After personally feeling the unprecedented terrifying power emanating from Nagato, Xiao people expressed their sincere admiration. However, after witnessing the strength displayed by Nagato, Tianming couldn't help shaking his head. Is this all your strength? Tianming let out a long sigh and said flatly. Sure enough. A supporting role is a supporting role. No matter how many opportunities you are given, you will never be able to become a real boss. Because of his existence, Nagato spared the handicapped man whose legs were blown up by Hanzo. The physical function has also reached its peak, unlike the original book, which can only be slumped in a mechanical device to survive, remotely controlling the so-called Pen Six Paths. Moreover, she was not bewitched by Uchiha Obito, and now she tricked the latter into Akatsuki instead. It can be seen that today's Nagato, whether it is strength or thought, has reached his most perfect state. But now Tianming took a look. Nagato's full strength is only mediocre. Tianming raised the 2 knives in his hands indifferently and said calmly. This is the end of your story, Nagato. Chapter 239 Crescent Cross. Chapter 239 Crescent Cross. I will be here to close the curtain on your story. As soon as Tianming Haki's words came out, immediately, everyone was amazed. They are very aware of Nagato's strength, and they believe that no one in the entire ninja world can compare with him. As for the young man in front of him who spoke in wild words, it is undeniable that Hidan was cut to pieces from the moment he made a move, which is indeed a bit shocking. But in fact, as far as the current situation is concerned, what that person has shown is only relying on the powerful mysterious, summoning beast, and the specific strength is still a question mark. Such a direct and violent collision cannot be called technical. With the skill of knowing everyone, it is still very easy to avoid. It's also a situation where Hidan is so strong, rushing forward, the group will be instantly killed. Hey, who are you, you guy? So twitchy, Deidara said unhappily. It's true that there are 2 tricks, but it's a bit too much to be so arrogant? Scorpion said coldly. White-winged horse, with such a summoning beast, I only heard one person in the rumor. Kakuzu frowned tightly, showing a thoughtful look. When he was a bounty hunter in the black market, he seemed to have seen relevant information a few times. But maybe it's been a long time, and he doesn't remember a little. Nagato, you have to be extremely careful, Conan exhorted. I know. Nagato locked on the ladder with great vigilance. Who? Tianming is speechless. Open black lens bracket Conqueror's Haki close black lens bracket. Boom 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 boom. Advertisement. All of a sudden, the situation changed. Compared to the previous bursts of thunder caused by Nagato, Tianming directly caused a thunderbolt. The dark red thunder and lightning spread all over the sky, reacting fiercely with the dark gray energy representing Nagato. The momentum of the two confronted each other, and the winner was decided in less than a second. The dark gray energy, which represents Nagato, was shaken to pieces, and at the same time, the sky was thundering. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The clay bird that Deidara and the others rode was smashed to pieces and fell from the sky immediately. Aura alone has direct physical destructive power. Conan's expression changed slightly. He flapped his wings and dodged right and left, and at the same time quickly lowered his flight altitude, barely avoiding the attack of the dark thunder. Don't underestimate me. Nagato clasped his hands together, exuding a powerful chakra from his whole body, covering the whole body of the 3-legged monster bird, resisting the attack of the dark thunder. At the same time, he drove the 3-legged monster bird under his seat to charge towards Tianming. The three-legged monster bird made a sharp cry, and with the flapping wings, a violent airflow was gathered, and Nagato applied wind style to bless it. The resulting speed and impact are also extraordinary. Regarding this, Tianming's face showed disapproval. In terms of charge, what could be more qualified than his anti-army treasure? None. I saw Tianma raised its haughty head, stretched its wings, and slammed head onto the three-legged strange bird in front of it without giving in. Following the golden rain in his hand, the chakra in Wu Ming's body continuously flowed into the Pegasus. The holy white light formed an incomparably strong barrier, covering Pegasus's whole body, which gave the latter a terrifying defense beyond imagination. If we say that the three-legged strange bird rushing at high speed is an indestructible sharp spear, then Tianma is a high-speed moving city in the sky, not only has the defense of the city wall, but the mass generated by the huge acceleration is also enough to form an impact force that destroys everything. Picking up the city wall with a spear, the result is needless to say, right? I saw the head-on collision of the two, and there was a deafening bang. The first is the wind-style blessing wrapped on the outside of the three-legged monster bird, which shattered. Then the head of the three-legged monster bird was hit and burst like a broken watermelon, and a lot of blood and brains sprayed out in all directions. Other parts of the body, such as the wings and the three eagle claws, were all torn apart by the huge impact, just like Hidan in front, disintegrated from the air, and scattered into countless tiny pieces of meat. Whoosh, advertisement, but as the rider, Nagato jumped up at the moment before the collision. Asking for flowers, he jumped over and flew over Tianming's head. He waved his hand at Tianming's body, and a strong attraction emanated from the palm of his hand. Universal pull. Because Tianming's Pegasus was flying too fast, it gave him great forward momentum, so at this time, he was sucked by Nagato from behind. Under the two forces of front and back, he was torn off Tianma's body abruptly. Successful. A gleam flashed in Nagato's eyes. He saw Tianming was hanging in midair and couldn't move. He drilled a cannon barrel from his sleeve, and fired the chakra high energy cannon that had been condensed for a long time. Go out. Asura's attack. Zero. Tianming's expression was calm, without the slightest panic at all. He just raised the two knives in his hand and swung them in a cross shape. Simple and brutal slash, crescent cross charge. I saw two black crescent moons superimposed into a cross shape, with the destructive power of slashing everything, rightly colliding with the chakra high energy cannon fired by Nagato. Boom. In an instant, an earth-shattering explosion occurred in the sky above Konoha. This made the ninjas of the 5 hidden villages who were in the fierce battle all stop their hands one after another, with expressions of horror on their faces. Who is fighting in the sky? The destructive power of this battle has surpassed that of a cage-level powerhouse, right? At this time, the Shao people who were shot down also used their own methods to fall to the ground smoothly. This explosion is beautiful art. Damn, how can I be fascinated by other people's art? Deidara said with a confused face. It can't be wrong. This guy is the #1 on the black market assassination list. A Konoha evildoer with a head worth 10 billion. Kakuzu said with horror on his face. Uchiha Tianming. I heard that he killed Sand Shinobi's gold dust envoy Luo Sand, and this is only his record more than 10 years ago. Scorpion uses his strongest puppet, third case cage, but now it seems that this puppet may not be able to keep him. So, what happened to Chief Nagato Beggar? Chapter 240 Killing with one knife. Chapter 240 Cut off with one knife. Boom, boom. After the huge explosion, a figure was seen falling from the sky. There is no doubt that this person can only be Nagato. I saw that the clothes on his upper body had been turned into ashes in the explosion, revealing the mechanism armor he was wearing inside, but at this time they were all destroyed in the explosion and were almost scrapped. Hateful. Nagato vomited blood. Obviously, even with the protection of the mechanism armor, he suffered a lot of injuries. Hand seal. Hell Road. A purple will-o'-the-wisp ignited on the ground, and a horrifying head of Hades came out, opened its mouth and swallowed Nagato in one gulp, and after some chewing, spit out Nagato, which was unharmed. Chief Nagato. Xiao Xiao and everyone couldn't help but be surprised that there was no 870. Since Hades is a spirit body, just like the Shinigami sealed off by ghouls, it is invisible to ordinary people, and only the caster or someone with special pupil power can see it. So they just know that Nagato disappears for a moment and reappears intact in the blink of an eye. The ability of Hell? Tianming's figure slowly descended from the sky, and the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan in his eyes could naturally see the existence of Hades clearly. Different from Pain's 6 paths in the original book, each of which occupies a system, now Nagato gathers the power of the 6 paths in one body, and the combat power is naturally much stronger than the corpses manipulated by the former. It's useless. I have mastered the ability to manipulate life and death, you can't kill me. While talking, Nagato made mudras with his hands, summoning technique. Hellhound with the boost summoning technique applied. The foam crab with teeth and claws, a rhino with huge horns. A bull with brute force, the meandering centipede. A rock panda with amazing defense. Summoned 6 summoning beasts in one breath, breaking the restriction that only one type of summoning contract can be signed. This is also the ability from the animal way. Li. So amazing. Advertisement Shao people were amazed. It was the first time they saw Nagato summoning 6 summoning beasts at the same time. Stop talking nonsense, you have to go together too. This person is Shao's archenemy, we must take him down today. Nagato said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone in Shao could not help but have different expressions. Each of them is an S-rank rebellious ninja who is famous in the ninja world. Even the hunting troops sent by the 5 hidden villages can't do anything to them. Now it is unimaginable to join forces to deal with one person. To mobilize all Shao to deal with Tianming at once, I have to say, this is the enemy with the strongest lineup that Tianming has encountered so far. That's interesting. It seems that what I want to end today is not just Nagato, but the entire Akatsuki. A wanton smile suddenly appeared on Tianming's face, as the pair of knives rubbed against each other. A dazzling spark came out. Come on, let's fight together. This unscrupulous provocation has greatly stirred the hearts of all members of Shao. Your supercilious eyes. You simply don't take my art seriously, it's unforgivable. Deidara thrust her hands into the pockets, the mouth in the palms gnawing at the clay. You once killed an agent Fengying, but did you know that the one in my hand is also the genuine third case cage? The scorpion manipulated the third case cage, opened its arms, and stretched out a large number of mechanism blades inside. HMPH. What a big tone, who are you scaring? I have also fought against Konoha's first Hokage Senju Hashirama before, why haven't I seen such a big storm? That's what Kakuzu said, but his whole body squirmed, and the 4 nature masks split from his body, turning into 4 monsters with different shapes. Conan remained silent, manipulating a large amount of paper to fold into sharp cones, aiming at Tianming. Multiple shadow clone technique. Nagato summoned hundreds of shadow clone. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, he possesses a large amount of chakra, so he can cast such forbidden technique at will. Whoosh, without waiting for the opponent to attack, Yin Ming took the initiative to rush towards the opponent. Do it. Nagato also immediately drove the 6 summoning beasts to attack together. Puff, puff, I saw Tianming's figure flickering, just in case. Bulls and rhinos were decapitated in an instant, paper rain. A large number of sharp cones manipulated by Conan turned into a violent storm. This level of attack is also embarrassing. Advertisement. Tianming smiled, swiped the saber with his right hand lightly. The storm generated by the pressure of the knife blows away the paper rain in an instant. Whoosh, the figure of the wind shadow puppet appeared on the other side of Tianming in an instant, waving a sharp-looking taidao in his hand. Clang, Tianming swung the saber with his left hand to block, and pressed hard by the way. Catch, cut down the wind shadow puppet with a knife in hand. The blade is so sharp, Scorpion's face turned cold, and he immediately pulled the chakra silk thread to push the wind shadow puppet back. Then came Nagato's army of multiple shadow clones, swarming up day by day. Bang 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 bang, no matter how many people you have, Tianming will be wiped out with one blow. Fire-style flame bomb, wind-style gale palm, earth-style Tyrone gun, water-style water chaos, lightning-style emotion wave, 5 shadow clone, while performing 5 kinds of ninjutsu with different attributes. No matter how fancy your moves are, Tianming will kill 5.3 with one blow. Detonating clay spirit technique. I saw Deidara make 2 weird clay dolls. After being slashed by Tianming, it split into countless small clay dolls and continued to attack him. But this amount alone is not enough to make Tianming, who has a strong insight, be in a hurry. At this moment, a giant centipede suddenly emerged from Tianming's feet, and quickly wrapped itself around his body. Successful. Deidara immediately operated the clay doll to stick to his body quickly, and shouted. Drink. However, the expected explosion did not happen. I saw that the centipede and clay wrapped around Tianming's body were all frozen into a streak of frost and then flaked off in pieces.